Naruto half opened his eyes and looked at the horizontal surface above that was slightly illuminated by the sunlight. Is it finally over? My life is really very short. But I'm so tired, why do I feel relieved? The first time Team 7 went out of the village to carry out a mission, they directly encountered an elite jonin. Kakashi was trapped, the team was in crisis, and Naruto was kicked to the bottom of the river by Zabuza. Forget it, I'm so tired, let's just leave it at that. This world is beautiful, but in the next life, I don't want to come here anymore. Closing his bloodshot eyes, Naruto completely relaxed his body and slowly fell deeper. There is no sunshine, only endless darkness and tranquility, and that is also his destination. Before he died, Naruto's mind flashed through his life. 10 minutes after he was born, the fourth Hokage sealed the 9 tails in Naruto's body. 15 minutes later, his parents' farewell ceremony officially ended, and Naruto became an orphan from then on. 20 minutes later, Naruto was cast Koto Amatsukami by the root ninja called by Danzo. Originally, Danzo had envisioned making Naruto a complete humanoid weapon, but the ninja who used Koto Amatsukami still had a trace of mercy. The effect of Koto Amatsukami was to make Naruto an heir to the will of fire. 30 minutes after the birth, the third Hokage arrived late. Danzo acted first and reported later, telling the third Hokage that Naruto had been controlled by him. The third Hokage had no choice but to let Danzo take Naruto away. A week later, Naruto had his first experiment, and the surgeon was the most skilled medical ninja in the route. Of course, Naruto, who still hasn't memorized anything, can't remember the above things. As far as Naruto can remember, he only knew that he was an experimental subject. When Naruto was 6 years old, the third Hokage remembered that Naruto was old enough to go to school, so he took Naruto back from the route. At this moment, Naruto's eyes were dull and he looked like a walking corpse. But he had an inexplicable feeling of love for the village in Konoha. Naruto didn't know where this feeling came from, as if it appeared suddenly without a source. 10 years later, Naruto was finally free from the influence of the root. With the end of the last experiment, the catheter that had been buried deep in his body as Naruto grew was finally removed. However, on Naruto's body covered by thin clothes, there are 7 scars that can never be erased. These syringe-shaped scars go straight into Naruto's body, as if Naruto himself was supposed to be this long. At the age of 12, Naruto finally graduated, but was told that he belonged to the root and was just an undercover agent in Team 7. As Naruto's breath gradually faded, Koto Amatsukami's technique also began to fade. Finally, Tienshin was released. As a certain ninja said, all ninjutsu have weaknesses. However, Koto Amatsukami's weakness is that it can cause the death of the person being cast, so no one can break Koto Amatsukami. Ding system binding is successful. Host, would you like to open the novice gift pack? As he was dying, a voice appeared in Naruto's mind. Who are you? Ding, I am your system. Would you like to open the novice gift package? Head. Is it fun to tease a dying man like me? Ding, host, would you like to open the novice gift package? For some reason, even though Naruto was about to die, the life force in his body suddenly stopped. Naruto understood because the effect of Koto Amatsukami disappeared. He understood everything. It turns out that the power that makes him always full of hope for Konoha comes from Koto Amatsukami. Now, Koto Amatsukami has disappeared, but Naruto is about to die. Naruto would be willing to make some people pay if given the chance. The previous Naruto was a puppet controlled by Koto Amatsukami. It was not until the last second of death that Naruto finally became himself again, but it was too late. Strangely, Naruto's death was suspended by an inexplicable force. Since you want to play, I'll play with you. In the soul space, Naruto observed the extremely dark surroundings with an expressionless face, and said to the inexplicable voice, open the novice gift package. Ding, the host successfully opened the novice gift package and obtained 50% development of the Whirlpool bloodline and 50% development of the Ashura chakra. As the system's voice fell, Naruto felt that his 5 senses had miraculously returned. Moreover, a huge amount of chakra suddenly appeared in his body, instantly submerging Naruto's entire body like a tsunami. Even the 9-tailed fox in the sealed space sank, and its limbs pressed into the ground, leaving huge cracks, but the power of the seal instantly repaired the 9-tailed fox's cage. This is because with the support of chakra, the sealing technique that seals the 9 tails has finally been fulfilled. After absorbing the chakra, the sealing technique can finally exert its strongest power. This powerful chakra, which Naruto could not understand, instantly spread throughout his body. Every part of his body began to become active, and it was full of vitality like bamboo shoots after rain. First, Naruto had yellowish hair with wisps of white, and within a few seconds the roots of his white hair began to turn yellow. 10 seconds later, a golden color covered Naruto's head. The previous white hair was caused by the great torture Naruto suffered, and even the Uzumaki bloodline could not be restored. Secondly, Naruto's underdeveloped body began to slowly agitate, and the feeling of his bones growing gave Naruto the illusion that he was reborn. Snap! The bones grew rapidly, making crackling sounds, and the originally skinny body became healthy. Even the 7 deep wounds on Naruto's body that could not be healed were filled with fair skin. Suddenly, Naruto opened his eyes, and the bloodshot eyes that were normally there due to long-term physical torture gradually disappeared. Feeling the endless strength and chakra in his body, Naruto clenched his fists, and the tight feeling was transmitted. The huge torrent of chakra in his body was waiting for Naruto's orders. Naruto felt a dull pain in his chest and knew that he was lacking oxygen. Using the method taught by teacher Irika, Naruto released a huge amount of chakra out of his body. Boom! The entire river was broken in half by a deep blue chakra that shot up into the sky, and Naruto was able to breathe fresh air successfully. Ding, the rewards have been distributed. Ding, activate the main quest. The host has gone through this miserable world, and this world needs someone to save it. Please work hard to change the world. During this process, the system will always assist the host. Ding, activate the side quest. A large part of the reason why Cardo can be so domineering in the Kingdom of Waves is because of the incompetence of the daimyo of the Kingdom of Waves. Mission objective: kill all high-ranking officials in the daimyo's mansion of Wave Country. Naruto stretched his body and felt an indescribable sense of relief. It seems you didn't lie to me, system. Ding, the system cannot deceive the host. Very good, I will deal with the high-ranking officials in the daimyo prefecture, but before that, Naruto looked up at the wall of water that was dozens of meters high. This is because one's own chakra has leaked out, causing the river to dry up and the water on both sides to be unable to approach it again. I still have things to do. After saying that, Naruto casually concentrated his chakra on the soleace of his feet and kicked lightly. Boom! Naruto's body flew into the sky like a cannonball and was above the horizontal plane in the blink of an eye. Naruto gathered his chakra and landed gently on the ground. He closed his eyes slightly, thinking about how to deal with the people at the scene. No one dared to ignore the terrifying chakra, and they all looked at Naruto, who suddenly appeared with fear in their hearts. Haruno Sakura bent down and trembled, unable to hold the kunao in her hand steadily, and looked at the figure that suddenly appeared in horror. Suzuki's situation was not much better. That they had just experienced a battle and now faced with the sudden appearance of a monster, they were really overwhelmed. In front of Naruto, Zabuza gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, his brows were furrowed and his sharp teeth were revealed at the corners of his mouth, looking extremely ferocious. Even though he was called a demon, he was not afraid. But Zabuza knew that if Naruto attacked him, he would most likely die. Interesting. The little ghost just now, Zabuza grinned, his blood surging in his body, but it seemed that his body knew that this was his last battle. The one who was most shocked was Kakashi. Kakashi looked at Naruto's back with shocked eyes. Old teacher. The scene was extremely quiet, so Kakashi's words were naturally heard by everyone. Naruto turned his head slightly with an expressionless face, and it was obvious that he was also very curious about why Kakashi said that. The moment Naruto turned around, Suzuki and Haruno Sakura exclaimed, "Naruto, it's Naruto, little devil, you dare to let your guard down in front of me, go to hell." Zabuza seized the opportunity, appeared at Naruto's side in an instant, and swung the beheading sword towards Naruto's head. Call! A huge sound of breaking wind reached Naruto's ears. Naruto looked at Zabuza and slowly raised his left hand. When Zabuza saw Naruto's actions, his face turned even darker. "I know you have a lot of chakra, but you are so arrogant that you even try to catch it with your hands that you really don't know how to write the word death." Zabuza snorted coldly. "Looks like I have to reduce one name on my assassination list." Visible chakra appeared in Naruto's palm, and the beheading sword collided with his palm. Ding! Zabuza's breathing stagnated. "Nanny!" Naruto accurately grasped the blade of the beheading sword with one hand. The huge force caused Naruto's 5 fingers to slightly embed into the beheading sword, making a long and vibrating ding sound. Zabuza thought something was wrong and wanted to draw his sword and retreat. However, no matter how hard Zabuza tried, the beheading sword didn't move at all. Naruto continued to increase his chakra output. He had no way of estimating the exact amount, but it was probably about the amount of 3 Kakashis. Snap! A slight sound was heard, and Zabuza realized the danger and immediately dropped his sword and stepped back. Bump! There was a loud bang, and Zabuza's beheading sword broke into pieces in front of everyone. However, Naruto, who caused this result, looked calm, as if he was not surprised at all. Naruto stared at Zabuza calmly. "I wasn't planning on dealing with you first. Since you want to die, I will grant your wish." Sizzle! White smoke came out of Naruto's hand. This is because Naruto's use of chakra is only at the level of a genin, and controlling so much chakra at once directly injured the meridians in Naruto's hands. However, the Uzumaki clan's physical fitness has been stimulated by 50%, and coupled with being a Jinchuriki and the reincarnation of Ashura's chakra, Naruto's recovery speed is excellent. In this short period of time, the injuries on the palm caused by the excessive flow of chakra have been completely healed. Behind him, Kakashi heard what Naruto said and felt something was wrong. Kakashi directly ordered Haruno Sakura and Suzuki, "Take Dasna and leave quickly." Haruno Sakura suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, because with the teacher's order, she could escape. Just now, she was just holding on. Sasuke asked silently, what about Naruto? Haruno Sakura laughed and said, Naruto is so strong now, he doesn't need our concern, let's go. Sasuke didn't say anything, but just glanced at Haruno Sakura indifferently, and his opinion of her was even lower in his heart. People like Haruno Sakura are simply not suitable to be ninjas. Her emotions and intentions are written on her face and can be seen through at a glance. Sasuke knew that Haruno Sakura thought Naruto was a source of danger, so she wanted to leave as soon as possible. Before leaving, she might even show mercy and think of her teammates and teacher. Kakashi and Naruto, we are still in a state of confusion. You guys go first. If anything goes wrong, I can get away easily. That's right, anyone who is not blind can see Naruto's changes. The first and most obvious thing is the height. Naruto is now taller than Sasuke. Before, Naruto was not even as tall as Haruno Sakura. The second is the hair. The white and yellow hair changed to pure golden yellow, which was very eye-catching, just like a powerful ninja. Then there is the chakra in his body. Kakashi couldn't understand why Naruto had such a huge amount of chakra. The legendary Tsunade should be no more than that, right? Plus, Naruto's aura changed. Although the previous Naruto had a sense of loneliness, he was also positive and was a true successor to the Will of Fire. Even though he had a very dark childhood, he still had faith in the village, and his dream was to become Hokage and contribute to Konoha. Before, Naruto's chakra gave people a very warm feeling, but now, there is only frightening violence and cold darkness. That's why Kakashi couldn't tell whether Naruto was a friend or an enemy. On the other side, Naruto looked at the half-broken beheading sword that fell at his feet, reached out and grasped the handle and lifted it up. Although it was only half, the blade was still too big for Naruto. The beheading sword is one of the 7 most powerful ninja swords in the Hidden Mist Village, with excellent self-repair properties and chakra conduction functions. Therefore, even if it is broken into half, beheading the sword can still transmit chakra. Naruto infused his own chakra into the beheading sword, and saw a terrifying chakra flow visible to the naked eye all over the beheading sword. Is this what power feels like? Naruto threw the beheading sword with terrifying chakra towards Zabuza with all his might. The beheading sword instantly turned into a deep blue stream of light. Its speed was incredibly fast, and in the path of the light was Zabuza's head. Zabuza just used the body flickering technique and cannot use it again for a short period of time. Zabuza raised his hands slightly, then used the substitution technique. However, Zabuza felt that he had lost control of his hands. Zabuza was very confused. What was going on? Why was his body out of control? Mizuno Haku, who arrived late, didn't expect to see this scene the first time he arrived. Whoosh whoosh. Looking at the scene of Zabuza's death, Bai's head was dizzy. The surrounding environment and sounds all disappeared. The only things left in his world were the mutilated body of Zabuza and his own breathing. Is Zabuza-sama dead? Master Zabuza is dead. Kneeling on the ground, tears kept falling. Bai looked ahead in despair, as if he was back to the beginning and he was the only one left in the world. Naruto observed Shiro's reaction and judged, how pitiful. These are Naruto's words from the bottom of his heart. It seems that the importance of Zabuza's dialogue is self-evident. But Zabuza died directly in front of Bai. That feeling of despair would suffocate people and make them lose the meaning of living in an instant. Naruto, who caused this result, did not feel the slightest bit of guilt, simply because he and Zabuza were enemies. If Zabuza didn't attack Naruto, Naruto might not have killed Zabuza. After all, Naruto himself is a very kind person. In fact, all ninjas are like this. Many of them have experienced important people dying in front of them. Bai didn't even hear what Naruto said, he was still immersed in unparalleled pain. Naruto is thinking about whether to kill Bai, because he is the culprit and Bai will definitely seek revenge on him. Headache. Teacher, what do you think we should do? Naruto pulled out a kunao, his eyes fixed on Haku, and asked Kakashi. Kakashi didn't expect Naruto to ask him this question, but does this also prove that Naruto is still one of them? Kakashi frowned as he looked at Bai and Zabuza's corpse not far from him. According to the rules, they should be killed. After saying this, Naruto did not hesitate and continued with simple kunao throwing movements. His target was of course Mizuno Haku, who seemed to have no ability to fight back. The speed of the kunao is still very fast, almost unbelievable. However, an accident happened. The kunao drew a black shadow in the air and pierced straight through Bai's chest. Puff! Bai's body suddenly turned into a puff of smoke, and the kunao's attack missed and was deeply embedded in the ground. Naruto smiled and said, even so, would you still be on guard against a sneak attack? Was your reaction just a show? This sentence seemed like a mockery, because Bai looked like he had lost his faith, but he silently prepared the substitution technique. No, I just want to avenge Zabuza-sama. A hoarse voice came from behind. Naruto quickly used a huge amount of chakra to speed himself up and jumped several dozen meters away. After turning around, Naruto saw a huge number of senbon attacking the place where he was just now like raindrops. It was a close call. After all, we are enemies, I shouldn't have any pity for you. If this round of attack really landed on Naruto, he would probably be stabbed into a pulp. Somehow, Naruto seemed to see Bai hiding not far away. Naruto formed seals with his hands and said, "This is the only escape technique I know. Although I have never been able to perform it successfully before, this is what Irika-sensei taught me, that it should be quite powerful." As Naruto made hand seals, the chakra in his body continued to change and finally condensed in Naruto's mouth. Wind style, big breakthrough. A violent gust of wind blew out from Naruto's mouth, and the ground a few meters ahead was instantly lifted up, and all the plants along the way of the wind escape were uprooted. The enormous power mixed with various substances carried by the wind escape rushed towards by unscrupulously. Kakashi looked at the scene in shock, and kept backing away. A C-level ninjutsu can actually have the effect of an A-level ninjutsu. Naruto had just been fighting with Zabuza with a kunao in his hand, and Zabuza slashed at the kunao. The recoil and Zabuza's kick caused Naruto to fall deeply into the water. After that, Naruto never appeared in everyone's sight again. What did Naruto experience in the water that caused such a big change? Kakashi couldn't imagine it. He was a veteran elite jonin who had participated in countless battles, big and small, in the ninja world. But Kakashi had never seen such a strange scene. The faint screams were drowned out by the whistling sound of the wind escape. Bai was directly hit by the big breakthrough, and his body kept retreating and he fainted. Finally, Bai crashed into a big tree, spurted out a mouthful of blood, and fell to the ground, his life or death unknown. Naruto thought everything was over. He stood there looking at Kakashi, who was sweating profusely, and suddenly lost the desire to attack him. Kakashi is his teacher, but Naruto knows that Kakashi's main guidance is not himself, but his teammate Uchiha Sasuke. Although the meanings of teacher and student, master and apprentice are not much different, there are huge differences between them in some aspects, because there can only be a few apprentices, but there can be thousands and thousands of students. Apparently, Naruto could feel it. The relationship between Kakashi and Sasuke is like that of master and apprentice, while he and Haruno Sakura are Kakashi's students. Naruto didn't want to waste his energy on this problem, he just wanted to find a place to have a good rest. Although he gained extremely powerful strength, Naruto felt very tired. Because Naruto just realized that he was just a puppet in Kota Amatsukami's real life. Now, he has welcomed his new life and has the mindset of not being disturbed by other gods. "I won't kill you, just go away," Naruto said to Kakashi and turned to leave. Find a place to rest, then go kill the daimyo of Wave Country. This is Naruto's next plan. Since the guy in his mind who called himself the system helped Naruto gain super strength, Naruto didn't mind. Help the system complete some tasks. After killing the daimyo of Wave Country, Naruto wanted to find his parents in the ninja world. Everyone has parents, and Naruto doesn't believe that he came out of a stone. It's not enough that she was used as an experimental tool since she was young, but she was also identified as a demon fox. Naruto wanted to ask his parents many questions, such as why they abandoned Naruto in Konoha and why they didn't take Naruto with them. Of course, Naruto didn't hold out much hope. Because Naruto knows the cruelty of the ninja world, his parents are most likely no longer alive. But if Naruto didn't look for it, he would feel like something was missing. Naruto reached out and took off the Konoha forehead guard. Chakra light flashed on his fingertips and he gently stroked the forehead guard. As an elite jonin of Konoha and Naruto's teacher, Kakashi believes it is his responsibility to bring Naruto back on the right path. "Do you want to become a rebel ninja?" Naruto paused, a look of impatience flashing in his eyes. This Kakashi really doesn't know what's good for him, just kill him. Now, Naruto has no good feelings towards the people in Konoha, including Sakura Haruno, whom he liked before. Perhaps, only Irika-sensei and the hand-beating uncle can make Naruto take them a little more seriously. "Has anyone ever told you that you're annoying?" Naruto said in a deep voice, and the chakra in his body suddenly leaked out. A deep blue chakra continued to flow out of Naruto's body, wrapping Naruto's body. A strong pressure mixed with air currents exploded in all directions with Naruto as the center. Perhaps, half of the awakening of the Uzumaki bloodline is not enough for Naruto to possess such powerful chakra. But the development of Ashura chakra is no joke. Ashura is a powerful man who is infinitely close to the 6 paths level. Half of his chakra is enough to crush all creatures in the current ninja world. Even the 9 tails, which is rumored to have infinite chakra, can only bow down in front of Naruto's current chakra. Of course, Naruto doesn't know now that the source of his chakra is Ashura chakra. Kakashi raised his hands to block in front of him. Facing the violent chakra, he quickly calmed down and analyzed the current situation. He was slightly injured, while Naruto was intact. The battlefield was not very favorable for Kakashi. Naruto's strength broke through to a level that Kakashi could not understand. Can't beat. Not to mention that Kakashi had no intention of killing Naruto, so it would be extremely difficult to subdue Naruto. But, you can try it too. Because if Kakashi backed down now, he would remember this incident for the rest of his life. Kakashi struggled to block Naruto's chakra attack, cold sweat oozing from his forehead, and the Sharingan in one of his eye sockets was spinning faster and faster. He formed seals with his hands, and soon the sound of thunder was heard. Reikuri. With the help of the Sharingan, Kakashi knew that he would not be unable to see Naruto's movements clearly. As long as Naruto can be knocked unconscious, everything will be fine. The battle is about to break out. The ninjas on both sides are the elite Jonin from Konoha and Uzumaki Naruto, who just defected from Konoha and became a rebel ninja. Kakashi's condition is only 80%, while Naruto is very close to 100%. The battle began, and Kakashi directly attacked Naruto with Reikiri. Naruto dodged calmly, then stepped on the ground. The land within a radius of more than 10 meters cracked directly, forming countless pieces of soil. Kakashi was trapped, and Naruto used his only ninjutsu again, wind-style breakthrough. All I can say is that Naruto is worthy of being the one who has awakened the Uzumaki bloodline and Ashura chakra. His chakra has become unimaginably powerful. This wind escape technique appears to be an A-level ninjutsu, but in fact it is closer to Quasi S level. Obviously, Naruto was angrier towards Kakashi than he was towards Haku Mizunatsuki before, and the chakra he added with his ninjutsu was much greater than last time. Facing Naruto's ninjutsu attack, Kakashi showed everything a veteran ninja should have. He was seen calmly forming seals with his hands, and then his figure flashed and appeared dozens of meters away, avoiding the wind escape attack. At the end of the first round, Naruto praised Kakashi. As expected of a teacher, he is much stronger than Zabuza. Faced with Naruto's praise, Kakashi seemed a little helpless, that he obviously did not expect that his student would one day praise him in such an occasion. Kakashi knew the huge gap in strength between the two sides, so he wanted to use fighting skills to make up for the gap between him and Naruto. But can such a huge gap really be made up by skills? Naruto became even more impatient when he saw Kakashi hold out in the first round. Naruto shouted loudly, and even more powerful chakra emanated from his body. Obviously, Naruto's use of chakra only reached the level of a genin, and Naruto didn't know any ninjutsu, so Naruto was unable to do anything to Kakashi for a while. But Naruto has a lot of chakra, and he can completely suppress Kakashi with his powerful chakra. This method consumes a lot of chakra, but it is also very unsolvable. Facing a ninja with huge chakra, the enemy will usually feel very uncomfortable. Seeing Naruto's actions, Kakashi couldn't help but feel a headache, because he had only seen this kind of fighting style in the Senju and Uzumaki clans. Their battles are usually very simple, using chakra to enhance their attacks and then crushing the enemy. Ninjutsu, they don't need it. All ninjutsu below A rank will be smashed with one punch. Taijutsu, they have so much chakra that no one dares to get close to them. Genjutsu, similarly, they have so much chakra that as long as they keep a portion of their chakra running in their bodies, they can destroy the external genjutsu chakra. Therefore, illusions are not very effective against ninjas with huge amounts of chakra. Take Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara for example. Uchiha Madara seldom uses illusions against Senju Hashirama, because Uchiha Madara knows that Senju Hashirama is highly immune to illusions. At this moment, Naruto was about to rush to Kakashi, and Kakashi was very troubled. How will Kakashi respond? He would definitely not be at an advantage in a head-on fight with Naruto, so Kakashi had to use the instant body movement technique again. Kakashi, who was away from Naruto, was already out of breath, because the Reikiri just now consumed half of his chakra, and the instant body flickering technique also required chakra. There is very little chakra left in Kakashi's body now. Damn it, am I going to watch Naruto leave Konoha? Am I still a teacher if I do that? Kakashi gritted his teeth and launched the Reikiri, and this ninjutsu with extremely strong penetrating power appeared again. Facing the shocking momentum, even Naruto had no intention of taking on human Reikiri. However, Kakashi was holding Reikiri but had no idea where to start because he couldn't catch up with Naruto at all. Finally, the Reikiri dissipated and Naruto attacked again. Kakashi was in crisis again, and the situation was very serious for him. If I let Naruto defect, how can I face my dead teacher and mistress? Kakashi was about to faint, but he forced himself to cheer up and used Reikiri again. He is extremely amazing. Although he seems to have no chakra, he can still condense Reikiri. Naruto had no choice but to temporarily avoid Kakashi's edge. In this way, the situation fell into a tug of war. Kakashi's Reikiri dissipated and Naruto attacked Kakashi. Kakashi, damn it, can't I even protect my own students? Kakashi condensed Reikiri again in an extremely excessive way. Naruto was very annoyed but had to avoid him temporarily. I'm done. Kakashi repeatedly pretended to have no chakra, which annoyed Naruto. Obviously, there is a huge gap in hardcore strength between the two sides, but Naruto has little combat experience and does not have any skills. Therefore, Naruto managed to use the Super Shadow's chakra to produce the effect of a Quasi Shadow, but because Kakashi was not an ordinary elite Jonin, he felt very frustrated. Sizzle. Naruto desperately condensed a huge amount of chakra in his arms. The skin on his arms instantly turned purple, and the epidermis was directly burned by the violent chakra. Boom! Naruto suddenly appeared near Kakashi and poured chakra into the earth. A spherical explosion that was almost the same as the tailed beast ball instantly enveloped Naruto and Kakashi. The ground within a radius of several hundred meters collapsed directly, and countless chakras destroyed every corner of the world. Naruto himself was blown high into the air by the recoil force. He vaguely saw an island-shaped piece of land below, which shows how powerful the attack was. In the land of waves, due to the arrival of Cardo, the lives of the residents are getting worse day by day. As a country, a lean camel is bigger than a horse, and the daimyo of Wave Country has the strength to confront Cardo. Because although Cardo is powerful, he is still a businessman. The reason for all this now is that the daimyo of Wave Country is too cowardly, or the daimyo has been bribed by Cardo. Long-term exploitation has caused tragedy everywhere in the land of waves. In the corner, a skinny middle-aged man stared at the sky with lifeless eyes, holding a piece of wood in his arms, which read, "I will do anything as long as you pay me." And such people can be found everywhere in the land of waves. Today's Wave Country is such a lifeless country. A small black dot appeared in the sky. Eventually, the small black dot grew larger and larger, and a human figure fell from the sky and landed directly on the street. Due to Naruto's intentional control, although no huge holes appeared, the entire street was severely damaged, with dense cracks like spider webs all over the street. Some of the pedestrians around even fell to the ground, but when they saw Naruto, they all backed away because Naruto was too scary now. One of his arms had no skin, was bloody and emitting white smoke, and his clothes were tattered, but he looked murderous, like a demon crawling out of hell. This appearance is not much different from that of a monster, so it is not surprising that they are afraid of Naruto. Naruto felt the pain in his arm, but surprisingly he didn't find it unbearable, and his body was constantly repairing the wound. Looking around, Naruto started to move, and the onlookers exclaimed. Naruto looked at these people in silence. To be honest, he felt a little unhappy. After all, not everyone can tolerate a group of people looking at him in a strange way, not to mention that Naruto had endured it for many years. There was nothing to eat around, and even the stores only sold very small carrots and some vegetables that had been stored for a long time. Suddenly, Naruto saw 3 people standing out in the crowd. There was a red-haired girl and 2 other guys who liked tattoos. They wore forehead protectors with a musical note as the symbol. Naruto didn't know what ninja village these ninjas were from. Naruto walked over and the 3 ninjas ran away without a second thought. But how could Naruto do as they wished? Quickening his pace, Naruto suddenly appeared in front of the red-haired girl. Karen's eye twitched. Our mission does not conflict with yours. As a member of the Orthodox Uzumaki bloodline, Karen possesses the bloodline limit of the Kagura Heart's Eye. From Kagura's mind, Karen understood how terrifying Naruto was. Whether it was the dark chakra or the violent chakra, it made Karen feel frightened. This kind of person is simply a monster. Moreover, looking at Naruto's forehead protector, you can tell that Naruto is still a traitor ninja of Konoha. Konoha is the #1 ninja village and has a great say in the ninja world. Its dominant position is obvious. None of the ninjas who defected from Konoha and have not been hunted to death are easy to deal with. Naruto observed Karen carefully, as if he wanted to remember Karen in his heart. At this moment, Karen's pretty little face quickly became flushed, her eyelids drooped, and she secretly glanced at Naruto, wanting to look but not daring to. This kind of direct gaze made Karen feel a little uncomfortable. Although Naruto is quite handsome and Karen doesn't dislike him that much, Naruto's chakra tells Karen that Naruto is definitely not a good guy. On the contrary, Naruto might be extremely vicious and want to eat people at any time. Looking at Karen's flustered face, Naruto asked, "What's your name?" Karen's breathing stagnated and her heartbeat accelerated. She was originally a fangirl, and now a handsome guy was looking at her seriously and even asked her name. Is this heaven? Karen thought blankly, and answered Naruto's question at the same time. My name is Uzumaki Karen. Naruto's eyes flashed with surprise, but it was fleeting. Well, my name is Uzumaki Naruto. Karen raised her head slightly and observed Naruto's handsome face. Hey Naruto, what do you want to talk to me about? At the same time, Karen never expected to meet someone with the same last name Uzumaki. Seeing Karen asking this, Naruto didn't try to hide anything and said truthfully, lend me a few Bingliang pills, I will return them to you later. Karen's originally comfortable expression froze. You asked me my name just to lend me the Horyo Maru. Naruto nodded honestly and stared at the ninja tool bag on Karen's waist seriously. There is the smell of ration pills. The 2 ninjas behind Karen saw Naruto say this and stood up and taunted him. You are a traitor from Konoha and you still want to borrow the military ration pills. Naruto's attention was drawn to them, and he turned his gaze to the ninja sword in the opponent's hand. If you use ninja tools, we will become enemies. Very nice. After saying that, Naruto wanted to take action directly. Naruto, who had just left Konoha, was ready to start his life anew in the ninja world. Naruto's experience in Konoha did not completely turn him into a demon. Naruto still has principles, and he has to thank teacher Irika for all this, otherwise Naruto would have snatched it away long ago. Wouldn't that make him a person without bottom line? When Karen heard that her teammates dared to mock Naruto, her heart almost stopped beating. Fortunately, Karen was quick and took out the soldier's pill and stuffed it directly into Naruto's mouth. Just as Naruto was about to circulate his chakra, he smelled the taste of a soldier's pill in his mouth. After eating the Bingliang pills, Naruto clearly felt that his injuries were recovering faster. After remembering the name Karen, Naruto concentrated his chakra on the soles of his feet and reached a height of hundreds of meters with one jump. When he landed again, he was several miles away. His speed was extremely fast. Not long after, Naruto came to a beach, lay down on the sand and fell asleep. It's noon now, the sun is warm, and it's perfect for sleeping on the beach. Naruto currently has no money on him. No one knew where his wallet had been washed away by the water, and the money inside was probably soaked. Coupled with the fact that his clothes didn't fit him well, Naruto now looked like a homeless child. In his days, Naruto thought of Cardo. As the biggest opponent of this mission, Dasna told Team 7 about Cardo. At that time, Naruto did not listen carefully. He only knew that Cardo was a profiteer, and a rich profiteer who took advantage of others' misfortunes. Well, I'll borrow some money from him some other day. At dusk, Naruto finally fell into a comfortable sleep. When I opened my eyes, I found that many people surrounded me. Each of these men was big and strong, and some wore suits, while others wore samurai uniforms. What was the same was that they all had weapons hanging around their waists. Ha! Naruto yawned and glanced around with squinted eyes. A suffocating sense of oppression emanated from his azure pupils. Everyone felt a chill down their spine and took a step back. There are estimated to be more than 30 people in this group, but none of them are ninjas, so there is no need to be afraid of them. Suddenly, Naruto frowned, reached out to take off his ill-fitting shirt, and threw it aside casually. With Naruto's physique, it is unlikely that he will catch a cold. These clothes are uncomfortable to wear, so he simply doesn't wear them. Ha ha ha. A strange laugh was heard and the crowd automatically split into two rows. Naruto wanted to see what tricks they were up to, so he just stood there and did nothing. A little old man, wearing black-framed glasses and leaning on a cane, he was short and looked like a dwarf. The other party walked up to Naruto step by step, the corners of his mouth curled up and laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. Naruto asked honestly, "Are you sick?" Cardo's smile froze. After his mustaches trembled continuously, Cardo calmed down, ignored Naruto's words, and said to him, "Young man, it seems that you are very short of money now." Naruto thought about his current situation, so he nodded, yes. Cardo immediately showed a sincere smile. "You follow me and protect me, and I will give you money, how about it?" At noon today, Cardo's men reported the news from Wave Country and also reported Naruto's news. After Cardo personally went to see where Naruto landed, he felt that Naruto was a powerful ninja who could be used by him. So, Cardo is here to recruit Naruto. Naruto thought about it and felt that there was nothing wrong with it, so he asked, "How much?" Cardo shook his head and a sturdy man with a suitcase came out from the side. Snap! The suitcase was opened and filled with banknotes of the largest denominations. Cardo smiled slightly. "As long as you are strong enough, you can get more money." Naruto had never seen so much money before. Such a big box should contain several million taels, right? How much was Naruto's monthly living expenses when he was in school? "Okay, I promise you." Naruto was very happy with his decision, but with one condition. "But, before that, I have something else to do." A cunning light flashed under Cardo's glasses. "Then let my people do it for you. Your task now is to protect me." Naruto glanced at the samurai present and shook his head slowly. "No, these scumbags can't do it." These words immediately aroused public anger. They all have some ability to be able to follow Cardo for a living. Wouldn't it be like destroying their jobs if Naruto insulted them like this? Cardo heard Naruto's words and thought nothing of it. Because these warriors only have mediocre skills that they can scare ordinary people, but they are no match for ninjas. Cardo wanted to see Naruto's ability, so he said, "Well, I'll find 5 people. If you can defeat them all at the same time, then I'll agree to your terms." Naruto gathered his chakra in his hand and suddenly struck to his right side. Boom! Suddenly, sand and stones flew everywhere, and several warriors were blown into the air, spitting blood, and their life or death was unknown. Seeing this scene, everyone, including Cardo, couldn't help but take a step back. Fear flashed across Cardo's eyes first, then ecstasy. The stronger Naruto is, the safer he is. Naruto is young, so Cardo can train him as a death warrior. As a cunning businessman, Cardo's brainwashing methods are not much weaker than Orochimaru's. Cardo rubbed his hands excitedly. "Good, very good. I promised you to finish your work first. By the way, I haven't asked you what your name is yet." Naruto said calmly. "Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto." After hearing this, Cardo looked at the samurai beside him with his small eyes. "From today on, your boss is Naruto. Do you understand what I mean?" The warrior looked at Cardo and understood what he meant immediately. Is this asking him to monitor Naruto? But that's true, Cardo is not a person who likes to suffer losses. What if Naruto takes the money and runs away? What will Cardo do? The samurai nodded silently to Cardo, then stood in front of Naruto and said in a deep voice, "Master Naruto, my name is Matsuda Jiryu, please take care of me." Naruto didn't pay attention to what he said, he just looked at the suitcase in his hand. There were millions in it. With the men assigned by his boss, Naruto began to search for cum. That's right, Naruto now doesn't know that his boss is Cardo. The land of waves is not completely without food, there are even some places specifically for enjoyment. Those are Kato's foundation, and the fees are so high that ordinary people cannot afford them. Naruto first had a big meal, then found a clothing store and bought himself some clothes. After waking up, the injury on Naruto's arm had recovered and he no longer felt any discomfort. Late at night, Naruto walked out of the clothing store, looked at the street with only a few people around, and knew that he should get down to business. Naruto is now nearly 1.6 meters tall, wearing a blue casual suit, with a childish face, looking like a little kid. However, the samurai Matsuda Jiro who was following behind Naruto knew how terrifying Naruto was. Just now, he even broke out in a cold sweat just because of Naruto's unhappy expression, as if death was about to come. Seeing that it was getting late, Matsuda Jiraiya said to Naruto cautiously, "Uzumaki-sama, it's getting late today, when do you think you can go to see Kado-sama?" Just now, Naruto has eaten, played, and now he has bought a new set of clothes. It's time to go back, right? Matsuda Jiro thought to himself that no matter how powerful he was still a child, and the so-called work was nothing but trivial matters. Naruto frowned, stretched out his hand to Matsuda Jiraiya, showed a warm smile and said gently, "Bring the box over here, you must be tired after carrying it all day, right?" Matsuda Jiro suddenly felt that Naruto was an angel, as he actually worried about whether his subordinates were tired. Gratefully handing the box to Naruto, Matsuda Jiro had no time to thank him or flatter Naruto before he saw his fist growing bigger and bigger. Bump! Matsuda Jiro's body kept moving backwards, and until the last moment of coma, he didn't know what he had done wrong. Naruto looked at the collapsed clothing store, but he didn't feel much guilt because it was also Cardo's store. In the darkness, Naruto's eyes flashed dangerously, so he is Cardo. Zabuza was hired by Cardo, and Naruto and Zabuza are enemies, so Naruto and Cardo are also enemies. Besides, how could Naruto possibly submit to a businessman and work like a slave for him? Naruto glanced at the shop assistants and civilians running around to escape, then silently turned around and threw the millions of silver coins in his hand into the air. The money was scattered everywhere, making everyone go crazy. In less than a few seconds, dozens of people came to grab the money. The money that Cardo gave to Naruto was all squeezed from this group of people. Now Naruto has paid back some of it for Cardo. Naruto left without looking back and walked towards the tallest building in the distance. His figure gradually merged into the darkness, yet he seemed like the only ray of light in the land of waves. The prefecture of the daimyo of Wave Country seems less grand than the prefectures of other daimyo. The so-called Daiming Mansion was nothing more than a few taller houses placed together and surrounded by walls. Naruto even felt that this daimyofu was not as prestigious as a restaurant in Konoha. Arriving in front of the door, Naruto punched it. Snap bang! The gate was knocked back by the huge force and hit the courtyard wall at the other end directly. System, this is it. Ding, that's right. Kill everyone inside. Ding, everyone except servants and outsiders. I understand. The huge roar immediately attracted the attention of the people in the mansion. Two guys with curse marks on their faces appeared in front of Naruto. When one of them saw that it was Naruto, he immediately showed a ferocious smile. I let you off once today, but you still dare to come to me. Naruto has already recognized these two people. Aren't they Karen's teammates? Naruto said calmly, I didn't kill you for Karen's sake and let you live a little longer. Don't be so arrogant. The other party was obviously angered by Naruto. The curse seal on his face kept moving, and a strong amount of chakra continued to fill his body. In the past, Naruto might have been afraid of the other party's chakra, but now, Naruto's chakra is even more powerful. Swish! Naruto suddenly appeared in front of the other person and punched him in the face with his fist. Bump! Boom! The opponent's head was hit by a huge force, and his body instantly went limp. He smashed the wall behind him and was buried under the bricks. The other ninja was obviously frightened by Naruto's strength. He stood there trembling with his eyes wide open, his face pale and unable to speak. Naruto glanced at him and ignored him. Turning to look at the so-called daimyo's mansion, I saw many warriors with weapons rushing out. In the middle, there is also a rather greasy middle-aged man. At this moment, the middle-aged man was fawning on a little girl beside him, and this was what was meant by groveling. That little girl was Karen. Naruto didn't say any more nonsense and started taking action directly. Relying on his powerful chakra, Naruto has no rivals among these second-rate characters. The daimyo, his family, some ministers, and officials. These important people in the Wave Country are all equal under Naruto's fist, because no one can withstand Naruto's punch. 10 minutes later, except for Karen and her other teammate and some servants who were fleeing, everyone in the daimyo's mansion was slaughtered by Naruto. There were ruins and the smell of blood from dozens of dead people floated in the air. Naruto came to a large, intact vat, put his bloody hand in, and began to wash it silently. There were screams of fear everywhere, but Naruto remained unmoved, looking at the clear water stained with blood in silence. Ding, mission accomplished. Ding, mission reward, 50% development of Uzumaki bloodline, 50% development of Ashura chakra. Naruto's eyes suddenly widened, with a dull look in them. Just like last time, chakra appeared in Naruto's body without any reason. They were perfectly integrated into various parts of Naruto's body, waiting for Naruto's orders. The chakra increased by a full double, and Naruto stretched out his hands and sensed it incredibly. Ding, the reward method is complete. Naruto whispered, this chakra. Ashura's chakra was fully activated, and Naruto's chakra reached a new level. Powerful enough that I have never seen before, no doubt powerful enough that I cannot even comprehend. Naruto closed his eyes as he sensed the chakra in his body. Ding, congratulations to the host for activating 100% of the Uzumaki physique and awakening the bloodline limit, Kagura's Heart's Eye. Bite, congratulations to the host for activating Kagura's Heart Eye. Please go to the attribute panel to check. Trees, flowers, soil, pedestrians, emotions, soul strength, chakra strength, and even human mood. Everything around Naruto, everything, from the visible and tangible materials to the very mysterious feelings, all poured into Naruto's mind in a very wonderful way. After hearing what the system said, Naruto asked curiously, System, do I still have an attribute panel? What is the property panel? Ding, the attribute panel is the panel that records most of the host's current information. Naruto frowned. This feeling of being recorded was very unpleasant. System, will this panel be leaked? Ding, no, because only the host can see the attribute panel. Unless the host actively leaks the information, no one can spy on the host's information. Oh, that's good, let me check my attribute panel. Ding, the property panel has been opened. Ding. Chakra attribute of the host, chakra quantity score of the host, chakra strength score of the host, chakra control score of the host, bloodline, all special physical techniques including bloodline from bloodline limit to bloodline network and physical bloodline, ninjutsu, illusion, physical technique, fairy technique, etc. Naruto was trying to understand the system in his mind, while Karen also made a decisive choice. Uzumaki Karen, why? Another teammate of Karen looked at the kunao on his chest in astonishment. The face of the red-haired woman in front of him began to distort and blur. Karen said with a smile, think about it, if we fail to complete our mission, how will Lord Orochimaru treat me? Teammate, then why did you stab me? Just run away. Karen. Plop. Karen's last teammate left the world with endless resentment and anger and went to the Pure Land. Karen stood there awkwardly, scratching her head. I thought you would stop me from escaping, so ha 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 yeah. Sorry. Tap tap. Footsteps were heard and Naruto's figure gradually emerged from the darkness. The tragedy in Daimyo Prefecture was caused by Naruto, and looking at Naruto's appearance, it seems that he still feels a little unsatisfied. Killing your own teammates, you are amazing. Naruto looked at Karen coldly and said, also, what is Orochimaru's mission? Karen was stared at by Naruto and she immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Compared to the last time, the sense of oppression that Naruto brought to her this time was even greater, even making Karen unable to speak. Suddenly, Naruto said oh and quickly restrained the chakra in his body. Hoo. Karen was gasping for breath, an expression of having survived a disaster appeared on her face. When asked by Naruto, Karen dared not to answer, and she didn't dare to lie to Naruto. Just because Karen could feel it, Naruto also awakened Kagura's Heart's Eyes. In Kagura's eyes, any lies will be useless. Karen swallowed her saliva and said to Naruto, Lord Orochimaru. No, that guy Orochimaru asked me to come to the land of waves and bring back some experimental subjects. Naruto frowned, feeling a little unhappy. Karen has been wandering in the ninja world for many years, and her ability to read people's expressions has long been perfected. She immediately said, yes, it's the kind of experimental subjects used in human experiments. I personally am very opposed to this. After all, this kind of thing is very inhumane and will cause great torture to people. It is simply not something that humans would do. What do you think, Naruto? Naruto's face turned grim as he recalled his initial despair. When he was only a few years old, he was tortured madly by the Roots Experimental Institution. His body had actually been exhausted long ago. If he had not encountered the system, Naruto would not have lived past the age of 20. This is not just because of his lifespan, but mainly because of Naruto's despair at the time, which no one could experience or understand. The mission here has been completed, and Naruto plans to continue with his next plan. Naruto looked at Karen trying hard not to get angry, and suddenly said, goodbye. After saying that, Naruto turned and left the daimyo's mansion. From today on, the daimyo's mansion behind Naruto has become history. Seeing Naruto leave without hesitation, Karen was stunned for a moment and then quickly chased after him. Naruto, wait for me, Naruto. Naruto paused and turned to look at Karen, who was running out of the daimyo's mansion. The other party obviously had something to tell Naruto, but didn't know where to start. This hesitant expression made Naruto suddenly remember something important. Naruto actually asked, is your last name Uzumaki as well? If I remember correctly, Karen's last name is Uzumaki. Karen nodded quickly, yes, my name is Uzumaki. Karen, your last name is Uzumaki and mine is also Uzumaki. In fact, we are a family. Well, maybe. Karen cast her eyes on Naruto's hair and said uncertainly, maybe a long time ago, the ancestor was one person, right? Maybe you are my distant cousin. Naruto looked at Karen as if she were a fool. If you want to get closer, maybe you can find other topics to talk about. Since you helped me, I won't bother with you. In fact, Naruto was also a little curious. He felt a little excited. Could it be that Karen was really his family? Otherwise, why do they both have the last name Uzumaki? Naruto asked Karen, so that you forget it. Originally, Naruto planned to ask Karen if she knew her parents. But on second thought, Naruto himself has never seen his parents, so he knows very little about the situation. Wouldn't it be embarrassing for Karen to ask her directly? Seeing that Naruto was still wearing a Konoha rebel forward guard, Karen asked curiously, Naruto, are you a Konoha rebel? Why did you defect from Konoha? Naruto didn't want to talk to Karen about Konoha, so he said, the people in Konoha are all monsters with green faces and fangs, so I defected. Karen laughed dryly, and even though she knew that Naruto was really trying to deal with her, she didn't say anything. There must be some compelling reason for him to defect from his own village. Otherwise, it's better to stay at home, okay? Who is willing to come out and suffer? The two had been walking along the roadside, but Karen suddenly stopped. Naruto looked back at her curiously, only to find that Karen was stammering to him. That. Naruto, what I want to say is, you see, both of us have nowhere to go, why don't we go together? We can take care of each other on the way. Under Kagura's gaze, Naruto sensed Karen's true intention and revealed it without hesitation. Do you want me to protect you? Karen's face froze, but she knew the opportunity was precious. Naruto is really powerful. Karen has been wandering in the ninja world since she was a child, but she has never seen a ninja with such powerful chakra. Of course, Karen has never seen a ninja with such poor chakra control. Seeing that Naruto was about to refuse, Karen started to act pitiful. Naruto, just let me follow you. My mission was blocked by you. If I go back, that pervert Orochimaru will definitely use me for experiments. If word of what happened here gets out, I will definitely be caught by Orochimaru. Naruto looked at Karen with calm eyes, without any sympathy at all. Last time, Naruto felt sorry for Haku Mizunatsuki and was almost shot into a pulp by Haku's senbon. This time, Naruto will not have mercy on anyone. Karen obviously overestimated Naruto's sympathy, and her focus began to change. Naruto, think about it, I'll stay with you, you guarantee both of our safety, and I can help you with some of the work. Naruto tilted his head and asked curiously, like. Karen gestured, for example, sweeping the floor, mopping the floor, washing dishes. Oh, and I can also gather intelligence and manage a team. In short, I learned a lot from Orochimaru. I can even help you restore your chakra. Naruto said mercilessly, I don't plan to live a stable life, nor do I have the intention to form a team. You don't even need to gather intelligence. Besides, I can suck out your little chakra in one gulp. Wouldn't you die immediately? Karen was anxious and said incoherently. Anyway, take me with you and I will help you with the work. I can do anything you ask me to do. I beg you, I am a ninja, I will always be useful. Stretching out two fingers and gently pulling the corner of Naruto's clothes, Karen actually started to act coquettishly. However, this trick was obviously of little use to Naruto. There was no expression on Naruto's face. He took a step back and looked at Karen silently. It seems to be saying, go on, act. But Naruto suddenly thought of a question, that is, although Karen probably doesn't know about her parents, Karen does have the last name Uzumaki, so she should know something about this family. From now on, Naruto can find out information about his parents bit by bit through Karen. That would be much better than Naruto wandering around the ninja world by himself. And if Naruto did not have accurate and reliable information, he might not even recognize his parents if he passed by their house or met them. Naruto said to Karen, come on. With that, Naruto turned around and continued walking away from the daimyo's mansion. The daimyo's mansion in Wave Country has been destroyed, and it is estimated that more people will not discover it until tomorrow morning. Although the commotion in Daming Prefecture was huge, it had not yet spread to the entire country. When Karen heard what Naruto said, her face lit up and she followed him excitedly. Then, in order to narrow the distance between the two, Karen started to find topics to talk about and told Naruto about her own experiences. When Naruto heard about Karen's experience, he gasped. This person was even more miserable than himself. He didn't know how Karen had the courage to continue living. Since she was a child, Karen has been traveling around with her mother, sometimes hungry and sometimes full. They were finally taken in by a small ninja village, and were treated like moving springs. That small ninja village did not even treat Karen and her mother as human beings. In the end, Karen learned some skills in the ninja village and then defected. Then she would face endless hunting, and she would rely on Kagura's mind to barely survive until she was 10 years old. During this process, Karen herself didn't know how many times she had snatched food from wild dogs. After meeting Orochimaru, Karen discovered through Kagura's mind's eye that Orochimaru wanted to use her as an experiment, so she has always been very smart and has been following Orochimaru's lead for 2 years. Then Karen was arranged by Orochimaru to go to the Land of Waves to carry out a mission, and she met Naruto. In comparison, Naruto's life seemed much better. In Konoha, although Naruto would suffer a lot, at least he still had money to spend every month, and if he had no money, he could go fishing to fill his stomach. Ding mission released. The direct reason why the Wave Country has formed its current situation is because of Cardo's group. The host can kill Cardo or destroy Cardo's group. Mission objective: kill Kato or defeat Kato's group. Naruto paused and said to the system in his mind, "System, do you have any mission rewards for your missions?" The first time, Naruto did it with the intention of repaying a favor from the system, but he didn't expect the system to still reward Naruto. And this time, it seems there are rewards too? Ding, that's right. As long as the host completes the system tasks, he will receive system rewards. The more you complete, the more you get. Naruto and Karen stayed at an inn owned by Cardo. Of course, the two of them were doing it for free, without paying any money, because the Cardo minions in the hotel have been driven away by Naruto. After arranging Karen to sit next to him, Naruto looked at the ceiling alone and couldn't fall asleep. He had a lot of energy to begin with, and he slept for a long time during the day. Now that he has defected from Konoha, he wonders if Konoha will send ninjas to hunt him down. However, Naruto was not too worried about Konoha's pursuit. As long as Naruto completed the system's task seriously, he would be able to quickly improve his strength. Moreover, Naruto was very satisfied with his current chakra. After all, he had never seen such a powerful chakra before. Naruto no longer felt fear in the freezing cold sewer when he returned here again. In the past, Naruto would be very scared when he appeared here. He was afraid that some root ninjas would rush in and take him away forcibly for experiments. Now that Naruto has gained strength, he wants to explore this place. Following the sewer, Naruto finally came to a huge iron gate. There is a sealing spell on the door. Inside the door, Naruto's pupils shrank slightly, and he quickly took a step back and looked vigilantly at the monster on the other side of the iron gate. This mountain-like body gave Naruto a great shock. Naruto activated Kagura's heart eye, detected it, and then breathed a sigh of relief. Ha! Luckily there's not as much chakra as mine. Inside the iron gate, Ninetales stared at Naruto with his scarlet eyes. There was endless anger and resentment in the pair of beast eyes, as if they wanted to tear Naruto apart. However, the powerful sealing technique made it difficult for the Ninetales to speak, let alone resist Naruto. Naruto approached the Ninetales and discovered that the giant beast was actually a fox, and it had 9 tails. Could it be that you are the 9-tailed demon fox? Naruto frowned at the Ninetales and asked, "You are the one who made me be called a monster since I was a child." The Ninetales looked at Naruto with disdain, as if it didn't want to talk to Naruto. But now the Ninetales can no longer actively pull Naruto into the sealed space. So this might be the only chance for the Ninetales to see Naruto. The Ninetales grinned and said to Naruto in a deep voice, "That's right, but, Naruto, do you really think it's because of me? From childhood to adulthood, I have been silently paying attention to you. I am the person who knows you best, I even know your parents." Naruto felt a strange feeling as he watched the Ninetales lying on the ground and talking in a very funny posture. Why did he think that the fox demon that everyone was afraid of was weak? "Do you know my parents? Where are they? Who are they? What are their names?" But when Naruto heard the Ninetales talking about his parents, he still became excited. Of course, the nine-tailed fox was not so kind as to tell Naruto the truth. It sensed that there was Ashura's chakra in Naruto's body, so some things needed to be clarified. Kuwabai said to Naruto, "I know the news about your parents, but the premise is that you have to give me more freedom." The heavy chakra made the nine tails unable to breathe. It even began to miss its previous life. It used to be able to run freely, but now it has difficulty standing up. The combination of Ashura's chakra and the unique chakra of the Uzumaki clan gives the nine tails an extremely strong sealing effect. Naruto reached out and touched the iron door, sensing that it was filled with his own chakra, and in huge quantities. The iron gate is not the body of the sealing technique, but it contains such a huge amount of chakra, not to mention how powerful the body of the sealing technique is. Naruto was about to speak when he felt the world spinning and opened his eyes in the hotel. There were light footsteps coming from all around. Naruto didn't hesitate, picked up his clothes and jumped into the air with all his strength. Bang! Naruto's figure appeared in mid-air. It turned out that the sky had already dawned without us noticing. The source of the crisis that Naruto sensed was also the two classes around him, all the members of his own class 7, plus all the members of the former red class. Naruto smiled. Has the first hunt begun? When he fell down again, Naruto was already dressed. Swish swish swish. Several ninjas quickly surrounded Naruto. Inyazuka Kiba bent over, his eyes revealing the ferocity of a dog. I didn't expect Naruto to really defect, and the change is so great. Shino pushed up his glasses. This is incredible. What Shino was talking about was not Naruto's transformation, but Naruto's defection. Naruto is a model genin in Konoha, and his love for the village is so great that he even neglects himself. Naruto stood upright on the roof, looking around to see who was coming. Heite Kakashi, he did not die from his own attack, and it is unknown how he survived. But none of this matters, because Naruto is going to make Kakashi go to hell next. Uchiha Sasuke, once an excellent genin that even Naruto had to admit was the best in his grade. But now, with Naruto's presence, Sasuke's title of top of the grade seems undeserved. Haruno Sakura, the girl that Naruto secretly likes, was still timid when she saw Naruto again, as if she was afraid that Naruto would suddenly go berserk and kill her. Korone Ui, the Jonin of Konoha, Naruto doesn't know much about her. However, Naruto knew about Korone Ui subordinates. They were all Naruto's former classmates. Among them, Kiba Inyazuka had the best relationship with Naruto. After all, they had skipped classes together. Shino. Ha, is there actually a person named Shino in the class? Naruto narrowed his eyes and analyzed Shino's abilities, then shook his head. He still couldn't remember where he had seen Shino before. But Naruto can say Shino's name, which is very strange. Damn, is this an illusion? Naruto paid special attention to Shino, then looked at the last person. Here, he is also the one with the biggest emotional fluctuations. Naruto really didn't know how he had offended her. Her name seemed to be Hyuga Hinata. He only remembered that they met once when they were young, and they had no contact after that. Kagura's mind showed that Hinata Hyuga was highly concentrated and was staring at Naruto with all her might, as if she was very afraid that Naruto would run away. Although Kakashi did not die from Naruto's attack, he was injured and is now wrapped in medical bandages. Naruto was the first to say to Kakashi, "Are you not dead? You're lucky." Seeing Kakashi, Naruto recalled the last time he fought him. That particularly unpleasant feeling came back, causing Naruto to stare at Kakashi dangerously, as if he would attack at any moment. Korone Ui looked at Naruto and analyzed, "Is this the Jinchuriki who defected? It looks like he has some bad intentions. Are you sure?" Inyazuka Kiba said arrogantly, "I know all of Naruto's abilities, and I can bring him back by myself." However, Akamaru, who was beside Inyazuka Kiba, kept sending danger signals to Inyazuka Kiba. This is also because Naruto is not so bloodthirsty, otherwise Akamaru would not have the courage to shout loudly. Sasuke remained the same, with a straight face and a cold voice. "Humph, you're the last one." Naruto suddenly found it very interesting and wondered what kind of expression Sasuke would have when he knew how powerful he had become. "Then let's start with you. If you use ninja tools, you are my enemy." Naruto suddenly laughed, and a terrifying burst of chakra suddenly burst out, and the roof of the hotel instantly shattered into pieces. Boom! Naruto disappeared and suddenly appeared behind Sasuke. Like the whisper of a devil, Naruto teased Sasuke, surprised, "Uchiha Sasuke." No one expected that Naruto's strength would increase so much. This seems to go beyond Kakashi's description of Naruto. Sasuke. Seeing that her lover was in danger, Haruno Sakura subconsciously panicked and screamed at the top of her lungs. Careful! Naruto's fist was reflected in Sasuke's pupils. At the scene, no one could help him in this situation. If this punch hits directly, Sasuke will most likely die instantly. Shino's ninja insect had already flown out of his body and was quickly flying towards Sasuke, but although the distance was short, it was still too late. Kakashi's kunai also quickly moved towards Naruto's back. Everyone at the scene tried their best, but none of them could get support to Sasuke before Naruto's attack landed. Sasuke looked at Naruto in shock, his pupils suddenly turning blood red. How could the last one in the ranking become so strong? He was so unwilling to accept this. If he couldn't even surpass Naruto, how could he achieve his dream? 1, 2, 3 Megatama were formed quickly, and at the same time, Naruto's movements became slower and slower in Sasuke's eyes. There is still time. What to do? Fight back. I can't think of any way to bypass the powerful chakra and pose a threat to Naruto. Without hesitation, Sasuke forced himself to calm down and raised his hand slightly to make a seal. Naruto's chakra fist was coming, even touching Sasuke's hair, and his facial muscles were already blown by the incoming force. Sasuke had no doubt that if he couldn't dodge, this would be the end of him. Hateful! Uzumaki Naruto! How did you become so powerful? At the last moment, Sasuke's figure finally began to blur, and he suddenly appeared on a rooftop nearby, leaving behind a piece of wood used for substitution techniques. Naruto has the Kagura mind's eye, so he certainly knows that Sasuke's aura has disappeared from his attack range. With a slight smile on his face, Naruto said, "Can you run away?" Naruto's fist did not hit Sasuke's stand, but instead circled around and hit behind him. That's where Sasuke is. Sasuke's face turned pale, and the kunai that Kakashi threw at Naruto flew back instantly, posing no threat to Naruto. Boom! The huge amount of chakra formed a circular explosion range, and Sasuke was just at the edge of the range. Puff! Blood spurted out of Sasuke's mouth, his body went limp in an instant, and he was shaken high into the air. Seeing this, Kakashi had no choice but to jump up and catch the unconscious Sasuke. This chakra, it's really powerful beyond imagination. Kakashi had experienced the night when the Nine Tails abused him, but the Nine Tails chakra seemed mediocre compared to Naruto's chakra. But Naruto's use of chakra is too rough. If Kakashi were to control Naruto's chakra, Kakashi could launch an attack with 10 times the destructive power of Naruto. Under Naruto's Kagura mind's eye, a strong emotional carrier suddenly appeared in front of him. Ui Korone's eyes widened. The instant body movement technique. When did Hinata learn the instant body movement technique? Naruto sneered at the girl who suddenly appeared in front of him. He was about to gather chakra to fight back, but, is she crying? This intense sadness and cherishment came from her? Through Kagura's mind's eye, Naruto was able to peek into Hinata's heart. What is going on with the other person's emotions? Was that emotion directed towards Naruto? Naruto's body stiffened, his eyes staring blankly at the mist in Hinata's clean eyes and her tight lips. This girl. What is she doing? Did she feel pity for me? Or compassion? Naruto could feel how bad Hinata's mood was in front of him, as if someone important was about to leave. She looked almost the same as Haku Mizuno, who lost Zabuza the day before. What is going on? Naruto didn't attack. For some reason he felt like he shouldn't attack her. 8 trigrams. 64 palms. On the other side, Inyazuka Kiba looked at Hinata in shock. Hinata has already learned the 8 trigrams 64 palms? When? Zihailong frowned and analyzed. No, it seems that she hasn't mastered it yet. She hasn't even mastered the 32 palms. This is. She unleashed a fighting force beyond her own ability in order to bring Naruto back. Could it be? Korone Ui looked at Naruto and Hinata, and always felt that something was wrong. Hinata is a student who is usually introverted. Korone Ui doesn't know much about her. Even Hinata's training is arranged by the Hyuga clan. Attacks rained down on Naruto's body. After a few seconds, Naruto felt his breathing stagnate and his body flew backwards uncontrollably. In midair, Naruto looked at Hinata with a little confusion. The other person's face was pale and his eyes were closed. He was probably unconscious now. This was the sequelae caused by his high concentration and reckless outburst. Naruto felt that the chakra circulation in his body was not smooth, but it was not uncontrollable. The power of 8 trigrams 64 palms is well known in the ninja world, and it shouldn't be just this powerful. Could it be that she held back? Because when Naruto was attacked by Hinata just now, he didn't even feel any pain. Falling to the ground, Naruto staggered to his feet and squinted at the falling Hinata. A figure appeared beside Hinata. It was Korone Ui. As Hinata's teacher, Ui Korone has the responsibility to protect Hinata's safety. Korone Ui caught Hinata in midair, and then used the body flickering technique to leave the spot. Don't just stand there. Kakashi also put Sasuke to a safe place. He shouted loudly and everyone attacked Naruto. Naruto's chakra was not flowing smoothly because of the 8 trigrams 64 palms, and for a moment he didn't even have time to fight back. Naruto looked grim. That girl named Hinata had such great emotional fluctuations, but she was still cruel to him. Could he be a strong person who can control his emotions? As expected of Konoha, the ninjas born under the brainwashing of the will of fire are not ordinary people. Naruto was secretly annoyed. That's right. How could anyone possibly have mercy on themselves? How could anyone possibly wish to return to Konoha? A feeling of being teased arose spontaneously. Naruto's face was full of anger. He bent down and pressed his hands on the ground, bursting out his chakra with all his strength. Kakashi instantly realized what Naruto was going to do, because Kakashi had suffered at the hands of Naruto before. Kakashi quickly warned, "Not good, go." Everyone moved away from Naruto, but they couldn't avoid his attacks in a short time. Naruto. Although he blew the opponent away, Naruto was not satisfied with his performance. "I know too few ninjutsu, and my chakra control is too rough." This can be seen from the system's properties panel. His own chakra amount was rated at nearly 1 million, but his chakra control was less than 50 points. The difference between the two is so huge that even I can't bear to look at it, etc. Naruto suddenly found that Kakashi, who was running away in front of him, had disappeared. Just as he was wondering, he suddenly heard Kakashi's voice in his ear, "Reikari." Naruto's face turned ugly instantly. Before, Kakashi had used Reikari several times, and he looked shaky but he never fell down. I thought the other party had really overdrawn chakra, and there would be very serious consequences afterwards. Who would have thought that within 2 days he would come and fight with me again, and use Reikari again? Naruto instantly got furious. He was now annoyed just by seeing Kakashi's white hair. "Still coming? Cut you to pieces." Naruto's figure suddenly disappeared, and in order to increase his hit rate he even used the substitution technique as a means of displacement. The lightning pierced deeply into Naruto's chest, and Naruto didn't care even though blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. Bang! Grabbing Kakashi's wrist tightly, Naruto seemed to have lost his mind. He really couldn't stand Kakashi's Reikari anymore, so he punched Kakashi's stinky face hard. Kakashi's eyes widened and his bloodshot pupils stared at his arm. His arms dug into Naruto's chest, reminding Kakashi of bad times. "I killed the teacher's son?" Kakashi muttered as he was hit directly by Naruto's attack. Whoosh! Kakashi's body instantly flew backwards and was caught by Shino's insect, and his life or death was unknown. Naruto stood there, expressionlessly pulling out Kakashi's arm that was broken off his chest, blood gushing out. Throwing Kakashi's arm to the ground, Naruto snorted coldly, but a little scared, because Naruto felt a little uncomfortable due to the dizziness just now, and Kakashi's rakery directly cut Naruto's heart. But Naruto did not faint. He gritted his teeth and stood still, with white smoke rising from his chest. It wasn't long before Naruto's heart was repaired. Naruto did not expect this powerful self-healing ability. Naruto was a little impulsive just now. If he didn't have this self-healing ability, he would probably die. Naruto's action directly shocked Karen, who was standing beside him. The moment Kakashi hit Naruto, Karen was in despair. Without Naruto's protection, she would be caught by Orochimaru in a minute, sent to the laboratory in a minute, have a lot of blood drawn in a minute, and be stabbed with many needles in a minute. However, Naruto did not die. In Karen's impression, once a human's heart is damaged, they will not struggle for long before dying. However, Naruto seemed to be fine. What was going on? Is he really human? Seeing that the enemy had been repelled, Karen hurriedly ran to Naruto and lifted up her clothes without hesitation, revealing her fair skin. However, there were some very shallow teeth marks on her skin, which made people feel scared. Karen said to Naruto anxiously, "Naruto, bite quickly." However, Naruto waved his hand and refused. No need. In fact, there is a reason for this. That is, Naruto was afraid that he would accidentally suck Karen dry, and then Karen would die, and he would lose the only clue to his parents. Karen said oh and looked at Naruto's wound suspiciously, then was surprised to find that Naruto's wound was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if an invisible person was performing the palm magic technique on Naruto. At this time, Karen naturally has to show her role. Otherwise, if Naruto dislikes her, her position as a follower will be in jeopardy. Karen circulated her chakra and stretched out her hands to Naruto, and the gentle medical chakra accelerated Naruto's recovery from his injuries. Naruto looked at Karen in surprise. "You actually know medical ninjutsu?" At this moment, Karen was unwilling to miss any opportunity to increase her presence. She nodded seriously and said, "Yes, I learned this from Orochimaru." Naruto didn't say anything else and let Karen treat him. In less than 5 minutes, Karen was sweating profusely and looked like she was about to collapse. Yet she still persists, all for the purpose of demonstrating her role. Naruto silently looked at the other person's face as he tried to maintain the medical ninjutsu, sweat dripping down his forehead. So this is what the ninja world looks like. Orphans can be found everywhere, and any girl there is several times more miserable than me. Why are there so many tragedies in the ninja world? Suddenly, Naruto took a step back slightly. Alright. Karen breathed a sigh of relief, closed her eyes and relaxed for a while, trying not to show her tiredness, and asked Naruto, "Naruto, what should we do now?" Naruto was now full of strength, as if the injuries he suffered were not worth mentioning at all. If possible, Naruto could even go directly to Kaido and complete the next task in the system. But Naruto said, "Let's take a break." After saying that, Naruto walked to the shade of a tree nearby. This place is located in the Land of Waves, and the battle just now has attracted the attention of many people. Look at the weather now. The people of Damingfu were massacred. The news has probably spread all over the country. Karen dragged her tired body, but her weak legs did not tremble at all. This was the result of Karen's deliberate control, because she couldn't let Naruto realize that she was a burden. An hour later, Naruto, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened his eyes and stood up. There can be no further delay. I killed the high-ranking officials in Daimyo Prefecture, and Kaido will definitely get the news. If Kaido knew that he had attacked the daimyo's mansion, he would probably feel a sense of crisis. If Kaido escaped in advance, Naruto would have to choose a more difficult way to complete the mission. That is the group that brought down Kaido. Compared to killing Kaido alone, bringing down a group obviously requires several times more energy. Karen also stood up and stood quietly behind Naruto, looking like she was being well behaved. Naruto spoke up, "Let's go find Kaido." Karen didn't ask why, and directly applied, "Do you want me to check where he is?" "No need," Naruto said, closing his eyes and using Kagura's mind's eye to its maximum effect. In an instant, the news about the vast surrounding area was fed back to Naruto's mind in a very wonderful way. The Land of Waves was devastated by Kaido and no longer looked like a country. The only act of resistance in the entire country was for Dazna to go to Konoha to ask for help. Even the bounty for the mission was collected with great difficulty. For a country to fall to this point shows how dark Kaido's heart is. Of course, Naruto was just trying to complete the system's mission. Maybe killing Kaido was also because Naruto couldn't bear to watch a country's people die, but that only accounted for a small part. If there were no system tasks, Naruto would definitely not care about this matter. After all, he has his own things to do. But now it's different. Naruto took Karen and moved quickly towards Kaido. The Land of Waves itself is a small country, and Naruto's Kagura mind eye can directly cover the news of the entire country. And Kaido has appeared in Naruto's field of vision. It can be said that Kaido is now unable to escape even with wings. On a certain street, a group of samurai gathered here. The pedestrians on the road were so frightened that they dared not breathe and moved away. Just because these are all Kaido's men, and even Kaido is here. The name Cardo is a nightmare to the people of Wave Country, so few people are not afraid of him. Two figures appeared one after another on the houses beside the street. Naruto looked down at the group of samurai with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Just now, Naruto had been through a battle, and now his clothes were in tatters, with a big hole on his chest. Behind Naruto, Karen stood there silently, looking at the group of samurai below with fear and trepidation. Although she is a ninja, her fighting ability is not that good, which Karen herself admits. If she were to encounter this group of samurai alone, the first thing Karen would think of would be to escape. But now it's different. In front of Karen stands Naruto. Naruto's appearance immediately attracted the attention of the people below. Among them is Cardo. When Cardo saw Naruto, a look of surprise suddenly appeared in his eyes. It seemed that his new subordinate had returned. This morning, Cardo received news that someone rushed to the daimyo's mansion and captured the daimyo of Wave Country and a group of ministers. The means were extremely cruel and chilling, so Cardo thought that some ninja village was targeting him, and he felt very dangerous now. Naruto's appearance gave Cardo a reassurance, because yesterday, Naruto was already Cardo's subordinate. Cardo took a few steps forward with his cane and ordered Naruto, "Since you are here, why don't you come down and protect me?" The corners of Naruto's mouth curled up slightly. It seemed that Cardo didn't know that his biggest source of danger was himself. Naruto asked back, "Protect you? Why?" Cardo's face froze when Naruto asked him, and after he realized what was going on, he instantly became angry. He glared at Naruto and reprimanded him, "If you take my money, then you are my subordinate. That you have to do whatever I tell you to do." Naruto snorted, "I did take your money, but look at what you have turned this country into." Cardo was questioned again by Naruto, becoming even angrier. Just because Naruto seemed to be out of his control, Naruto closed his mouth and watched Cardo get angry, without any emotion changing at all. In this world, anyone who does anything always has to find a reasonable reason for himself, to put himself on the moral high ground, to describe himself as a messenger of justice, because only in this way can you have a good reputation. In the ninja world, including the 5 major ninja villages, most ninja villages have shady dealings, but who would directly say that they are a bad person? Since everyone was making excuses for themselves, Naruto didn't want to stand out too much. Cardo's face turned blue and red with anger, just like a fat monkey changing its face. Cardo has been a businessman for so many years, and he has always been the one cheating others. Is there anyone who can cheat Cardo? He said to Naruto in a deep voice, "You really don't want the subsequent money?" Naruto thought about it and smiled. Of course, who doesn't like money? The millions that Cardo gave Naruto last time have been squandered by Naruto, and I don't know how many residents of the Land of Waves snatched them away. Looking at Cardo's appearance, he hasn't realized that his men were killed by Naruto. When Cardo heard Naruto's words, he sneered in his heart, but smiled on the surface. "Very good, then listen to me." Naruto didn't wait for Cardo to finish and shook his head first. No, you don't seem to understand what I mean. I want your money, but I don't want to be your subordinate, and at the same time I want to kill you. Cardo. A group of warriors. Behind Naruto, Karen looked at him blankly. She never expected that Naruto would be so shameless. But she likes it so much, because if Naruto gets Cardo's money, doesn't that mean Karen will be able to have enough food to eat in the future? Being able to eat enough is such a wonderful thing. Since she was a child, Karen has been hungry and full. Now that she has reached the age of growing up, it will seriously affect the development of certain parts of her body if she continues like that. Karen couldn't help but look down, and her shoe uppers were suddenly exposed, with the slightly bulging hillock being of no use at all. It is said that you will pass only if you lower your head so that you can't see your feet. But if Karen doesn't have enough nutrition, even if she has the potential, cannot be used. After talking so much nonsense, now welcome your death, Cardo. Naruto's figure leaped lightly and jumped down from the roof. When Cardo saw Naruto approaching him, he was immediately frightened out of his wits. Kato had seen Naruto's strength, which was much stronger than Zabuza. However, Zabuza is already the most powerful ninja that Cardo has ever hired. The threat to his life forced Cardo to retreat. He desperately commanded the warriors around him, Go, kill him. Whoever kills him will be rewarded with 10 million taels. Under the temptation of money, all the warriors were tempted. It's not that they can't feel the sense of crisis coming from Naruto, but the temptation is just too great. If they had 10 million taels, they could live a carefree life. In this world, besides strength, money is the most important thing. Money makes the world go round, and all the samurai attacked Naruto one after another. Naruto also wanted to give it a try, but who knew it would cause such a big reaction? All the attacking warriors had distorted faces and broken expressions, as if they had seen something horrifying. 10 meters away from Naruto, dozens of samurai were standing crowded together, but no one dared to take a step forward. After all, chakra is the theme of this world, and the terrifying chakra can directly cause fear among creatures. Even Cardo was not immune. He is just a businessman, and in terms of ability, he he is the weakest on the scene. Cardo's face was pale and terrified. He stepped back slightly, stumbled and fell to the ground. You, what kind of monster are you? Naruto approached Cardo step by step, and the samurai blocking the way fled in an instant. This group of people was too weak, so Naruto didn't even have the desire to take action. Even though they were enemies, Naruto never had to worry about them having any revengeful thoughts, because the gap between them and Naruto cannot be described in words. Naruto walked all the way to Cardo and saw that he was terrified and trembling. The people of Wave Country would probably look at you in the same way. Naruto thought back and noticed that everyone was avoiding Cardo. However, Cardo, who was feared by everyone, turned out to be so unbearable. Naruto didn't humiliate him too much, because he was not a pervert after all, and abusing others would not bring Naruto any pleasure. Gathering his chakra into his fist, Naruto said to Cardo, "Don't meet me in your next life." Boom! With one punch, Cardo's body instantly broke into pieces and exploded into meat. At the same time, the system prompt came. Ding, mission completed, mission rewards, soul-destroying sword, instant body technique. A ninja sword suddenly appeared in Naruto's hand, and at the same time the memory of the instant body flickering technique flooded into Naruto's mind. Ding, the rewards have been distributed. Are there any physical rewards? Naruto raised the ninja sword in his hand and looked at it carefully. It looks like just an ordinary horizontal sword, with a pitch-black blade that emits a cold glow. There are fine lines on the handle, which are the patterns of some ferocious beast. The ferocious beast with its fangs and claws bared looks chilling, as if it came from hell. System, what is this? Naruto was very sensitive and felt that this sword might not be as ordinary as it looked. In fact, it is true. Ding's soul-destroying sword, when activated by the host's chakra, it has a super strong sealing power on the soul that it can seal the target's soul and the sword forever, enhancing the power of the soul-destroying sword. When Naruto heard this, he asked in some surprise, "Forever?" Ding, that's right, the soul will be sealed permanently, cutting off the possibility of the soul's reincarnation and rebirth. And, the more souls that are sealed, the stronger the soul-destroying sword will be? Ding, that's right. The power of the soul-destroying sword will be increased according to the strength of the sealed soul. Ding, reminder, Cardo's soul has not yet returned to the Pure Land. It is recommended that the host test it himself. Hearing the system's prompt, Naruto smiled. Interesting. Holding the soul-destroying sword, Naruto transferred his chakra into it. In an instant, Naruto's pupils turned into the red color of hell, and many souls appeared wandering around him. Naruto could even hear what these souls were talking about. It's just that he died with his eyes open and could not enter the Pure Land, so he has been wandering here. There are so many people in the country of Wave who died with their eyes open? Naruto looked at Cardo in front of him. At this moment, he was being beaten by a group of souls and was making miserable roars. When it comes down to it, it's all because of Cardo, which is why there are so many resentful souls in the land of waves. Naruto smiled as he looked at Cardo's soul. His figure instantly disappeared from the spot, and he slashed Cardo's soul with a knife. The souls around discovered that Naruto could actually see them and could hurt Cardo's soul, so they all hid far away and stopped at a distance to watch. Cardo's soul was cut in half by the soul-destroying sword, and he let out an inhuman roar of pain that made people's scalps tingle. Of course it would be painful if the soul was cut off. The ferocious beast pattern on the hilt of the soul-destroying sword also emitted a black light, which gradually drew in Cardo's soul and was finally sucked into the sword. Somehow, Naruto felt that the soul-destroying sword in his hand became even more powerful. The beast pattern on the hilt is more obvious. When they saw that Cardo's soul was sealed, the wandering ghosts around him instantly began to cheer and floated towards the sky, probably to return to the Pure Land. Naruto didn't attack them because there was really no need. After stopping the output of chakra to the soul-destroying sword, Naruto's pupil color returned to azure blue, and the souls around him disappeared. Suddenly, Naruto frowned and felt that the soul-destroying sword was a bit useless. He asked the system, "System, this soul-destroying sword won't only target souls, right? Can the soul of a living person be sealed?" Ding, yes. Naruto's eyes suddenly focused and he showed joy. In this way, the soul-destroying sword can directly attack living people. Doesn't that mean Naruto has an additional means of attack? From now on, Naruto will no longer simply use chakra to increase his physical strength and fight in a simple and rough manner. Carrying the soul-destroying sword on his shoulder, Naruto began to collect his spoils. After killing Cardo, there will naturally be more to come. Originally, Cardo was a group of warriors assembled in their own stronghold. Now Naruto comes to drive away the samurai and kill Kado, leaving things still need to be dealt with. Karen came over at this time and looked at the ninja sword in Naruto's hand curiously. Naruto didn't make any movements just now. This ninja sword definitely appeared out of thin air. But Karen was very smart and didn't ask too many questions. Sometimes curiosity kills the cat. What's more, Karen's requirements were very simple, just to survive and have enough food to eat. Moreover, Karen didn't know whether Naruto would be disgusted by her asking about him. After all, some methods were used by ninjas to save their lives, so how could she just tell others about them? Although she didn't ask, Karen still sensed danger from the ninja sword. It's as if you'll die if you touch it. Naruto, do you want me to help you with this? Seeing Naruto staring blankly at Cardo's base and seeming to be at a loss as to where to start, Karen took the initiative to ask. This is a very luxurious building where Cardo lives. Of course Naruto wouldn't know where to start, after all, he had never been exposed to the relevant knowledge. Nodding to Karen, Naruto walked in. Everyone inside saw clearly what had just happened outside. I think if they didn't want to die, they wouldn't disobey Karen's arrangements. When the two entered the hall, they saw all the staff standing neatly in 2 rows, with a tall and thin man in a suit in the front. The man in the suit was terribly scared, and when he saw Naruto coming in, he quickly ran over. Naruto looked at the man in the suit in surprise and said, "You are quite smart." As soon as the boss died, he surrendered to the enemy in the blink of an eye? The man in the suit smiled cautiously, not daring to speak loudly, and nodded to Naruto and said, "We are just trying to make a living, so it doesn't matter who is the boss. Besides, Cardo is simply a demon that we have long been dissatisfied with him. If it weren't for the sake of supporting our family, who would be willing to help him do bad things? Don't you think so?" In front, 2 rows of staff members started to echo each other, and their content was nothing more than how bad Cardo was, how good Naruto was, etc. Anyway, it's just some flattering words. How could Naruto not see what these people were thinking? Under Kagura's eyes, the suit man's inner thoughts had long been exposed to Naruto. Naruto was not even interested in knowing the suit man's name, and directly said to him, "She will be your boss from now on, do you understand?" As he said that, Naruto pointed at Karen. The man in the suit nodded and bowed to show his agreement, and his compliments came out fluently, showing his strong desire to survive. Karen asked Naruto in disbelief, "Naruto, are you really the boss?" That's right, superior and boss are 2 very broad concepts. The supervisor is below the boss, and the boss is the biggest. Originally, Karen thought that Naruto wanted to obtain Cardo's assets, but she didn't expect that he would directly throw the entire Cardo group to her. Naruto nodded, "Yes, that's the boss. I'm not interested in these. From now on, you will be in charge of Cardo's group." Karen couldn't help but estimate with excitement that to be able to achieve this, Cardo must obviously have a huge flow of funds. If all this money was exchanged for Hawiya Sheo, how much would it be? Suddenly, Naruto thought of the tragic situation in Wave Country, and said to Karen, "By the way, all of Cardo's current plans should be stopped, and everyone who should be fired should be fired." Karen nodded. She was still a little confused. She felt that this was the peak of her life. Being the only one in charge of funds that are rich enough to rival a country, isn't this the pinnacle of life? Next, Karen asked the man in the suit to get some basic information. Naruto, on the other hand, found a room and started to sort out his thoughts. The system has not issued any tasks to Naruto yet, and if Naruto wants to find his parents, Karen will need to clean up the mess first. So Naruto was unexpectedly free. After summarizing several battles after his defection, Naruto discovered a problem. And this issue is crucial. That is your own chakra control ability. He has tremendous chakra, but he just doesn't know how to use it. Naruto always simply and brutally uses chakra to crush his enemies, but this method always has flaws. Naruto asked the system, "Do you know how to improve chakra control?" Ding, the host's novice mission has not been completed yet. Once the host completes the novice mission, there will be another setting. The host can quickly improve chakra control through the system. Ding, the host can also improve his chakra control through his own efforts. Naruto was a little confused. System, why haven't the novice missions been completed yet? Didn't I complete several missions? And your novice mission hasn't been released yet, right? Ding, the time has not come yet, so the novice mission has not yet been triggered. Naruto felt helpless. This system was too mysterious and his strength was entirely due to it. So Naruto didn't ask any more questions. After all, in Naruto's eyes, the system was his savior. Wait. The system doesn't seem to be human. Naruto, with nothing to do, began to feel bored. Opening Kagura's mind's eye, Naruto began to observe the land of waves. Cardo's influence in the land of waves is extremely great, even greater than that of the daimyo of the land of waves. So the news of Cardo's death spread quickly, and the people of Wave Country celebrated with drums and gongs. Suddenly, Naruto discovered that a bridge was being built, and the team protecting the bridge was none other than Team 7, where he once served. However, Kakashi did not show up, and it was unknown whether he was dead or not. The one who is currently continuing the protection project is Harino Sakura, Naruto's former goddess. Harino Sakura sat there blankly, without any sense of defense at all, not like a ninja at all. Harino Sakura had mixed feelings after learning that Naruto had killed Cardo. Not long ago, Naruto severely injured Kakashi and Sasuke, and the next moment Naruto destroyed the demon of this country. Now Harino Sakura is unable to judge whether Naruto is good or bad. Naruto sensed Harino Sakura and couldn't help but feel his heart beating fast. But it's no longer the same feeling as before. Suddenly, a terrible thought arose in Naruto's mind. How about capture Harino Sakura? After a moment, Naruto shook his head. He is not some big devil, why would he do such a thing? Besides, what would happen if we captured Harano Sakura? She would be thinking about how to kill Naruto all day long and she would hate Naruto to death. Thinking of Konoha again, Naruto's brows slowly furrowed. There are two people in Konoha that he is worried about. That is Irika and the hand-beating uncle. If I defect, will it have any impact on them? After all, the 3 generations in Danzo, those 2 old bastards, are not easy to deal with. They can do anything to achieve their goals. Just when Naruto was about to put away Kagura's heart, an unusually cold chakra entered Naruto's perception range. It can be said that in the country of waves, except for Naruto, this chakra is the most powerful. Naruto concentrated his attention and used Kagura's mind's eye to investigate. He was a ninja wearing gray clothes and had sickly pale skin. The most striking thing about him was that he had a pair of snake eyes. Behind this ninja, there was another ninja. Could it be he is Orochimaru? Before, Karen told Naruto that if Naruto did not protect Karen, Karen would be captured by Orochimaru and used for experiments. And this ninja just happened to have snake pupils, which was very suitable for the name Orochimaru. Interesting, so what brings you here? Inside the house, Naruto had just put away the Kagura heart's eye when he saw Karen rushing in. She looked panicked and looked at Naruto pleadingly. It was obvious that Karen had also detected Orochimaru through the Kagura heart's eye. Somewhere in the land of waves, Orochimaru suddenly stopped. Kabuto also stopped and said to Orochimaru, "Lord Orochimaru, what's wrong?" Orochimaru licked his lips with his long tongue, narrowed his eyes and said in a hoarse voice, "Naruto, you must help me." Karen sensed the cold aura approaching quickly, and her voice was trembling. It seemed that she was really afraid of Orochimaru. Karen had seen Orochimaru's methods. It can be said that almost everyone who betrayed Orochimaru had a bad ending, and most of their deaths were tragic. Naruto signaled to Karen not to panic, and then took her downstairs. On the way, some of Kaido's former staff saw Naruto and bowed to him, each of them speaking flattering words very cleverly. Naruto didn't have time to chat with the group, so he ignored them. Standing on the side of the street, Naruto held the soul-destroying sword and looked calmly at the 2 small black dots that appeared on the horizon. Karen stood uneasily behind Naruto, looking a little nervous. Karen has experienced how powerful Naruto is, but Orochimaru is no pushover either. Besides, judging from Naruto's use of chakra, Naruto is simply a genin who doesn't know much about chakra. It's just that the amount of his chakra is too shocking. If Naruto and Orochimaru fought, Karen wouldn't be able to tell who would win. But now Karen can only bet that Naruto will win. The distance between the 2 sides was getting closer and closer, and Orochimaru and Kabuto suddenly appeared on the roof in front. Orochimaru showed a defiant smile, and a cold aura mixed with shocking murderous intent swept towards Naruto and Karen. Are you going to give Naruto a warning right away? It seems that the person who comes has bad intentions. Naruto silently stood in front of Karen, looking at Orochimaru expressionlessly, his eyes calm and unaffected at all. Orochimaru looked down at Naruto and said in a hoarse voice, "Interesting, I didn't expect that the small country of waves would have such a genius." Naruto now has taken off Konoha's forehead protector, and he probably won't wear it again, so Orochimaru thinks Naruto is from the land of waves. Naruto did not directly answer Orochimaru's question, but asked directly, "Who are you? What do you want?" Naruto heard this sentence from a samurai when he had just surveyed the land of waves. He found it quite interesting and wrote it down. Orochimaru glanced at Karen behind Naruto and said, "Uzumaki, Karen is a ninja I trained. Can you return her to me?" Naruto didn't hesitate at all. "I'm afraid not, because she is my Karen now." As these words were spoken, the atmosphere between the 2 sides became weird. No one spoke again, and the smell of gunpowder in the air became thicker and thicker. Orochimaru suddenly found that Naruto gave him a familiar feeling, and asked curiously, "What's your name?" Naruto responded sharply, before asking others, "Shouldn't you tell us about yourself?" Orochimaru showed an interesting expression that he could sense the amazing chakra in Naruto's body, so he didn't take direct action. "I am Orochimaru." 5 words came out of Orochimaru's mouth, and the hoarse voice brought an eerie feeling to his face. Naruto frowned. This Orochimaru really didn't know what was good for him. He had been so polite to him, but he used his insignificant pressure to provoke him again and again. But Naruto was a polite man. Uzumaki Naruto. Hearing Naruto's words, Orochimaru's pupils shrank slightly, and then he showed an even more obvious smile. "Too interesting, Jiraiya. Ha. Naruto placed his hand on the hilt of the soul-destroying sword and said calmly, "Are you sick? Why are you laughing so happily?" After saying that, Naruto took the first step. Because a battle between him and Orochimaru is probably inevitable. In that case, why not take the initiative? Seeing Naruto attacking, Orochimaru commented, "It's just a trifle. It's a waste to let you use this body. It's such a waste of natural resources. Why don't you let me find a good owner for your body?" Although he said that, Orochimaru still quickly drew out the Kusanagi sword and faced Naruto's soul-destroying sword with all his strength. Because in Orochimaru's view, although Naruto's various skills are terrible, his chakra is real, and Orochimaru doesn't want to capsize in the gutter. However, an accident happened. The distance between the swords was getting closer and closer, and Orochimaru had a bad feeling in his heart. Without any hesitation, Orochimaru put away his sword and retreated. But it's too late. The soul-destroying sword easily pierced through Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword and slashed straight at Orochimaru's arm. It's not that the Kusanagi sword is fragile, nor that the soul-destroying sword is sharp, but that the two weapons did not collide at all. The soul-destroying sword went straight through the Kusanagi sword as if it was cutting through the air. If Orochimaru had not dodged subconsciously, his head would probably have been chopped off by the soul-destroying sword. But the soul-destroying sword hit Orochimaru's arm, but it still penetrated through without any hindrance. Naruto was quite surprised to see this, and feeling the sharpness of Kusanaga's sword, he also took a step back. The soul-destroying sword did hit Orochimaru, but Orochimaru was unharmed. Suddenly, Orochimaru's arm began to change color, and in Naruto's scarlet pupils, this scene appeared. The soul on Orochimaru's arm actually fell off his body. The carving of the ferocious beast on the hilt of the soul-destroying sword emitted a black light again, pulling the soul of Orochimaru's arm over. In less than a second, the soul in Orochimaru's arm was sealed by the soul-destroying sword. In front of him, Orochimaru's arm was completely paralyzed, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Pain. At first glance, one could tell that Orochimaru was enduring inhuman torture. Naruto raised his hand and held up the soul-destroying sword, and said, "Not bad, very useful." After saying that, Naruto turned his gaze to Orochimaru again. Orochimaru could sense that he had lost contact with the soul of his arm. Orochimaru himself is quite knowledgeable about souls, otherwise he wouldn't even dare to trick the god of death. Now, facing the powerful sealing power of the soul-destroying sword, Orochimaru actually began to think of retreating. After all, Orochimaru's arm was no longer usable because he was caught off guard just now. It can be said that Orochimaru is now fighting with one hand. His fighting power is greatly reduced, and he also has to guard against the very strange soul-destroying sword. Orochimaru was extremely unwilling, but the pain at the break between his arm soul and his body soul was countless times more intense than that of his physical body. Orochimaru laughed out loud, "Ha ha ha, as expected of his descendant, we will meet again." After saying that, Orochimaru bit his finger and pressed it to the ground. Summoning technique. Touch. A green snake suddenly appeared, swallowed Orochimaru and Kabuto into its mouth, then turned into white smoke and disappeared. Naruto was originally excitedly preparing for a big fight, but he didn't expect that Orochimaru would run away after being slashed by him. Naruto, who was not interested, commented on Orochimaru. Orochimaru is not up to standard. Naruto put away the soul-destroying sword and said to Karen. Looking at Naruto with gratitude, Karen really didn't know what to say. Orochimaru is a big trouble for Karen. Now that Naruto has shown his ability to defeat Orochimaru, it can be regarded as a reassurance to Karen. You don't have to look at me like that. Just do your job. Faced with Karen's direct gaze and emotions, Naruto was not sure how to deal with it, so he had to speak to her. Karen nodded obediently. "I will never let Naruto down." The two returned to the building. Naruto looked at the people of Wave Country who came to express their gratitude on the street in the room, but did not express much. Since he helped them, Naruto could accept their thanks with peace of mind that if they didn't thank him, he wouldn't mind. Their gratitude was insignificant to him. Karen continued her work. Orochimaru had obviously trained Karen intentionally, so Karen could handle this situation. In the evening, Karen finally finished her work and was now reporting on her work in Naruto's room. "Some of Cardo's plans have been stopped as you wish. The group's layoff plan will be implemented within 3 days. All resources freed up from the abandoned plans will be sold within half a month. Cardo's current liquidity is 13.6 billion taels. After the resources are sold, there will be nearly 20 billion taels of liquidity. At the same time, the valuation of the entire group is about 120 billion taels. Karen held a report and kept saying numbers that made the two of them shudder. All we can say is that he is indeed a black marketeer, having amassed wealth that the two of them could never imagine. How much was Naruto's monthly living expenses when he was a child? If this money is used to pay Naruto's living expenses, I don't know how many years it will take to pay it all off. Naruto was very satisfied with Karen's performance. "Not bad, you are very capable and experienced." When Karen was praised by Naruto, she immediately smiled. Actually, I didn't do anything." Naruto changed the subject and asked Karen, "Tell me about the Uzumaki clan." That's right, Naruto could tell that the Uzumaki surname might not be that simple. Because the bloodlines activated by the system include the Vortex bloodline, and a family with bloodline will definitely not be too mediocre. When Karen recalled the bad experience, her face looked a little strange and she almost couldn't control her emotions. But since it was Naruto who wanted to know, Karen told him the truth. "When I was very young, I lived in the Uzumaki clan for a period of time, but soon the Uzumaki clan was attacked by many ninjas. The family was torn apart in an instant in the face of numerous crises, and then my mother and I began to hide and wander around. By the way, our Uzumaki clan's former homeland was in the land of whirlpools, bordering the land of fire where Konoha is. Naruto sighed. From Karen's description, his parents were probably beyond saving, but Naruto didn't plan to give up. After all, he still had so many questions he wanted to ask his parents. Naruto stood up and walked in front of Karen, patting her shoulder to comfort her. Then Naruto discovered that Karen was actually taller than him. Naruto suddenly asked, "How old are you?" Karen blushed. Isn't it a bit too fast? And Naruto, you are still young. Can you do it? Naruto naturally knew what Karen was talking about, but he was just curious and didn't have any thoughts. You misunderstood me. After saying that, Naruto blasted Karen out of his room. After learning some news about the family, Naruto has a plan for his next move. Ding, mission triggered. Eliminate the evil cult organization entrenched in the Whirlpool country. Has the mission finally arrived? The next day, Naruto saw that Karen was still busy, so he informed her and planned to set off alone. He is going to the land of whirlpools, where there may be news about his parents, as well as system tasks. Naruto could only sigh that the world is so big that there are all kinds of strange things, and that such things as cults actually exist in the land of whirlpools. When Karen heard that Naruto was about to leave, she suddenly felt that there was danger everywhere. Without Naruto by her side, Karen even suspected that her employees would suddenly attack her. With Naruto by her side, Karen will feel very safe. Immediately, Karen said directly, "Naruto, I'll go with you." Naruto asked curiously, "Aren't you busy? And if we leave them here, won't they run away?" Looking at the group of busy figures, Naruto was a little confused. This group of people only endured humiliation and worked for Naruto because of his powerful fighting ability. If no one is watching them, they will probably just run away. Seeing that Naruto was actually worried about this, Karen laughed out loud. Haha, Naruto, they won't leave because the work here is easy and the pay is high, and they need to support their families. Besides, I have everyone's information. If something happens, they won't be able to escape. Naruto nodded. Is that so? Whatever. The land of whirlpools is located south of the land of waves and is a country in the southeast of the land of fire. Compared to the Fire Kingdom, the Whirlpool Kingdom is a small country. But compared to the Kingdom of Waves, the Kingdom of Whirlpools is a behemoth. Sitting on the ship leaving the land of waves, Naruto looked at the unfinished bridge in the distance in a daze. Karen looked at Naruto hesitantly. She also possessed Kagura's mind eye and could sense the girl on the bridge. In fact, Naruto himself is not bad looking, and after his bloodline was activated by the system, he is already considered handsome. If it weren't for the fact that Naruto's chakra was too cold, how could an nymphomaniac like Karen not be moved after spending several days together? After Naruto looked in the direction of Harano Sakura, the darkness of the chakra in his body actually decreased a bit. Karen didn't know what happened between Naruto and the little girl, but she felt unusually uncomfortable. Now that she is following Naruto and has become his subordinate. Naruto. Hope is a very scary thing because it makes people realize how cruel the world is. Naruto knew what Karen was talking about, so he looked at her expressionlessly. He didn't like this feeling. Karen could use the Kagura mind's eye to detect Naruto's mood anytime and anywhere, making Naruto feel that he had no secrets in front of Karen. Seeing that Naruto's aura sounded a little annoyed, Karen explained, "Naruto, what I mean is if you like it, you should seize the opportunity. If it were me, I would definitely not let go of such a good opportunity. Of course. Naruto, if you if you fail, you have to know you still have me." Naruto was sensitive enough to notice the meaning of these words, and he said calmly, "That's not necessary. The Kingdom of Waves is an island country, the Kingdom of Whirlpools is a continent, and the land area of the Kingdom of Whirlpools is more than 10 times larger than that of the Kingdom of Waves. As a country that was once a powerful nation, the Whirlpool country is not weak in national strength today. It's a pity that ever since the Uzumaki clan was hunted down by certain people in the ninja world, the country of Whirlpools has been on a downward spiral. The Uzumaki country, which lost the Uzumaki clan and no longer had a strong military force, naturally became the target of all kinds of unscrupulous businessmen and ninjas with impure intentions. After so many years, the daimyofu of Whirlpool country has always wanted to develop his own fighting power, but unfortunately he has never succeeded. This is not a funding issue, because some people do not want the Whirlpool country to develop its own ninja combat power. After all. If your military strength increases, how can I, a black-hearted businessman, make more money? So, if the Kingdom of Waves is a country that was dragged down by a single unscrupulous businessman, Cardo, then the Kingdom of Whirlpools is a country that is parasitized by dozens of unscrupulous businessmen. Under such circumstances, it is not surprising that certain organizations emerge. Ever since Naruto asked Karen to stop all the projects that Cardo was working on, the Land of Waves has started to allow ships to pass through. A cargo ship from the Land of Waves docked at the shore, and two figures appeared first. Naruto was wearing blue casual clothes, with a ninja sword hanging on his waist, observing everything in front of him. A light breeze blew by, and Karen pushed up her glasses, feeling that things were starting to get troublesome. Although the range of Kagura's mind's eye is large, it is far from covering the entire Whirlpool country. It will probably take some time for Karen and Naruto to find the cult's location. And things aren't that much better here. As soon as they got off the boat, they saw a large number of people squatting on the side of the road. The captain from the Land of Waves bowed and nodded to a middle-aged man with an arrogant look. Obviously, there are quite a lot of local tyrants here, and although the economy of the Whirlpool country is much stronger than that of the Wave country, there are also many confused citizens. Karen and Naruto spent 2 days on the boat before arriving here. Apparently someone had learned of the two's activities and had been waiting here in advance. 2 ninjas in the same uniform appeared in front of Naruto. Black background with red clouds, and wearing a conical hat. Under Kagura's eyes, Naruto sensed the malice coming from the other party and slowly placed his hand on the soul-destroying sword at his waist. I didn't expect the Nine Tails Jinchuriki ki to actually defect from Konoha. It's really shocking that there have been cases of Jinchuriki ki defecting, but there has never been a Jinchuriki ki defecting when he was still a kid. The shark's face showed sharp teeth, and on its shoulder was a huge columnar weapon wrapped in white belts. Uchiha Itachi looked at Naruto calmly and said to Kisame, "There is something wrong with his chakra, be careful." Kisame grinned and said, "Then let me try your chakra." Karen took a step back slightly. She could sense that the 2 people in front of her were very powerful, even more powerful than Orochimaru. Once the war starts, Naruto will definitely not be able to take care of Karen. Moreover, Karen felt like crying but had no tears. She originally thought that as a member of the Uzumaki clan, she would already have many enemies. But I didn't expect that Naruto's identity as a Jinchuriki seemed to be more attractive than that of a member of the Uzumaki clan. Naruto did not take it lightly when faced with 2 people who suddenly appeared and were full of malice. He knew that although he had strong chakra, he had no combat experience. When facing some veteran ninjas, he still needed to rely on the soul-destroying sword to gain an advantage. After all, the soul-destroying sword is very strange. If Naruto uses it properly, it can even kill the enemy instantly. Uchiha Itachi saw Naruto holding the hilt tightly and said to Kisame, "Be careful with that knife." Naruto frowned and stared at Uchiha Itachi warily. This ninja. Even though they hadn't fought each other, he already knew his 2 strongest abilities and even warned his teammates. Could it be that the other party also has Kagura's mind? No, it shouldn't be like that. Karen said that only the Uzumaki clan possesses the Kagura Heart's Eye. And all the Uzumaki clan members have red hair. As for why Naruto has blonde hair, Naruto thinks it might be because one of his parents is not from the Uzumaki clan. Kisame suddenly laughed loudly and rushed over with Samehada in his hand. His mouth full of sharp teeth looked very scary. Naruto snorted, "You're more like a fish than Zabuza, I have to admit that." Bang! The simple chakra burst directly increased Naruto's speed by several levels, and he stepped out a big hole on the ground. Other people in the port noticed something was wrong and moved away. Ninjas' battles are very dangerous for ordinary people, and innocent people may be hurt if they are not careful. However, they dared not speak out. After all, who made the ninja stronger than them? The distance between Kisame and Naruto was getting closer and closer, and Naruto had already figured out how to deal with the other party. The shark's weapon is too big. It is obviously a bit far-fetched to want to use the soul-destroying sword to attack the opponent's body while letting Naruto's body bypass the weapon. The terrifying chakra torrent gathered on Naruto's arms, and Naruto's arms suddenly emitted dark blue physical chakra. These chakras will protect Naruto's arms very well, so that Naruto will not become a one-armed ninja after taking the opponent's attack. Naruto held his left hand horizontally in front of him, and held the soul-destroying sword tightly in his right hand. Boom! Kisame and Naruto fought, and because of the size of their weapons, Kisame's Samehada went straight through the soul-destroying sword and slashed Naruto's arm hard. Huge force. When the sound came, Naruto suddenly felt that his arm was no longer his own, and he had even lost consciousness. This shark man is so strong. But Naruto raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and used the soul-destroying sword to slash at Kisame from top to bottom. When Kisame saw the soul-destroying sword piercing through his Samehada, he felt something was wrong. In addition, Uchiha Itachi had already reminded him to be careful of the ninja sword in Naruto's hand. At the same time, Kisame sensed a huge threat coming from the soul-destroying sword. So, Kisame only had time to let Samehada absorb a little bit of Naruto's chakra, and then he withdrew. However, it was too late. Naruto was quite fast, and the soul-destroying sword caught him by surprise and the distance was too short. The soul-destroying sword moved down along the tip of Kisame's hair, passed through his nose and chin, and finally slashed at his chest. Naruto succeeded in his attack and quickly retreated. After jumping back several dozen meters, Naruto looked down at his left arm, which had no feeling at all, and found that it seemed to be slowly recovering. Fortunately, he was not disabled directly. It's just that Naruto's left arm will not be usable again for a short period of time. As for the pain. After experiencing the inhuman hell-level torture, Naruto has become immune to physical pain. It's not that Naruto can't feel the pain, but that Naruto has become accustomed to the pain. Once, a medical ninja from the route took a scalpel and performed surgery on Naruto's body for several hours, but Naruto didn't make a sound, as if he was dead. Perhaps, only the pain caused by the soul-destroying sword could move Naruto. Turning his gaze to Kisame, Naruto saw a very strange scratch on Kisame's face, and the skin that was cut by the soul-destroying sword looked like dead ash. However, the sealing power of the soul-destroying sword was not activated. Could it be because it did not directly split Kisame in half? When Kisame was hit by the soul-destroying sword, the pain he felt was several times stronger than that of Orochimaru. Uchiha Itaka's eyes focused and he quickly went over to check on Kisame's condition. He had worked with Kisame for some time and knew that it was unlikely that someone like Kisame would be so unbearable because of pain. Obviously the sword has special abilities, otherwise Kisame wouldn't have done that. Looking at Kisame's condition, Uchiha Itaka judged that the ninja sword in Naruto's hand might have an ability similar to that of Tsukuyomi. Uchiha Itaka is still unable to analyze the specific abilities, but what is certain is that the ninja sword will cause great torture to the ninja. This is similar to Tsukuyomi. And after absorbing Naruto's chakra, Samehada actually twisted on the ground in pain. The soul-destroying sword pierced Samehada, and as a living being, Samehada obviously also has a soul. I just don't know why the soul-destroying sword didn't seal Samehada. Maybe it's because it doesn't quite belong to the category of living creatures. Naruto awakened Ashura's chakra. Ashura was once a strong man who was infinitely close to the Six Paths level, but he was also the descendant of the Six Paths sage, the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. It was not surprising that he was acquainted with the nine-tailed beasts. It can be said that Ashura's chakra is like a nemesis to the tailed beasts, and can cause tremendous pressure. As the follower of the three tails, Samehada is naturally considered a part of the tailed beasts. Therefore, if the tailed beasts are younger brothers when facing Ashura's chakra, then Samehada is the younger of the younger brothers and seems not as good as them. That's why Samehada had such a big reaction. Naruto was a little excited that the power of the soul-destroying sword was so strong that it gave him a new assessment of his own combat ability. Naruto used the technique of instant body movement and suddenly appeared in front of Kisame and Itaki, and slashed at Kisame's head with his sword. The characteristics of the soul-destroying sword are, first, it cannot be touched by any substance except Naruto, and second, it has the power of sealing. Therefore, if Naruto really hit him, Kisame would definitely be dead. Tsukuyomi. Uchiha Itaka's eyes suddenly turned into Mangekyo Sharingan, and Naruto, who was completely unprepared, was directly hit by Itaka's illusion. In a world of scarlet and darkness, Naruto was tied to a cross. In front of him, a few crows flew by and the figure of Uchiha Itaka appeared. Naruto struggled, but then found that his chakra had disappeared. For a moment, Naruto was a little panicked that without the protection of chakra, he was nothing. That's right, this is Naruto's self-awareness. Welcome to the Tsukuyomi space. I am the master here. Everything in the Tsukuyomi space is controlled by me. Matter, weight, time. Naruto sneered at Uchiha Itaka. You are the one controlling everything? This is probably not an illusion. If it is true as Uchiha Itaka said, then his strength is simply impossible to estimate. The legendary Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were both vulnerable in front of Itaki. Uchiha had a ninja sword in his hand. You guessed right, this is indeed an illusion space. But the pain is real, and I can amplify your pain countless times. When Naruto heard Uchiha Itaka say this, he actually breathed a sigh of relief. So that's it, is this just an illusion? The whole world was an illusion, which Naruto found very strange. In response to Uchiha Itaka's words, Naruto said indifferently, physical pain has a limit. You have no idea of the pain I've been through. Increasing my sense of pain will surely require the consumption of your chakra, right? In this case, I want to see which one is more interesting, your tricks or the scalpel at the root. Uchiha Itaka stared at Naruto's face expressionlessly, and found that he had no fear at all. He said calmly, another poor person harmed by the root? Naruto looked at Itaki with a faint smile, so you are sympathizing with me? Uchiha Itaka looked at Naruto in confusion. Sympathy, that kind of emotion is unnecessary in the ninja world. Naruto suddenly looked enlightened. I see, that's how it is. Thank you for your advice. Puff. Uchiha Itaka's ninja sword pierced through Naruto's body, making a loud piercing sound. In the quiet space, Naruto's breathing wasn't even more disordered. Naruto looked down at the ninja sword on his chest and said in a bored tone, is that all? I can give you some advice, do you want to listen? I learned all this from the roots. Uchiha Itaka frowned, silently increased his strength, and used his pupil power to amplify Naruto's pain tenfold. However, Naruto still looked at Uchiha Itaka with boredom, and even taunted him, your methods are so gentle, softer than Haruno Sakura's fist. Puff. Two identical piercing sounds were heard in succession, and two Uchiha Itaka appeared behind Naruto without him noticing. They also held ninja swords and stabbed Naruto in the chest. I've already said that there is an upper limit to physical pain, and your methods are far from that limit. Uchiha Itagi expressionlessly increased the output of his pupil power, magnifying Naruto's pain 100 times. Ha ha, ha 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 ha, Tsukuyomi, this is starting to get interesting. As a normal human physiological reaction, Naruto's heart was damaged, his breathing became difficult, and blood flowed from his mouth. However, Naruto was very conscious. Uchiha Itachi looked at Naruto and noticed that Naruto's palms were hanging on the rope completely relaxed. This situation can prove two things. First, Naruto is no longer able to struggle. Second, the pain that Uchiha Itachi brought to Naruto was far from enough to make Naruto clench his fists. However, Naruto had the strength to speak, so it was obviously not the first case. Uchiha Itachi finally couldn't remain calm. He looked at Naruto with emotion, his brows twitching slightly. The shock in his heart was self-evident. What kind of experience had Naruto had that allowed him to endure such pain without even uttering a scream? There are not many ninjas who have enjoyed Uchiha Itachi's Tsukuyomi, but all of them are not unknown. Among these people, there are many who are stubborn. They could enjoy up to 21 times the pain, and they would already be convulsing all over and screaming at the top of their lungs. And Naruto could endure the pain 100 times greater, and he didn't even cry out in pain. This is simply not a human being, no. This is simply not something a living creature can do. Pooh. Gently spitting out the blood in his mouth, Naruto slowly raised his head, his pair of eyes filled with scarlet bloodshot staring at Uchiha Itachi. Seeing the other person controlling his facial expression to hide an emotion called shock, Naruto smiled sinisterly. Uchiha Itachi, you're a great ninja, but is that all? You should insert 7 nutrition tubes into my body to prevent me from dying, then remove the flesh piece by piece and place the bones into Hashirama's cells, or use my body as a carrier to cultivate some strange things. If you do this, and add 100 times, 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times the pain, maybe 10 years later you can make me feel a little pain. He he he. Uchiha Itachi's eyes widened and he actually began to step back. He actually wanted to stay away from Naruto. In the real world, Uchiha Itachi had just returned. Without any hesitation, he picked up Kisame and walked away from Naruto. Naruto, holding the soul-destroying sword tightly in his hand, looked at Uchiha Itachi strangely. Naruto burst out his chakra, trying his best to hide his dazed look. Uchiha Itachi took Kisame and quickly left here. He couldn't fight anymore, and Naruto's status was unknown. And Naruto has a teammate next to him, and Uchiha Itachi is unable to judge the specific strength of that teammate. As its master Kisame moved away, Samehada became even more violent. It slapped the ground, flew high up, and fell into the distant sea, disappearing without a trace. In less than 10 seconds, Naruto was the only one standing there in a daze. Karen didn't dare to approach Naruto rashly because of the chakra and terrifying aura surrounding him. Another half a minute passed, and Naruto's chakra finally subsided. A breeze blew past Naruto, and Karen caught a pair of dull eyes under his short golden hair. Karen could feel that Naruto was in great pain now. Indeed, Naruto is still a human being. How could you not feel anything after going through that kind of situation? Just now, Naruto was just scaring Uchiha Itachi. Naruto's body staggered and fell straight to the ground. Karen quickly ran over to support Naruto, then hugged Naruto and quickly left the scene. Naruto's eyes opened slightly and he found himself being held in someone's arms. This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is the princess hug. Naruto wasn't at the point of running out of energy yet. He struggled to get up and try to walk on his own. However, Karen was unexpectedly strong and said to Naruto, "Naruto, be honest, so that I can run faster and we can be safer." Naruto. Late at night, Naruto opened his eyes weakly. The mental torture brought to Naruto by Tsukuyomi still had some impact on him. The white ceiling came into Naruto's sight that he clenched his fists and found that there was nothing wrong with his body, but he was very tired mentally. In this case, you just need to rest for a few days, it's not a big deal. Uchiha Itachi, what an amazing guy. Tsukuyomi is an illusion, so is there any way to avoid it? This was the question that caught Naruto's attention from then on. The illusion is too scary. Naruto is a normal person, not a masochist. He doesn't like that feeling. Are you awake? A gentle voice came. Naruto supported his body and stood up and looked towards the door. I saw Karen wearing an apron around her waist and holding a bowl in her hands, with steam coming out of the bowl. Just lie down, you need to rest, I'll feed you. Karen looked at Naruto tenderly. She said that if Naruto had always been in a weak state and his chakra wasn't so cold, then she could totally. However, under Karen's surprised gaze, Naruto sat up easily, and then said to Karen, "I'm fine, I can do it myself." Tear. Seeing this, Karen was shocked that such a good opportunity had disappeared. Coming in front of Naruto, Karen leaned over and looked at him carefully, and said in disbelief, "This shouldn't be the case." Naruto looked at the other person's apron and asked in confusion, "What shouldn't be?" Karen scratched her head awkwardly. I miscalculated your recovery speed, Naruto. I thought you would have to stay in bed for a month." Yes, Naruto's condition after the battle today made Karen think for a moment that Naruto was going to die. Who would have thought that after a good sleep, Naruto would have recovered almost all of his strength and looked full of energy, not like a sick person at all. Naruto picked up the soup and drank it in big gulps without caring whether it was hot or not. What he needs now is rest. Late at night, at the Konoha wall, a smaller figure wearing a large hood and a mask kept walking between the branches. Beneath the smooth hair, a pair of white eyes appeared. Her name is Hinata, and she used to be an introverted and honest girl, but now, she is doing things that are out of character for her. Defection. As the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, Hinata could have chosen a happy and stable life. But she didn't, only because someone had left Konoha and wasn't willing to come back. She had just recovered and was still a little weak. In my mind, I kept thinking back to that boy in winter. May I have your name? Why don't you take action against them? You're obviously very good, right? Haha, what's the big deal about this little pain? I'm telling you, even if someone cuts my flesh, I won't even cry out in pain. Really, home. I really envy you. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, what's yours? It's so cold outside, let me take you home. The words that Hinata remembered for 8 years seemed to have happened just yesterday. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of her, and Hinata had to pull her thoughts back to reality and stopped. Ms. Hinata, you shouldn't have come out. Hinata didn't panic when she heard the familiar voice. This voice belongs to Niji. Sure enough, Niji appeared, and Hinata asked, can you let me out? Niji's attitude was very firm. I'm afraid that won't work. Hinata knew that there might be pursuers behind her. Seeing that Nisi refused, she didn't say much and rushed forward with a quick step. In midair, blood vessels gradually began to bulge around Hinata's eyes, which was a sign that her Byakugan was opening. Niji snorted coldly. Hinata has been getting more and more annoying recently. She has such a good destiny, but she is thinking about defecting from Konoha. Now she is rushing towards him without knowing her own limitations. It seems like she is going to attack him. You've never defeated me since we were little. Niji also opened his Byakugan and assumed a gentle fist stance. Hinata didn't answer, but she was silently preparing her moves. In the last battle with Naruto, Hinata accidentally used the 8 trigrams 64 palms. The feeling was still vivid in her mind, and Hinata was sure that she could still unleash the 64 palms attack. But Ningji is a genius. In order to leave Konoha smoothly, Hinata decided to use some tricks. Ninkai had no intention of holding back, and shouted to Hinata, who was rushing over, I heard that you, miss, have also learned the 64 palms, then I want to see if you are as fast as me. 8 trigrams 64 palms. However, Hinata's calm voice came 8 trigrams point 128 palms. Ninkai looked confused and bewildered. When Niji heard Hinata's voice, he was stunned at first, then realized that this might be a trick. Because Hinata was clearly shouting 128 palms, but her hands were actually performing 64 palm movements. But it was too late. The Hyuga clan's Bagwazang series emphasizes speed and there is no room for hesitation. Niji was hit by Hinata's 8 trigrams 64 palms. As his body kept retreating, he felt the chakra in his body quickly solidify and was no longer under his control. The result was that Niji hit a big tree and fell down. His face was full of disbelief. Lost? He lost to that spoiled young lady Hyuga Hinata? Niji couldn't accept this fact. He taunted Hinata, using despicable means to disturb other people's minds. You are worthy of it. Under normal circumstances, Hinata would definitely explain. But not now, because her time is tight and she can't waste too much time on Niji. Hinata only said to Niji, when a ninja is fighting, any means that can help him win are allowed to exist. After saying that, Hinata no longer looked at Niji, turned around, jumped onto a tree, and continued to rush towards the outskirts of Konoha. Hyuga Niji, once a genius of the Hyuga clan, was also defeated by Hinata. Although, Hinata used a more despicable move. If there is a next time, Hinata is sure that she may not be able to beat Nisi. After all, Nisi works very hard and is a genius. His strength is recognized by everyone. The most important thing is that Nisi is 1 year older than Hinata and has practiced for 1 year longer than Hinata. However, if it was a real duel, then no matter how Hinata won, or whether Hinata could defeat Niji again if she faced him again, it wouldn't matter. Because if it was a real fight, Niji would not have the chance to stand in front of Hinata again. Perhaps the next time they meet, it will be in the Pure Land. Although Niji was quickly defeated by Hinata, he also slowed down Hinata's pace. With so many rolling eyes in the Hyuga clan, how could they not notice Hinata's abnormality? Trying to sneak away from the Hyuga clan is simply a foolish dream. Niji stared at the night sky with lifeless eyes. Being defeated by Hinata was a huge blow to him. It was a very painful thing for him to be defeated by the being he had always looked down upon. The further Hinata walked, the more she felt something was wrong. She opened her eyes and found a row of figures appearing on the distant horizon. That's right, it was a row, a whole row, and they were all from the Hyuga clan. When Hinata saw this, she knew that her plan had already been known. But Hinata has no regrets, and she will continue to work hard to leave Konoha and find Naruto. Because Hinata must find out why Naruto left Konoha. If Naruto is just impulsive and stubborn, then Hinata will persuade Naruto to come back. If Naruto had really suffered a great injustice, Hinata would not force Naruto. Soon, the Hyuga clan surrounded Hinata. Led by Hyuga Hayashi, more than a dozen members of the Hyuga clan surrounded Hinata from all sides. Niji, who was defeated by Hinata, was also among them. Hinata saw that Hanabi was standing next to her father, looking at her teasingly, holding the note she had left for her. In an instant, Hinata understood why she was discovered. It turned out that it was his own sister who betrayed him. Hinata looked at Hanabi expressionlessly, causing Hanabi's expression to freeze, and she looked a little at a loss. Hinata, the elder sister who has always been gentle to Hanabi, is so cold to her? Hanabi couldn't help but lower her head and look at her toes, not daring to look Hinata in the eye, looking like she had done something wrong. I didn't expect my sister to be so scary when she gets angry. Did she really do something wrong? Hinata used the 8 trigrams 64 palms, and the pressure she endured was much less than last time. Therefore, Hinata has not yet fainted, but she is still holding on. There was a period of silence, and then Hayashi's first words shocked Niji for the whole year. I saw Rizu saying, "Very good, you are worthy of being my daughter, you can defeat the opponent you once could not defeat." Ning Kai. 2 days later, Hinata was indeed restrained by Hayashi. Hayashi did not allow Hinata to carry out any missions anymore and even arranged for someone to keep an eye on her at all times. What is different from the past is that Hayashi saw Hinata's potential and once again shifted the focus of training from Hanabi to Hinata. The country of whirlpools. Naruto was dressed in plain clothes, with a soul-destroying sword hanging on his waist, and followed by his little follower Karen. The two wandered around the country of whirlpools, looking for traces of the cult. The land of whirlpools is much larger than the land of waves, so it may take some time to find any clues. Naruto's spirit has fully recovered without any after-effects. The ninja who used Tsukuyomi on Naruto was called Uchiha Itachi. This was the information that Naruto Kagura obtained in his mind when he took advantage of the time when Uchiha Itachi was emotionally shocked and unprepared for certain survey methods. Naruto even knew that he was Uchiha Sasuke's brother, the person Sasuke had always wanted to kill. Naruto is clear about Sasuke's capabilities, and he also knows how powerful the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit is. At the same time, Naruto could feel that Uchiha Itachi was seriously ill and would probably die in a few years. But Naruto still highly recognizes Uchiha Itachi's strength. Naruto had reason to unilaterally believe that if Uchiha Itachi did not want Sasuke to kill him, then Sasuke would not have been able to kill Itachi until the last second before Uchiha Itachi died of illness. And who in this world can be killed willingly? Naruto couldn't help but mourn for Sasuke for 3 seconds, because he had already anticipated the kind of emotion Sasuke would experience after seeing Itachi's strength. An expression of despair. The land of whirlpools is indeed much more lively than the land of waves. Walking on the street, looking at the crowded and busy people around me, I couldn't help but sigh. Karen agreed and expressed regret. Yes, the Whirlpool country does have the potential to become the 6th largest country. It's a pity that our Uzumaki clan was targeted, causing the Whirlpool country's national strength to decline instead of improve. If our Uzumaki clan had not been broken up, I'm afraid the Uzumaki country would have been more prosperous. In the past few days, Naruto has also gained some understanding of the Whirlpool country. Judging from the map alone, although the area of the Whirlpool country is not large, it is completely vulnerable compared to some superpowers. After all, the Fire Kingdom covers an area dozens of times larger than that of the Whirlpool Kingdom, and the Wind Kingdom is hundreds of times larger. However, the Land of Water is also a country with 5 major ninja villages, and is only twice as large as the Land of Whirlpools. Moreover, the Whirlpool country is surrounded by the sea on 3 sides and is not separated from the continental plate like the Wave country. Therefore, it is not inconvenient for transportation and is easy to defend but difficult to attack. There are also many undeveloped islands around it. At the same time, the country of whirlpools is not like some other countries, which are sandwiched between several big countries. It's bad enough that the economies of those countries cannot develop rapidly, but they are often used as battlefields by big powers. They are not allowed to complain and have to curry favor with a big power like dogs. It's really like a dumb person eating bitter herbs. He has no way to express his pain, and it's so pitiful. Naruto was walking when he suddenly stopped and looked up at the sky. Karen almost hit Naruto. She braked suddenly and stopped. She asked Naruto curiously, "Naruto, what's wrong?" Naruto remembered the main task given to him by the system, to change the whole world. Since the Whirlpool country is so suitable, why not start from the Whirlpool country? But Karen has now thought of a quicker way. She has been wandering around the ninja world since she was a child and knows more about it than Naruto. Karen suddenly said, "By the way, there is a force in every part of the ninja world that sells information and issues bounties. We can go there and ask." Karen's words brought Naruto's thoughts back to the real world. He said to Karen, "Then let's do it." It is not easy to find the exact hiding place of a cult, but it is very easy to find a money exchange office and a black market. Although there is no war between the big countries in the ninja world today, there are always frictions between the small countries. Therefore, some businesses develop extremely abnormally under the nourishment of this hotbed. They have intelligence networks in every corner of the ninja world, and what happens in Konoha today will spread throughout the world tomorrow. Using Kagura's mind's eye to find the gold exchange, Naruto and Karen walked in one after the other. There were not many people in the gold exchange office, and there were only about 20 people in the huge underground space hidden under the well. There is also a tall screen wall in the gold exchange office, with task lists hanging on the wall. Naruto first observed the environment of the gold exchange and felt a little surprised. I thought that since the location was set underground, it was something shameful and shouldn't be too big, but I didn't expect it to occupy such a large area and have such a complete range of equipment. This place is like the place where Konoha issues missions, but here they also collect corpses. The two entered the money exchange without attracting much attention. Naruto was walking towards the counter, but suddenly stopped while pulling Karen with him. The reason is, there is a guy who was collecting the bonus. He was also wearing a black robe with red clouds, and was obviously an accomplice of Uchiha Itaki. The opponent was not acting alone, that there was a guy holding a sickle and chattering all the time, waiting impatiently for his teammates. After getting the money, Kakuzu did not leave immediately, but found a corner in the hall and counted it slowly. This made Haydn very anxious, as he was an impatient person to begin with, and if Kakuzu continued to procrastinate, he would attack Kakuzu. Naruto glanced at the two men, became a little more defensive, and also came to the counter. The moment the staff saw Naruto, their pupils shrank slightly. Naruto is not very famous in the ninja world, although people know that Naruto killed Cardo and repelled Konoha's pursuers recently. It did not cause any big sensation. It can be said that Naruto's only battle achievement is repelling Orochimaru. Naruto's identity is extremely special. Except for Konoha, almost all the named ninja villages have posted bounties here. Capturing Naruto alive would be worth 530 million taels, and his body would be worth 100 million taels. Naruto's bounty soared and he became the target of countless wandering ninjas. But Naruto didn't know this. Naruto noticed that the staff treated him differently and asked with narrowed eyes, "I'm famous?" The staff chuckled, "Yes, we were asked by our boss to remember the face of a Jinchuriki worth 530 million ryo." Naruto frowned. Why was his bounty so high? But none of that matters. "Naruto, I want information on the cult." The staff member smiled professionally. "What kind of cult intelligence do you want? Do you want complete intelligence or recent intelligence?" Naruto didn't expect that such accurate information was available here, so he asked, "What are the prices?" Staff, the price of intelligence varies depending on the region and the strength of the cult. The price also varies depending on the type of intelligence. For example, for 50,000 taels, I can only tell you where the cult members have been spotted recently. If it's 500,000 taels, I can tell you the exact location of the cult. If it's 2 million taels, you'll know the cult's members and their strength level. I recommend that you take out 2 million. After all, this way you can know the chances of success in advance when you do something. If you give us 5 million taels, we can give you the preferences and activity trajectories of all members, and even the precise information and experiences of most members. Naruto was horrified when he heard this. This group of people was really powerful. It was obviously not something that ordinary people could do to have an intelligence network to this level. And this group of people is really boring. They actually collect all the information from others. Just imagine that everyone knows exactly when you and your wife slept together. How terrifying is that? There are absolutely no secrets at all. Naruto said, "Well, I'll give you 500,000 and you tell me the exact location." The staff member was about to speak but was interrupted by a voice. "Wait a minute, hey, young man, are you looking for a cult to join? I can recommend you to go there, I have a lot of say there." Haydn, with his slicked back hair, came up to Naruto very friendly and was eager to lead Naruto the way. Karen looked at Haydn's appearance and couldn't help but shrink behind Naruto. Because the chakra in Haydn is even colder than Naruto's, he is like the spokesperson of the evil god. However, she was still discovered by Haydn, who noticed Karen and became even happier. Fei Duan said with a strange smile, I didn't expect to accompany that moneygrubber out on a trip. I was able to get 2 people to join me. This is really a surprise. Lord Evil God will definitely be happy." His voice was so loud that it directly affected Kakuzu's counting of money. Kakuzu had no hobbies in his life except collecting money, and counting money was his greatest joy in the process. Kakuzu angrily said to Haydn, "Shut up or I'll kill you." Haydn looked at Kakuzu arrogantly, "Huh, who's afraid of who? I've disliked you for a long time. You've delayed me for so long just for a few pieces of waste paper. Today I'm going to offer you to the evil god. Naruto, Karen. The staff looked at Faden expressionlessly, feeling very unhappy. The deal was almost done, but Fei Duan snatched it away. If the staff hadn't thought that Faden was a psychopath, they would have been cursing at him by now. After all, their performance is closely related to their salary, and he also has to support his family. Seeing that Haydn and Kakuzu were about to take action, Naruto quickly said to the staff, "Quick, tell me the exact location for 500,000 ryo." The reason why Naruto was a little anxious was because he didn't want to have too much contact with Uchiha Itaka's accomplices. Judging from the looks of these two people, they must have some mental problems, and they don't know that Naruto is the target of their organization's mission. Holding the map given by the Gold Exchange Office, Naruto and Karen slipped out of the Gold Exchange Office. And the fight between Haiden and Kakuzu obviously cannot be blamed on Naruto. After all, these two probably have had a grudge against each other for a long time and dislike each other. When they carry out missions, they probably have a small fight every 3 days or a big fight every 10 days. With the map, the next step will be much easier. They were not far from the cult's hideout, and were even approaching the range that Kagura's mind's eye could detect. Naruto's mission here is to kill those cultists. Before the two had walked far, a voice came from behind them. "Hey, those two little devils, stop." This voice is not from those two people just now. Naruto stopped and opened Kagura's mind eye to investigate. 100 meters behind him, there was a group of ninjas. They had no forehead protectors and looked like wandering ninjas. Turning around, Naruto looked at them. This group of people were exactly the ones we met in the gold exchange just now. The leader looked arrogant and said, "Kids, you'd better hand over the money you have." A lackey beside him echoed, "He's so willing to take out 500,000 yuan, so he must be worth a certain amount. Today, grandpas will let you know how cruel the world is." Naruto said nothing, silently guiding his chakra to focus on his feet and fists. Boom! In the face of Naruto's explosive speed, a distance of 100 meters seems not enough. Naruto stepped out a deep pit on the ground, and his figure flashed and appeared in the center of the group. Then, this group of wandering ninjas looked at the terrifying physical chakra on Naruto's fist and all showed panic expressions. Physical chakra? What a terrifying amount of chakra is needed to achieve this. They wanted to run, but it was too late. Bang! Within a few dozen meters around, a chakra torrent instantly formed, destroying everything within the range. When the noise completely died down, Naruto returned to Karen. The clothes on his arms disappeared again, and his arms turned a sickly red color again. However, the red color was fading quickly, and it was obvious that Naruto's powerful recovery speed was working. Before Karen even had the chance to say anything, the person who came to provoke her had already lost his life. Moreover, no remains were found. Naruto didn't even bother to use the Soul Slayer sword to seal their souls because it was too weak and there was no need for it. From what Naruto could tell, the enhancement he'd gained by sealing Cardo's entire soul was only 1,000th of the enhancement of one of Orochimaru's arms. This is outrageous. If Naruto has to seal the souls of every person, won't he be exhausted to death? From beginning to end, Naruto looked nonchalant and did not care about the lives of those people at all. That's right, since you come to rob me, you need to be prepared to lose your life. When your punishment comes, you should not blame the victim you are about to abuse. There is nothing wrong with this, because if Naruto and Karen were weak, the result would be completely different. These people live on the edge of a knife and lick blood. Killing them can also contribute to the peace of the ninja world. Karen swallowed tremblingly, and there was a hint of awe in her eyes as she looked at Naruto. Karen didn't know what Naruto had been through to make him so indifferent to human life. If it were Karen, although she would most likely choose Naruto's approach, she would not be as calm and composed as Naruto. Killing so many people is like accidentally stepping on an ant nest while walking. Hurry up and follow me. Karen stood there in shock, not noticing that Naruto had walked away. It wasn't until Naruto's voice was heard that Karen reacted and quickly followed. In addition, Karen also asked Naruto if he needed to replenish chakra. Looking at Naruto's broken cuff, Karen thought to herself that Naruto was indeed not an ordinary person. Karen decided immediately that the next time Naruto took her out, Karen must prepare 3 or 4 sets of clothes for Naruto to prevent Naruto's clothes from being destroyed by his own chakra. As the sky darkens, the yellow sunset shines on the earth. As we approached the Fire Nation, the surrounding environment had obviously changed. First of all, the vegetation is more lush and the number of various animals has increased. Sure enough, the best place in the ninja world is the Land of Fire, which is the most suitable place to live and develop. The fact that Konoha can become the #1 ninja village is closely related to the ecological environment. Looking at the Kingdom of Wind in the west, although its area is much larger than that of the Kingdom of Fire, it is all desert and is completely useless. It may even bring difficulties to their survival. Is this the rat hole? The originally flat terrain suddenly had a sunken area. This is a cave entrance, large enough for 5 or 6 people to walk in side by side. Naruto and Karen came here slowly and observed. In fact, Naruto was the only one observing as Karen was trying hard to deal with the meatball in her hand. Karen's life was not easy in the past, and having enough food to eat was the biggest luxury. Now that she has money, Karen certainly won't starve herself. After all, she is still growing. Beiji, Beiji. The sound of eating came, and Naruto looked at Karen helplessly. Are you the reincarnation of a starving ghost? Karen blushed, quickly put down the salty meatball in her hand, licked the grease on her lips, and said with a whimper before she swallowed the meatball in her mouth. Said, yes, it is this rat hole. Naruto. Originally, Naruto felt a little nervous for some reason when he saw Karen staying by his side all the way, so he tried to get closer to his subordinates. After all, Karen will be Naruto's exclusive subordinate in the future, and all kinds of things can be handed over to Karen to handle, which can save Naruto a lot of trouble. So I still need to build a good relationship with Karen. Seeing Naruto silent, Karen asked, "It's late today. Do you want to gather some information or wait until late at night before attacking?" Naruto told Karen the purpose of coming here. Although Karen didn't understand why Naruto came all the way to cause trouble for the cult, this did not prevent Karen from giving advice. Naruto shook his head, no. Closing his eyes, Naruto used the Kagura Heart's Eye to its fullest potential. Going down the cave, there are two guards that they don't have much chakra in their bodies, but they are very crazy. More than 20 meters below, the view became wider and a group of people gathered inside. What they have in common is that the emotions are very excited and crazy, and there is something like an altar in the center. Naruto aimed at the location of the cult in the cave and turned to look. "You leave here first." Karen probably guessed what Naruto was going to do, so she quickly retreated and kept retreating. Naruto took 2 steps to the cave entrance, waved his hand and punched it to break the cave door, and the sound of broken stones falling to the ground was heard. Standing at the entrance of the cave, Naruto formed seals with both hands, wind style, big breakthrough. Wind style breakthrough is a sea-level ninjutsu, but Naruto can use his huge chakra to enhance it and make it reach the power of Quasi-S level. The cave is not big and will be filled with the hurricane almost instantly. The violent airflow continued to destroy everything in the cave, but Naruto ignored it and continued to perform ninjutsu outside the cave. After several ninjutsu, the effect has met Naruto's expectations. After a while, the ground in the distance suddenly rose up strangely, and the cracks extending from deep underground to the ground continued to expand. The tiny cracks on the ground suddenly burst out with wind blades that were compressed to the extreme, and the cracks were still expanding. Boom! The ground exploded with a loud bang, and a storm blowing from deep underground blew a large amount of soil within a radius of several hundred meters into the sky. Among them, there are also a considerable number of cult members. Naruto even saw something like an altar inside the cave, which was also blown high up. The number of cult members was clearly wrong, but Naruto didn't bother to count. After all, many people had died in the cave, and the entire crust had not been completely blown up. The wind gradually died down, and tons of soil on the ground suddenly pressed down. As if trampled by an ancient giant beast, the cave was completely filled with rubble and mud that fell from above. And those cult members who were not blown out by the wind escape were obviously dead. Naruto was not idle, and once again cast his gaze towards the remaining cult members high in the sky. Naruto formed seals with his hands again and used wind-style breakthrough on the group of people. Phew! This time, they were directly hit by the Quasi-S level wind escape technique, and their bodies were instantly torn into countless pieces. In the end, their entire bodies turned into blood mist and slowly floated downwards. The combat effectiveness of both sides is not at the same level at all. Naruto's ninjutsu is just a map cannon to them. Soon after, the system prompt sounded. Ding, mission completed, rewards released, Flying Thunder God technique, chakra control plus 50,000, the entire story of Naruto. Memories of Flying Thunder God flooded into his mind, along with a very strange feeling. This feeling is like taking off a heavy shackle, and in an instant I feel extremely light. And Naruto's chakra is more obedient and easier for Naruto to control and use. Ding, mission released, to change this miserable world, you need strong strength, but the host's current strength is not enough to take on this responsibility. Therefore, the host needs time to improve his strength. Before the host's strength reaches a certain level, a large-scale war cannot break out in the ninja world. Mission objective: stop the war between Sand Village and Konoha Village, so that the battle does not continue to expand to the entire ninja world. At that time, the host will face the pursuit of many powerful people and will not have the opportunity to improve his strength. Before Naruto could feel his new benefits, he heard the system issuing tasks. Originally, Naruto was quite happy. But when Naruto heard the content of the system's mission, he suddenly felt a little displeased. Naruto said with frosty eyes, "System, are you asking me to help Konoha resolve the war?" Ding, stopping the war between Sand Village and Konoha Village is helping the host to gain more time to improve his strength, not helping Konoha Village. Even though the system said so, Naruto was still a little unhappy. He didn't like this task, but what the system said made sense. So, now the question is, Konoha was doing fine, so why did a war break out between it and the Sand Village? Moreover, Naruto also knew that the Sand Village and the Konoha Village were allies. System, tell me what's going on. Ding, host, please carefully recall the mission reward just now. All the truth is in the host's memory. Naruto didn't think much about it, but closed his eyes and recalled carefully. At this time, Karen finally rushed to Naruto's side. Seeing that Naruto's eyes were closed, she thought that Naruto had consumed too much chakra. Lifting up her clothes, Karen stretched her white arms to Naruto's mouth. Naruto? Naruto waved his hand, no need. Karen. Half an hour later, Naruto finally slowly opened his eyes. The things in his memory shocked Naruto too much. System, are the things in my memory true or false? Ding, the system cannot deceive the host. Suddenly, Naruto burst into laughter. Naruto has always been curious about his parents. He would rather his parents were helpless villagers than believe the truth in his memory. Konoha, it's really so interesting. Now, Naruto knew everything. Naruto, who had read the original novel, had a scarlet glow of bloodlust in his eyes. In the original work, Naruto was not subjected to the use of Kota Amatsukami, was not used for experiments, and was not arranged by the Root to serve as an undercover agent in Team 7. But all these things happened to Naruto. This made Naruto very confused. System, why is my experience different from Naruto in the story? So, our parents should be different too, right? Ding, the system cannot deceive the host. Naruto. After getting the system's affirmation again, Naruto lowered his head with a dull expression. Is it necessary to change this ninja world? They fight overtly and covertly, and everyone is pretty much the same. On the surface, he is a gentleman, but behind the scenes, he is like a venomous snake. This world is so interesting. Naruto was so lost in his own world that he didn't notice Karen's reaction at all. Originally, Karen waited for Naruto for half an hour. If it weren't for Kagura's mind, which showed Naruto's ups and downs in mood, she would have thought that Naruto was sleeping. Karen looked at Naruto worriedly. Naruto, are you okay? She gently pushed Naruto, and Karen was startled. She actually saw that Naruto's eyes were bloodshot and he seemed to be irrational. However, Karen's judgment was wrong. Naruto suddenly calmed down and learned the truth of everything. Naruto felt that he had to do something. It turns out that the girl named Hinata has always remembered what happened that day. It turns out that he is the son of the fourth Hokage. How ironic. It turns out that the entire ninja world is like this. Ninjas with bloodline limits are naturally stronger than others, and there is no fairness at all. It turns out that the ninja world is a world where bloodlines are everything. If you were born with something, then you have it. If you were born without it, then you will never get it. It turns out that my parents didn't really abandon me. It turns out that the truth of the matter is so simple. Naruto, who knew everything, suddenly figured it out. He knows what he should do and what he shouldn't do. However, Naruto did not take what he remembered completely as true. After all, that was what the system told Naruto. The system was powerful and mysterious, Naruto admitted that. But is it too much to know the future in advance? Naruto's aura was undergoing an unparalleled change, which made Karen extremely worried. Suddenly he looked up and the bloodshot in Naruto's eyes had disappeared. He saw through it all and he no longer felt wronged, but he had to change the entire ninja world. In this process, if there was anyone who obstructed him, Naruto would show no mercy. Seeing Karen looking at him with a worried look on her face, Naruto raised the corners of his mouth slightly and showed a gentle smile. Karen-chan, am I handsome? Ah. Karen stood there stiffly, her little face quickly flushed with red, and she stared blankly at Naruto's face. The two thin lips opened and closed, and Karen whispered, handsome. Naruto looked at Karen's reaction teasingly and found it very interesting. I didn't expect that Karen's personality is really the same as I remembered, a flower maniac. Tease her. Naruto continued to ask Karen who is more handsome, me or Uchiha Sasuke? Karen looked at Naruto in confusion. Uchiha Sasuke, who is he? Naruto coughed dryly and almost forgot about this. Karen has never come into contact with Sasuke now, but she should have seen him. It was one of the Konoha ninjas who came to surround me while we were resting in the hotel. Before Naruto could finish his words, he heard Karen excitedly say, ah, which cool little boy are you talking about? Now, Naruto was unhappy. We've only met once, but his favorability level is almost higher than mine? This is too outrageous, he is truly a flower maniac. Including Haruno Sakura, who is also a flower maniac. Naruto now knows why Haruno Sakura doesn't like him, it's all because Naruto is not handsome. Naruto smiled and put his hand on Karen's hair and gently rubbed it. Yes, it's him, answer me. Karen suddenly felt a dangerous aura coming, she felt that this was a life-threatening question. Although Naruto is indeed more handsome, his chakra is too cold and his personality is too unpredictable. Originally, Karen thought Naruto was also quite aloof. Moreover, Naruto was decisive in killing and showed no mercy to his enemies. He killed so many people with ease. But after Naruto killed the cult members, he suddenly stood there in a daze for half an hour, and then his personality changed drastically. This makes Karen unsure of Naruto's thoughts. Karen looked at Naruto cautiously. You are handsome. Is it still necessary to consider this kind of question? Judging from appearance alone, Naruto is indeed more handsome. It's just that the 6 whiskers on Naruto's face are too annoying. If they could be cut off, his appearance would definitely double or multiply exponentially. Naruto smiled and teased his assistant, feeling much better. He didn't feel too embarrassed. After all, if his memory was true, his father had started pursuing his mother when he was in school. This is really shameless. Orphans without anyone to take care of them can do whatever they want and are prone to falling in love prematurely. that is to verify whether the memory given to him by the system is true. If that's true, then Naruto will have plenty of opportunities to cause trouble. No, that is called becoming a messenger of justice, working hard for the safety of the ninja world, and making contributions to building a beautiful and peaceful ninja world. Of course, if Naruto failed, he would probably be called a big devil and despised by everyone. This can be seen from the history of the ninja world. If Uzumaki Nagato achieves his goal, then Nagato will be the real god and the savior. If Uchiha Madara's plan succeeds, then Uchiha Madara will be called the god of ninja, and the one called the shura of the ninja world will be Senju Hashirama. In short, winner is right and loser is wrong. As far as I can remember, the Chunin exam was held in Konoha. However, an accident occurred during the exam, and the Sand Ninja and the Sound Ninja jointly carried out a plan to destroy Konoha. In the end, the key to Konoha's survival was that Naruto and his summoning beast Gamabunta defeated Shukaku. Now, if Naruto did not interfere with the battle between Konoha and Tsunagakure, the outcome would still be uncertain. Naruto couldn't help but smile in amusement at the thought. Sure enough, Konoha could not survive the crisis without Naruto. It is impossible for Naruto today to help Konoha defeat Tsunagakure. In Naruto's view, the battle between Tsunagakure and Konoha was like two children having a quarrel. So how do we get two young children to let go of their prejudices? That, of course, is to find them an enemy that they have to join forces to fight against. And now, Naruto wants to verify whether the memory is true or false. Naruto had the same idea in mind when he teased Karen just now. Naruto suddenly reached into Karen's tool bag and took out a kunao, and the Flying Thunder God technique in his memory was recalled by Naruto. After a while, the Flying Thunder God mark appeared on Karen's kunao. Karen could vaguely feel that this kunao seemed to have some more connection with Naruto. Naruto casually threw the Flying Thunder God kunao far away, then with a thought, his body mysteriously disappeared and appeared next to the kunao. Interesting, it's no wonder that this technique was invented by the second Hokage. Naruto returned to Karen and handed the kunao to her. Take this kunao and return to the land of waves. Seeing that Naruto wanted to separate from her again, Karen immediately showed a sad expression. Naruto, can you take me with you? Naruto knew that Karen followed him not because she liked him so much, but because he could protect her. But Naruto didn't reveal Karen's little thoughts. After all, it would be boring to talk about such things. Naruto, I have left the Flying Thunder God mark on this kunao. I can appear by your side at any time. If you're in danger, just inject chakra into the mark. I will protect you because you are my subordinate. In Karen's mind, these words kept echoing, I will protect you. This touched her deeply, even though she knew that Naruto protected her not because he liked her so much, but because he wanted to use her to do things for him. But Karen didn't reveal Naruto's little thoughts. After all, it would be boring to talk about such things. Karen took the kunao and nodded to Naruto. Yes. Naruto then said to Karen, when you go back, turn all of Cardo's assets into cash, and then wait for me in the land of waves. Our goal is to change the entire world, and the first stop is the Whirlpool country. When Karen heard what Naruto said, she couldn't help but raise her hand to adjust her hair. Change the world or something. It's too fantastic, but Naruto is Karen's amulet now, and Karen will do whatever Naruto tells her to do. Naruto separated from Karen in the land of whirlpools, and before leaving, he took away a few of Karen's kunao. Naruto used Kagura's mind's eye to find the daimyo's mansion in the land of whirlpools, and then used the Flying Thunder God technique to travel quickly. Naruto arrived in just 10 minutes on a journey that would have taken a whole day. When he arrived at the daimyo's mansion in Whirlpool Country, Naruto did nothing but silently left the Flying Thunder God seal. Afterwards, Naruto moved all the way towards the territory of the Land of Fire. Half an hour later, Naruto returned to the Land of Fire again. Naruto was approaching Konoha very quickly, and he was not idle on the way. As far as I can remember, I learned a unique ninjutsu called Raiznan. This technique can be used in conjunction with Flying Thunder God to great effect. Therefore, Naruto tried to mobilize chakra and practice according to the method he remembered. Result: for the first time, a dark blue chakra ball appeared in Naruto's hand. Feeling the power within the Raiznan, Naruto's eyes lit up. This is simply a ninjutsu tailor-made for him. Continuing to increase the chakra output, the Raiznan continued to grow larger in Naruto's hands. However, when it grew to a certain size, Naruto felt that he would soon be unable to maintain the form of the Raiznan. This is because Naruto's chakra control has increased by 50,000 points, but there is always a limit. Therefore, it is impossible to control so much chakra at one time to rotate according to the standard of Raiznan. Naruto raised one hand above his head and looked up. I saw a Raiznan as big as the tailed beast ball floating in Naruto's palm like the sun. Naruto took out the Flying Thunder God kunao with one hand and threw it into the sky with force. When the Flying Thunder God kunao reached a high enough altitude, Naruto stayed where he was. He placed the Flying Thunder God seal, then silently activated Flying Thunder God to teleport his body into the sky. The chakra output and control of the Raiznan were cut off, and Naruto suddenly felt a violent energy being released. Without hesitation, Naruto used Flying Thunder God to teleport back to the ground. Boom! As if it were a natural force like thunder, the rays non in the air exploded. On the ground, the big trees within a radius of 10 miles were bent by the wind from the sky. When the power of the rays non dissipated, a huge clear sky appeared in the sky without a trace of clouds, like a hole in the sky. The surrounding white clouds also surround the sky in a spiral form. What a powerful jutsu! Naruto couldn't help but admire. The attack I just made should be close to the power of Super Shadow. Even Naruto himself didn't expect that he would be able to condense a raise non for the first time, and a raise non with such great power. It has to be said that Konoha's defenses are very good. After all, it is the #1 ninja village in the ninja world, and this title is not exaggerated. But this did not pose a problem for Naruto. With the Flying Thunder God technique, it was easy for Naruto to enter Konoha. Using the transformation technique to become a Konoha ninja, Naruto followed the description in his memory to the first examination room of the Chunin exam. Naruto pushed open the door and saw the window that had been broken by Red Bean's appearance and had not been repaired yet. Is it really true? The things in my memory are becoming more and more accurate, Naruto muttered, suddenly feeling someone approaching from behind. When I looked back, I found that there were only 2 repairmen. They were carrying a new piece of glass and were walking in this direction. When they saw Naruto, one of them warned him, "Hey, be careful, don't get hit." Naruto. They were not ninjas and did not notice Naruto's disguise. And Naruto didn't hurt them either. After all, they were just the kind of people who worked hard to support their families. What's really disgusting about Konoha are the politicians. Naruto didn't say anything, left here silently and continued towards the Death Forest. Just after Naruto entered Konoha, at the same time, a ninja hurried into the Hokage's office. "Hokage-sama, something bad has happened." Bang! The door was pushed open, and a panting ninja came in. The third Hokage's calm voice sounded, "Don't panic, speak slowly." On the side, Danzo closed his eyes and rested. The ninja paused for a moment, then said with excitement, "Hokage-sama, the investigation of the barrier shows the presence of the 9 tails Jinchuriki's chakra." After he said this, everyone in the office looked at him in shock. The third Hokage's breathing quickened noticeably. Uzumaki Naruto, did he really return to Konoha? Danzo also half closed his eyes and stared silently at the ninja who was in charge of guarding the barrier. In the central tower of the Death Forest, Naruto suddenly appeared. Kagura's mind showed that there was no one inside. Entering the central tower, Naruto saw the broken ground and the sand left behind. These are the traces of the battle between Rock Lee and Gaara. It's really very accurate. Then now. The Konoha collapse plan should be about to begin. At this moment, it is already dark. If Naruto calculated correctly, the Konoha collapse plan would be launched at the 3rd Chunin exam tomorrow. The system said that Naruto now needs time to grow, so the balance of the ninja world cannot be disrupted. And Konoha without Naruto might not be able to repel Tsunagakuer. After all, Naruto defeated Shukaku in the original work. Don't underestimate this key point, because the tailed beasts are always nuclear-level weapons of war. If it weren't for Naruto, the outcome of the battle in the original work would have been really confusing. In the darkness, Naruto's figure was as lonely as a ghost. Under Kagura's eyes, many Konoha ninjas were rushing towards Naruto. Naruto smiled faintly. "Haha, your reaction is quite quick." Now Naruto has no intention of bothering with Konoha. He once again uses Flying Thunder God to find the site of the 3rd Chunin exam. After leaving the Flying Thunder God mark, he teleports directly to Karen, who is far away in the horizon. In a small town on the coast of Whirlpool Country, in a hotel. As soon as Naruto appeared, he saw a cloud of white mist and a smaller figure. Crash! In some aspects, Karen's reaction speed is still very fast. In almost an instant, she shrank back into the barrel, leaving only a pair of red eyes exposed, and her long hair served as a good cover. Seeing Karen looking at him with a reproachful look, Naruto couldn't help scratching his head. Naruto had never seen such a scene before. When he was in Konoha, he was a good young man. However, there is one thing Naruto still wants to explain, that is. Naruto said teasingly, "Do you think you're faster than your eyes?" Karen, "Goo-goo-goo-goo-goo-goo." Bubbles kept rising in front of Karen. Moving upwards, Karen showed her mouth and said, "Why did you suddenly appear?" Naruto said, "You can't blame me for this. Why did you put the kunao so close to you while taking a shower?" Karen explained, "What if someone attacks me, and you're not going out yet? Do you want to take a shower with me?" Naruto naturally prepared to take off his coat. "If this is your request, I would be happy to do so." Karen was immediately horrified. "Don't." Originally, Naruto was just teasing Karen and didn't think anything of it. The moment Naruto came out of the bathroom, his brows instantly frowned. Just now, although Naruto saw everything, he still felt a little uncomfortable. His attention was all focused on Karen's arms and shoulders, which were covered with scars and rows of teeth marks that looked extremely scary. Ninja World. It's really interesting. Seeing the scars on Karen's body, Naruto once again lamented the cruelty of the ninja world, and his determination to reform the ninja world became even stronger. Perhaps Pain's philosophy is correct, and peace can only be achieved by making everyone feel pain. This method is very radical, but also simple and easy to understand. Naruto found some silver from Karen's clothes, went downstairs and rented a room, which confused the hotel owner, because there are always people coming in from outside, renting houses and moving upstairs. However, Naruto went downstairs, rented a room, and went back upstairs. An old man had never seen Naruto before, and it was obvious that Naruto came in without the boss's knowledge. So Naruto was able to enter without the boss knowing. Obviously he is a ninja. The boss took the silver that Naruto left inside. These ninjas. Naruto came to his room and planned to have a good rest before going to Konoha to make some big noise tomorrow. The enemy that Konoha and Tsunagakure had to join forces to deal with was, of course, Naruto himself. Now the 5 major countries in the ninja world have not gone to war, and the minor conflicts between small countries cannot affect the situation in the ninja world. If either Konoha or Tsunagakure suffers casualties beyond a certain level without Naruto's interference, the peace of the ninja world will be broken. As for Naruto, it will take time to control the land of whirlpools. If the ninja world starts a full-scale war, then the land of whirlpools might become a battlefield between Konoha and Kirigakure. At that time, it will be more difficult for Naruto to control the whirlpool country. Not long after, there was a knock on Naruto's door. Karen walked in from outside, and something was wrong with her. At this moment, Karen had already taken a shower and put on her clothes. In fact, Karen is not so averse to certain things. After hearing this, Karen seemed to be in a bad state and her face looked extremely ugly. Naruto sighed, stood up and walked in front of Karen, staring at her seriously. That's why we have to change the world. In the future, no one will have the same experiences as you and me. That's my goal. Hearing Naruto mention this fantastic plan again, Karen suddenly felt that there must be something wrong with Naruto's brain, but these problems had not been discovered yet. Karen obviously disagreed with Naruto's words. You are strong, but changing the world is too naive. Naruto sighed. He had expected Karen not to believe him. Moreover, Naruto himself doesn't have much confidence, but he will work hard for this goal. The ninja world needs reform, and Naruto is working hard for it. During this process, the ninja world may suffer a lot, but this is like a shuriken piercing the chest. If you don't pull it out with pain, you will die. After comforting Karen, Naruto waved his hand and said, Okay, don't bother me if you have nothing else to do. I have something else to do tomorrow. After that, Naruto lay down on the bed to rest. Karen was staring at Naruto in a daze. Karen had no idea where Naruto's confidence came from. Her childhood experiences have always been Karen's nightmare. It was a little hard for Karen to accept having her wound completely exposed in front of Naruto. It was as if her past was like unacknowledged memories, and Karen was running away from them. Karen stood here for a while, recalling the scenes of her meeting Naruto. Then Karen said, Forget it, I will help you no matter what. But I still don't agree with your idea. Land of Fire, Konoha Hokage's office. Late at night, a figure appeared on the windowsill, and the third Hokage opened his eyes and looked over. You're here. Jiraiya walked in from the window, his face serious. I heard about Naruto. Is that true or false? The third Hokage sighed deeply. Naruto did defect. Jiraiya shook his head. No, I was talking about other news. The third Hokage was stunned. What other news? Recalling the information he had obtained, Jiraiya was a little bit unconvinced. If I'm not mistaken, Naruto is only 12 years old this year. However, Jiraiya said to the third Hokage, Naruto is very powerful. That he can easily defeat Orochimaru and fight against 2 S-rank rebel ninjas at the same time, one of whom is the powerful Uchiha Itachi. After hearing this, the Sandai's face suddenly changed. Not good. Today in Konoha, there were 2 more Flying Thunder God seals for no apparent reason. All of them were found at the site of the Chunin exams. Jiraiya thought of a possibility and couldn't help asking, could it be left by Naruto? The third Hokage calmed down and shook his head. It's unlikely. It's just that the difficulty of learning space ninjutsu is very high. Without a certain talent, it is impossible to. Jiraiya, teacher, don't forget who Naruto's parents are. The third Hokage. The next day, Konoha village was still normal. At daybreak, people started arriving at the final Chunin examination. By noon, the place was already packed with people. Many people from the Fire Country Daimyo's mansion were also among them. It can be said that the audience includes not only people from Konoha, but also some dignitaries. Due to an unexpected event, the number of patrol ninjas for the Chunin exam increased several times. Even the Flying Thunder God seal that appeared inexplicably was moved elsewhere. The competition officially begins. On the other side, Naruto had just woken up and was about to use Flying Thunder God to rush to Konoha, but he found that his Flying Thunder God seal seemed to have moved a little. To be on the safe side, Naruto continued to head towards Konoha along yesterday's route. In addition, Naruto also left the Flying Thunder God mark on the road yesterday, so the speed was extremely fast. At the competition site, Shikamaru felt a headache when he looked at Gaara in front of him. Gaara is very strong and has a strong killing intent. It can be said that among this generation of genin, Gaara is the most difficult to deal with. As a result, he happened to be encountered by Shikamaru. On the stage, the third Hokage and the fourth Kazekage disguised as Orochimaru were exchanging business blows. What do you mean Konoha's genin are stronger than the previous generation, or the quality of your Sand Village ninjas is getting better and better? A ninja used the instant body technique to appear in front of the third Hokage and pointed to the sky excitedly. Hokage, here. Wherever the ninja pointed, above the sky, a flying thunder god Kunao was falling at an extremely fast speed, drawing a beautiful diagonal line in the air. Ding! The flying thunder god Kunao landed on the high wall, and 2 seconds later, a chilling chakra pressure instantly spread throughout the venue, and the third Hokage even stood up excitedly. The competition venue was in complete chaos, and some civilians who had never refined their chakras were unable to withstand the pressure and passed out. This aura, which was even more astonishing than that of the Nine Tails, immediately attracted the attention of all ninjas. They all looked towards the wall, but saw a flash of golden color appeared, and Naruto's body was completely exposed to everyone's eyes. At this moment, Naruto was wearing loose casual clothes, with one hand on the hilt of the soul-destroying sword at his waist and the other holding the flying thunder god Kunao. Naruto looked down at the everything, no sadness or joy in his eyes. That terrifying chakra was released by Naruto. The sun slowly rose, and from below it was right above Naruto's head. At this moment, although Naruto was doing the job of attracting hatred, he seemed as dazzling as a savior. Some of Konoha's older ninjas stared at Naruto in shock, saying, Fourth Hokage-sama. Naruto belongs to Team 7. Since Kakashi and Sasuke are both lying in the hospital, only Haruno Sakura is present. Moreover, Haruno Sakura has not participated in the competition yet. She came as a spectator with her parents. From the very beginning, Haruno Sakura recognized Naruto. Now hearing the words of the ninja next to her, Haruno Sakura gritted her teeth to resist the pressure from Naruto and asked, What? Isn't he Uzumaki Naruto? How can he be the fourth Hokage? Due to the sunlight, the 6 whiskers on Naruto's face were not so obvious. The ninja said excitedly, It can't be wrong. That's the fourth Hokage. I'm a reconnaissance ninja, I can feel it. That's the flying thunder god Kunao. And that blonde hair, it's golden glitter. The ninjas below became confused and talked to each other. Fourth Hokage-sama. The joyful conversation between the Konoha ninjas sounded like thunder to the ears of Sand Village. The members of Sand Village all looked towards the Kazekage on the high platform. The name of the Golden Flash was well known to everyone in the ninja world. To its own people, Golden Flash is synonymous with strength and reliability. But to the enemy, it is a terrifying word. Now, if Golden Flash really returns, then shouldn't they reconsider their plan in detail? Do you think I'm the fourth Hokage? How ironic. Naruto stood on the wall, scanning everything below with Kagura's mind's eye. Naruto heard clearly the conversation between the Konoha ninjas. When coming to Konoha, Naruto will pay special attention to some people. Umino Irika, the hand-beating family, and Hayaga Hinata. However, Naruto couldn't find any of these people in the examination room. That's great. Since there was no one down there that Naruto cared about, Naruto could use some powerful ninjutsu. Naruto didn't say anything. Facing the Konoha ninja who was running towards him excitedly, there was no fluctuation in his eyes. Gently raising his hands above his head, Naruto began to condense the Rasengan. A dark blue chakra ball quickly grew larger in Naruto's hand. This attack, not to mention killing all the people below, would at least raise the entire competition venue to the ground. On the stage, Orochimaru saw Naruto's actions and his pupils shrank slightly. No, he can't take this move. Orochimaru licked his lips with his tongue, then suddenly drew out the Kusanagi sword and attacked Sarutobi Hiruzen in front of him. Sarutobi Hiruzen's attention was already focused on Naruto, so he never expected Orochimaru's sudden attack. However, the old guy is indeed an old guy. At the last moment of death, Sarutobi Hiruzen still reacted, but at this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen had no time to put up any more resistance. Puff! Sarutobi Hiruzen's body moved to the side for a distance, and then he held the Kusanagi sword tightly with both hands. Looking at the Kusanagi sword in his hand, Sarutobi Hiruzen said in shock, You are not the Kazekage, could you be? Orochimaru said grimly, You guessed right, I didn't realize it until now. You are really old Sarutobi teacher. At the same time, a purple barrier slowly rose on the roof where Orochimaru and the third Hokage were. It's the purple flame sun formation. As soon as the barrier rose, Orochimaru kicked Sarutobi Hiruzen away. He performed the impure world reincarnation without hesitation, and soon, coffin slowly rose from the ground. Sarutobi Hiruzen had just stood firm when he saw this scene. Have you fallen so low as to play with the souls of the dead, Orochimaru? Sarutobi Hiruzen's scolding of Orochimaru did not cause Orochimaru to feel guilty. Orochimaru looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen defiantly. Sarutobi teacher, don't you understand yet? As long as we can win the battle, any means are allowed. Click 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 click. 4 voices sounded at the same time, and the door of the coffin slowly fell down. Just like that, 4 cage-level ninjas appeared in public. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, the fourth Hokage, Raza, and the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Luosha walked out of the coffin, lowered his head, raised his hands and looked at them, frowned and said, "I am resurrected again." But then, Luosha saw several ninjas standing beside him, and he was almost scared to shrink back into the coffin. That's right, it's true that Senju Hashirama is the god of ninjas, and it's also true that he is a ninja known for his benevolence and righteousness. But Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju are simply demons to other ninja villages. At the same time, it is admirable. Orochimaru placed the control charm into the back of Raza's head, then said to the other 3, "This is Konoha, did you see that jutsu outside? If you don't want Konoha to be destroyed, please cooperate with us and use the 4 red yang formation." The second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, was the first to react. He took a look at the Raiznon outside that looked like a tailed beast ball and commented, "It sounds good, but not powerful enough." Orochimaru was a little anxious, and urged, "It is indeed not powerful enough for you, but for Konoha." The fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze was still in a daze, and he seemed not to have realized that he had been resurrected by the impure world reincarnation. And the same is true for Hashirama Senju. When Senju Tobirama saw the appearance of his eldest brother and the man next to him, he couldn't help but sigh, "Alas, if I'm not wrong, he is the fourth Hokage, but he is just as naive as my eldest brother." Senju Hashirama, Namikaze Minato, who are you calling the naive? Senju Tobirama snorted coldly, "Humph." Orochimaru was almost going crazy with anxiety. He couldn't control so many impure world reincarnation bodies at the same time, but these Hokage were actually chatting. It was really too outrageous. It seems that the impure world reincarnation needs to be strengthened. Only the impure world reincarnation that can control many impure world reincarnations at the same time can be a good impure world reincarnation. In the end, 3 Hokage and 1 Kaze Kage joined forces to launch the 4 red yang formation. However, before that, the purple flame sun formation was dismantled. Naruto frowned as he looked at the red barrier rising around him. He knew the name of this barrier from his memory. The 4 red yang formation is a super barrier that can only be cast by 4 Hokage-level powerhouses working together. During the 4th Ninja World War, he even trapped the Ten Tails inside the barrier. But Naruto did not stop and continued to increase the output of chakra. At this time, everyone reacted. "I'm afraid that the ninja above is not the 4th Hokage. Because the 4th Hokage did not have that much chakra, and he would not prepare such a powerful ninjutsu for his companions." The ninjas tried to get away from Naruto but were stopped by the 4 red yang formation. In the 4 red yang formation, Naruto stood alone on one side, and on the other side were all the ninjas and some civilians, as well as several cage-level ninjas. The 4 red yang formation was successfully executed, and one of the red barriers dropped from the sky, intending to split the 4 red yang formation into 2. In this way, Naruto's ninjutsu cannot attack Konoha, nor can it attack the ninjas in the 4 red yang formation. Naruto obviously understood this and stopped the output of chakra in advance. Just like that, the Raiznon began to expand and explode. At the last moment, Naruto used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport out of the barrier. The interior of the barrier was also divided into 2. Boom! Senju Hashirama said with a serious expression, "When that jutsu exploded just now, there were about 1,000 people on the other side." Senju Tobirama analyzed, "They are already dead, but most of them are ordinary people who don't have the ability to get here in time." Senju Hashirama said with regret, "Such a powerful ninja, but a bloodthirsty person." As soon as Hashirama Senju finished speaking, Naruto's voice came. "No, I am kind. It is you who made me kill." Outside the barrier, Naruto looked at the people in front of him calmly. These people are all famous and extremely powerful. As soon as Naruto appeared, chaos broke out inside the barrier. The Konoha ninjas recognized Naruto one after another and began to accuse him. It turned out to be the 9-tailed demon fox. "I heard that the 9-tailed demon fox defected a few days ago. Is it coming back for revenge? But his power is too strong. Don't worry, all the previous Hokage are here. A mere demon fox can't cause any waves." However, when these ninjas were talking, they did not notice Sarutobi Hiruzen's increasingly dark face. And, Namikaze Minato. Minato is very popular, and all the ninjas of Konoha are excited to see Minato again through the impure world reincarnation technique. Of course, there are also the first Hokage and Tobirama Senju. It's just that the two people's time is a little far away. Although everyone grew up hearing the legends about them, no one has seen them in person. So, among the 4 Hokage present, Minato was the most popular. Minato Namikaze is not a fool. He listened to the conversation between the ninjas around him and thought of a possibility in his mind. This made Minato's face change instantly, and even the chakra that maintained the 4 red yang formation suddenly loosened. The barrier flickered, and it was obvious that it was about to collapse. There is no need to say much about the strength of the 4 red sun formation. It is almost a top-notch barrier. But the strength of the four Hokage was not at its peak, coupled with Naruto's attack and Minato's chakra fluctuations. Therefore, the four Red Yang formation began to crumble. However, at this moment, there was actually a ninja who ran to the fourth Hokage and asked him to take action against Naruto. A Konoha ninja quickly came up to the fourth Hokage. The ninja became excited as he looked at the face of his idol. Since he was a child, he grew up listening to the legend of the fourth Hokage, and he was fortunate enough to see him several times during his tenure. In his opinion, the fourth Hokage is the nemesis of the nine-tailed demon fox and is a hero who appeared specifically to seal the nine-tailed fox. He said to Minato, "Fourth Hokage, the nine-tailed demon fox has come again, please help deal with it." The surrounding ninjas all advised the fourth Hokage to deal with Naruto. However, the fourth Hokage had a very gloomy expression on his face as he looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, but the other party did not dare to look at him. In other words, his son was mistaken for a nine-tailed demon fox. The fourth Hokage felt heartbroken, but there was nothing he could do at this moment. He is a dead person and is controlled by the impure world reincarnation. All the fourth Hokage could do was speak. However, at this moment, Hashirama Senju spoke. When Hashirama Senju saw Naruto appear, he shouted angrily at him, "Why use such a powerful ninjutsu to attack Konoha?" Naruto glanced at the first Hokage with cracks on his face and said with disdain, "God of Ninja, if you were alive, I might still be a little afraid of you, but if you're dead, that's all." After Naruto scolded the first generation, he turned his gaze to Orochimaru. At this moment, Orochimaru, whose arm was cut off by Naruto, had one hand hanging in the air, looking very strange and terrifying. Naruto chuckled, "Orochimaru, you should thank Sarutobi Hiruzen for teaching you how to make hand seals with one hand." Orochimaru could see that Naruto was a little angry now, so while the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, he did not refute Naruto, because he didn't want to face Naruto alone. The first Hokage obviously disagreed with Naruto's words, and he shouted, "What's your name? I mean, there are so many lives, how can you kill them so easily?" Naruto frowned slightly, "You're meddling too much." Senju Tobirama snorted coldly, "You born evil brat, I will kill you right here and now, so that you won't cause slaughter to the ninja world in the future." Although he said that, there was the four Red Yang formation between Senju Tobirama and Naruto, so he could only talk. The fourth Hokage had extremely complicated thoughts, and no one knew what he was feeling at the moment. He tried his best to seal the nine tails, split it into two, and sealed one of them into his son's body. However, it seems that after his death, his son was not regarded as a hero, but instead was regarded as the incarnation of the nine-tailed demon fox. Minato had no idea what kind of pain Naruto went through during this, but just being treated as a nine-tailed demon fox is something that not everyone can bear. The fourth Hokage's voice was urgent, and he shouted at Sarutobi Hiruzen, "Third Hokage, I need an explanation." However, Sarutobi Hiruzen silently shifted his gaze into the distance and did not look at Minato. "It's really I'm too embarrassed to face it." However, Sarutobi Hiruzen's actions completely made Minato give up. Minato created a shadow clone and asked it to maintain the four Red Yang formation, then he took out the flying thunder god Kunao and threw it towards Sarutobi Hiruzen's feet. This action directly shocked all the ninjas. The fourth Hokage, he actually attacked Sarutobi Hiruzen. What is happening? Everyone was extremely confused. The fourth Hokage occupied an unshakable heroic position in their hearts. But at this moment, this hero actually attacked Sarutobi Hiruzen openly? On the side, Orochimaru looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a sneer. The evil seeds that they planted back then have finally borne fruit. Straightman Amikaze Minato and Sarutobi Hiruzen finally couldn't bear it anymore. The old voice carried a hint of defense, and Sarutobi Hiruzen actually lowered his head in front of Minato. "Minato, this is all unavoidable." And Minato once again confirmed the truth of the matter. "I still can't believe this is real. He is the fourth Hokage and the hero of Konoha. But his son was treated as a fox demon by the whole village?" Minato felt very uncomfortable. He asked Sarutobi Hiruzen, "Can you tell me about Naruto's experience?" These words were heard by a group of ninjas, but they could not understand what Minato meant. Why did the fourth Hokage pay attention to Naruto's experience? Naruto is the nine-tailed demon fox. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent. If this matter were to be exposed, the image of the title of "Since Naruto used the soul-destroying sword to seal Orochimaru's arm, Orochimaru had offended the god of death in advance for this plan and took Minato's soul out of the god of death's stomach." However, the technique of impure world reincarnation has not yet been perfected, and some crude details have greatly reduced the impure world reincarnation's control over the person being reincarnated. Therefore, even though Orochimaru looks as steady as an old dog now, he is still a little anxious inside. Due to time constraints, the talisman he prepared could only control 3 cage-level beings, so Orochimaru will want to use Naruto's experience to anger the fourth Hokage, and let the fourth Hokage cooperate with him to attack Sarutobi Hiruzen. Just when everyone's attention was drawn to the fourth Hokage and Orochimaru, a purple flame Yang formation slowly rose from the four red Yang formations. This wave of operations is called a barrier within a barrier. Orochimaru calculated the number of Konoha ninjas wrapped in the purple flame yang formation and knew that he was safe. So, Orochimaru began his performance, telling the fourth Hokage the story of Naruto in a vivid and colorful way. Outside, Naruto saw how lively the fun was inside, and a purple flame sun formation had risen up. He couldn't get in, so he didn't know where to start. In that case, let them play inside first, I still have things to do. Naruto left the flying thunder god seal on the spot and quickly rushed towards the ninja school. When coming to Konoha, of course I have to make sure the people I care about are safe. Kagura's heart's eye is a useful bloodline limit, and Naruto soon found Iruka, who was on his way. On the roof, Iruka bent over and looked at the barrier in the distance, feeling anxious and helpless. Iruka was very worried about something like this happening in Konoha. Suddenly, a kunai fell from the sky and landed in front of Iruka. Swish! Naruto appeared, and Iruka was stunned for a while before reacting. He said to Naruto, "Hey Naruto, how did you become a traitor?" Even though he called Naruto a brat, and Naruto was a real traitor, Iruka was not on guard at all and his expression was full of worry. Naruto couldn't help but feel warm in his heart, but it seemed that Iruka was not affected by his defection. That's good. Naruto didn't ask for so much. He himself had no place to live now, and it was impossible for him to invite Iruka out of Konoha and protect him. And Iruka is not a fragile person. Teacher Iruka, the situation ahead is not a big deal, so don't go over there. Naruto wanted to stop Iruka from going there because it was indeed more dangerous there. There are several cage-level people standing very closely together. If a Chunin like Iruka goes over there, he won't be able to withstand the aftermath of any cage-level battle. Wouldn't that be courting death? However, Iruka obviously wouldn't listen to Naruto. Iruka said anxiously, "Naruto, Konoha is in danger, I definitely can't just stand by and watch." Swish! Naruto appeared behind Iruka and sighed slightly. Iruka-sensei, please take a rest. Naruto chopped Iruka on the back of his head with a knife, and then he supported the unconscious Iruka. "I'm sorry. Iruka-sensei. Konoha is not worth your worry." After saying that, Naruto took out the flying thunder god kunai and threw it in the direction of Iruka's house. 10 minutes later, Naruto came out of Iruka's house, looking a little sad. Iruka, like himself, lives alone. The house is cold and deserted, without any warmth at all. Especially in the dark, a faucet that is not tightened can cause panic. Naruto appeared in Konoha openly and was soon recognized by someone. Someone on the street was pointing at Naruto, shouting ugly words as if he was a rat crossing the street. Naruto snorted coldly, pressed his hand on the hilt of the soul-destroying sword, and his figure flashed in front of the opponent, cutting him from head to tail with one knife. Along with the screams of the opponent's soul, the soul-destroying sword will seal its soul inside the sword. The red in Naruto's eyes gradually faded. The ninja who was hit by Naruto fell down limply. From the outside, it seemed that he had no injuries, but he died instantly. When his companions saw this, they were so frightened by the strange scene that their legs trembled and they broke out in cold sweats. Naruto glanced at the ninja with a dull look in his eyes, and without paying any attention to the passers-by running and screaming on the street, he turned and left with an expressionless face. The ninja sealed by Naruto and his companions had only endless fear and terror in their hearts, and they could not even muster the slightest thought of resistance. Next destination, Ichiraku Ramen. With the Flying Thunder God technique, Naruto could travel very quickly. If you were to ask where in Konoha the warmest place is for Naruto, it would definitely be Ichiraku Ramen. Uncle Tita and Ayam never treated him like others, and Tita has always been very caring towards Naruto. Soon, Naruto appeared outside Ichiraku Ramen again. There was still an endless stream of Konoha ninjas on the rooftop, all heading towards the barrier in the distance. Naruto paid them no attention and headed straight for Ichiraku Ramen. From the outside, Ichiraku Ramen hasn't changed much and is still so familiar. Entering Ichiraku Ramen, Naruto clearly felt a chill coming towards him. There was no customer in the store, and the figure on the opposite side who was fighting had disappeared. An ominous feeling rose in Naruto's heart, and his heartbeat quickened noticeably. "Anyone there?" Naruto tried to shout, and a moment later he heard footsteps coming from inside the house. This made Naruto breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was still there. Icarus, with a scarf around her waist, came out of the house like a zombie and looked at the only guest in the house. After a while, Ayam said in astonishment, "Naruto. Naruto." Naruto's mood was really up and down, but when he saw that there was no one in the store just now, he was worried. Hearing footsteps, Naruto began to feel relieved. Seeing Ayam's appearance, Naruto became worried again. It's not that Naruto is sentimental, the position of some people in his heart is simply irreplaceable. Imagine that the whole world is ostracizing you, and only a few people treat you the same way. What would you think? Naruto didn't ask, but couldn't wait to open Kagura's heart eyes. Scanning every corner of Ichiraku Ramen, Naruto did not find any figure of the hand. Naruto not only increased the chakra output, but also allowed Kagura's mind's eyes to play their greatest role. Within a radius of dozens of miles, the entire Konoha was within the range of Naruto's Kagura's mind's eye. However, Still not found. Here, Naruto just arrived at Ichiraku Ramen. On the other side, Orochimaru had told Naruto everything that had happened. Along the way, no matter whether they were Konoha ninjas or sand ninjas, a total of thousands of ninjas, not a single one made a sound. Orochimaru spoke the most horrifying truth in a hoarse voice and in calm sentences. No one spoke until Orochimaru had finished speaking for 5 minutes. The fourth Hokage lowered his head so that his expression could not be seen, but all the investigating ninjas at the scene could sense the uneasy chakra of the fourth Hokage. Finally, someone couldn't stand it anymore. Third Hokage, is what Orochimaru said true? He's one of the legendary Sannin, there's no need for him to lie to us. I once insulted the fourth Hokage's son. How could this happen? Naruto is actually the son of the fourth Hokage. Naruto didn't look like him before, so it's normal that I didn't recognize him. Don't make excuses for yourself. Don't you know how the previous Naruto became like that? Damn it, the root, everything is wrong with the root. The root ninjas are all emotionless machines, so it's not surprising that they would do something like this. Everyone started talking about it, and most of them were shocked and regretful. There are also some people who are making excuses for themselves, trying to wash away the harm they have caused to Naruto. The third Hokage was already old, but in just a few minutes, he seemed to have aged even more. Sarutobi Hiruzen said to Namikaze Minato tremblingly, "Minato, I am sorry for you, I am sorry for Naruto." However, Namikaze Minato still did not move, as if he did not hear what Sarutobi Hiruzen said. At this moment, Minato still hadn't recovered from the blow. Why did his son go through that? Minato couldn't understand why Naruto was taken for experiments. Why is Naruto considered a demon fox? Why did the third Hokage allow Danzo to harm Naruto? Why would the people of Konoha who were protected by him, the fourth Hokage, be so sarcastic towards Naruto? Did Naruto defect? That's great. Maybe I can find a home for Naruto too. I shouldn't have. The fourth Hokage muttered, looking up with an expression of shattered faith. The will of fire has always influenced Minato. He is a child who grew up in Konoha. His love for the ninja village is beyond ordinary people, and his desire to protect the villagers is extremely strong. He regards Konoha as his home and everyone in Konoha as his family. He even sacrificed himself and his wife for Konoha. But is this the result? Why? Why did this result happen? At this moment, Minato began to have serious doubts about the so-called will of fire, and even rejection. Why? Countless questions arose from Minato's heart. He couldn't understand why such a thing happened. Except for the Konoha ninjas, everyone else had an expression as if they were enjoying a good show. It is really hard to describe what happened in words. This is simply the biggest melon in the world. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Minato slowly raised his hand, while Sarutobi Hiruzen beside him was apologizing to him in a low voice. What's the use of apologizing? When the incident happened, you didn't help solve it, and now that you know about it, you come to apologize to me? The Konoha ninjas stared at Minato Namikaze closely, as what happened to Naruto was too shocking. It's so confusing. In their eyes, Minato is the hero of Konoha. How could Minato's son be treated as a monster, and for so many years? Especially those experiments. Orochimaru and Danzo were in collusion, so they knew all the contents of Naruto's experiments. When Orochimaru told everyone the contents of the experiment, everyone couldn't help but feel fear. If that kind of thing happened to any of them physically, they would not be able to bear it and would probably suffer a mental breakdown. Minato felt extremely heavy in his heart, and sadness kept rising in his heart. Although his reincarnated body was unable to shed tears, Minato felt extremely sad and cold. It feels like being in a plane in winter, with heavy snow and no one living, making people feel desperate and cold. Gently taking off the Hokage robe, the proof of his status as Hokage, Minato lowered his head and looked at the words on the back of the robe. The fourth Hokage. From today on, I am no longer the Hokage of Konoha. No longer is Konoha's golden glitter. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, stared at Minato with his old eyes wide open, his body trembling with excitement, his throat heaving up and down, but he couldn't utter a word. Minato's 2 sentences shocked all the Konoha ninjas present. Namikaze Minato, the symbol of benevolence and power, will have nothing to do with Konoha from today on. After a few seconds, there was a commotion inside the barrier. I am not seeing things. The fourth Hokage. I was wrong. No, don't. In front of everyone, Minato rummaged through his Hokage robes. Then he took out a Konoha ninja forehead protector. This action made everyone hold their breath. Could it be? Could it be? Sizzle. The sound of the kunai scratching the forehead protector was extremely harsh under such circumstances. Bang! After leaving a deep scratch on his forehead protector, Minato let his hands hang naturally and threw the Hokage robe and forehead protector on the ground. Minato's back seemed to be hunched, and the will of fire that he had believed in all his life completely collapsed 12 years after his sacrifice. There is no point. Nothing makes sense anymore. The Golden Flash of Konoha has always been a hero from the sacrifice of October 10th, 48th year of Konoha to May 26, 60th year of Konoha. A Hokage who exists as a hero. 12 years after his sacrifice, Minato Namikaze added a label to himself, Traitor Ninja. Under thousands of gazes, the Hokage, who had fought on the battlefield since graduating from the Ninja Academy and worked hard for Konoha all his life, completely became a traitor. Then, Minato's reincarnated figure began to emit white light. This is proof that the soul is dissipating. As if they had anticipated what was going to happen next, the Konoha ninjas rushed over, but were blocked outside by the purple flame yang formation among the 4 red yang formations. The short distance of a few steps seemed like a dimension away. Minato's body began to disappear, his eyes closed with a look of endless fatigue. Minato, who remained young until his death, now had his hair turned white due to sadness. His soul was transformed into some unknown energy and was about to completely dissipate in this world. From now on, Minato's soul will no longer be able to reincarnate. Finally, someone couldn't help it. Haven't you figured it out yet? The so-called Will of Fire doesn't exist at all. These words came from a Konoha ninja. As soon as he said it, he was stared at by the 3 Hokage. Indeed, we are all from Konoha and have been instilled with the Will of Fire since childhood. No one has ever doubted the authenticity of the Will of Fire, but this question clearly expressed everyone's thoughts. Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage, has made countless military achievements. When it comes to the Will of Fire, basically no one can match it except a few Hokage. He devoted his entire life to Konoha and won countless battles for it. However, in the end, Konoha even had to hide the other party's descendants. That's not all. What's even more outrageous is that he even abused the son of the 4th Hokage. This approach is not in line with the Will of Fire. Looking at Minato's soul that was about to dissipate, someone finally couldn't help it. Minato-sama, my name is Inura Genma. I am one of your first subordinates. You saved me. Go with peace of mind. I will take good care of Naruto. This ninja has a strong reputation in Konoha. After all, he is an elite jonin and an old man who has experienced several wars. Once these words were spoken, they seemed to be the first to lead the way, prompting more people to express their opinions. Lord Minato, my name is Sawamura Gen, and I am willing to serve under Uzumaki Naruto. My name is Matsuda Ichika. I was saved by you on July 16, 1939. I am willing. My name is Konoha 47th year. I am Konoha Ichiraku Ramen. Naruto looked at Ayam with red eyes in silence, feeling extremely uncomfortable. After a while, Naruto spoke to Ayam, come with me. After hearing what Naruto said, Ayam slowly shook her head, I have to look after my dad's shop. Naruto then said, do you think the hand-beating uncle really died in an accident? Speaking of this, Akira's eyes widened slightly, and a tear slid down her pretty face. Naruto thought back to his memories, feeling somewhat resentful of himself for defecting so rashly. As far as I can remember, the uncle who beat me with his hands did not die. Now, after Naruto's defection, an accident happened during the fight. But who knows if it was really an accident? So, Naruto thought that the hand beating was all his fault. Naruto stood up and walked in front of Ayam, but he felt a little distressed when he saw the other person's appearance. Originally, her fate was not like this. Pack your things, I'll pick you up later. Don't refuse, because nothing good will happen to you in Konoha. Naruto thought of the faces of the Konoha's high-level officials, and seemed to have guessed what would happen to Ayam if she stayed in Konoha. On the surface, Konoha village seems to be extremely bright. Who knows behind the scenes? It's just like trees, the bigger and taller the tree, the more shadows it casts. And Konoha can be regarded as the largest and tallest tree in the ninja world. Akira opened her mouth, but this time she didn't refuse. She was also very sensitive and felt that there was something strange about her father's death, but that was the information sent back by Konoha. As a woman who had never refined chakra, Akira had no ability to find out the truth. So Ayam could only passively believe the information conveyed to her by Konoha. Naruto handed the Flying Thunder God Kunao to Ayam and said to her, if you are in danger, inject chakra into it. Ayam looked at Naruto with a confused look on her face. Naruto slapped his head and then he remembered that Ayam didn't know how to use chakra at all. Everyone has chakra in their body, but these chakras are usually hidden deep inside the body and need to be extracted by living things before they can be used. Naruto thought for a moment and said to Ayam, how about this, if you are in danger, you can cut your finger with this and I will be able to sense it. That's right, there is chakra in the blood. Ayam cannot control the chakra to be infused into the kunao on her own, but as long as Ayam's blood drips on the kunao, the same effect can be achieved. Akira nodded seriously and turned back inside. The thin figure gave Naruto a very warm feeling. The hand-beating uncle and Ayam can be said to be Naruto's family. Naruto turned around and laughed, his expression instantly turning ugly. We can't just let it go if he was beaten to death. According to Akira, the raw materials for cooking have become increasingly difficult to buy recently, and the merchants who were originally willing to sell them the materials have inexplicably stopped selling goods to Ichiraku. Therefore, the handmade ones had to go out to purchase the goods. However, on the way to purchase the goods, they encountered a group of bandits, who beat him to death and then stole the goods. Naruto didn't need to think to know that there must be something behind this matter. Otherwise, why would those merchants who make a living by selling things be unwilling to sell materials to Shura? After all, if you have the money but don't make it, you'd be a bastard. What's more, they feel at ease making the money, so why not do it? Originally, Naruto's next plan was to find the girl named Hyuga Hinata. But I heard the system prompt. Ding prompt, a blessing force from the soul is trying to merge into the host soul. Please approve it. Naruto stood there in a daze. What was going on? System, what are you talking about? Ding prompt, a blessing force from the soul is trying to merge into the host soul. Please approve it. Naruto, what is this? It can't do any harm, right? Ding, this is not bad for the host, please approve it. Ding, the power of blessing is about to disappear, please approve it, host. Naruto felt a little embarrassed that he inexplicably allowed something to merge into his soul, and even asked for his approval. This system, I trust you, I approve. As soon as Naruto finished speaking, he felt something new inside his body. But after a careful check, there was nothing, which made me confused. After a while, the system prompt came again. Ding, the blessing power from Minato Namikaze has been integrated. The effect is when the host is about to be attacked, the Flying Thunder God technique will automatically be used to teleport to a safe location. The host can choose to turn this ability on or off. At the same time, the host can also engrave the Flying Thunder God mark anywhere within sight. Naruto stood there blankly, thinking for a long time before he said, why does this feel similar to Gaara's ninjutsu? That's right, Gaara's sand will automatically protect Gaara. Please note that this automatic protection of Gaara does not require Gaara's own control. Gaara's ability to control sand is a bloodline limit, but a bloodline limit does not allow the owner to have the ability to make the sand automatically protect the bloodline limit owner. On the streets of Konoha, since almost all the ninjas had gathered at the Chunin exam, there were only a few villagers on the streets. More villagers went to seek refuge somewhere. Naruto was standing on the side of the road holding the soul-destroying sword. Some of the passers-by who were in a hurry recognized Naruto, but some did not recognize him because he had changed so much. The villagers who recognized Naruto stopped pointing and hurried to the designated place for shelter. Naruto's appearance messed up the Chunin exam. The original plan to collapse Konoha was also forced to be suspended. Orochimaru controlled 3 cage-level people who were resurrected by the impure world reincarnation, and confronted a part of Konoha ninjas and the 3rd Hokage. However, these Konoha ninjas have experienced the defection of the 4th Hokage, and their condition is obviously not so good. Treating heroes like this obviously chilled everyone's heart. And at this moment, the direct cause of all this. Is Danzo. Danzo was at the root base under Konoha. He closed his eyes and listened to the news reported by his subordinates. As for Naruto, his mood had experienced ups and downs, and it was difficult for him to create any big waves anymore. The dissipation of Minato's soul turned into a more peculiar blessing power. This blessing power will accompany Naruto throughout his life, silently protecting Naruto. Even if Naruto is asleep, if someone attacks Naruto, the chakra in Naruto's body will automatically perform Flying Thunder God and keep Naruto away from danger. This can save Naruto a lot of attention during battle, and he doesn't even have to worry about whether the opponent can attack him or not, as long as he focuses on attacking. Love from your father? Naruto looked up at the Hokage rock in the distance, where 4 statues stood watching over Konoha like guardian gods. Strictly speaking, he and Minato had only met once. Finally, Naruto completely lost the desire to explore the news about his parents. How many people are there in the entire ninja world? How many people die in the ninja world every year? How many of these people who died were wrongly killed? Aren't the families of those who were wrongfully killed also heartbroken? However, some special existences are just exceptions. Gaara's mother, Uzumaki, Naruto's father. Now Naruto only knows that his parents are dead, but they love him. That's enough. What else does Naruto need to know? Maybe it's not necessary. Originally, Naruto planned to look for Hyuga Hinata, but then he thought again. His current situation meant he had been blacklisted by Konoha. If Naruto had not been bound to the system, he would have been in danger. Moreover, the hand-beating uncle has been targeted by Konoha because of Naruto. Now, he has nothing to do with Hinata, and on the surface, the relationship is just that of ordinary classmates. In addition, Hinata has the Hyuga clan as her backing, so Konoha is unlikely to think of dealing with Hinata. But if I go to find Hinata myself, and the matter is exposed and known by Konoha, I'm afraid Konoha will cause trouble again. Forget it, I won't go. This is good enough. Don't let others get involved. After saying that, Naruto formed hand seals and used the Flying Thunder God technique to return to the Chunin exam site, the venue for the Chunin exams. The interior of the 4 Red Yang formation was divided into 2 parts. One side was a bottomless pit, and the other side was an area where thousands of people lived. Finally, after the 4th Hokage disappeared, the scene calmed down. Maki finally had the chance to speak out. If he doesn't stand up, the Sand Village will probably not be able to escape. Orochimaru knows the secret that Tsunagakure is going to carry out the plan to collapse Konoha. If Orochimaru takes the initiative to tell this secret, then, I'm afraid that none of the sand villagers inside the barrier will survive. Not to mention the living Konoha ninjas, just the reincarnation of the first and second Hokage. The sand village has no intention of resisting them. Maki seized the opportunity, jumped out directly, and shouted at Orochimaru, "Orochimaru, why can you control our Kaze cage?" Yes. Just now, everyone was eating Konoha's melon. Even Tsunagakure himself did not notice that the fourth Kaze cage was standing in a corner of the four red yang formation. You know, impure world reincarnation is for the dead. Not long ago, it was the fourth Kaze cage who ordered this group of sand village to join forces with Otagakure and Orochimaru to carry out the Konoha collapse plan. But unexpectedly, the plan to collapse Konoha failed before it even started. In addition, the sand village is now trapped in the barrier. If they really fight with the people of Konoha, although they have the advantage in numbers, the sand village will definitely not be able to win. Don't ask why, the reason is that the quality of ninja is not good. The willpower of the Tsunagakure people is not weak, but their living environment is too harsh, and it is not uncommon for some individuals to be weaker than those in Konoha. After hearing what Maki said, all the sand villagers who were still watching the fun reacted. They looked towards the corner of the barrier, and then they would see their own shadow being controlled by Orochimaru and used as a tool. Kankuro couldn't help himself for a moment. "Father!" The cry was extremely tragic, and it was obvious that Kankuro was devastated by the sudden bad news. Tamari's condition wasn't much better, tears welled up in her eyes as well. Among the three siblings, Gaara is the calmest. After all, Gaara had a blank expression from beginning to end. Outside the barrier, Naruto just appeared and saw such a big commotion. But Naruto was not a person who liked to watch the show. Seeing that the problem had not been solved in the barrier, he asked, "Hey, when are you going to fight?" "Sand village, Konoha." A sand ninja couldn't stand Naruto's fearless look, so he shouted, "Don't be so proud, little brat." Naruto smiled faintly, "How can I be proud? I am here to help you solve the war. You should thank me." Kindness. Suddenly, Naruto discovered the inside of the barrier of abnormality. After this ninja said this, he was stared at fiercely by most of the Konoha ninjas, with looks like a wolf seeing a sheep. The ninja then remembered what he had just heard. The soul of the fourth Hokage had just disappeared, but the anger and self-blame in the hearts of Minato's subordinates during the war had not disappeared. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind the ninja. He turned around in horror and found Imura Genma standing behind him with an expressionless face. Gurgle. Swallowing his saliva, the sand ninja said, I didn't mean it." Maki also noticed this situation, and he quickly acted as a peacemaker, first repeatedly apologizing to Imura Genma, then asking for Naruto's forgiveness, and finally teaching his own ninja a lesson. Looking at what was happening inside the barrier, Naruto said he was confused. Why was it that as soon as he went out, these ninjas who originally wanted to eat Naruto alive all started to speak up for him? They are not crazy. Suddenly, Naruto remembered the power of blessing he had just received, and without hesitation, he used his second ability to engrave the Flying Thunder God seal inside the barrier. Perhaps because there was a barrier between them, it took Naruto a while to see his Flying Thunder God mark. "Can go in." Naruto smiled and his figure suddenly disappeared. Swish! Inside the barrier, Naruto's figure appeared and the crowd around him dispersed. There was no one within 50 meters of Naruto. "Since you don't want to fight, I won't be polite." The system's mission is to let Naruto stop the war between Tsunagakure and Konoha. Now Tsunagakure and Konoha have not fought yet, and they have not completely torn their faces apart. If Naruto suddenly appeared and crushed Tsunagakure and Konoha with his strong strength, then Tsunagakure would definitely not dare to fall out with Konoha again. On the contrary, the relationship between Tsunagakure and Konoha may be maintained for a while because of Naruto. Naruto looked around and found that many people looked at him and then lowered their heads, as if they were too ashamed to face him. Even the successive Hokage never reprimanded Naruto. "You guys are making it very difficult for me to handle this." "Never mind." Naruto raised his hand and everyone perked up. Everyone saw Naruto's attack just now. In such a small place, if Naruto really uses ninjutsu, wouldn't everyone die? Suddenly, countless voices were heard. These were nothing more than voices trying to dissuade Naruto. Among them, there are also some voices of regret. Naruto didn't know why they felt regretful, but he knew that with the successive Hokage present, they were able to block his attacks. Naruto's mission was just to make everyone present feel the danger to their lives. By then, Naruto will become the common enemy of Tsunagakure and Konoha. And Naruto's mission can also be completed successfully. A Rasengan appeared that was so huge that even the barrier couldn't contain it. Seeing this ninjutsu again, everyone couldn't help but feel despair. Among the four red sun formations, there is also a purple flame sun formation. Naruto's position was outside the purple flame sun formation. Inside the purple flame yang array is where Orochimaru and successive Hokage are located. The voices begging for mercy continued to reach Naruto's ears, but Naruto remained unmoved. Again, the same words. I am kind, and it is you who make me kill. Because you intend to provoke a war, intend to disrupt the balance of the ninja world, and intend to plunge the entire ninja world into the pain of war. And I, Uzumaki Naruto, appear as the savior. Even if I kill you, it is for the benefit of the world. Naruto. A familiar voice came and Naruto couldn't help but stop what he was doing. Turning around, Naruto immediately smiled. What a coincidence, isn't this Haruno Sakura? Under the gazes of so many people, Haruno Sakura broke free from her parents' hands and ran quickly towards Naruto. Tears flowed from the girl's eyes, and Haruno Sakura said painfully, Naruto, I beg you to let the people here go. They have families too. Don't you like me? I can go with you. Naruto gasped after hearing this and said in shock, Haruno Sakura, this is a heroic act. When did you have such noble thoughts? The surrounding ninjas were shocked to see that Haruno Sakura would take the initiative to negotiate with Naruto for their safety. However, they were not too moved because it was just a small episode. Is it because of them that Haruno Sakura was able to stand up? Ask yourself, is it? No, or it was only a small part of the reason, because Haruno Sakura's family was also within the attack range. But, Haruno Sakura still stood up, and all the ninjas were staring at Naruto. Their thoughts were unanimous, promise her, promise her. That's right, only if Naruto agrees to Haruno Sakura can they survive. However, Naruto is not such a superficial creature. Naruto looked at Haruno Sakura with an apologetic look on his face. Haruno Sakura, I'm sorry, this deal is not proportional to what I gain, do you understand what I mean? Besides, look around you. Instead of being grateful to you for your great deed, they all think you're a fool. When Haruno Sakura heard what Naruto said, she looked around in horror. As expected, no one noticed her at all. Naruto sighed, forget it, I won't tease you anymore. Seeing that Naruto seemed to be about to give in, Haruno Sakura was suddenly delighted. Because she found that Naruto, who had changed so much, was actually very handsome and strong. However, Haruno Sakura seemed to have misunderstood what Naruto meant, because Naruto just yawned and completely disconnected the Rasengan in his hand from his main body. The result of doing this is that the Rasengan will lose the chakra that maintains its form, which means that the Rasengan is about to explode. Naruto's figure disappeared from the spot in time and left the barrier. The people inside the barrier showed expressions of despair. At this moment, both the Sand Ninja and the Konoha Ninja hated Naruto to the core, including those ninjas who had previously said they wanted to serve Naruto. Sakura Haruno knelt on the ground. She never expected that Naruto would reject her without any hesitation. Naruto used to like me so much, why would he disagree? Outside the barrier, Naruto looked at everything inside the barrier coldly. If the successive Hokage had not taken action, these thousands of lives would have been lost. Afterwards, Naruto might spend a few seconds feeling sad that he had killed thousands of people, but that was it. The Rasengan continued to expand, and noisy curses rose and fell within the barrier. However, due to the restrictions of the barrier, they could only talk and did not even have the ability to protect themselves. Not to mention, they will seek revenge on Naruto. Boom! A loud noise was heard and everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at the huge explosion in the sky. That's right, the real body of the Rasengan appeared in the sky just a moment ago. Whoosh! A violent gust of wind blew away the plants on the ground, revealing the bare soil, and Naruto, smartly, entered the barrier again. He came in, of course, to avoid the wind. Naruto Uzumaki is weak and frail. What if he catches a cold from the wind? From being on the verge of death to finding a chance to live, everyone had an expression as if they had survived a calamity. Naruto touched his chin with his hand, narrowed his eyes and silently transferred some chakra into the soul-destroying sword. The scarlet pupil scanned the crowd around him, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. You are so lucky. Those who were seen by Naruto wanted to stay away from him. It's just because Naruto is too creepy at this moment, like a devil crawling out of hell. Those eyes made people feel frightened. So this question arose in the hearts of the ninjas at this moment. If the ninja village fights Naruto alone, will they be able to resist? As a result, the invisible and intangible alliance between Tsunagakure and Konoha became closer. In a life-and-death crisis, even mortal enemies may put aside their prejudices and temporarily join forces to survive. What's more, although there is hatred between Tsunagakure and Konoha, it is only a small group of people and there is nothing to be afraid of. At the same time, the voice of the system came from Naruto's mind. Ding mission, stop the war between Konoha and Tsunagakure to prevent the war from expanding to the ninja world. Objective accomplished. Ding mission completed, reward issued, ninja sword severance. As the system's voice fell, a weapon suddenly appeared in Naruto's left hand. With the experience from last time, Naruto was not surprised, but directly picked up Dansei and looked at it. It didn't matter if he just took a look, but when he saw the so-called severance of life, Naruto's face turned strange. System, as we all know, this is a sickle, which is used by farmers to harvest crops. Ding Ninja Sword Danzhong. It is both the scabbard of the soul-destroying sword and a tool to control the soul-destroying sword. It can also allow the host to communicate with the soul sealed by the soul-destroying sword. In the real world, the host can also use Danzhong to control the soul inside the soul-destroying sword to fight. Naruto played with the weapon in his hand, not paying any attention to the pointing and talking of the surrounding ninjas. Naruto discovered that Danshao looked like an ordinary sickle, except that there was a groove at the end of the handle. This groove is just big enough for the soul-destroying sword to fit in. Picking up the soul-destroying sword, Naruto inserted the tip of the sword into the groove of the sword, and it went in smoothly. Snap! Just like that, the weapon that was originally a horizontal sword and a sickle became just one. The messenger infused chakra into Danshao, and Naruto's mind gained more memories. This is how to use Duan Sheng. After a while, Naruto, whose memories were over, excitedly drew out the soul-destroying sword, and discovered that the soul-destroying sword and the life-destroying sword were complementary weapons. Putting the soul destroyer flat in the air, Naruto slowly released his hand. Really? The soul-destroying sword was strangely suspended in the air, and Naruto used the chakra inside the sword to command the soul-destroying sword. Swish! The soul-destroying sword suddenly moved and flew into the sky under Naruto's control. Naruto played with it for a while as if no one was around, and then let the soul-destroying sword automatically return to the scabbard. Which was to cut off his life. Closing his eyes, Naruto poured chakra into both the life-severing and soul-destroying abilities at the same time. Naruto's consciousness appeared in a pitch-black space. There are two souls inside this space, Cardo, and the ninja who insulted Naruto. At this moment, because Cardo arrived first, he had already grasped Orochimaru's arm. Using Orochimaru's arm, Cardo was able to perform various of Orochimaru's ninjutsu in the state of soul. Thus, Cardo had one more slave. That was the ninja who was later sent into the soul-destroying sword by Naruto. Naruto's appearance attracted the attention of the two souls inside the soul-destroying sword. Cardo held the soul of Orochimaru's arm and came to Naruto triumphantly. When he saw Naruto's face, he was shocked. Naruto said impatiently, "Why are you yelling? I'm not going to eat you." Cardo got Orochimaru's arm and is now very arrogant. When he saw Naruto, he was afraid at first, and then he bravely attacked Naruto. However, Naruto just pointed lightly and Cardo's movements stopped instantly. Naruto smiled and said, "I am the master here, do you think you can beat me?" That's right, Naruto has absolute power inside the soul-destroying sword. Anyone's soul that enters the soul-destroying sword will be no match for Naruto. After teaching Cardo a lesson, Naruto snatched Orochimaru's arm and threw it into the endless darkness. Then, Naruto ignored Cardo who was howling in revenge by another soul and went straight out of the inner world of the soul-destroying sword. Outside, Naruto had closed his eyes for some time. Everyone was impatient, thinking that this guy might be sick. Did he fall asleep? Naruto opened his eyes and looked around, selecting his prey. After arriving in Konoha, Naruto certainly would not go back empty-handed. Just completing the tasks assigned to Naruto by the system is not enough to satisfy Naruto. A powerful soul can enhance the power of the soul-destroying sword. And aren't there 4 powerful ninjas who were resurrected by the impure world reincarnation at the scene, etc.? Where is my dad? Naruto didn't find Minato, nor did he pay too much attention to him. Instead, he planned to start hunting. However, before hunting, Naruto still wants to try another function of Danzhong. Come out, Konoha ninja. Naruto infused chakra into Danshou and soul destroying, and raised Danshou in his hand. Danshou, a dark sickle, emitted a black light. The light condensed into a human figure around Naruto, and finally, a figure appeared. This strange scene made everyone shudder. Suddenly, a panicked voice came from the crowd. "Brother, big brother." He was a Konoha ninja, and looked somewhat similar to the one summoned by Naruto. Naruto didn't cause him too much pain and directly took the soul away. This guy is not strong enough and can't help Naruto. Now, Naruto finally understood what life-severing and soul-destroying were. Naruto can regard soul destruction as a world, and life destruction is Naruto entering this world is also the key to controlling all souls within this world. Interesting. Naruto didn't even look at the Konoha ninja who collapsed after learning of his brother's death, but turned his gaze to Senju Tobirama. The real prey is here. As for the others, Naruto doesn't even look down upon them. There was a strange red light flashing in Naruto's eyes. Swish! The soul-destroying sword was suddenly pulled out from inside Duan Sheng and flew straight towards Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama snorted coldly and attacked, targeting the soul. It's really weird and difficult, but too slow. Before the soul-destroying sword got close to Senju Tobirama, Senju Tobirama's figure disappeared. Naruto knew that Tobirama Senju could use Flying Thunder God, so he was not discouraged. Instead, he turned his gaze to Hashirama Senju again. Compared to his younger brother, the older brother is not bad. The soul-destroying sword stabbed into the 4 red yang formation, but did not cause any ripples. Instead, it passed through in a strange way. It's as if the soul-destroying sword has no substance. Monkey, you are wrong in this matter. How can you turn a blind eye and not care about the life and death of your fourth-generation son? We in Konoha will never allow such a situation to exist. Wherever the leaves dance, the fire will continue to burn. The flames will continue to illuminate the village and allow new leaves to sprout. We must protect the next generation even if it means sacrificing ourselves. The will of fire is not just talk, but must be put into practice. Senju Hashirama was talking to Sarutobi Hiruzen in a rapid manner. Judging from the appearance, Senju Hashirama was a middle-aged man, while the third Hokage was an old man. The scene was a bit weird, but Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't dare to refute at all. He lowered his head and accepted the education of Senju Hashirama. Sarutobi Hiruzen was also a little helpless. He was already several decades older, yet he was still being treated like this. Moreover, Sarutobi Hiruzen had said that sentence countless times in his life, and now someone finally said it to Sarutobi Hiruzen. After saying this, Hashirama Senju looked at the ninjas around him. It didn't take long for Hashirama Senju to show a look of disappointment. His plan had not succeeded. Back then, Hashirama Senju took the initiative to advocate free love among the ninja clan, in order to break the conflicts and awkward relationships between the ninja clan and civilians in the village. But now, so many years have passed, and some of the Senju clan have died, some have married off, and some have even become live-in son-in-law. However, other ninja clans were not moved at all and still maintained the custom of marrying within the clan for the so-called bloodline. It has to be said that Hashirama Senju was a great ninja, but he did not succeed in everything. At this moment, a sound of breaking air came from behind his head. Senju Hashirama habitually condensed his chakra, turned around and punched. The terrifying chakra directly shook the roof and created spiderweb-like cracks, but the soul-destroying sword was not affected. The soul-destroying sword pierced through Hashirama Senju's fists and arms and easily pierced into his chest. Naruto saw the scene and felt inexplicably excited. That is the god of ninja. If I seal the god of ninja into the soul-destroying sword, wouldn't it be equivalent to obtaining a super fighter? However, an accident happened. There are too few souls inside the soul-destroying sword, so the sealing power is not that strong. Only Orochimaru, a guy who had played with his own soul and left it in tatters, could have his arm sealed so easily by the soul-destroying sword. And who is Hashirama Senju? No matter how you look at it, they are all ninja gods. In addition, Hashirama Senju's strength is indeed not at its peak, but his soul is. I saw that Hashirama Senju felt endless pain, then he frowned, his body shook, and a visible shock wave flew in all directions. The soul-destroying sword was also easily knocked out of Hashirama Senju's body. Hashirama Senju's body could not feel pain, but his soul could. Senju Hashirama stood there with a frown on his face and said, "It's really incomparable pain." The soul-destroying sword was knocked away by Hashirama Senju, and even Naruto was unable to control it for a while. As the soul-destroying blade flew backwards, a figure appeared on its path. Hand of the corpse. Pa. Senju Tobirama crossed his 10 fingers and clenched them tightly, gripping the hilt of the soul-destroying sword, and it was unknown when Senju Tobirama's hands turned into the state of souls. Naruto was extremely shocked by this scene. The same was true for Senju Hashirama. He said to Senju Tobirama in surprise, "Tobirama, why can you touch that sword? I can't." Senju Tobirama grabbed the soul-destroying sword, pressed his body down, and landed steadily on the roof. Senju Tobirama, brother, this is a ninjutsu I just invented. It has no effect, it can only touch the soul. I just wanted to give it a try, but I didn't expect to actually get this strange ninja sword. Naruto heard Senju Tobirama's explanation from a distance and felt that it didn't make sense. This Nima. How long had it been since Senju Tobirama discovered that his soul-destroying sword was a weapon targeting the soul, until Senju Tobirama developed a new ninjutsu? In between, I'm afraid there's less than 5 minutes left. In other words, Tobirama Senju invented a new ninjutsu in less than 5 minutes? The corners of Naruto's mouth twitched as he recalled the introduction of Senju Tobirama in his mind. He is a genius in ninjutsu and can invent all kinds of strange and bizarre ninjutsu. Senju Tobirama tightly grasped the soul-destroying sword and said loudly, "This ninjutsu is based on the Shikigami sealing technique, with some modifications, allowing both hands to transform into a spirit state. The order of the seals is Zi-U-Isai. Just be careful not to use chakra to communicate with the god of death, that's all." After Tobirama Senju finished explaining, Hashirama Senju and Hiruzen Sarutobi began to make hand seals at the same time. Zi-U-Isai. Then, their hands also turned into soul state, and it seemed that they could touch the soul-destroying sword. Many ninjas also tried to learn, but none of them succeeded. 9 out of 10 of them fainted and lost consciousness. Seeing this situation, Tobirama Senju felt that this class of students was the worst he had ever taught. "Senju Tobirama, don't try it lightly, the 3 of us are enough." After saying that, Tobirama Senju held the soul-destroying sword and stared at Naruto with murderous intent. Naruto, on the other hand, just stood there, at a loss as to what to do. Obviously he had too little practical experience. In less than 10 minutes, Senju Tobirama developed a ninjutsu and then taught it to the other two Hokage. The most important thing is that the other two Hokage actually learned it. This is outrageous. Facing Senju Tobirama as an enemy, Naruto felt a huge pressure rising in his heart. How to defeat this kind of enemy? In less than 3 seconds, a flying thunder god Kunao appeared under Naruto's feet. It belonged to Tobirama Senju. Swish! The figure of Senju Tobirama appeared in front of Naruto, holding the soul-destroying sword and slashing towards Naruto. The speed is very fast, and he cuts first and then uses Flying Thunder God, giving people a sense of surprise. Naruto only reacted at this time. Suddenly, a vast amount of chakra poured from Naruto's body into the ninja sword Dansei, and the control of the soul-destroying sword increased again. A few centimeters away from Naruto's head, the soul-destroying sword remained motionless, and Senju Tobirama felt a heavy pressure. He could no longer wield the soul-destroying sword. Senju Tobirama was very decisive. He immediately threw away the soul-destroying sword, turned around, took out a kunao, and stabbed at Naruto. Senju Tobirama believed that even if the soul-destroying sword hit him, he could endure the pain and make a big hole in Naruto's head. Looking at the successive Hokage inside the barrier, Naruto got a headache. Not long ago, he was still a genin. Although he has gained powerful strength now, he must be given time to accumulate some combat experience. Why did they let Naruto challenge the Hokage right from the start? Especially Senju Tobirama. He was so evil that he invented a ninjutsu that could restrain Naruto without anyone noticing. Is this scientific? This is not scientific, so this is called Tobirama. If I can't be the Hokage, then I can be the Kaze cage. Naruto cast his gaze towards the Kaze cage in the corner, where many Tsunagaku were gathered, all talking about something at once, but the Kaze cage had been completely controlled by Orochimaru and couldn't utter a word. First seal the Kaze cage, increase the sealing power of the soul-destroying sword, and then seal Sarutobi Hiruzen. After sealing Sarutobi Hiruzen, maybe we can seal Senju Tobirama. If we seal Senju Tobirama, then are we still far from sealing Senju Hashirama? Naruto is very envious now, because in Naruto's eyes, these souls are all super fighters. Just imagine that if someone provokes Naruto in the future, Naruto will use Danshao to summon all the previous Hokage. How can others play? However, Feng Ying is not easy to deal with either. Let's not talk about whether the sand village surrounding the Kaze cage has any ability to attack the soul-destroying sword. Just taking Tobirama Senju, who was standing in front of Naruto, as an example, it was unlikely that Naruto would be able to succeed. Because, no matter how much injustice Naruto suffered in Konoha, Tobirama Senju is always the second-generation Hokage of Konoha. This fact cannot be changed. No matter what, whether right or wrong, Senju Tobirama will not allow Naruto to harm Konoha. Of course, the winner is right. If Tobirama Senju killed Naruto, then a legend like this will be circulated in Konoha. After the fourth Hokage sealed the Demon Fox, the second Hokage killed the Demon Fox in the form of Impure World Reincarnation. And if Naruto's ideal is finally realized, the following version will be spread around the world. Our great man Uzumaki Naruto was once targeted by the leader of an old force. Suddenly, Naruto saw Orochimaru hiding nearby. From the beginning, Orochimaru remained silent and watched everything happening around him silently. It seemed that his goal had not been achieved yet, so Orochimaru did not cancel the Impure World Reincarnation and turned around to escape. When Orochimaru saw that Naruto noticed him, he quietly turned his back to reduce his presence. But how could Naruto get what he wanted? Naruto shouted, "Hey, Orochimaru, so what are you doing in Konoha?" Orochimaru. Damn, doesn't Orochimaru know what's going on at the scene? Outside the Purple Flame Yang formation, there were hundreds and thousands of Sand Village members, and they all hated Orochimaru to the core. Orochimaru was about to lose his control over the successive Hokage. The chakra of his four subordinates had also reached the point where they were completely exhausted. So Orochimaru now just wants to retreat safely, and killing Sarutobi Hiruzen can wait until later. However, just as Orochimaru was about to remove the barrier and escape, Naruto pulled Orochimaru into everyone's sight in front of everyone. The corner of Orochimaru's mouth twitched and he felt that Naruto was very bad and cunning. Naruto was outside, thinking about how to trick Orochimaru. Suddenly, a familiar feeling came over me. This is the symbol of the Flying Thunder God's mark. And that place is where Icarus is. Naruto didn't dare to delay at all. He left the things inside the barrier alone and used Flying Thunder God to teleport directly to Ayam. The scene changed in a flash. In Ichiraku Ramen, Ayam pressed herself tightly against the wall, tightly holding the Flying Thunder God kunao given to her by Naruto in her hand. However, it is a reverse grip. Therefore, blood flowed. But this did not arouse any sympathy from the person in front of him. In front of Ayam, three ninjas wearing Tsunagaku forward protectors were about to take action. At this critical moment, Naruto appears. Seeing this scene, Naruto became furious and without hesitation used the life-severing technique to activate the soul-destroying technique, piercing through the three people with one blow. Plop plop plop. The sounds of 3 people falling to the ground rang out almost at the same time, and the soul-destroying sword sealed the souls of the 3 people. Naruto looked at Ayam and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Except for the hand that Icarus injured himself, there was no damage to other parts of his body. But there was some fatigue and panic in her expression. Naruto walked over and comforted him. "Don't worry, they're dead." Looking at the 3 corpses on the ground again, Naruto suddenly became furious. This guy is not Sand Village at all. After their death, the 3 people's transformation skills could no longer be maintained and their true faces were revealed. This is definitely the uniform of the Konoha Umbu, plus the Konoha Forehead Protector. However, Naruto knew that this group of people were probably the root. Naruto was extremely angry. He used the Sword of Life Severing to enter the soul-destroying sword and found the 3 souls. Naruto looked at them coldly. "Tell me, who ordered you to do this?" However, although the 3 were controlled by Naruto, they refused to say anything. Naruto sneered, "Haha, you're being tough. That's what makes it interesting." After saying that, Naruto casually raised his hand, and 3 crosses slowly rose up. Naruto started to introduce them. "This is what I learned from Uchiha Itachi's Tsukuyomi. It should be very effective as a criminal law. There is only one rule. Whoever answers my question first will be exempt from punishment." Dozens of ninja swords appeared all around and pierced the 3 Konoha ninjas without hesitation. Soon, screams spread throughout the space. Cardo's soul was being tortured by another soul, flickering on and off, and it looked like it was about to dissipate. Sure enough, after a while, someone couldn't hold on any longer. They are not afraid of death. The key is that they will be tortured by Naruto after death, which is too unbearable. Yes, it's Master Danzo. Naruto got the answer he wanted, so he let go of the ninja who answered, and then continued to use the ninja sword torturing the other 2 ninjas. After leaving the soul-destroying sword space, Naruto saw Ayam lowering her head and bandaging her hand with gauze. It was just because of the pain that his movements seemed unsteady, and sweat appeared on Icarus's forehead. Naruto sighed, walked over, slowly stretched out his hands, and gently bandaged Ayam. "Don't make such a big cut next time. It looks painful." Ayam is someone who has no refined chakra, and her recovery speed is very slow for Naruto. An injury that takes Naruto a few seconds to heal may take Ayam several months. At this time, Naruto suddenly thought of Karen's role. Recover from injury? Naruto's mind moved and his figure disappeared in an instant. Ayam noticed that Naruto had disappeared. Her dazed face froze for a moment, then she silently lowered her head and sat there waiting for Naruto to come back. The death of his father was a great blow to Changpyu. Now Icarus is in a daze every day, like a walking corpse. Naruto didn't leave for long this time and came back soon. Moreover, he brought back a little girl. As soon as Karen appeared, she saw Ayam looking like she was about to die. This is an expression that only those who have experienced despair will show, and Karen herself has deeply experienced this. Naruto signaled to Karen, "Use medical ninjutsu quickly." Karen said "oh" obediently, and then gave the treatment to Icarus obediently. Walking up to Ayam and squatting down, Karen untied the bandage on Naruto's body and found that the wound was only a skin wound. Karen used the palm magic on Icarus's wound and began to treat it. Icarus stared blankly at Karen, who was healing her wounds, and she really wanted to thank her. But for some reason, Icarus felt weak all over and didn't even have the strength to speak. Now, Icarus just wants to see his father again. It was almost healed in a short time, but Icarus needed to pay more attention to it and prevent the wound from splitting. Seeing that the medical treatment was almost over, Naruto pulled the arms of both men and began to communicate with the Flying Thunder God Seal on the passenger ship. A passenger ship was sailing on the sea not far to the south of Wave Country. In one of the rooms, Naruto appeared with Ayam and Karen. After sending the 2 to a safe place, Naruto told Karen, "Notify me if you encounter danger, and don't bully Ayam, got it?" Karen looked at Ayam, who looked like a dead person, and nodded, "Okay." Naruto finished his instructions and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Karen, on the other hand, was staring at Ayam, trying to find a topic to break the silence between them. Returning to Ichiraku Ramen in Konoha again, Naruto felt that the chakra in his body had decreased significantly. Finally, after all that waste Naruto had, his chakra began to decrease. After going out and taking a look at the barrier in the distance, Naruto's expression began to become serious. There are some people that Naruto can't let go. Opening Kagura's mind eye, Naruto began searching Konoha. Not long after, an underground space appeared within Naruto's perception range. Following the road and finding the entrance, Naruto rushed in without hesitation. After entering, Naruto ran into 2 root ninjas head-on. These root ninjas are all Danzo's minions and have almost no emotions. Naruto didn't waste any time and used Danshao to control the soul-destroying sword to fight. Swish! The soul-destroying sword is extremely fast that it can penetrate any substance and strike directly at the ninja's soul. One of the root ninjas was pierced through and fell to the ground with a groan. The other one was obviously smarter. Seeing that Naruto was coming with great momentum and murderous intent, he had no intention of fighting and ran inside. Naruto yawned, not at all defensive. because he doesn't need to guard against attacks from any angle. This cave actually has more than 20 exits. The huge root base is located underground in Konoha. Just when Naruto was about to take action, the system prompt came. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the novice mission. Now open the system point and system mall. Ding! System points. The host can obtain system points by sealing the soul. System points can be used to purchase items in the system mall. Ding! In addition to sealing the soul, the system's tasks will also reward the host with system points. Ding! The items in the system mall are very useful to the host, please check them out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for sealing Kato and obtaining system points 3.6. Ding! Congratulations to the host for sealing Orochimaru's arm and obtaining system points 3680. Ding! Congratulations to the host for sealing. Following the system's voice prompt, Naruto also sensed that the barrier in the distance began to dissipate. It seems that Orochimaru has already dealt with his own affairs and started to run away. So the novice mission ends with Orochimaru running away. Naruto stood at the entrance of the route, not paying any attention to the root ninja who went back to report the news, and instead began to study the system. At this time, Naruto realized that the system was his greatest secret and treasure. As long as you complete the task, you will get a handsome reward. This is very worthwhile for Naruto. It can be said that if there was no system, Naruto would probably have died. System, let me see that mall. Naruto still knew the word mall. It was the system point that made Naruto a little dizzy. It was also the first time he heard such a name. As Naruto finished speaking to the system in his mind, a translucent frame appeared in front of Naruto. There are rows of prop names and pictures inside, and there is a message 4250 system points remaining in the upper right corner. And below those props, there are standard system points. Naruto said to the system, this seems to be the restaurant's ordering menu? Ding! Similar to ordering from a menu, the host's currency is system points. You can purchase corresponding items by spending corresponding system points. Naruto glanced at the densely packed root ninjas rushing out in front of him, and said nothing but silently threw several flying thunder god kunai in all directions. Then, Naruto continued to study the system as if no one was around. This group of roots that chased after him did not arouse Naruto's vigilance at all. There is an old man wrapped in bandages at the root. After seeing Naruto, the old man said, Uzumaki Naruto, didn't I ask you to go to Team 7 to help me gather intelligence? Naruto frowned, as if he saw something of interest, but did not respond to Danzo's words. Danzo snorted coldly, and a deep voice came, leave him some breath. At the command, the surrounding root ninjas rushed towards Naruto. They held ninja swords in their hands, pointing them at Naruto's limbs and stomach. However, Naruto seemed not to notice and continued to point in the air. What the hell, he looks like a psychopath. But, something magical happened. A total of more than a dozen ninja swords attacked Naruto at the same time, but none of them hit. Naruto's body suddenly and strangely appeared in another place. Someone saw that there was a flying thunder god kunai there. The roots looked at each other and attacked Naruto again. However, still can't attack. Naruto always uses flying thunder god in a very unpredictable way to escape their attacks. Looking at Naruto, he was still so calm and arrogant in front of the subordinates he had trained with great effort. Danzo's face darkened. Uzumaki Naruto, it seems that Kota Amatsukami has been cracked by you? After several waves of attacks, the positions of all of Naruto's flying thunder god kunai have been exposed. The roots spread out and attacked flying thunder god's position at the same time. However, the consequence of doing so is, well, plop. A root corpse fell down, and the soul-destroying sword seemed to have its own consciousness and guarded Naruto. Ding! Congratulations to the host for sealing the root elite Chunin and obtaining system points 1500. The strange way of death once again frightened everyone at the scene. Naruto's attention was still on the system Shangcheng, and he just killed a root casually. Danzo's face looked like a monkey's, but he had experienced at least 800 battles in his life, and had never seen anyone as arrogant as Naruto. Use ninjutsu. Danzo's angry voice echoed in the root base. Next, there was another colorful ninjutsu attack. After a wave of attacks, Naruto disappeared. Naruto appeared next to the nearest flying thunder god seal. Finally, Naruto raised his head, took a look at the system points that had risen to 5,750, and smiled with satisfaction. Naruto has already studied the items in the system mall. Almost everything Naruto knows can be found in it. Not only can it be as small as a toothpick or as large as a chakra cannon, but it can also always replace some more vague things. For example, ninjutsu. From D-level ninjutsu to S-level ninjutsu, as long as the jutsu does not require a bloodline limit to perform, it can be purchased. So, what about those ninjutsu that require bloodline limit to perform? What's even more bizarre is that the mall actually sells bloodline limits. There are so many kinds of bloodline limits, some that Naruto can't even name, and some that he's seen before and some that he hasn't. What Naruto found most incredible was that he could actually purchase the values on his own attribute panel. 10 system points can be exchanged for 1 point of chakra quantity, strength, and control score. The higher the score, the stronger Naruto's hard power is. Now, Naruto's weak point, chakra control, has a score of over 50,000, which is simply terrifying. Therefore, even if Naruto improves his chakra control, the system points he possesses can only be increased by 575 points. In this way, the improvement is not very obvious. Naruto set his sights on a ninjutsu that he liked and said to the system, purchase the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Ding, the host consumed 2,000 system points and successfully purchased the Shadow Clone technique. With the memory of the Shadow Clone in his mind, Naruto began to form hand seals according to a specific chakra circulation method. There is only one seal, which is relatively simple. However, Naruto found that he was a clumsy hand, and he had to think hard before he could make a simple seal. Looks like I need to practice some more later. Shadow Clone technique. Bang bang bang. Naruto's figures appeared densely all around him, which made him stunned. Ding, congratulations to the host for taking the initiative to advance the Shadow Clone technique to the multiple Shadow Clone technique. Naruto, who was just experimenting, released his Shadow Clone and then communicated with the Flying Thunder God Kunao at the root base. Swish. As soon as Naruto appeared, he found several attacks in front of him. 2 fire escape techniques, a few ninja swords, a bunch of kunao, and countless shurikens. Snort. Naruto snorted coldly, and the chakra in his body was released. The strong chakra blocked all the kunao and shuriken. Then Naruto clenched his fists and punched the 2 C-rank fire styles. Boom! The fire escape shattered with a sound, exploding into hundreds of flames that scattered across the root base. And Danzo has already led his men to surround Naruto's location. Naruto looked up at Danzo, who was standing on the platform far away from him, and smiled teasingly. Are you afraid of me? Although Danzo was furious at Naruto's words, he quickly hid his emotions and it was not visible from the outside. Danzo smiled faintly. I'm afraid of you? You are my Jinchuriki, my weapon. It's just that I haven't completely controlled you yet. Do you remember, I have conducted more than 300 experiments on you and have achieved 16 successes. Each success brought me huge benefits, and you should feel honored by this. Danzo's words reminded Naruto of his own childhood experiences. Naruto didn't even dare to recall the hellish pain. But now, the difference in power between the two sides allows Naruto to take revenge happily. Naruto clenched his ninja sword, raised his head and stared at Danzo fiercely, his pupils gradually turning into a bloodthirsty scarlet. An extremely cold aura swept out from the root base and spread throughout Konoha almost instantly. The root base, which was the center, and the root ninjas and Danzo, who were very close to Naruto, all stared at Naruto with bloodshot eyes. This is true for everyone, including Danzo. He never expected that his words would cause such a huge reaction from Naruto. It seems that Naruto still hasn't gotten over what happened to him as a child. Danzo sneered at Naruto below. You have finally become a real monster. So, raising his hand, Danzo slowly removed the gauze covering his eyes. A Mangekyo Sharingan was revealed, and Danzo was so excited that he went crazy, his body trembling as he said, You don't belong to me. One, thinking about Naruto's strength, thinking about how Naruto was able to defeat Uchiha Itachi and Hashigaki Kisame by himself, thinking about Naruto's record of easily defeating Orochimaru, Danzo couldn't help but fantasize that after he controlled Naruto, the first thing he would do was to find Orochimaru, then enslave Orochimaru and make him work for him. Then Danzo will let Naruto pretend to be out of control and kill the third Hokage. After that, he, Shimura Danzo, will be able to ascend to the position of Hokage smoothly. However, accidents always come so quickly. Naruto didn't make any move, but on a pillar behind Danzo, a Flying Thunder God seal strangely appeared. Wherever the eyes can see, the mark of the Flying Thunder God can be engraved. Danzo prepared Koto Amatsukami and was only one step away from success. His heart beat faster and faster, as if he had returned to that exciting era. As long as he controls Naruto, Danzo's lifelong dream will come true. But Naruto's figure suddenly disappeared. Danzo stopped Koto Amatsukami without hesitation and instead used Izanagi. Several Uchiha clan eyes were implanted on his arms, and he had several lives to waste. Danzo was not in a hurry at all because he had many chances, while Naruto only had one. Sensing Naruto's presence coming from behind him, Danzo glanced back slightly and sneered. Naruto has the memory of the original work, so how could he not know that Danzo in front of him could perform Izanagi many times? First time, test. Let's try and see if the soul-destroying sword, which attacks the soul directly, can seal Danzo within the time limit of Izanagi. Naruto knew that Danzo was using Koto Amatsukami, so he gently loosened his hand that was holding the soul-destroying sword and looked at the excited Danzo calmly. At the last moment when Koto Amatsukami was activated, Naruto's figure disappeared again and appeared at the location of the Flying Thunder God mark surrounded by the roots below. Danzo was shocked and ignored the soul-destroying sword that was so close to him that he quickly turned around and looked at Naruto again. However, Naruto disappeared again. At the same time, the soul-destroying sword pierced through Danzo's body, and the intense pain made Danzo's face distorted and his eyes bloodshot. The sealing power of the soul-destroying sword took effect, pulling Danzo's entire soul into the soul-destroying sword. Naruto did not feel complacent, but instead carefully observed the reaction of the soul-destroying sword. The roots below had already attacked Naruto, but he didn't dodge or care at all. Sigh, ever since he got that ability, Naruto's combat experience doesn't seem to be that important anymore. He only needs to think about how to attack the enemy and how to seal the enemy's soul with the soul-destroying sword. Get beaten? Sorry, the Flying Thunder God technique that was automatically cast has not yet cooled down. How could you hit me? Are you overthinking it? Minutes later, Danzo's soul mysteriously disappeared from the soul-destroying sword, and Naruto looked around. Sure enough, Danzo's figure appeared again, as if the soul-destroying sword had just sealed away loneliness. During the effect of Izanagi, even the soul-destroying sword cannot seal the opponent? However, Naruto was not discouraged, but rather excited. Because in this way, he can make Danzo experience many ways of dying. How fun would that be? Naruto looked at Danzo without any hesitation, not worried at all that he would be hit by Kotoama Tsukami. There are several ways to crack the power of blessing from Minato Namikaze. The first is to seal Naruto's chakra that when the chakra in Naruto's body cannot move, even the power of blessing will be useless. The second is to wait until Naruto's chakra is completely exhausted, so that he can't even use Flying Thunder God once. But that is obviously not realistic. The second time, I was shattered to pieces. Naruto's eyes darted around as Flying Thunder God marks appeared on all the facilities in the root base. Moreover, it appeared out of nowhere. Danzo also noticed this situation and suddenly felt his scalp tingling. When Minato Namikaze became famous, Danzo knew it very well. It can be said that no one can escape within the range of Minato Namikaze's Flying Thunder God Kunao. But now, Naruto's Flying Thunder God seal is everywhere, and even the ground is above his head. There is nowhere to hide. Naruto concentrated all his strength to condense the Rasengan, and sneered at Danzo, if this Rasengan goes down, you will probably turn into a blood mist, right? Danzo didn't react at all, but silently cast his Izanagi again while preparing Kotoama Tsukami. Ninjutsu like Kotoama Tsukami requires sufficient preparation time, and you also need to look at the opponent when performing the technique in order to succeed. Since Naruto possesses the power of blessing, Danzo must keep an eye on all the places where Naruto may appear in order to successfully cast Kotoama Tsukami on him. But the problem is that the shadow clone cannot use Kotoama Tsukami on behalf of the original body. In other words, this requires Danzo to look left, right, up, down, and. To sum up, it can be understood that, if there was still chakra in Naruto's body, or the chakra in Naruto's body had not been sealed, then Danzo would definitely not be able to hit Naruto with Kotoama Tsukami. Danzo began to use Kotoama Tsukami, and Naruto's figure began to flicker. Flying Thunder God was used at a very fast frequency, but the distance was relatively close, so Naruto's chakra consumption was almost negligible, and even slower than Naruto's recovery. Danzo kept turning his body but couldn't even see Naruto's shadow. The scene was very funny. In fact, Naruto laughed out loud as well. And because Flying Thunder God was used so quickly, it was as if Naruto's voice was coming from all directions. Finally, Naruto seized the opportunity and appeared behind Danzo. Naruto raised the Rasengan and blasted it directly at Danzo's head. Boom! A powerful explosion erupted at the root base, and Danzo's figure disappeared again, turning into a bloody mist. Naruto was not idle either. While Danzo was recovering, he controlled the soul-destroying sword to seal the root ninjas at the scene one by one. The system's prompts continued to sound, and Naruto's mood became better and better. The trip to Konoha was not in vain. He couldn't seal the souls of successive Hokage, but he could seal some of the minions. Ding! Congratulations to the host for sealing the root elite Chunin and obtaining system points 1,500. Ding! Congratulations to the host for sealing the root special Jonin and obtaining system points 3,500. Ding! Congratulations to the host for sealing the root elite Chunin and obtaining system points 1,500. Ding! Ding! Stopping the soul-destroying sword, Naruto took a look at his system points, which had skyrocketed to around 48,000, and smiled with satisfaction. In less than a moment, Naruto had saved enough system points to purchase 4,800 evaluation points. Doesn't that mean that if Naruto pulls out the entire root, he can simply double his stats again? Danzo came late, and Naruto looked at him with a bright look. Hello Danzo-sama. Danzo noticed that all his subordinates had fallen to the ground, and he was shocked and angry, as expected of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. After hearing this, Naruto also praised Danzo, as expected of Danzo-sama. You can actually use his Izanagi so many times. So old bastard, you have experienced the feeling of being besieged, but have you ever experienced the feeling of being besieged by your own subordinates? Naruto raised the broken blade in his hand, and the whole sickle emitted a faint light. Then 20 figures appeared, and they were the root ninjas that had just been sealed by Naruto. One can imagine how Danzo felt when he saw the ninjas he had trained with so much effort appearing and surrounding him. As for Naruto, it was more comfortable. The third time, let's call it the pleasure of a group fight. Naruto waved his hand, and all the root ninjas launched a crazy attack on Danzo like loyal warriors, and the ferocity of the attack was so exaggerated that even Naruto found it exaggerated. Finally, after experiencing several fancy deaths, Danzo began to become afraid. He discovered that no matter what angle he looked at Naruto, as long as he intended to use Koto Amatsukami, Naruto would use Flying Thunder God. It's like Naruto has eyes on his back, very scary. As the last Sharingan closed, Danzo knew he had no hope of winning. Danzo's face turned grim and he tore open the clothes on his chest, revealing the seal he had prepared long ago. Seeing this, Naruto teased, "Oh, are you desperate? Unfortunately, this wall is quite high, I'm afraid you can't jump over it." Danzo ignored Naruto and continued speaking righteous words. The overall content is that he has fought for Konoha all his life and now he is finally free. Naruto felt sick after hearing this and couldn't help but attack from behind with the soul-destroying sword. Danzo's expression suddenly froze, and he stared in a daze at the soul-destroying sword that broke out of his body. His vision became increasingly blurry, as Naruto below him was putting the root ninja into his soul-destroying sword. The entire root base was reflected in Danzo's pupils. This ambitious old man finally died in the tomb he built for himself. Danzo's eyes went dark and he fell headfirst. His broken body fell freely in mid-air, and after it touched the ground, a deafening sound came from the root base. Afterwards, the root base returned to peace, and after Danzo's death, all the curses he had cast on the root members disappeared. Ding! Congratulations to the host for sealing the root leader Shimura Danzo, and obtaining system points, 25,000. Now, Naruto is the only one alive in this place of root base. Naruto looked at the empty base and the corpses all over the ground, as well as the occasional sound of dripping water coming from somewhere, and couldn't help but feel a little scared. He didn't know how many times he had experienced this kind of scene. Every time, a group of root ninjas would take him to do experiments. Naruto came to Danzo's body and reached out to dig out the Mangekyo Sharingan. Phew! A bloody eyeball appeared in Naruto's hand. Naruto thought of the terrifying effect of Koto Amatsukami and couldn't help but start thinking about how to use this eye. This eye belongs to Uchiha Shisui. When Naruto was just born, he was also cast with Koto Amatsukami by Uchiha Shisui. It's just that Uchiha Shisui did not completely transform Naruto into a humanoid weapon as Danzo requested, but only made Naruto a firm successor to the Will of Fire. How about I use this eye to change the third Hokage's mind, directly usurp the throne, and secretly control the entire Konoha? After thinking about it, Naruto decided to forget it. This is a killer move that can be used as a secret weapon and trump card. Konoha alone is not enough to make Naruto excited. Now that Naruto has obtained Cardo's wealth, he can go to the land of whirlpools to start a new life and settle down there. Before leaving, Naruto did not go directly back to the ship where Karen and Ayam were because he still had something to confirm. A flying thunder god appeared at the exam site, and Naruto was surrounded by countless Konoha ninjas. Naruto scratched his head. Don't be so cruel, I'm harmless. Konoha ninjas. Naruto stood on tiptoe, looked into the crowd, and asked, "Is that old bastard, the third Hokage, dead? If you're not dead, I'm here to finish you off. Tell me, why do people live so long? They only cause trouble for future generations." Naruto made these sarcastic remarks, not taking the ferocious looks of everyone present at all to heart. "Oh yo, you guys seem to still want to beat me up. Then I will stick with you till the end." Suddenly, the figure of Imura Genma appeared in front of Naruto. He had white hair but his eyes were bright. Looking at Naruto with a complicated expression, Imura Genma opened his mouth and said, "The third Hokage has died. Naruto, your revenge has been taken." Naruto looked the old ninja up and down and asked in confusion, "Who are you?" Imura Genma's old face turned red, and he hesitated for a long time without saying a word, because he just said that he would take good care of Naruto. However, Naruto now looks very strong, so strong that he doesn't need any care at all. The Konoha ninjas around who had said similar things also lowered their heads. Even the ninja who said he wanted to be loyal to Naruto was hiding in the crowd and didn't say a word, because they were all impulsive just now. Afterwards, they regretted it. Because they are not alone, they have families. They cannot bring trouble to the entire family because of their own reasons. Naruto looked at Imura Genma strangely and said in a bored tone, "It's inexplicable." Then, under the ashamed gazes of many people, Naruto came into the circle surrounded by the crowd. Here lies the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. And beside Sarutobi Hiruzen, there is a white-haired man guarding him. Jiraiya didn't even look up when he saw Naruto coming. Sarutobi Hiruzen is still very important to him. When Naruto saw that the third Hokage was really dead, he immediately smiled. "It's good that he's dead, it's good that he's dead. Konoha ninja. Then, Naruto gripped the soul-destroying sword tightly and infused chakra into the sword. Naruto's pupils turned a scary red and then looked around. Finally, Naruto spotted the gray figure in the sky. That's the Grim Reaper. The soul of the third Hokage should be inside the belly of the Grim Reaper. It seems that after he left, Orochimaru still forced the third Hokage to use the Shikigami sealing technique. Naruto didn't hesitate, took out the flying thunder god Kunao and threw it into the sky. The Grim Reaper had no idea that anyone could see him, and he was about to leave with his spoils. However, a Kunao pierced through the body of the god of death, and Naruto appeared. He held the soul-destroying and life-severing weapons in his hands, with a strange smile on his face. Death was shocked. Could it be another person like Orochimaru? Yes, that's right. Death guessed right. However, Naruto not only wants to take advantage of the god of death, but also wants to seal the god of death. The soul-destroying sword pierced through the body of the Grim Reaper without any warning, and the Grim Reaper rolled over in pain, holding his stomach. However, the sealing power of the soul-destroying sword did not seal the god of death. It seems that Naruto has been thinking too much. A mysterious existence like the god of death is definitely not so easy to seal. However, as the Grim Reaper rolled over, 2 souls spewed out of his mouth. Then, the Grim Reaper sped up and moved away from the ninja world. Seeing that the god of death left a toll, Naruto calmly used the soul-destroying sword to seal the 2 souls. In midair, Naruto saw the statue of the 4th Hokage in the distance and said his final farewell in his heart. After this departure, Naruto may never come to Konoha again in his life. Konoha has brought too much pain to Naruto, and he cannot live in such an environment like his father. Suddenly, Naruto frowned, feeling like he had missed something. Reaching out his hand, Naruto saw the Mangekyo Sharingan that was almost losing its life. Swish! Naruto disappeared and reappeared at the root base. Opening Kagura's mind's eye, Naruto entered the place where he had been experimented on. Picking up the bottle of nutrient solution from the shelf, Naruto then placed the Mangekyo Sharingan inside it. Naruto estimated that if it was a little later, this eye would be useless. Naruto gathered his chakra and blew up the bed in the center of the laboratory, then walked out the door without looking back. In Kagura's mind, the root base was in chaos and everyone broke free from Danzo's control in an instant. After learning that Danzo was dead, the root members began to have different opinions. Some said they wanted to leave here and go back home to find their mothers. Some said they wanted to help Danzo-sama get revenge. Suddenly, Naruto discovered the root's warehouse in Kagura's mind's eye. Naruto's eyes lit up. Since he was already here, he might as well take all the supplies away first. Naruto is extremely fast as he can imprint the flying thunder god seal wherever he can see. 5 minutes later, Naruto will appear in the warehouse. He will use the soul-destroying sword to seal 2 root ninjas who have the same idea as him. Naruto looks towards the warehouse. Ding! Congratulations to the host for sealing the root elite Chunin and obtaining system points 1500. Ding! Congratulations to the host for sealing the root elite Chunin and obtaining system points 1500. My dear, anything a ninja could use is here. There is also a formation on the ground to protect these things and prevent them from expiring. Naruto cast his eyes towards the box with a storage scroll nearby and formed a seal, Shadow Clone Jutsu. This time, under Naruto's intentional control, only dozens of Naruto appeared. Naruto went over and threw all the scrolls into the air, saying, "Everyone, don't waste time." Swish, swish, swish. The controlled storage scrolls were snatched away, and several shadow clones that did not get the storage scrolls released them on their own initiative. 5 minutes later, a warehouse full of supplies, a quantity and wealth that Naruto could not estimate, had all been loaded into the storage scroll. But Naruto doesn't have such a formation in the ninja world that can ensure that supplies will not expire, and he is afraid that these supplies will expire soon. Naruto didn't think too much about it and ran straight to the next warehouse. That's right, Danzo, this cunning guy, will definitely not put all his eggs in one nest. In Kagura's mind, there are a total of 6 warehouses in the entire root base. Naruto created 60 shadow clones and acted separately. 10 minutes later, at the entrance of the root base, Naruto looked at the storage scrolls all over the floor and found a box to put them all in. Then, Naruto held the Danshou in one hand with the Soul Destroyer inserted inside it, and carried a huge box in the other hand with a Mangekyo Sharingan in his pocket. This is a fruitful harvest, a lot of money. Hey, those are our supplies, you can't take them. A team of Root found Naruto and threatened him. Now comes the interesting part, the result of their doing this is. Ding! Congratulations to the host for sealing the Root Elite Chunin and obtaining system points 1500. Ding! Congratulations to the host for sealing the Root Jonin and obtaining system points 7000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for sealing the Root Special Jonin and obtaining system points 3500. Naruto snorted coldly, looking at the fallen roots all over the ground. Humph, just a mayfly, overestimating your own abilities. Carrying supplies worth probably hundreds of billions of taels on his body, Naruto felt like he had become a money grubber. But there is no way. Naruto wants to start over in the land of whirlpools, and that's when he needs supplies. Naruto didn't think of himself as being unsophisticated or petty. After getting benefits from the root, he turned around and wanted to rob Konoha's main warehouse. Naruto was determined to take back the part that belonged to him. After all, his parents have worked for Konoha all their lives, so what's wrong with Naruto asking Konoha to compensate them? As for the supplies in Naruto's hands, that's another matter. Because it was Naruto who killed Danzo, so everything that belongs to Danzo belongs to Naruto. So, Naruto only took his own spoils now, and he still had other things to take. Naruto created a shadow clone and handed the supplies to him, then excitedly opened Kagura's mind eye and began to scan Konoha, looking for their main warehouse. However, Naruto did not find the seal scroll in the main warehouse, but he found it in the Hokage's office. Well, did I want to build a power? How can I do without ninjutsu? Isn't that right? Naruto said to his shadow clone, who looked at him helplessly. Original, I think you are too greedy. If it were me, I would have run away right now. Naruto found it quite strange that his shadow clone actually disagreed with him, because even though it is a shadow clone, it is still Naruto, so why would Naruto have different thoughts? Naruto stroked his chin and said, "You're being too narrow-minded. Just think about it. If everyone in our future power were to perform forbidden techniques, how cool would that be?" The shadow clone was obviously a little tempted. Then let's take the sealing scroll away. Naruto corrected him with a straight face. How can this be called robbing? I should call it taking. The shadow clone covered his face. Original, you are so mean. After leaving the root base, Naruto stared at the Hokage building in the distance with the flying thunder god seal engraved on it. Then Naruto said to the shadow clone, "Follow." Shadow clone, don't worry, body. In the Hokage building, the ninja guarding the gate watched Naruto walk into the house with his own arrogance, but did not dare to move at all. It was because behind him, a kunai was already pressed against his neck. Naruto entered the room, found the sealing scroll and held it in his arms, then said to the outside, "Let's go and find Karen. Do you have enough chakra?" Shadow clone, enough. Icarus doesn't really understand these things, so I don't have any feelings about it. Karen was different. The moment she saw the sealing scroll, she was stunned. Karen's pretty face was full of disbelief. "Naruto, did you bring this back from Konoha?" Naruto nodded. "Of course, it will be ours from now on." Karen still couldn't believe it. This was Konoha's sealing scroll. Maybe just saying the name won't make people amazed. Isn't it just a seal scroll? What's the big deal? Indeed, there is only a difference of 2 words between the sealing scroll and the storage scroll. But storage scrolls can only be used to store things and transport supplies. And the sealing scroll. The sealing scroll was named by the first Hokage in order to record and preserve forbidden techniques. A large number of dangerous ninjutsu are recorded inside the sealing scroll. Although these ninjutsu are extremely powerful, they also have serious side effects, which is why they are forbidden to be practiced in order to avoid hurting one's own people. This is Konoha's sealed scroll. It is no exaggeration to say that the most dangerous ninjutsu in the world is inside the scroll. It can be said that this scroll may even become the direct cause of the world war. Karen swallowed and said uncertainly, "Naruto, if you bring this back, will Konoha hunt us down?" Naruto said nonchalantly, "It's okay, there is no one in Konoha who can match me, there is no need to worry." Karen. Naruto used the flying thunder god technique to take Karen and Ayam back to his lair. Wait, why did Naruto consider Cardo's lair as his own lair? Of course, none of this matters. After Naruto came back, he threw all the storage scrolls and sealing scrolls to Karen and asked her to find a place to put them. Then Naruto began to do ideological work on Icarus, the general content of which was that the dead cannot be resurrected, you are still young, and you should look forward. I can only say that he is worthy of being a potential developer of mouth-to-mouth tactics. With Naruto's comfort, Ayam's emotions were somewhat relieved. After settling Ayam in a room in the building, Naruto decided to let Karen teach her how to refine chakra so that Ayam would not have to hurt herself if she encountered danger. However, Karen is very busy as she has to complete the tasks assigned to her by Naruto. Cardo's companies are involved in a very wide range of areas, but they are all relatively shady and quick money industries. Cardo never touches any legitimate business. Naruto had no choice but to teach Ayam himself. Arriving at Ayam's room, Naruto looked at Ayam, who was feeling a little better, and smiled happily. The uncle who beat Naruto with his hands is gone, but fortunately, Ayam, who took good care of Naruto, is still alive. Naruto has always treated Ayam as his sister. Perhaps only with Ayam can Naruto feel the warmth of home. Therefore, Naruto will never let Ayam get hurt again. Sister Icarus, you have to do this first, then this, and finally that, and then boom, woo wow, the chakra will be refined. Sister Icarus, do you understand? Naruto tried his best to explain with gestures and movements, while observing Ayam's reaction. It was already dark outside, and Ayam looked at Naruto in shock with her eyes wide. Naruto, what are you talking about? Naruto. There was no other choice, so Naruto created a shadow clone and let the shadow clone guide Ayam. Shadow clone, and then whoosh, chakra comes out. Calamus. Naruto. As it gets darker, the sound of insects chirping can be heard from outside the window. Naruto stood in front of Ayame dejectedly. I'm sorry, Ayame sister, my description was too vague. Ayame's gloom was much less. She came to Naruto with a smile on her face, stretched out her hand and put it on Naruto's head and rubbed it. Haha, don't worry about these, my understanding ability needs to be improved. Also, I think Naruto is cute when he looks like this. Of course Naruto knew that Ayame was talking about the fact that his bloodline was activated by the system and his body was restored to a healthy state. While scratching his head, Naruto laughed stupidly. Ha 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 ha. Ayame messed up Naruto's hair, but Naruto didn't care. As if they were still at Ichiraku Ramen, Ayame asked Naruto, are you hungry? I'll go make you some food. Naruto let out a faint smile. This feeling was pretty good. Outside the door, Karen looked at the scene through the crack in the door and her jaw almost dropped. She had never seen Naruto be so patient and caring towards anyone. The next day, Naruto was sleeping soundly in his room. Naruto experienced too many things yesterday. Although his chakra could hold up, he still felt a little tired. It wasn't until noon when Ayame brought in a bowl of ramen that Naruto woke up. Thank you, Sister Icarus. Naruto looked at the fragrant ramen and his appetite suddenly increased. He picked up the chopsticks and wanted to start eating. However, Ayame said to Naruto, Naruto, go wash up first. Naruto said yes repeatedly as he walked towards the bathroom. However, at this moment, a roar suddenly came from downstairs, which scared Icarus. Naruto frowned, washed his face, put on his pajamas, took the Shodan and soul-destroying machines and went downstairs. In the hall, a ninja dressed in black was holding two weapons that flashed with lightning and showing off his might. He shouted loudly, where's that guy Cardo? He called me over but he hit himself. Does he want to deny his debt? Naruto appeared from the stairs and saw the arrogant guy at first sight. The other person had long black hair, thick eyebrows, a mouth full of sharp teeth, his upper body was wrapped in white bandages, and he was wearing a black vest. What was particularly strange was that the other person was carrying a child on his back. While Naruto was observing the other party continued to act recklessly. I am the Thunderman of Mist Hidden, and Kato knows how to tease me. As a result of. At this moment, Karen also hurried over from the house and listened to the report from her subordinates. Then, Karen turned her gaze towards Naruto. The meaning is very clear, which is, I can't beat you, you come. Naruto was naturally not afraid. He stepped forward and said, oh, another guy from Kirigakure. Kuriko Rega's lips were split, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth, and he looked no different from the other 7 ninja swordsmen that Naruto had seen. Swish! Kuriko Rega pointed his ninja sword at Naruto and asked, hey, are you the Uzumaki Naruto who killed Zabuza? Naruto's expression didn't change at all. Kuriko Rega was too weak, so Naruto didn't even have the desire to attack. You are not well informed. Not only did I kill Zabuza, I also destroyed Kato. Naruto was very dissatisfied with what Kuriko Rega said. Ever since the system was linked, it has always been Uzumaki Naruto who has taken advantage of others. When will it be someone else's turn to take advantage of him? A pair of red lights lit up from behind Black Chuleya. He is dangerous, leave now. Ranmaru's voice made Chuleya's body tremble. Kuriko Rega whispered to Ranmaru, how strong is he? Ranmaru, no way to defeat him, I can't think of any way to kill him. Black Ho Thunder Fang. The scene was very awkward for a while. Kuriko Rega was holding 2 weapons in his hands and looked at Naruto with a serious expression. Naruto ignored the conversation between this guy and the kid behind him and continued, in that case, you can stay. After hearing what Naruto said, Kuriko Rega, following Ranmaru's advice, turned around and ran away without hesitation. However, how could Naruto easily let go of the guy who intended to take advantage of him? The soul-destroying sword turned into a black shadow and attacked Chuleya. Moreover, he caught up with the opponent in a flash. Phew! The battle was without suspense. In less than a few seconds, Naruto killed Kuriko Rega. Ding! Congratulations to the host for sealing the 7 ninja swordsman Kuriko Rega, and obtaining system points 8,500. After hearing the system's prompt, Naruto was not satisfied with the system points that the other party could provide. As Kuriko Rega fell to the ground, Naruto commented calmly, too mediocre. That's right, even the old bastard Tuan Zhang has 25,000 system points, but you only have 8,500, less than 10,000. If this isn't waste, what is this? According to Naruto's judgment, a sealed Jonin can get 7,000 system points, and Kuriko Rega's 8,500 system points are not enough to reach the level of an elite Jonin. The reason Naruto killed Kuriko Rega was not because he was bloodthirsty, but because Kuriko Rega was too ungrateful. I gave you a chance to leave, but you provoked me again, so you can never leave. Ranmaru was completely unable to accept the death of Kuriko Rega. He cried heartbreakingly. The scene was quite tragic and everyone felt sad. However, Naruto remained unmoved. This is how the ninja world is. Either I kill you or you kill me. If Naruto wasn't so powerful, I'm afraid that Kuriko Rega's methods would be even more cruel. No one in the hall spoke except Ranmaru's crying. Ranmaru finally couldn't bear the grief anymore, picked up Kuriko Rega's ninja sword and committed suicide. In the silent hall, Naruto looked at the corpse on the ground indifferently, without any sympathy at all. He even commanded the soul-destroying sword to seal Ranmaru's soul without hesitation. Since you two have such a good relationship, let's stay together forever. Ding! Congratulations to the host for sealing red-eyed Ranmaru, and obtaining system points 800. Retracting the soul-destroying sword, Naruto ordered a staff member beside him, throw it out. This guy, already frightened by Naruto's murderous intent, trembled and said, yes. Naruto turned to look at Karen again and waved to her. Karen quickly went over and said to Naruto, Naruto, what's the matter? Naruto asked Karen, how long will it take to finish this? Karen replied with a headache, these things are very difficult to handle. No one is willing to buy them except for Cardo's colleagues. Naruto didn't care about these questions, because that was what Karen should be thinking about. I just want you to tell me how much time it will take. Karen looked at Naruto cautiously, 2 months. Naruto frowned because 2 months was too long for him. I'll give you 1 month to sell as many as you can. The rest will be destroyed. It's not a serious thing anyway. Naruto learned that almost all of Cardo's industries were illegal. If it weren't for Naruto's need to save funds, Naruto would even want to destroy Cardo's entire company. Karen nodded silently. She could see that Naruto seemed very angry about something. Maybe it's because Icarus was frightened just now? Naruto turned and went upstairs. His pajamas did not match those of the showdown and soul-destroying swords, but no one dared to look down on him. The staff all looked at Naruto in awe. The person just now was a strong man of the same level as Zabuza, and even had more seniority than Zabuza. Yet Naruto is still able to defeat it easily. Maybe it's not bad to follow such a powerful boss? For the next week, Naruto stayed at home obediently and practiced hand seals diligently. His hand seal formation speed is incredibly slow. It's all because Naruto didn't pay attention in class when he was a kid. Unlike Naruto's peaceful life, undercurrents began to surge in the ninja world. Although the battle between Konoha and Tsunagakure has not started, several facts do exist. First, the third Hokage, who was in charge of Konoha, died. Second, Konoha high-ranking official Danzo Shinmura died. Third, after the fourth Hokage of Konoha learned about his son's experience through the body of the impure world reincarnation, he took the initiative to defect from Konoha, which greatly weakened the morale of Konoha. Fourth, the death of the fourth Kazekage. On the Tsunagakure side, Ebizo and his sister Cho are in charge of the situation. Both of them are veterans who have experienced wars, and no one dares to act rashly. However, looking back at Konoha, the Hokage and the leader of the root were killed, the fourth Hokage defected, and Naruto's affairs were exposed. All of this caused losses to Konoha. The death of the third Hokage means that Konoha now has no one in charge of the overall situation. Midaman An and Utane Koharu are indeed veterans who have experienced wars, but they are not as famous as Ebizo and Choashi, and it is difficult for them to shock the crowd. Compared to Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shinmura Danzo, Mito Kato An and Utane Koharu are obviously too mediocre. The reason why these two guys were able to become the disciples of the second generation of Hokage is probably it was because Senju Tobirama wanted to have some connections between the family ninjas of Konoha that he accepted the two as his disciples. Of course, Mito Kato An and Utane Koharu were still able to barely take over the positions of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shinmura Danzo, and barely stabilized the situation within Konoha. However, the defection of the fourth Hokage was a huge blow to the entire Konoha. There are even rumors that Konoha's will of fire is just a joke. The ninjas in Konoha learned that Uzumaki Naruto was the son of the fourth Hokage, and also learned about what the third Hokage and the leader of the root had done to Uzumaki Naruto. They all began to doubt whether the will of fire really existed. Therefore, the morale of the Konoha ninjas dropped to the lowest point in history. In terms of combat power, Konoha is not too weak. After all, there are Jiraiya and Tsunade Senju outside the ninja world who can return to Konoha at any time to fill the void. The main problem is morale. Now, Konoha has persecuted the fourth Hokage and his son to such an extent, the means are the most cruel in history, and eventually caused the fourth Hokage and his son to defect. This matter has spread throughout the ninja world. Konoha's reputation was damaged because of this, and the number of clients willing to come to Konoha to issue tasks. The number of clients willing to come to Konoha to issue tasks is decreasing day by day. This caused Konoha's economy to decline drastically, and it was on the verge of losing its title as the #1 ninja village in the ninja world. This led to the ambitious plans of other ninja villages, and the deaths of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shinmura Danzo seem to be a repeat of history. Historically, when the first generation Perfect Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Mito was still alive, the entire ninja world did not dare to act rashly, and had to endure it even if they could no longer hold back. Even though Uzumaki Mito was so old that he couldn't even speak or raise his arms, no one dared to cause trouble. This is the deterrent power that comes from a powerful being close to the super shadow level. But as soon as Uzumaki Mito died, the ninja world began to be in turmoil. The deaths of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shinmura Danzo today have caused almost the same impact as the death of Uzumaki Mito. You've heard that Uzumaki Naruto killed Shinmura Danzo and could defeat Orochimaru. Tendo uses the ring to communicate with the Akatsuki members scattered throughout the ninja world, and the lavender samsara eye gives people a divine glow. In Tiandao's sight, he was now in the presence of the outer demon statue, and there were several other dark shadows. Deidara couldn't help but said loudly, I know, I heard that Uzumaki Naruto also scared Uchiha Itachi. How bad? Uchiha Itachi glanced at Deidara indifferently and ignored the other's provocation. Uchiha Itachi, Uzumaki Naruto is an excellent ninja. This is Itachi's evaluation of Naruto. Tiandao continued, he has the qualifications and strength to enter Akatsuki. When Kakuzu heard this, he was the first to agree, I have no objection. I heard that he killed Kato and is very rich now. Tendu, he is also the Nine Tails Jinchura key. If we recruit him into the organization, we can also gain the Nine Tails chakra. Tiandao, then who will go? At the same time, in another place in the ninja world. The environment here is similar to that of the sand village, but the difference is that the sky here is full of sand, while here there are rocks everywhere. The ninjas in this village have a will called the Will of the Rock. Oniki put the documents about Konoha in his hand on the table, his eyes shining with excitement. Konoha is simply asking for trouble by persecuting the descendants of the cage and forcing the cage to defect. This is simply laughable. Konoha's morale is low right now, why not? Oniki looked towards the direction of the hidden cloud village and seemed to see the Raikage also looking there. Needless to say, the hatred between them and the hidden cloud village is simply a deep-sea blood feud. But in the face of common interests, everything else must give way. As luck would have it, just as Onoki had this thought, a ninja rushed in from outside. Lord Tsuchikage, the troops deployed on the east wing have received news that the hidden cloud village has withdrawn half of the troops on the west wing. They seem to be gathering a large force. Swish! Another figure descended, and he also knelt on one knee. Tsuchikage-sama, the envoy from the hidden cloud village requests to see you. When Oniki heard this, he immediately smiled faintly. It seems that the new generation of AI is not a little kid either, and his movements are even faster than his. The Hidden Cloud Village took the initiative to withdraw its defense forces against the Hidden Iwagakure village as a gesture of goodwill. The envoy sent by the Hidden Cloud Village is most likely to reach an agreement with the Hidden Iwagakure village. In the next few years, or to be more precise, until Konoha is defeated, the two sides will not invade each other. In the Land of Waves, thousands of figures gathered on the beach. They are all Naruto's shadow clones. In order to increase his hand-sealing speed, Naruto risked his life. Naruto has so much chakra that he can create thousands of shadow clones to practice. By the end of a day's practice, Naruto will have gained nearly 10 years of experience in hand seals. This is a very terrifying data, and it will also cause Naruto's hands to cramp. But this little pain is nothing to Naruto. Although, Naruto now doesn't know any ninjutsu, but as a ninja, how can his hand seal forming speed not be fast? Naruto stood on the beach and communicated with the system, asking the system to open the system mall and choose from it. System, purchase the Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Ding, the host consumed 20,000 system points and successfully purchased the Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Hiss. Although he was prepared, Naruto couldn't help but feel a little distressed. The Shadow Clone Technique only sells for 2,000 system points, but the Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique sells for 20,000 system points. The reason is that the Shadow Clone Technique is a B-level ninjutsu and is not difficult to learn. The Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique is an A-level ninjutsu that is extremely difficult to learn. The memory of the Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique entered Naruto's mind, and Naruto immediately thought to himself that it was a blessing in disguise. Fortunately, Naruto has been practicing his hand seal speed these days. The Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique has a total of 8 seals, in order: Jo, Su, Chen, Zi, Su, Hai, Sien. Moreover, these 8 seals must be completed within 4 seconds. If it was the previous Naruto, he would never be able to use it, because the shuriken is flying at a very fast speed. If you are very slow in making hand seals, the shuriken will fall to the ground before you have completed the hand seals. How can you play the game? I hope it helps. Naruto took out a shuriken and threw it into the air. Then he began to make hand seals with his hands. Because of his extremely high chakra control ability, Naruto only needed 5 seals to complete the chakra control that originally required 8 seals. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. Swish, swish, swish. In mid-air, the shuriken thrown by Naruto instantly split into thousands. Dense shurikens fell towards the sea like raindrops. The splashes continued to expand, and finally created quite a big wave. It worked. Naruto glanced at the shadow clones around him who were trying hard to form hand seals, and his face lit up with joy. Next, it's the highlight. Of course, Naruto would not simply be interested in the Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique, he wanted to make some changes based on this technique. If he could transform Shuriken into Kunao, then Naruto would be able to instantly produce thousands of Flying Thunder God Kunao, and it wouldn't take long for the Flying Thunder God seal to spread across the entire battlefield. Imagine that Naruto shot a Flying Thunder God Kunao into the sky, and used the principle of shuriken shadow clone technique to increase the number of flying thunder god kunao into tens of thousands. When these kunao fell, Naruto used his huge chakra to support them, allowing the shadow clones of these flying thunder god kunao to extend their existence time. At that time, Naruto will obtain a ninjutsu that can quickly spread the flying thunder god seal all over the field. Naruto began to experiment, first taking out a kunao and carefully observing the difference between shuriken and kunao. Then Naruto he threw the kunao hard into the sky and began to form hand seals. Konashi Shadow Clone Jutsu. Suddenly, tens of thousands of chakra lights appeared in the sky, and these chakra lights gradually condensed into the shape of kunao. Boom boom boom. It was as if kunao rained from the sky, and the sea surface began to become turbulent. Success. Ding host. The host independently develops a ninjutsu kunao shadow clone jutsu. Naruto was very satisfied with his progress. Very good. The last stage. Replace the kunao with the flying thunder god kunao. In the same way, Naruto replaced the kunao with the flying thunder god kunao. Repeating the previous action, Naruto clearly felt that when using ninjutsu, his chakra was decreasing at an extremely fast speed. Tens of thousands of kunao carrying the flying thunder god's mark instantly covered the sea surface for several miles in radius. Ding mission released. The Hidden Cloud Village and the Hidden Rock Village are about to attack Konoha, thus starting the Ninja World War. Please help Konoha, the Hidden Cloud Village, or the Hidden Rock Village win the battle zone. Just when Naruto was about to modify the ninjutsu further, the system's prompt made Naruto stop. The three ninja villages are about to start a war? And it's a group fight against Konoha? Why do I feel so excited? Of course I won't help Konoha with this mission. As for the Uegakure village, it's too far, I won't go there. Then help the Hidden Cloud Village defeat Konoha. Naruto didn't know when the Hidden Cloud Village would attack Konoha, so in order to catch up with the battle, Naruto immediately used the Flying Thunder God technique to return home. Then he explained some things to Karen and Ayam, and Naruto directly released his shadow clone. A stream of memories and understanding of hand seals entered Naruto's mind, and at the same time his hands began to suffer incredible pain. Naruto picked up the medical bandage and wrapped it around himself, then lay down on the bed and began to rest. It was not until the night that Naruto woke up leisurely and removed the medical bandage. The wound on his hand had healed completely. After Naruto woke up, Karen appeared first and handed him a scroll, which was the war supplies for 100 people that Naruto asked her to prepare. After Naruto took it, he took out the map and began to observe it. Naruto is now in the Land of Waves, which is an island. The first country on the continent north of the island is the Land of Hot Springs. Most of the land area of the Kingdom of Soup borders the Kingdom of Fire. Further north is the Kingdom of the Moon. To the northeast of the Kingdom of the Moon is the entire continent of the Kingdom of Thunder. Therefore, if the Hidden Cloud Village in the Land of Lightning wants to attack Konoha in the Land of Fire, it will definitely first gather a large number of ninjas from the Land of the Moon or even the Land of Hot Spring. If nothing unexpected happens, Konoha will soon realize the coming danger and will also gather troops outside these two countries. At that time, the Kingdom of Hot Spring and the Kingdom of the Moon will become battlefields between the Hidden Cloud Village and Konoha. If Naruto wants to join the war, there are two routes to get there. The first is to take a boat directly to the Land of Hot Springs and then look for the troops of the Hidden Cloud Village. Second, go east into the Land of Fire, and then pass through the Land of Fire into the Land of Soup. The first one is obviously simpler than the second one, but it is too slow, which is what Naruto doesn't want to see. If he follows the second route, Naruto can use Flying Thunder God without restraint to speed up his journey and will arrive in no time. Alternatively, Naruto could take a boat across the sea to the Land of Lightning, then meet the Raikage and reach an agreement with him. Perhaps, Naruto could even get a good reward for participating in the war. But after thinking about it, Naruto decided to forget it. In this way, wouldn't Uzumaki Naruto become a hired ninja? Besides, Naruto helped the Hidden Cloud Village to fight Konoha, and even if Naruto did not express his opinion afterwards, they still had to give Naruto something and make Naruto satisfied. If I don't send it, when Naruto goes there in person, he will ask for more than just this little thing. It's decided. Naruto ignored the moon in the sky and called Karen and Ayam into the room. He said seriously, Karen, you have to stabilize the situation in Wave Country before I come back. Tell me if there is anything unusual. Karen nodded, yes. At the same time, Karen was also very curious about why Naruto seemed to be going on a long journey. Karen asked curiously, Naruto, are you going somewhere? Naruto nodded, yes, I'm afraid the Fourth Shinobi World War is coming. Karen was shocked when she heard this. What? War is a nightmare for small countries. The Uzumaki village in the former Uzumaki country was torn apart because of the war. Naruto stood up and patted Karen's shoulder to make her less nervous. Don't worry, this is a matter of the Land of Lightning, the Land of Fire, and the Land of Earth. It will not affect the Land of Waves. Karen's face looked much better, but she was still a little worried. Naruto. Karen knows her own strength. Her fighting ability is almost zero. Even the genin of the great ninja village is much more powerful than Karen. When Karen was trained by Orochimaru, it was to let her serve as a clerical manager, so her fighting ability is equivalent to that of a second-rate wandering ninja. Therefore, Karen does not think that if the land of waves encounters trouble, she will be able to protect it. Naruto saw what was on Karen's mind and comforted her. Don't worry that if you encounter something you can't solve, just let me know. Kindness. Karen lowered her head and hummed, obviously not feeling well. It's time to fight again. She doesn't like fighting because it will make her life miserable. Naruto then said to Karen, the land of water is to our east. If we find any of their ninjas, then we can be sure that they also want to join the war. Notify me directly when the time comes. Karen said dumbly, okay. Looking at the cute and silly Karen, Naruto nodded with satisfaction. Although she couldn't fight, she could act as an alarm, which was not bad. He reminded Karen again to protect Ayam, and then Naruto blasted her out. Inside the house, only Naruto and Ayam were left. Naruto sighed and said to Ayam, sorry, Ayam's sister. Icarus was very considerate, you don't have to take care of me too much, just do whatever you want to do. She could feel that Naruto cared about her too much. It was as if he treated her as something fragile, something that would break wherever he took her. Afraid of being hurt by others. Ayam was also worried about Naruto. After telling Naruto a lot of things like he should do things within his ability and run away if he couldn't win, Ayam looked at Naruto worriedly. It's Naruto who goes to the war, not her. The one who is really dangerous is Naruto. Naruto didn't say anything else, but just asked Ayam to refine the chakra well, so that Naruto would feel more at ease. After everything was explained, Naruto took the Danshaoan Nishan and communicated with the Flying Thunder God seal that he had left in Konoha. Swish! It takes several days to travel from Wave Country to Konoha. However, Naruto arrived in less than a second. And, it is the root base. As Mito Kato and came to power, Konoha gradually stabilized. Soon a ninja discovered Naruto, but Naruto walked out without any panic. If anyone dares to get close, Naruto will use the soul-destroying sword to kill him. With the appearance of Naruto, Konoha began to fall into chaos. Everyone rushed towards Naruto, but none of them could catch up with him. After several flying thunder gods, Naruto appeared on the Hokage rock. Looking down at the brightly lit Konoha below, a voice suddenly came from behind Naruto. When they were in school, Naruto and Kiba Inuzuka skipped classes together. Among his classmates, Shikamaru was one of the few who did not look at Naruto strangely. Therefore, Naruto has a pretty good sense of Shikamaru. Naruto turned around and smiled, and said to Shikamaru, long time no see, Shikamaru. Slowly reaching out his hand and scratching his head, Shikamaru still had a dead look in his eyes, with no sign of change at all. Shikamaru recalled, yes, long time no see. Remember the last time we met, you almost killed me with your ninjutsu. Naruto's mouth twitched. Last time, Naruto knew that the second Hokage would take action, so now he felt no guilt at all. Hey Shikamaru, I want to have my own power, do you want to help me? Shikamaru opened his eyes slightly and pointed at himself in surprise. Me? Naruto said excitedly, you're very smart, and if you come and help me, I can avoid a lot of trouble. Shikamaru sighed, this feels really troublesome. I won't go. After all, I'm not alone. Naruto thought about it and felt that it was true. If Shikamaru leaves Konoha with me, I'm afraid the Nara clan will be affected. Therefore, Naruto did not continue to mention this matter, and directly said, oh, goodbye, I still have to hurry on my way. Shikamaru saw that Naruto was in a hurry, even going on a journey in the middle of the night, so he asked, what are you in such a hurry to do? Naruto, go to war. After saying that, Naruto's figure disappeared at the same time. Shikamaru was left on the Hokage rock, and in the darkness, Shikamaru's sigh was heard. When he was in school, Shikamaru guessed that Naruto's identity might not be simple. Judging from what was exposed a few days ago, it is really unusual. At least try to persuade him again, what if I go? Looking up at the sky, Shikamaru couldn't help but start to think wildly again. Does the will of fire really exist? Shikamaru had asked himself this question countless times. In the land of fire, Tansho Street, Tsunade was drunk and was staggering on the street with the help of Shizun. An old classmate of mine killed his master, who was like a father to him, and even came to me to ask me to heal my wounds. Tsunade hates Orochimaru, but the conditions he offered make her very hesitant. She really wanted to see him again. Behind him, Jiraiya's face was also flushed that he had drunk a lot and was following Tsunade in a daze. His mission was to bring Tsunade back to be the 5th Hokage. However, after Tsunade heard about Minato's affairs, she refused to be Hokage. He also said that he didn't want his future children to become experimental subjects like Naruto. Jiraiya was excited when he heard this. He never expected that Tsunade, at her age, would still want to have a child. Suddenly, a flying thunder god Kunao fell from the sky and landed right under Tsunade's feet. Suddenly, Tsunade broke out in a cold sweat, and she quickly used chakra to force out the alcohol. Jiraiya was still dazed and kept asking Tsunade why she didn't leave. Swish! Naruto appeared, and then Naruto took a deep breath of the hot body fragrance and couldn't help but say, is this heaven? Jiraiya poked his head out from behind Tsunade, and immediately roared in envy, shock, and anger. Aw, where did this little brat come from? How could he be so rude? Tsunade clenched her fists and rushed towards Naruto. Naruto sensed the danger, and even though he had the power of blessing to automatically avoid danger, he still subconsciously dodged back. Without Naruto's support, Tsunade clearly felt two heavy objects falling in front of her. Boom! Naruto was originally standing where he was hit by Tsunade's punch. The street was instantly torn into pieces, with terrifying spiderweb-like cracks everywhere. Naruto swallowed. If this punch hit him, wouldn't dozens of bones be broken? Hey. Cow, why don't you look where you're walking? Although, Naruto was not in the right in this matter. But this does not prevent Naruto from standing on the moral high ground to condemn Tsunade. Who told him that Uzumaki Naruto doesn't like to suffer losses? Thinking about it this way, Naruto himself felt that he had changed. He had actually become so bad. Several black lines appeared on Tsunade's forehead, her body bent slightly downward, and before she could exert any force with her legs, the blue bricks under her feet cracked. Jiraiya saw Naruto's face and quickly shouted to Tsunade, "Tsunade, stop fighting." However, it was too late. Tsunade has a hot temper. When has she ever been taken advantage of like this? Especially, the other party is a naughty kid who takes advantage of you and refuses to admit it, and even bites back. This made Tsunade very unhappy, and her sense of Naruto plummeted. Facing Tsunade's attacking white fist, Naruto sneered and raised his chakra to meet it. Since Naruto was on guard, the power of blessing had no effect. The fists of both parties did not collide directly, but the chakra outside the body collided. Boom! A huge shockwave rushed out in all directions with Tsunade and Naruto as the center. Shizune and Jiraiya were unable to stand and were blown away. Drink! Seeing that she was evenly matched with Naruto, Tsunade increased her strength and punched Naruto away. Whoosh! Naruto's body fell straight back, and the aftermath destroyed half of Tansho Street. Finally, Naruto stopped and looked at Tsunade in shock. Interesting, there is such a subtle technique for using chakra. Naruto looked at Tsunade greedily, his eyes showing naked possessiveness. Of course, this is not a possessiveness towards Tsunade as a person, but a possessiveness towards Tsunade's chakra usage skills. Tsunade stood there, her eyebrows furrowed. Such a powerful chakra is a waste on a pervert like you. Naruto stood up straight and dusted himself off with a calm look on his face. Although he looked disheveled, he was not hurt at all. Most of Tsunade's attack just now was offset by Naruto's chakra, and only a small part of the force hit Naruto's fist. Snap! Reaching out and installing the dislocated arm back in place, Naruto complained, "I'm not a pervert. I've already said it before that you were not paying attention when you were walking, so I was able to take advantage of you." Naruto sensed Tsunade's inner anger, but he said without realizing it, "First, you." Good man, Naruto shouldn't have asked for this compensation in the first place, but he not only shamelessly asked for it, but also said first of all. Looking at his posture, it seems that he is planning to trick Tsunade? Bang! When the sound of breaking air was heard, Naruto's expression did not change at all, he just looked at Tsunade teasingly. Tsunade is approaching Naruto, and danger is imminent. Naruto's figure suddenly disappeared and appeared at the position of his flying thunder god Kunao. However, Naruto's eyes blurred and he continued to appear at the place where he recorded the flying thunder god seal last time. Naruto looked at the dark wild forest and knew that this was the flying thunder god automatically activated by the power of blessing. Thinking carefully, Naruto seemed to remember Tsunade hitting him, and then his position changed. Immediately before Tsunade's fist landed on the ground, she used the instant body flickering technique to appear above Naruto's head, and then Naruto's blessing power took effect again and teleported Naruto here. Naruto figured this out and suddenly felt that this man's combat experience was truly superb. Using chakra to communicate with the flying thunder god Kunao in Tansho Street, Naruto returned to the scene again. The situation in front of him was exactly the same as before Naruto left. Tsunade was looking for Naruto in a rage, Shizune was trying to dissuade her, and Jiraiya was also speaking well of Naruto. Finally, Tsunade calmed down. Tsunade saw Naruto reappear and said calmly, "Humph, I had some sympathy for you, but forget it." As a member of Konoha, Tsunade was very confused and depressed about what happened to Naruto. What is puzzling is how such a situation could exist in Konoha. What is frustrating is that although teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen has always been superior to Shimura Danzo all his life, Danzo simply does not listen to Sarutobi Hiruzen and does whatever he wants. Naruto didn't bother with Tsunade anymore and asked her, "Can you teach me that move you just made?" Tsunade looked at Naruto expressionlessly, "Haha. Want to learn super strength? Although you have great talent, forget it. I will not accept you as my apprentice because this person has a problem with his character." Naruto was very satisfied with Tsunade's answer, and said to her with a happy expression, "Thank you." Everyone at the scene had a strange look on their faces, looking at Naruto as if he were a fool. Jiraiya's reaction was the biggest. He cried his eyes out. He didn't expect Naruto to become a fool. It was his fault that he didn't take good care of Naruto. Alas. However, is Naruto really stupid? His purpose from the beginning to the end was just to learn the name of this method of using chakra. Even though Naruto has many memories about another ninja world in his mind, he doesn't have the time to recall them slowly. When Naruto heard the name Tsunade said, he immediately opened the system mall, found the strange power, and chose to redeem it. Ding, the host consumed 50,000 system points and successfully purchased super strength. Naruto's mind now has more memories about supernatural powers. After doing all this, Naruto smiled faintly and teased Tsunade, "Look, is this the super strength?" As he spoke, Naruto raised his fist, and a stream of deep blue chakra circulated in a certain pattern. A strong airflow swept around, blowing some things on the street into pieces. Things that originally required a large amount of chakra to accomplish can now be accomplished with only a few tenths of the original chakra. This means that Naruto's chakra consumption rate has been reduced by dozens of times in disguise. This is a huge improvement. After Naruto condensed his chakra, he did not destroy the surrounding environment again. He is not a bad guy, so why would he destroy other people's Tancho Street for no reason? Tsunade's beautiful eyes widened as she looked at Naruto's fist in shock, seeing that familiar way of chakra running. Before she knew it, Tsunade's mouth opened slightly and she said in surprise, "There is such a thing?" It can be seen that Naruto's behavior has brought a great psychological shock to Tsunade, which is expected to last for a whole year. Naruto gathered his chakra and thanked Tsunade again. "Thanks, cow." Tsunade's forehead was covered with black lines, and she jumped towards Naruto in anger. "Who are you calling a cow?" Tsunade had never been called that before, and she felt that the title was an insult to her. However, Naruto did not dodge at all, but faced Tsunade's kick calmly. In the distance, the flying thunder god seal gradually condensed and took shape. At the last moment, Naruto's body disappeared, as if he had never appeared again. After Naruto left, Jiraiya sighed with a gloomy look. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, was once such an obedient and sensible child, but no one expected that he would be forced to defect from Konoha. And Minato's child, Naruto, was named by Jiraiya. Now seeing Naruto become like this, Jiraiya's heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. Naruto continued to flicker in the darkness, feeling somewhat satisfied with today's gains. If Naruto hadn't rushed out of the house, he wouldn't have met Tsunade, and he wouldn't have known about the supernatural power. There are too many props in the system mall that if Naruto wants to look through them row by row, find the super strength, and understand the benefits of the super strength, it will take a lot of time. Arriving at a desolate place, Naruto couldn't help but stop and concentrate all his chakra on his fist. Suddenly, bright chakra illuminated all the surroundings. Naruto felt the huge power of his fist and looked at a river not far away. Without hesitation, Naruto punched forward. With a dull sound like thunder, the river was blasted in half by Naruto, but that was not the end. The force of this punch blasted a deep pit about tens of meters long in the land on the other side of the river. This power is too strong. Naruto's arm was emitting white smoke. This is because his body is repairing the injury on its own, and if too much chakra were to flow out at once, it would also cause damage to Naruto's arm. Naruto frowned and looked down at his arm. The redness began to fade and the pain began to subside. This is too fragile. That's right, Naruto felt that his body was too fragile. The skin will easily burn red due to excessive use of chakra. If Naruto encounters a tough enemy in the future, how can he let go and fight hard? Or, Naruto opened the system mall and set his sights on the product of Senju bloodline. The Senju bloodline, which costs a full 200,000 system points, is the bloodline of the first Hokage. Naruto wanted to buy it, but he was still halfway short of the system points. The improvement should be huge. Through his memories, Naruto learned that the Uzumaki clan and the Senju clan once had the same ancestor. In other words, as long as Naruto has the blood of both the Uzumaki clan and the Senju clan, wouldn't that be equivalent to having the same blood as the ancestors of both clans? System, open the properties panel. Ding, the attribute panel has been opened. Host Uzumaki Naruto Chakra, attribute, wind chakra, amount 955,060. Chakra strength, 123,010. Chakra control, 50,949. Bloodline, Whirlpool bloodline, fully developed. Ashura chakra, fully developed. Techniques, wind style, big breakthrough, Kagura's heart's eye, low-level 3 body technique, flying thunder god, Raiznon, multiple shadow clone technique, Kunao shadow clone technique, Shuriken shadow clone technique, super strength. System point, 101,730. Naruto noticed that his 3 chakra attributes had improved slightly. This may be because Naruto is still growing and his strength is still increasing with age. Are you still short of 100,000 system points? We need to speed up. Thinking of this, Naruto did not waste any more time and quickly rushed towards the land of hot springs. There was no telling when the battle would break out, so Naruto wanted to arrive early. Naruto had already anticipated what expressions the people of Konoha would have when they saw Naruto standing opposite them. After crossing half of the land of fire, Naruto finally entered the land of hot spring after several hours of travel. After finding the gold exchange, Naruto learned that it would cost 5 million taels to purchase information about the hidden cloud village. For Naruto, it was impossible for him to carry so much money with him. Naruto now has a small storage scroll hanging around his waist and a duanshao in his hand, with the Soul Destroyer inserted inside. In plain clothes, with only tens of thousands of dollars in his pocket for food. So, after Naruto's very friendly communication, he successfully bargained the price of 5 million down to 20,000 taels. Before leaving, Naruto killed a few stray ninjas who were so blind as to provoke him, and was awarded 1,600 system points. After learning the location of the gathering of the hidden Cloud Village troops, Naruto was not so panicked and found a hotel on the spot to spend the night. Then Naruto found out that he didn't have enough money for accommodation. As a last resort, Naruto had to return to the gold exchange and ask for 100,000 taels of silver. Because Naruto did not touch the bodies of the stray ninjas when he just killed them, all the valuables on those ninjas were given to the gold exchange office. Therefore, Naruto only wanted his own spoils, and it was not considered robbery. After returning to the hotel and paying the rent, Naruto fell into a deep sleep. Still in that sewer, Naruto appeared again. With the experience from last time, Naruto quickly found the door that sealed the Nine Tails. Inside, the nine-tailed fox looked like it was dying. It seemed that it had been tortured by the seal these days. Naruto appeared again, and the Nine Tails instantly stretched its head towards the iron gate, like a pet seeing its master return. Kyuubi calmed down and tempted Naruto with a magnetic voice. Do you want to know who your parents are? If you want, just uncover the paper and I'll tell you. Because the seal was strengthened, the nine-tailed fox could not sense anything in the outside world. Therefore, the Nine Tails did not know that Naruto had already learned about his parents. Now, the nine-tailed fox still intends to use the news from Minato and Kushina to lure Naruto, but it doesn't know that its success rate has dropped to 0%. Looking at the Nine Tails in front of him, Naruto suddenly raised his hand and touched his chin, and said, Nine Tails, your power is too strong, I will seal you away. Nine-tailed fox. Ding! Naruto drew out the soul-destroying sword and looked at the Nine Tails strangely. Little Nine Tails, do you have a lot of questions? No, don't have any doubts. Trust your own guest, I just want to cause trouble for you. Nine-tailed fox. The soul-destroying sword gave off a strange sense of crisis, causing the nine-tailed fox's hair to stand up suddenly, like a fox whose tail was stepped on. Naruto controlled the soul-destroying sword and shot it directly at the Nine Tails. Bang! The sound of breaking air reached the Nine Tails' ears, and the Nine Tails furiously used its chakra in an attempt to dodge. However, Naruto's chakra is much stronger than the Kyuubi's chakra. The Nine Tails' resistance was like a gentle female companion hammering Naruto's chest. Naruto chuckled and said, resist as much as you can. The more you resist, the more excited I get. Nine-tailed fox. The pain that penetrated into his soul forced Kyuubi to roll on the ground. The soul-destroying sword went straight into the nine-tailed fox's head and then exited from the back. The sealing power of the soul-destroying sword is taking effect, and the nine-tailed fox's struggle makes a huge noise in the quiet sealed space. The accumulated water was also shaken up from the ground, and the scene looked extremely cruel. Naruto frowned. There is no seal. Could it be that the seal has not been unlocked? That's not right. This seal is not for the soul. Why can't it be sealed? It's probably because the nine-tailed fox's soul was too damaged. Well, try harder. Swish, swish, swish. In the blink of an eye, the soul-destroying sword flexibly moved back and forth in the nine-tailed fox's body 3 or 4 times. But Naruto did not stop. Instead, he became more and more courageous and his speed became faster and faster. 5 minutes later, the Nine Tails finally fell to the ground. Its eyes, which were bigger than Naruto's, widened and bloodshot, and it became unresponsive. Ding! Congratulations to the host for sealing the nine-tailed fox, Yang, and obtaining system points, 150,000. I've never seen so many system points. How should I spend them? System, give me 1,000 hands bloodline. Ding! The host consumed 200,000 system points and successfully purchased 1,000 hands bloodline. Naruto stood there as the noises around him gradually quieted down. After sealing the Nine Tails and obtaining system points, Naruto directly purchased the Senju bloodline. He was waiting for the system to transform his body, but there was no response. Naruto was greatly disappointed that he did not feel his body getting stronger. System, where is my 1,000 hands bloodline? Ding! 1,000 hands bloodline has been released, please activate it yourself. System, open the properties panel. Ding! The attribute panel has been opened. Dash 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 dash. Host, Uzumaki Naruto Chakra, Attribute, Wind Chakra, Amount, 955,060. Chakra Strength, 125,010. Chakra Control, 50,949. Bloodline, Whirlpool Bloodline, Fully Developed, Ashura Chakra, Fully Developed, 1,000 Hand Bloodline, Undeveloped. Techniques, Wind Style, Big Breakthrough, Kagura's Heart's Eye, Low Level 3 Body Technique, Flying Thunder God, Raiznon, Multiple Shadow Clone Technique, Kunao Shadow Clone Technique, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique, Super Strength. System points, 53,330. Dash 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 dash. Naruto took a look and found that his attributes had not changed much. I said to the system, how to activate it? Ding, the host can consume 10,000 system points to activate the Thousand Hands bloodline. After activation, every 1,000 system points can increase the development degree by 1%. Naruto was silent for a moment. System. Isn't this a scam? Ding, the system will not cheat the host. Naruto was somewhat helpless. Okay then, activate it for me. Ding, the host consumed 10,000 system points and successfully activated the Thousand Hands bloodline. As a warm current flowed into Naruto's body, Naruto suddenly felt that the amount of his chakra had become even greater. But compared with the previous progress, this time is much smaller. System, purchase another 43% of the Thousand Hands bloodline development degree. Ding, host consumed 43,000 system points and developed the Thousand Hands bloodline 43% successfully. After Naruto tried to use a huge amount of chakra to flow through his arms at the same time, although the skin on his arms was not burned again, it was still a little painful. It seems that my physical fitness still needs to be improved day by day. When Naruto thought about this, he decided to focus on practicing his physical skills after returning. His most obvious shortcoming now is that the amount of chakra in his body is extremely huge, but his body cannot use too much at once. Otherwise, the reason for this situation is the huge gap between Naruto's chakra amount and physical fitness. When everything was over, Naruto turned his gaze to the body of the nine tails inside the iron gate. Well, the fur can be made into warm clothes, and the claws and teeth can be made into weapons. Although the nine-tails soul was no longer in his body, Naruto still hadn't unlocked the seal. Because he really didn't have time, as he had to fight a war later, so he decided to wait until everything was over and find a special time to release the nine-tailed fox. Coming out of the sealed space, Naruto glanced at the dim light outside and felt refreshed. Naruto got up and bought some buns on the street. While eating, he channeled chakra into his life-saving technique. Now, Naruto has used the Sword of Death to seal many creatures inside the soul-destroying sword. I wonder what the inside of the soul-destroying sword looks like now. However, before Naruto's consciousness entered the soul-destroying sword, he heard the sound inside the soul-destroying sword. Sarutobi Hiruzen, it went to the left, hurry up. Shinmura Danzo, you don't need to order me around. Shinmura Danzo, go, use barrier technique. Root member A, yes, Master Danzo. Root member B, yes, Master Danzo. Nine-tailed fox, roar. Cardo, ouch, help. Kato, you stinky fox, they beat you, why did you beat me? Naruto. Quickly entering the soul-destroying sword in the form of consciousness, Naruto shouted loudly, stop it. Naruto's appearance calmed all souls. There are exceptions, and that is, when Danzo Shinmura saw Naruto, indignation appeared on his old face, and he directly ordered, leave Uzumaki Naruto here. Swish swish swish. Well-trained root ninjas appeared around Naruto. Naruto waved his hand wordlessly, and the souls of the root ninjas around him immediately dissipated. These soul powers further enhanced the sealing power of the soul-destroying sword. Originally, the more and stronger souls there are inside the soul-destroying sword, the stronger the sealing power of the soul-destroying sword will be. The reason is that when Naruto uses the soul-destroying sword, the souls in the sword will contribute their soul power uncontrollably, and then the soul power consumed by these souls will slowly recover. Now, Naruto directly dispersed the soul, which naturally enhanced the sealing power of the soul-destroying sword, but it lost the effect of sustainable development. This behavior is killing the goose that lays the eggs. When Danzo Shinmura saw that Naruto was so powerful, his face changed and he turned around and ran away. Naruto looked at Danzo's back speechlessly, and did not bother with him. Instead, he waved his hand and divided the internal space of the soul-destroying sword into countless parts. Each space is equivalent to a separate cage, and the cages cannot be penetrated except by sound. Now, there are already quite a few souls inside the soul-destroying sword. If they kill each other without permission, it will also be a loss for Naruto. That's why Naruto imprisoned them separately. Hurry, you stinky reptile, kill me if you can. The nine-tailed fox was naturally very unhappy that its movements were restricted by Naruto again. It cursed at Naruto at the top of its lungs, and Naruto listened carefully and learned a lot of new knowledge. All I can say is that the nine-tailed fox is worthy of being a tailed beast that has lived for so many years, and even its ability to curse is quite good. But now, Naruto has learned all of them. Naruto sneered at the nine tails, don't worry, I won't kill you. I will treat you well. When I need you, I will release you. Then you will become my pet and serve me wholeheartedly. After Naruto finished speaking, he left without listening to the wailing and vicious curses that were coming from the soul-destroying sword space. In the forest, Naruto finally filled his stomach. After looking at the quiet forest, Naruto infused chakra into Danshao and began to communicate with the soul inside. Nine tails, come out. A gray light appeared, and a huge figure gradually took shape. Roar! Finally, a gray-haired Nine-Tails appeared in front of Naruto. One of the opponent's eyes was much larger than Naruto's, and the Nine-Tails roared to the sky. After more than 10 seconds, the Nine-Tails stopped roaring and slowly lowered its head to show its submission to Naruto. Looking at the huge nine-tailed fox, Naruto was not afraid at all. He jumped to the top of the nine-tailed fox and ordered it, "Let's go." The Nine Tails is controlled by Danshao, and Danshao is controlled by Naruto's chakra, so even if Naruto doesn't say it, the Nine Tails knows where Naruto is going. Just like that, a rampaging nine-tailed demon fox appeared in the kingdom of Hot Springs. Passing by the village, the residents inside were awakened by the huge noise and hid in fear before dawn. On the way, Naruto could even hear the conversation of the souls inside the soul-destroying sword. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Alas, the Nine Tails was summoned by Uzumaki Naruto. I wonder what Naruto is doing now. Shimura Danzo, I will not let Uzumaki Naruto go. Sarutobi Hiruzen. I'm just afraid that Naruto will take revenge on Konoha. Shimura Danzo, I told you to hand him over to me to train him into a humanoid weapon, but you sent him to a ninja school instead. Sarutobi Daijin, he is the son of the fourth Hokage after all. Shimura Danzo, you are such a hypocrite that you had time to stop me, but you came so late. Don't you also want me to turn Naruto into a weapon? Sarutobi Hiruzen, but why did you use Naruto as an experiment? Shimura Danzo, performing experiments is secondary. The main thing is to become a humanoid weapon. Cardo, Tisk Tisk, the famous third Hokage of Konoha and the leader of the root of Konoha, turned out to be two old losers. Kato, if it were me, I would definitely not let this happen. Black Hole Thunder Fang, me too. Ranmaru, Lord Raya. Shimura Danzo, humph, you ignorant fellow, how could you possibly understand my intentions? Kato, I am your slave now, and I am already dead. More freedom is of no use to me. Uzumaki Naruto, very good, I like people like you who are tough. Kato, what is this? Cardo, After a while, Cardo's voice gradually disappeared, and the soul-destroying sword became quiet. Everyone couldn't help but feel fear. Shimura Danzo, he should be dead. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Alas, Uzumaki Naruto's murderous intent is too strong. Naruto, standing on top of the Nine Tails, slowly withdrew the chakra in his body. The sharp howling of the cold wind covered up Naruto's calm complaint. What a pity, Cardo is also a talent. Suddenly, Naruto thought of a crucial issue, that is, this war was a war jointly launched by the Hidden Cloud Village and the Hidden Iwa Village against Konoha. There is nothing wrong with the Hidden Cloud Village choosing the Land of the Moon and the Land of Hot Spring as the battlefields. After all, there are no powerful figures in these two countries, and life and death still depends on the wishes of the big powers, right? However, the situation is not the same in the Uegakur. If Naruto's memory is not wrong and Naruto's judgment is not wrong. The news of the death of the demigod in the Rain Country has not spread throughout the entire ninja world. Although the current Rain Country is also the best place for a battlefield, the Rain Country is now ruled by the Six Paths of Pain, who is close to the Super Shadow level. If the Uegakur village uses the Rain Country and its neighboring Grass Country as battlefields, it will probably not be able to hold out until the arrival of the Konoha troops. However, Naruto didn't know the result of this matter. What Naruto knows now is that the Hidden Rock village will most likely crash directly into Akatsuki's arms, and they will probably die without knowing how they died. Boom! Every step the nine-tailed fox takes makes quite a noise on the ground. Although it's not as fast as Naruto using the Flying Thunder God technique, it's still easier. In the morning, there were quite a few troops in the Hidden Cloud village, and it was impossible for such a large-scale armed operation to be concealed. Konoha realized the crisis and began to gather troops. If at this time, the Hidden Cloud village wanted to move the battlefield to the territory of the Land of Fire, it would not be completely impossible. However, if that were the case, the battlefield would be too far away from the base camp and too deep, making it impossible to transport supplies. Therefore, the troops of the Hidden Cloud village gathered at the border between the Land of Hot Springs and the Land of the Moon. The leader was none other than B from the famous combination from the Hidden Cloud village. As for A, he would stay in the rear and command the battle. Kiribi and his team of disciples were in the tent discussing when to take action. The order from the rear had not arrived yet, so Kiribi did not dare to act rashly. They have to wait for news from the Uegakur. What if the Uegakur is fooling them and taking advantage of the time when they are fighting Konoha to launch a sneak attack? Suddenly, a reconnaissance ninja from Kumagakur rushed in from outside. His eyes were bloodshot and his expression was terrified and excited. Here it comes, here it comes, Samui shouted coldly. If you are still a ninja, then make your words clear. The survey ninja shook his head first, then pointed outside. We're here. At the same time, the Eight Tails in Killer Bee's body began to become restless. Boom! With a loud bang, the wind began to howl, and a long and low roar of an animal was heard. Coupled with the oppressive feeling that made it impossible for people to resist, everyone's heart tightened. At this moment, outside the tent, Kuwabai slowly lowered his head until it was level with the ground. Naruto looked at the densely packed cloud ninjas in the distance, smiled slightly, then jumped to the ground. At the same time, Kiribi in the main tent also brought people out. The Kuwabai's gigantic silhouette and 9 waving tails cast its shadow over most of the camp. Amwa held a toothpick in his mouth and looked at the 9 tails with a bitter face. I finally understand the despair of Konoha 12 years ago. This is simply impossible to overcome. Bang! Karui punched Umwa without hesitation, causing a large bump on his head. He then said coldly, Umwa, if you continue to be so pessimistic, you might as well just die. Samui glanced coldly at his two subordinates. He didn't have time to pay attention to them now that he would teach them a lesson later as they dared to fight in such a situation. In Kiribi's mind, the voice of the eight-tailed Ushiki came, this is not the nine-tailed, Kuwabai's fur is red, and this is just gray. Killerby said to Ushiki in his mind, but according to the intelligence, he is the nine-tails Jinchuriki, but he defected from Konoha not long ago. The Ushiki still objected, no, at least the nine-tailed fox will not surrender to humans. I guess the nine-tailed fox has been controlled by him. In other words, you are not facing a Jinchuriki, but an entire tailed beast. Suddenly, Naruto's voice abruptly interrupted the conversation between the two. Wrong, it's not a whole one, it's half one. The other half of the yin-attributed nine-tail is still in the belly of the Grim Reaper. Although Naruto said this, he didn't know that the soul of the fourth Hokage was no longer in the stomach of the Grim Reaper. And as the soul of the fourth generation dissipated, Yinjuei was not spared. Killerby no longer had the heart to speak. That he could sense the terror in Naruto. Even if it was only half of the nine tails, it was still extremely frightening. Killerby, Uzumaki Naruto, what are you doing here? Naruto glanced at the thousands of vigilant cloud ninjas around him, smiled indifferently, then waved his hand and collected the nine tails. The entire yang-attributed nine-tailed fox transformed into a ray of light and entered Duansheng. The scene looked as weird as it could be. The Ushiki, who was also a tailed beast, said bluntly, have you ninjas found a better way to control the tailed beasts? Naruto put away the nine tails, then asked Killerby, what, when will we start? After these words were spoken, the cloud ninjas looked at Naruto in surprise. Their mission is indeed very clear, which is to go to war with Konoha. However, the news of their war did not even spread. Even if it is a gold exchange, you can only buy some information about positions temporarily. Sam pretended to be confused and said, we are just conducting an exercise, we don't intend to attack anyone. After hearing this, Naruto's expression turned cold, you're not telling the truth. Are you afraid that I will tell Konoha? In the land of rain, on a muddy road, several pedestrians are struggling to move forward. Swish swish swish. Several shurikens fell from the sky and killed all the passers-by without exception. Soon, dense groups of rock ninjas came running towards this place from afar. Their target is a small town in the land of rain. There was the campsite chosen by Oniki. According to the intelligence, the Hidden Cloud Village has already made preparations and can launch an attack on Konoha at any time. They just had to wait for news of the attack from the Hidden Cloud Village and then put pressure on Konoha from the side. However, the pressure is a bit great. A total of 8,000 rock ninjas were heading towards the land of rain in a mighty procession. Such a large formation was discovered not only by Konoha, but also by the Rain Village. Along the way, the rock ninjas killed everyone they met in order to delay the spread of the news. This action directly attracted the attention of the Akatsuki organization. Then, a figure appeared in the sky. Facing the mighty Uegakur army, Tendu, wearing an Akatsuki robe, remained expressionless. With his hands spread out, Tiendeo said coldly, feel the pain, think about the pain, accept the pain, understand the pain, and now let the world feel the pain, Shinra Tensei. All IWA ninja. While Tendo attacked the Uegakur, Naruto was also facing thousands of ninjas. Before, Naruto found the Hidden Cloud Ninjas. Although the other party's attitude was not very friendly, the attitude of the Hidden Cloud Ninjas changed 180 degrees after Naruto explained his purpose. In just over 10 minutes, this group of Cloud Ninjas became friends with Naruto and were extremely enthusiastic. While Naruto was still marveling at how real the Hidden Cloud Village was, the Flying Thunder God seal of the Wave Country reacted. Sure enough, with such a big move, it is impossible for the Hidden Mist Village to remain indifferent. So Naruto used Flying Thunder God directly to return to the Land of Waves. After returning to the Land of Waves, Naruto was located on the coastline. Naruto's figure appeared on the beach. The sea on the east side was densely packed with hundreds of ships. Thousands of mist ninjas, each holding a ninja sword, stared at Naruto with ferocious looks. In front of him stood a middle-aged man wearing a green robe and an eye patch. Naruto turned around and found Karen hiding behind him in fear. At that time, the main force that hunted down the hidden Turborum village was the Hidden Mist village. While Karen was wandering, her mother repeatedly warned her that if she encountered ninjas from the Hidden Mist village, she must run away as soon as possible. But now, out of trust in Naruto, Karen contacted Naruto first instead of running away. Facing so many mist ninjas, Naruto said calmly, do you have any explanation for coming to me? Ching saw the chakra in Naruto's body through his Byakugan and was immediately shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. This chakra. Ching knew that Naruto was not easy to mess with, so he concealed the fact that he decided to use the Land of Waves as a battlefield, and instead said to Naruto, we are passing by, we are going to the Land of Fire. You are the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, right? I don't think you will help Konoha stop us. The news of Naruto spread almost throughout the ninja world, but no ninja village caused trouble for Naruto. All this is because of the record. Naruto felt that this matter was a little strange. The Hidden Mist Village had only recently opened up external contacts. Before that, it had isolated itself on an isolated island and was called the Blood Mist Village. Logically speaking, what they should do most is to stabilize the domestic situation, rather than go out and cause trouble for Konoha. Could it be that Kirigakure learned that Konoha was attacked by the Kumo and Iwakura villages, and that Sand Village was unlikely to help Konoha, so they wanted to be the last straw that broke the camel's back? But Naruto doesn't object to anyone targeting Konoha. But if such a huge fighting force were to pass through the land of waves, Naruto would not allow it. No matter how you look at it was Uzumaki Naruto who saved the land of waves from Kaido. How can I let you guys act like this? However, Naruto did not use a confrontational attitude, but said calmly, you can take a detour. The Kingdom of Waves will not allow so many fighters to enter the country. Ching saw Naruto giving him a way out and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Judging from the amount of chakra in Naruto's body, even though they have a large number of people, they probably won't gain anything if they fight to the death with Naruto. In the end, although Naruto could be captured, there would definitely be heavy losses. Compared to a Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the fat piece of Konoha is more to Kirigakure's taste. Ching was just about to say a few polite words and then take his men on a detour. However, something unexpected happened, and an elite jonin in the village jumped out from the army. He is one of the more famous jonin in Kirigakure, with superb swordsmanship, and is much more famous than Zabuza. The elite jonin immediately drew out his ninja sword, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. As soon as Naruto saw his appearance, he knew that he was also a guy who was transformed by the human experiments of the Hidden Mist Village. Not only Konoha, but the Hidden Mist Village has also conducted human experiments. After all, during the time known as the Blood Mist Village, it was the Uchiha who controlled the Mizu Cage. Little devil, you dare to say such things in front of us alone. I think you don't even know how to write the word death. Phew. A strong murderous intent emanated from his body and attacked Naruto and Karen. Naruto snorted lightly and took a small step forward to stand in front of Karen. Chakra like a tsunami, carrying with a terrifying murderous intent, rushed towards the sea in front of him unscrupulously. The violent chakra brought an extremely heavy sense of oppression to everyone, and some members of the Mist Village couldn't even breathe. Zhang. Pulling the soul-destroying sword out of Dan Xiao, Naruto held Dan Xiao in his left hand and the soul-destroying sword in his right hand, his pupils gradually turning into a terrifying scarlet color. An aura that was enough to freeze one's blood and make one's whole body cold emanated from Naruto's body. Naruto took a step forward expressionlessly, opened his lips slightly, and looked coldly at the thousands of Kirigakure in front of him. Roll. The elite jonin's eyes suddenly widened, bloodshot, and he clenched his teeth. In his eyes, Naruto seemed to have turned into a terrifying nightmare from the abyss, and anyone who was not careful would be killed by Naruto. Now, part of Naruto's chakra is made up of the Uzumaki bloodline, and part of it is made up of Ashura-like chakra. Both of these chakras have been activated to the ceiling. With such a large amount of chakra, let alone Uchiha Madara, even Senju Hashirama would probably not be able to match Naruto. Now, with nearly 50% of the Sensei bloodline, it is no exaggeration to say that Naruto's chakra amount is the highest in the ninja world. Therefore, the momentum created by Naruto's full-strength burst of chakra is much stronger than that of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Ching's heart was beating fast, and he kept apologizing to Naruto as he slowly backed away. Then Ching firmly ordered the troops to return along the same route. Yes, return along the same route. Because Ching couldn't judge Naruto's attitude towards Konoha. If Naruto still had some sense of belonging to Konoha, then if they went to cause trouble for Konoha again, wouldn't they be courting death? Thousands of Kirigakure were scared away by Naruto's single word. Ching knew what the consequences would be if this matter got out, but he didn't want to see the ninjas in the village die in vain. As it turned out, after the news spread, everyone was mocking the Hidden Mist Village, but not long after, a reckless man proved that Ching's approach was right. Of course, this is a later story. Karen was stunned when she saw the huge Kirigakure army coming so powerfully but leaving in disgrace. This kind of situation cannot be found in the entire history, let alone the current ninja world. Naruto was a little unhappy that if they provoked him again, he would be able to get more system points. What a bunch of cowards. Zhang. Putting the soul-destroying soul back into the life-severing soul, Naruto looked at the retreating Kirigakure and snorted coldly, "Humph, a mob." Turning around, Naruto looked at Karen, only to find that this guy had a pale face and was standing behind him trembling. Obviously, Karen was frightened. When Karen saw Naruto turning around, she quickly stood at attention, pursed her lips, and forced herself to calm down. "I doubt I'm not scared." Of course Naruto could tell that Karen was pretending to be strong. Thinking of Karen's previous experience, Naruto couldn't help but pat Karen on the shoulder. "It's okay, Karen, I was also very scared before. It's one of the human emotions. There's nothing to be ashamed of." That's right, when Naruto was a child, there wasn't a single day that he didn't spend in fear. During school, I was afraid of being laughed at by my classmates. After school, I was afraid of the strange looks from passersby. Alone at home, he was afraid that the root ninja would come to his house, because the root ninja was looking for Naruto, so he had to drag Naruto to do experiments. Karen breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the large group of mist ninjas in the distance with a look of grievance. Naruto noticed this and asked her, "What's wrong?" Karen recalled and said, "Before, the main force that attacked the Uzumaki clan was the ninjas from Kirigakure. It was also because of that attack that the Uzumaki clan was dispersed and all the treasures in the clan were lost. As a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, Karen has a great hatred for Kirigakure. But she had no choice but to hide her emotions and live her life wholeheartedly every day." Naruto noticed that Karen was a little afraid of Kirigakure, and couldn't help but comfort her. "Don't worry, as long as you work hard for me, no one can bully you anymore." After Naruto said this, Karen opened her eyes slightly, her mouth slightly opened, and mist quickly rose in her eyes. After a while, Karen was so moved that she pouted and wiped her tears. "Yes, thank you, Naruto." Naruto noticed Karen's reaction and was extremely happy. Now, a loyal subordinate was born. "I can only say that this is Orochimaru's move, it is very useful." That's right, this move was what Naruto learned from Orochimaru through his memory. Suddenly, Naruto discovered a problem, and he asked Karen seriously, "By the way, you just said that the main force that attacked the Uzumaki clan was Kirigakure." Karen calmed herself down and confirmed with Naruto, "Yes, it's Kirigakure." Naruto raised his hand and touched his chin. "Is that so? So if that's the case, doesn't Kirigakure have robbed our Uzumaki clan of many treasures?" Karen said indignantly, "Of course, Kirigakure is a group of devils. Our Uzumaki secret scroll, the sealing stone, and many treasures were all stolen by Kirigakure." Naruto's eyes lit up. Why did this Uzumaki secret scroll sound like it had the same properties as the sealing scroll? Naruto asked Karen, "Tell me in detail about the Uzumaki secret scroll and the sealing stone." In fact, when Kirigakure attacked the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Karen was still young, and most of her memories came from her mother's narration. Karen tried hard to recall, and then said, "The Uzumaki secret scroll is the scroll that records the sealing techniques of our Uzumaki clan. The sealing techniques in it are very powerful, so they attract the fear and greed of others. The sealing stone is a stone that has been placed in the clan. This stone has a very strong sealing power. As for its other functions, I am not too sure." Naruto was very interested after hearing this and smiled faintly. "Interesting, so the Uzumaki secret scroll and the sealing stone were originally our Uzumaki clan's things, but unfortunately they were taken away by the hidden mist." Karen nodded. "That's not the wrong understanding." Naruto thought for a moment, pulled Karen and did a flying thunder god back home, found the paper money and started writing. To be honest, Naruto's handwriting is crooked, and you can tell at a glance that he is a bad student. But what Naruto wrote: "Dear Mizukage, my name is Uzumaki Naruto, and I am a member of the Uzumaki clan. Considering that your hidden mist village had previously robbed my Uzumaki clan of their treasures, I now demand the return of the Uzumaki scroll and the sealing stone. I did not kill your army of several thousand ninjas, so I used them as bargaining chips to exchange for the Uzumaki scroll and the sealing stone. This is also done for the safety of the hidden mist village and the entire Water Kingdom. At the same time, for the sake of our friendship, for the sake of relationship, I hope you will agree to my request and not be ungrateful. Uzumaki Naruto." Karen was so shocked that she was speechless. She folded the paper Naruto handed her and stuffed it into the envelope. She was still a little worried, so Karen asked Naruto, that Naruto, I think should we rewrite it in a different tone and style?" Now, Karen seriously suspected that Naruto was causing trouble and was deliberately trying to anger the Mizukage. After all, he is the shadow of one of the 5 major ninja villages, and one of the people standing at the top of the pyramid of the ninja world. I wonder what the Mizukage would think when he saw this half-threatening, half-arrogant letter. Naruto waved his hand. "No, that's it. Just send this letter if the Mizukage ignores me, I will find a way to solve it." Karen anticipated that Naruto was planning to do something big. Even though she was extremely scared, since it was Naruto's arrangement, Karen gritted her teeth and found an employee to take the letter to the Water Kingdom to find the Mizukage. It was afternoon and Naruto was no longer in a hurry to return to the battlefield between Kumagakure and Konoha. The next day, Naruto opened his eyes and felt some slight aches and pains in his body. Even with Naruto's recovery speed, he still couldn't offset such terrifying physical training. Yesterday, Naruto practiced according to Might Guy's training method in his memory. Taking his own recovery speed into consideration, he also specially created 10 shadow clones to practice together. As a result, after the shadow clone was released, Naruto suddenly felt that his body was no longer his own. Even after a whole night of recovery, I still haven't recovered. It seems that it is just as Might Guy said. It takes time to master physical training. Naruto got off the bed and walked to the mirror to observe. The slightly bulging muscles were not that noticeable, but Naruto could sense the immense strength contained within them. It seems that no matter how good your bloodline is, if you don't practice hard, you won't achieve anything. Naruto said with emotion, put on his clothes and washed up, then used Flying Thunder God to come to the place where he practiced yesterday. Might Guy's practice method has only one overall purpose: to put pressure on his own body. No matter what kind of action it is, as long as it can put pressure on the body, Might Guy is very willing to fight for it. Among them, the most effective is weight bearing. Naruto, on the other hand, chose an even crazier one. At the seaside, Naruto created 20 shadow clones, took a deep breath, and jumped into the sea. As Naruto continued to dive, the pressure from the seawater from all directions began to make Naruto feel uncomfortable. The pressure at the bottom of the sea is amazing, which is very suitable for practicing physical skills. However, this behavior is too dangerous, so ordinary ninjas will not choose this method. Diving to the right position, Naruto gritted his teeth and persevered. The pressure from all directions in the water pressed towards Naruto, constantly destroying his body. But Naruto's recovery speed is unparalleled, and he can recover from his injuries in the blink of an eye. In this way, through the alternating cycle of breaking and building, Naruto's physical fitness soared at an extremely fast speed. Naruto was training in the land of waves, but something big happened here. The Iwagakure ninjas were attacked by a mysterious ninja, who dispersed the entire Iwagakure army with just one strike, killing or injuring more than half of them. In the subsequent pursuit, another 70% of the Iwagakure ninjas died at the hands of Pain's 6 paths. Kurotsuke led a group of defeated soldiers and marched non-stop all the way until they finally returned to the Iwagakure. In the sky behind, a figure slowly retreated. It was he who chased so many rock ninja troops all the way from the land of rain to the land of earth, and then to the hidden rock village. Onoki was the first to learn of Kurotsuke's return. Onoki quickly flew out of the Iwakage building and saw the few remaining defeated soldiers. Most of the rock ninjas had already died under the attack of Tendao. Seeing this tragic scene, Onoki was so excited that tears streamed down his face, and he seemed to have aged a lot in an instant. And this news spread in the ninja world like a virus. In today's ninja world, when it comes to individual combat power alone, it is obvious that the Hokage and the Raikage are stronger. However, the third generation, who was known as the Ninja Professor, has died, and the Raikage cannot do such a thing. Therefore, a piece of news came out that could cause a major earthquake in the ninja world. The Iwagakure troops encountered an attack from a suspected Super Shadow level warrior in the Land of Rain. Everyone knows what a Super Shadow level expert means. Once, Senju Hashirama faced tens of thousands of ninjas alone without any fear. The name of Uchiha Madara Shura is deeply rooted in people's hearts. The village governance plan developed by Tobirama Senju was imitated by all forces in the ninja world. Even the ninja who was only close to the Super Shadow level, the first generation perfect Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Mito, even though his eyes were cloudy and his limbs were weak due to old age, the entire ninja world still did not dare to transgress the rules set by Senju Hashirama. Even the demigod Hanzo, whose strength is far from that of Super Shadow, and even though news of Hanzo has been lost for so many years, the 3 surrounding countries dare not act rashly. This is the influence that a top-level strong man brings to a country, and an unimaginable huge impact on the entire ninja world. Now, many years after the death of Hashirama Senju, Madara Uchiha, and Tobirama Senju, news of the Super Shadow has once again spread from the Rain Country. Although it was just a suspected Super Shadow, it was enough to make everyone stunned and even feel insecure. After all, the Jinchuriki are what they call nuclear weapons on the battlefield, and the entire tailed beast is nothing more than a pet in front of the Super Shadow. The news that a Super Shadow had appeared spread rapidly from the northwest side of the ninja world. At the same time, news came from the southeast side of the ninja world. Thousands of Kirigakure ninjas were scared away by one person. According to the description of their leader Ao, in his Byakugan, the chakra in Naruto's body was beyond his understanding. For a ninja of this level, the chakra that erupts from every move can be called a disaster. Therefore, the power stage above Super Shadow was known to the world for the first time. However, although the news spread quickly, not many people were willing to believe it. Just because the Super Shadow is amazing enough, what is above your Super Shadow, God? This caused neighboring countries to laugh at the Hidden Mist Village. They said that the Hidden Mist Village was scared off by the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and only deified Naruto's strength in order to save their own reputation. That's right, no one believes this kind of thing. What is beyond the shadow, no one knows. They only know that the Super Shadow can influence the entire ninja world. Powerful ninja. And above Super Shadow, only the legendary 6 Paths Sage could reach this level, right? As a result, the thousands of mist ninjas who were scared away by the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki became a complete joke in the ninja world. If nothing unexpected happens, the news of the appearance of the Super Shadow will spread from the northwest, and the news above the Super Shadow will spread from the southeast, and they will overlap at the western border of the Kingdom of Soup in 3 days. That was the first place where both pieces of news were known at the same time. At the same time, it is also the station place of the Hidden Cloud Village. And the day before this will be the time for the attack on the Hidden Cloud Village. News spreads extremely fast, but there are also faster ones. They are spies between various forces, and these people bring updated news to the forces. Akatsuki is no exception. The next day, Naruto opened his eyes and felt some slight aches and pains in his body. Even with Naruto's recovery speed, he still couldn't offset such terrifying physical training. Yesterday, Naruto practiced according to Might Guy's training method in his memory. Taking his own recovery speed into consideration, he also specially created 10 shadow clones to practice together. As a result, after the shadow clone was released, Naruto suddenly felt that his body was no longer his own. Even after a whole night of recovery, I still haven't recovered. It seems that it is just as Might Guy said. It takes time to master physical training. Naruto got off the bed and walked to the mirror to observe. The slightly bulging muscles were not that noticeable, but Naruto could sense the immense strength contained within them. It seems that no matter how good your bloodline is, if you don't practice hard, you won't achieve anything, Naruto said with emotion, put on his clothes and washed up, then used Flying Thunder God to come to the place where he practiced yesterday. Might Guy's practice method has only one overall purpose, to put pressure on his own body. No matter what kind of action it is, as long as it can put pressure on the body, Might Guy is very willing to fight for it. Among them, the most effective is weight bearing. Naruto, on the other hand, chose an even crazier one. At the seaside, Naruto created 20 shadow clones, took a deep breath, and jumped into the sea. As Naruto continued to dive, the pressure from the seawater from all directions began to make Naruto feel uncomfortable. The pressure at the bottom of the sea is amazing, which is very suitable for practicing physical skills. However, this behavior is too dangerous, so ordinary ninjas will not choose this method. Diving to the right position, Naruto gritted his teeth and persevered. The pressure from all directions in the water pressed towards Naruto, constantly destroying his body. But Naruto's recovery speed is unparalleled, and he can recover from his injuries in the blink of an eye. In this way, through the alternating cycle of breaking and building, Naruto's physical fitness soared at an extremely fast speed. Naruto was training in the land of waves, but something big happened here. The Iwagakure ninjas were attacked by a mysterious ninja, who dispersed the entire Iwagakure army with just one strike, killing or injuring more than half of them. In the subsequent pursuit, another 70% of the Iwagakure ninjas died at the hands of Pain's 6 paths. Kurotsuke led a group of defeated soldiers and marched non-stop all the way until they finally returned to the Iwagakure. In the sky behind, a figure slowly retreated. It was he who chased so many rock ninja troops all the way from the land of rain to the land of earth, and then to the hidden rock village. Onoki was the first to learn of Kurotsuke's return. Onoki quickly flew out of the Iwakage building and saw the few remaining defeated soldiers. Most of the rock ninjas had already died under the attack of Tendao. Seeing this tragic scene, Onoki was so excited that tears streamed down his face, and he seemed to have aged a lot in an instant. And this news spread in the ninja world like a virus. In today's ninja world, when it comes to individual combat power alone, it is obvious that the Hokage and the Raikage are stronger. However, the third generation, who was known as the Ninja Professor, has died, and the Raikage cannot do such a thing. Therefore, a piece of news came out that could cause a major earthquake in the ninja world. The Iwagakure troops encountered an attack from a suspected Super Shadow level warrior in the Land of Rain. Everyone knows what a Super Shadow level expert means. Once, Senju Hashirama faced tens of thousands of ninjas alone without any fear. The name of Uchiha Madara Shura is deeply rooted in people's hearts. The village governance plan developed by Tobirama Senju was imitated by all forces in the ninja world. Even the ninja who was only close to the Super Shadow level, the first-generation perfect Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Mito, even though his eyes were cloudy and his limbs were weak due to old age, the entire ninja world still did not dare to transgress the rules set by Senju Hashirama. Even the demigod Hanzo, whose strength is far from that of Super Shadow, and even though news of Hanzo has been lost for so many years, the 3 surrounding countries dare not act rashly. This is the influence that a top-level strong man brings to a country, and an unimaginable huge impact on the entire ninja world. Now, many years after the death of Hashirama Senju, Madara Uchiha, and Tobirama Senju, news of the Super Shadow has once again spread from the Rain Country. Although it was just a suspected Super Shadow, it was enough to make everyone stunned and even feel insecure. After all, the Jinchuriki are what they call nuclear weapons on the battlefield, and the entire tailed beast is nothing more than a pet in front of the Super Shadow. The news that a Super Shadow had appeared spread rapidly from the northwest side of the ninja world. At the same time, news came from the southeast side of the ninja world. Thousands of Kirigakure ninjas were scared away by one person. According to the description of their leader Ao, in his Byakugan, the chakra in Naruto's body was beyond his understanding. For a ninja of this level, the chakra that erupts from every move can be called a disaster. Therefore, the power stage above Super Shadow was known to the world for the first time. However, although the news spread quickly, not many people were willing to believe it. Just because the Super Shadow is amazing enough, what is above your Super Shadow, God? This caused neighboring countries to laugh at the Hidden Mist Village. They said that the Hidden Mist Village was scared off by the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and only deified Naruto's strength in order to save their own reputation. That's right, no one believes this kind of thing. What is beyond the shadow, no one knows. They only know that the Super Shadow can influence the entire ninja world. Powerful ninja. And above Super Shadow, only the legendary Six Paths Sage could reach this level, right? As a result, the thousands of mist ninjas who were scared away by the Nine Tails Jinchuriki became a complete joke in the ninja world. If nothing unexpected happens, the news of the appearance of the Super Shadow will spread from the northwest, and the news above the Super Shadow will spread from the southeast, and they will overlap at the western border of the Kingdom of Soup in 3 days. That was the first place where both pieces of news were known at the same time. At the same time, it is also the station place of the Hidden Cloud Village. And the day before this will be the time for the attack on the Hidden Cloud Village. News spreads extremely fast, but there are also faster ones. They are spies between various forces, and these people bring updated news to the forces. Akatsuki is no exception. In the Land of Rain, after Tendo returned, he immediately learned the news about Naruto from White Zetsu. And a few days ago, when I met Naruto and Tsunade had a conflict, and I couldn't get a word in at all. During the time when Jiraiya's mind was in a state of confusion, a soul-destroying sword shot out from the aftermath. As if someone was intentionally controlling it, the soul-destroying sword cut through the crowd, ruthlessly reaping lives. On the other side, the system's prompt sounds continued to sound in Naruto's mind. Because there were too many of them, these beeps were somewhat annoying to Naruto's system. Can you turn off this beep? Ding, the reminder sound has been turned off. Can this really be turned off? Originally, Naruto was just asking casually, but he didn't expect the system to be really shut down. Ding, the purpose of this system is to serve the host. Z-I-U-S-I. Hand of the Corpse Demon. Jiraiya couldn't bear to watch everyone being killed by Naruto, so he quickly formed hand seals and used the Shiki hand that he learned from Tobirama Senju. His hands turned into a gray soul state. Jiraiya seized the opportunity, crossed his fingers and clamped the soul-destroying sword in his palms. Boom! Because of inertia, Jiraiya, with the soul-destroying sword in his hand, kept moving backwards and finally hit a big rock. Jiraiya had to tense all his muscles to barely restrain the soul-destroying sword. Seal class. Swish swish swish. 7 Konoha ninjas with scrolls on their backs appeared around him. They moved quickly, untied the scrolls and stood in 7 directions towards Jiraiya. Wind, fire, thunder, earth, water, yin and yang. Such a glowing character appeared under everyone's feet, and 7 colored seals climbed up from under their feet and quickly locked onto the soul-destroying sword in Jiraiya's hand. At this critical moment, Jiraiya watched helplessly as the flying thunder god seal mysteriously appeared on the open space next to him. Swish! Naruto appeared and the chakra of the sealing squad became messy, but fortunately they were well trained and did not stop performing the sealing technique. After taking a look at the situation in front of him, Naruto lowered his body slightly, raised his right foot to condense chakra, and at the same time stomped hard with the skill of strange strength. Bang! In an instant, horrible cracks appeared in a range of 20 meters. The violent vibrations and flying dirt and rocks directly interrupted the sealing technique of the sealing team. Even Jiraiya felt this familiar force of powerlessness, but before, the strange force was hitting his head, but now it was stomping on the ground. At this moment, the soul-destroying sword became more difficult to control due to Naruto's chakra output. Jiraiya had to let go of the soul-destroying sword and lift it high back to avoid the aftermath. In midair, Jiraiya looked down in astonishment. Naruto's attack must have been as powerful as Tsunade's. After Naruto freed the soul-destroying sword from Jiraiya's hands, he stood there with a frown. The soul-destroying sword has no physical form and is very useful against ordinary people, but the Shikigami hand ninjutsu can turn the hands into souls, allowing them to hold the soul-destroying sword. Shiki hand is a ninjutsu invented by Senju Tobirama after he was resurrected by the impure world reincarnation. Now it seems that Jiraiya has learned it. This technique is really troublesome, but I hope it hasn't been widely spread, Naruto said, fixing his gaze on Jiraiya who was retreating. At that time, when Tobirama Senju invented this ninjutsu, the first Hokage, the third Hokage, the fourth Kazekage, and many Konoha ninjas in Sand Village were present. They all knew the order and principles of the hand seals, but Naruto had only seen Jiraiya use them so far. Because the third Hokage had been sealed by Naruto, the remaining impure world reincarnations were released by Orochimaru. In other words, Jiraiya may be the only ninja in the ninja world who can use the Shikigami hand. Then Naruto just needs to kill Jiraiya to avoid more troublesome situations. In the ninja world, there is a ninjutsu that can restrain himself, which makes Naruto very unhappy. This ninjutsu cannot be spread. Thinking of this, Naruto looked at Jiraiya with murderous eyes. After Jiraiya landed, he immediately formed a seal and slapped the ground, summoning technique. Bang bang bang. As 3 huge white mists rose, 3 toads holding weapons appeared. They are also quite large in size, which gives people a lot of pressure. But this was nothing to Naruto. Not to mention fear, Naruto didn't even have the slightest emotion. But what Naruto didn't expect was that these three toads also started to form hand seals. They move in unison. Z-I-U-S-I. Hand of the Corpse Demon. Naruto's eyebrows twitched. Huh, toads can do it? Has this ninjutsu become so popular? Jiraiya said to the three toads, "Thank you very much. Please help me stop Uzumaki Naruto." Toad Jian sighed, "I am really useless. Look at my toad flying fork." A weapon that was countless times larger than Naruto's quickly attacked him. Jiraiya, who was in the distance, was forming seals with his hands, apparently trying to condense his fairy chakra. Faced with tremendous pressure, Naruto raised his hand and mobilized a huge amount of chakra. Strange power. Bang! Naruto's hand collided with Gameken's weapon, and due to the huge difference in size, the scene looked quite shocking. The thread didn't move. Toad Jian tried hard to draw his weapon, but failed. Snort! Naruto secretly exerted his strength, and his chakra swept down like a torrent, and his supernatural power was also exerted to the extreme by Naruto. The huge fork was crushed by Naruto with one hand. At the same time, the nine-tailed fox behind Naruto also rushed to the scene. The nine-tailed fox raised its palm, which was unknown how big it was, and suddenly clawed towards Gameken's face. Roar! Bang! At the critical moment, Gamebuntad drew out his sword and blocked the nine-tails' attack. Gamahiro also drew out the double swords from his back and attacked the nine tails. Naruto felt so frustrated watching this. The Shikigamai's hand was too much of a headache. Being able to hold the soul-destroying sword while holding other weapons is really a soul-destroying sword. The nemesis of the soul sword. Naruto did not fight the three toads head-on, but let the nine tails hold them back. At the same time, Naruto carefully controlled the soul-destroying sword, wandering in the dense forests around him, frantically harvesting souls and lives. Naruto's system points are increasing at an incredible speed. Dense forest. A team of Konoha ninjas were running between the trees, and a soul-destroying sword suddenly appeared and attacked. Swish! The soul-destroying sword hovered not far away, shook a few times, let go of the Nara clan ninja, and disappeared into the dense forest. Like a ghost, every time the soul-destroying sword appears, it will take the lives of several Konoha ninjas. The most conspicuous battle is the one between the nine-tailed fox and the three toads. The nine-tailed fox has no reason and only acts according to Naruto's will. It seems to have become more violent and knows no fatigue or pain. Not long after, the three toads saw that they were defeated and turned into white smoke and returned to Mayaboku Mountain. Before being bitten by the nine tails, Gamajian said to Jiraiya, "I'm sorry, I'm really useless." After saying this, Toad Jian turned into white mist. Jiraiya discovered that Naruto was slaughtering his companions at a very fast speed, and he was extremely anxious. The nine-tailed fox killed three toads, and in 2 steps it came to Naruto's side, wrapping him around with its 9 gray tails. At the same time, the ninjutsu that attacked Naruto from all directions was blocked by the 9 tails. Naruto controlled the soul-destroying sword and went on a killing spree. The group of ninjas from the hidden cloud village did not attack, obviously intending to wait until Naruto was defeated. But is it possible that Naruto will lose? On the other side, Jiraiya, who had been preparing for a long time, had 2 small toads appear on his shoulders. Sage Mode. Jiraiya's appearance changed drastically when he entered Sage Mode. How exactly did he change that? Well, generally speaking, he became uglier and more like a toad. But the power of the Sage Mode is still there. Jiraiya discovered that Naruto was protected by the 9 tails in the distance, and then he stood still and controlled the soul-destroying sword. It was as if Naruto was not here to fight, but to enjoy the scenery. Jiraiya knew that Naruto's strength had skyrocketed after his defection, and Naruto's appearance on this battlefield was beyond everyone's expectations. At the same time, as Naruto is the son of the 4th Hokage, it is impossible for anyone to kill him. By this calculation, if everyone stays here, they will be killed one by Naruto. Naruto now has lost his emotions. He seems to have turned into a killing machine, madly reaping the lives of his former companions. Therefore, Jiraiya shouted to the sky, "All members, retreat quickly, I will stop Naruto." This sound, with the added power of Senjutsu Chakra, was heard by everyone. The Konoha ninjas stopped attacking Naruto, turned around and left without any hesitation. Because, they can't kill Naruto, but Naruto can kill him. Now, there is a guy who is willing to stand up and sacrifice himself in exchange for the lives of others. Naturally, they have to seize the opportunity. Sensing the retreating manner of the ninjas around him who wished their parents had more legs, Naruto slowly opened his eyes, and the scarlet color gradually dimmed. The soul-destroying sword flew over from a distance and returned to Duanshang accurately. Jiraiya? Naruto recalled everything in his mind. According to the so-called original work, Jiraiya would be his master. But now, Jiraiya naturally does not have the qualifications to be his master. Why do you feel reluctant to kill him? The things in his memory made Naruto unable to calm down for a long time. Jiraiya's relationship as a master and disciple to Naruto still had an impact on Naruto. Boom! Jiraiya descended from the sky, stomping a big hole in the ground and looking very majestic. Well, it's just a bit ugly. Naruto, can you stop? Originally, Jiraiya was going to scold Naruto, but when he saw his expressionless face, he was shocked. Yes, Konoha did that to Naruto. How could he ask Naruto to let go of his hatred for Konoha? The Jinchuriki hating the village where he lives is nothing new in the ninja world. Jiraiya looked at Naruto with guilt. Naruto, I am sorry for you. If I hadn't gone out to look for the child of prophecy, I wouldn't have been absent from Konoha when the Nine Tails attacked. If I hadn't trusted the third Hokage too much, you wouldn't have suffered so much. If I hadn't been away from home all year round, I wouldn't have discovered this situation until now. If possible, I would like you to spare the people around you. They are all innocent, they were all deceived by the roots. You can take my life, and I promise I won't have any complaints. Jiraiya became more and more excited as he spoke. He had missed so much in his life. Goo goo. The nine-tailed fox narrowed its eyes and stared at Jiraiya with bared teeth. It also sensed the danger from Jiraiya. Obviously, Jiraiya, one of the three ninjas, is quite capable. Naruto, on the other hand, looked at Jiraiya expressionlessly, without a trace of emotion in his eyes. He looked dull and emotionless, like a dead man or a machine. Jiraiya looked at Naruto in astonishment, as if he didn't expect Naruto to have no reaction to his words at all. How much torture had he endured to not care about anything? When the Konoha ninjas around him had almost finished retreating, Naruto sensed that the cloud ninjas behind him suddenly began to attack. The distance of 5 miles is very short for ninjas, and they will arrive soon. Looking at Jiraiya, Naruto recalled what happened in his memory and asked, if you were given another chance, would you save me from the root? The voice was calm, but it seemed to contain a certain expectation. This sense of expectation was not too strong because it was hidden very deeply by Naruto. There are too few people he can trust in this world. He is very lonely, so lonely that he can't even feel whether he is still alive. Jiraiya didn't understand why Naruto asked this. Things had developed to this point. What was the point in saying such things? But considering Naruto's age, Jiraiya finally came to his senses. No matter how powerful, no matter how cruel and ruthless, Naruto at present is still just a child who will turn 12 in a few months. Now, children of the same age as Naruto have just graduated from the ninja school and have just started to carry out missions. Their strength, mentality, experience, etc. are all in the growth stage. Jiraiya said painfully, I will. As Jiraiya's words just rose, the system prompt sound came. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Mission rewards, 200,000 system points and super storage scroll. However, Naruto paid no attention to the system's voice, nor did he even notice the small black scroll in his pocket. Jiraiya looked at Naruto in shock, his heartache was beyond words. Naruto did not continue to massacre the Konoha ninjas, nor did he attack Jiraiya. He also gave the Konoha ninjas enough time to evacuate. Was it just because of these 3 words? From this point of view, Naruto is really a kind guy. With that, Naruto stopped paying attention to Jiraiya, as he already knew the answer he needed to know. But knowing the answer does not mean that Naruto will reconcile with Jiraiya or Konoha. This is impossible. Naruto turned and looked into the distance, where thousands of cloud ninjas were rushing towards him. The cloud ninjas wanted to pursue the victory, but the Konoha ninjas had already evacuated. Originally, this would be an arduous battle, with the two armies fighting each other for several months, various conspiracies and intrigues emerging one after another, and perhaps making a few ninjas famous and called heroes of their respective forces. However, this war is about to be forced to stop because of Naruto. Because Naruto has decided to target the cloud ninjas. Naruto is a stingy person. What this group of guys had agreed with Naruto before was that Naruto would come to disrupt Konoha's formation, and the cloud ninja would take advantage of the opportunity to sneak in. However, they did not come over, but watched Naruto being beaten up. Although Naruto was not injured at all, and even his breathing was not disordered. But if you, Yunren, don't keep your promise, you will still have to pay the price. Otherwise, in the future anyone will dare to deceive Uzumaki Naruto. How can Naruto gain a foothold in the ninja world then? That's right, in Naruto's eyes, the cloud ninjas are nothing more than cats and dogs. Jiraiya looked at Naruto's back and thought of his extremely talented disciple. Naruto was a genius just like his father. It's just that there is a problem with Naruto's growth, and Jiraiya no longer expects forgiveness for what Konoha has done to Naruto. As if he could see what Naruto was going for, Jiraiya took a step forward and landed steadily beside Naruto. You don't want to show off by yourself, do you? Jiraiya glanced at Naruto and found that he seemed to be sightseeing. It was as if the enemy was not the Cloud Ninja army, but a group of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Naruto stared at Jiraiya coldly. He was very dissatisfied with the other party's behavior. When fighting, Naruto doesn't like others to get close to him, because Naruto doesn't trust anyone deep down, even if it's Jiraiya. Jiraiya was able to eliminate Naruto's vigilance towards Jiraiya just by saying a few nice words. This was outrageous no matter how you looked at it. What's more, Minato had previously entrusted Jiraiya to take care of Naruto because Minato was afraid that the third Hokage would not be able to control Danzo, which would lead to Naruto being persecuted by Danzo. But what about Jiraiya? He didn't do anything. Judging from the things in Naruto's memory, Jiraiya is a good master, but memories are memories and reality is reality. These are two different things. Of course, Naruto cannot force others to help him when he is in trouble. After all, Jiraiya is just Minato's master. What does he have to do with him, Naruto? Therefore, although Naruto had no reason to blame Jiraiya for not rescuing him from the root, Naruto still felt quite resentful. As a disciple, Minato entrusted Jiraiya to take care of Naruto. However, Jiraiya, the master, did not keep his promise because of the so-called child of prophecy, which resulted in Naruto being tortured by the root as a child and becoming half human and half ghost. This kind of thing. Naruto will never be able to let go. Nine-tailed fox. As Naruto calmly said these two words, the nine tails raised its claws without hesitation and slapped Jiraiya. Even in Sage mode, Jiraiya couldn't withstand the nine tails attack. He was hit high into the air and retreated rapidly, even further than the Konoha ninjas. After driving away the people who were in the way, Naruto finally noticed the system's prompt. 200,000 system points, plus a super storage scroll? Just now, when Naruto was fighting with the Konoha army, he had accumulated more than 200,000 system points. It can be said that these more than 200,000 system points were all stacked up by the corpses of Konoha. In the battle just now, Naruto sealed at least 100 Konoha ninjas with the soul-destroying sword. Therefore, 200,000 system points seemed dispensable. As for that super storage scroll, Naruto felt around for a bit and found a delicate thumb-sized scroll. The scroll is very small and is also called a super storage scroll by the system. Naruto channeled his chakra into the scroll and examined it closely. The space inside this scroll is very large, just like the batch of supplies that Naruto collected from Konoha. It would take so many storage scrolls to hold that batch of supplies, but this super storage scroll can hold 100 times that batch of supplies, which is really amazing. This super storage scroll is equivalent to an extra large warehouse, and at the same time it is ridiculously light. While Naruto was playing with the scroll, a cloud ninja had already rushed up to him. However, he did not get too close. After all, the deterrent power of the nine-tailed fox was still very terrifying. Killer Bee stopped 100 meters in front of Naruto, with one hand reaching for the ninja sword behind him. Uzumaki Naruto, I don't want to go to war with you. Get out of the way. Kiribi was humming an unpleasant tune, with his 10 fingers flat in front of him, moving them irregularly, which looked very weird. However, Naruto refused to give way. Naruto stared at the cloud ninja troops behind Killer Bee strangely. He sneered, you didn't keep your promise, so I decided to teach you a lesson. Coo. As soon as Naruto said this, red-tailed beast chakra emerged from Killer Bee's body. Killer Bee was still unwilling to give up. He explained to Naruto, just now was not the right time to attack. I am willing to apologize to you on behalf of everyone. Naruto did not refute, but instead planned to answer Killer Bee with practical actions. Now, Naruto just wants to let everyone see what the consequences of deceiving themselves will be. Treat the Cloud Ninja Corps as chickens and the entire ninja world as monkeys. Kill a chicken in front of a monkey, and the monkey will be obedient. The ninja world is like this: when you are weak and can be bullied, the ninja world will harass you like a monkey, and will continue to make your life a mess. But when you become strong and fierce, you will find that this monkey in the ninja world will actually be very afraid of you and will obey you in everything. At the critical moment, a voice came. No need to apologize, boom, kill me? Naruto looked at the confident Reikage AI and found it quite amusing. It is better not to be so arbitrary before knowing the enemy's strength. AI noticed Naruto's look and sneered, kid, those idiots in the Hidden Mist village are afraid of you, but I am not afraid of you. Let me show you how powerful the UB group is. Sizzle. Lightning flashed around AI's body, and it was obvious that he had activated the lightning armor. Killer Bee didn't say anything, but the tailed beast chakra coat on his body was ready. Naruto didn't stop either. A kunao appeared in his hand, and the flying thunder god seal appeared on the kunao. Throwing the kunao into the sky, Naruto formed seals with his hands and said, Kunao Shadow Clone Jutsu. The kunao in the sky instantly split into thousands, and when they reached the top, they began to descend. Naruto knew that AI and Killer Bee were not slow. In order to prevent himself from being suddenly teleported to other places by the power of blessing, Naruto used the flying thunder god Kuno Shadow Clone technique. The dense rain of kunao had no power at all, simply because they were just falling naturally and not thrown by the ninja, so the power was almost negligible. AI punched the sky, clearing the flying thunder god kunao from the area above his head. Killer Bee's chakra coat condensed into the shape of a tail, and with a swing, it knocked the surrounding flying thunder god kunao aside. Both of them have extremely high defense, but neither of them chose to stand around the flying thunder god kunao, because they are well aware of the dangers of the flying thunder god ninjutsu. After dealing with the flying thunder god seal, the two began to attack Naruto. Swish! AI and Killer Bee disappeared at the same time, and Naruto lost control of their positions in an instant. When Naruto opened Kagura's mind eye, he was shocked to find that these two people had surrounded him from the front and the back. Really fast. Naruto thought with a sigh, and suddenly felt a huge pressure on his neck, and then his eyes blurred and disappeared without a trace. This speed. Naruto, who was nearly hit, appeared next to a flying thunder god Kunao. Can the extreme speed also hit me? Just now, Naruto clearly felt the attacks from AI and Killer Bee coming, which means that it takes time to activate the power of blessing. Although this time is extremely short, it stands to reason that he can still attack Naruto with his extreme speed. Another weakness. But you can't touch this weakness. AI and Killer Bee are very fast, but they still can't attack Naruto before the power of blessing is activated. At the same time, Nine-Tailed Fox also raised its palm to attack AI and Killer Bee. Naruto felt a sense of crisis coming from behind him and glanced back slightly. There was a flash of bright light and Naruto couldn't help but close his eyes, but when he opened them again his vision was affected. However, Naruto can still determine the enemy's position through Kagura's mind's eye, so it's not a big deal. It's my turn. Naruto raised one hand, palm facing up. Without making any hand seals, Naruto transferred chakra to his hands in a specific rotation. A bright blue ball of light quickly expanded in Naruto's hand. In the blink of an eye, it was enough to rival the tailed beast ball. On the other side, after AI and Killer Bee dodged the Nine-Tails attack, they looked at the Nine-Tails in astonishment. This nine-tailed fox looks very special. It's like it's not a living thing. With the reminder of the eight-tailed Gyuki, Killer Bee learned that the Nine-Tail was not the real Nine-Tail, but a Nine-Tail made up of some kind of energy, and then with the addition of the Nine-Tail soul, he obtained the Nine-Tails technique. In other words, the nine-tailed fox in this form only obeys Naruto and its combat power will be even stronger. It's a big trouble. Killer Bee was no longer in the mood to talk. A few days ago, he saw Naruto arriving riding on the Nine-Tails, and learned from the Ushiki that the Nine-Tails was most likely controlled by Naruto. As the strongest tailed beast, even if it only has half of its strength, it should not be underestimated. On Naruto's side, he has also prepared the giant Raiznan. At the same time, the nine-tailed fox also began to condense the tailed beast ball. However, just as the nine-tailed fox was ready for action, the Raikage punched it in the face, causing the whole fox to tilt instantly and it had to stop using the tailed beast ball. When Naruto saw that the Raikage was actually fighting the Nine-Tails in hand-to-hand combat, he thought to himself, wow, this Raikage is also a tough guy. But how do you respond to this? Naruto gave this Raiznan a very nice name. He pointed the Raiznan at the Raikage and said, Planetary Raiznan. Even the Raikage wouldn't dare to be careless with such a powerful wind jutsu. But a reckless man is always a reckless man. The Raikage activated the lightning release armor to the maximum, then stomped his feet hard on the ground and rushed towards the Planetary Raiznan at an extremely fast speed. Killer Bee was held back by the nine-tailed fox. Every second of the battle looked thrilling, as if he might be defeated at any time. There was no way that the eight-tail and half of the nine-tail were originally evenly matched, and now the nine-tail had lost its mind, like a puppet that only knew how to attack. Therefore, Killer Bee, as the Jinchuriki, was barely able to hold on under the desperate attack of the nine-tails and was in terribly pain. Here, AI and the Planetary Raiznan collided, and a terrifying torrent of destruction erupted instantly, and a shock wave spread out with AI and the Raiznan as the center. Wherever the shock wave went, there was a scene of the end of the world. The Union behind realized that something was wrong and retreated under the organization of Shenmue. In the past, they would just be serving as food in a battle of this level, or even cause trouble for the Raikage. But with that level of ninjutsu, is it really okay for the Raikage to collide with his body alone? Naruto waved his hand and used his supernatural power to create a shock wave to offset the aftermath. Finally, the lightning shadow fell from the sky and created a big hole in the ground. The smoke cleared, and the thunder shadow stood there with his eyes wide open, his body covered with small wounds. Full. Naruto was a little surprised. Is this the Raikage? He is so powerful. AI ignored the wounds and pain in his body and snorted at Naruto. That kind of ninjutsu will probably consume a lot of chakra. How many times can you perform it? That's right, a ninjutsu with such enormous power can be called S-level. And Naruto is only 12 years old now. How much chakra does he have at his disposal? Naruto heard the Raikage's question, made a serious estimate, and then told the Raikage the terrible truth. Well, I can still use it. I don't know how many times. You are such a smart guy. You dared to bet that my chakra was exhausted. I admire your courage very much. Naruto condensed the Raiznan in his hand again, scaring the Raikage who was rushing over. Even with his physique, he couldn't withstand that level of wind escape continuously. If hit by Naruto again, there is a high probability that the Raikage will fall into a coma. In a hurry, the Raikage saw the soul-destroying sword stabbing towards him from a tricky angle. Helpless, AI had to use the teleportation technique to escape from danger at the last moment. Boom! The Raiznan exploded again, and the surrounding ground became even more unsightly. The dense forest was almost turned into a desert by Naruto's two Raiznans. On the other side, Killer Bee was slapped away by the nine-tailed fox again, and blood foam kept coming out of his mouth in midair. The voice of the cow ghost appeared in Killer Bee's mind. Leave it to me. In a quiet sealed space, Kiribi and Nayogui stood opposite each other. Kiribi twisted his buffalo waist and sang, "Now it's the turn of the eight-tailed cow ghost to appear." Roar! The cow ghost appeared and roared to the sky. "You are truly depraved. Even a child can control you." The cow demon taunted the nine-tailed fox, but was responded with a hollow dog cannon from the nine-tailed fox. The two-tailed beasts were fighting fiercely. Killer transformed into a cow demon and was able to temporarily hold back the nine tails. Here, Naruto looked at the Raikage AI who appeared in the distance, and commanded the soul-destroying sword to seal the Raikage. But the speed of the Raikage is extremely fast, and the soul-destroying sword cannot get close to the Raikage at all. Sizzle! Lightning flashed on the battlefield, and the figure of the Raikage kept changing positions, causing flying sand and rocks every time he appeared. Although the Raikage looked embarrassed, he was not in any danger at all. This made Naruto a little dissatisfied. He looked up at the cloudless sky and already had a plan in mind. Concentrating chakra at the soles of his feet, Naruto used his strange strength skills to fiercely jump up into the sky. Boom! As Naruto jumped, the ground within dozens of meters around Naruto was instantly shattered by the strong shock, and the ground cracked into pieces of soil hanging in the air. Naruto's figure flew towards the sky at an extremely fast speed. In the sky, Naruto looked down and found that it was all white clouds, and below where Naruto was, there were two very large circles without white clouds. This was the aftermath of Naruto's two raised non-shots just now, which pushed the white clouds to the surroundings and formed two white cloud vacuum areas. Naruto couldn't even judge his current altitude. He only knew that if he looked far away, he could even see the plates of the continent. In the midst of the strong wind, Naruto formed seals with both hands, multiple shadow clone technique. Bang bang bang. In the sky, 500 Naruto figures appeared. However, with such a large number, the Raikage could only see a black mass and nothing else. It can be seen how high Naruto's position is at this moment. As time went by, Naruto began to fall under the influence of gravity, and his shadow clones began to disperse in all directions. Naruto stretched out his hand towards the earth and said, "Planet Raiznan." 500 Naruto clones simultaneously performed the planetary Raiznan. "Since I can't seal you directly, I will destroy your physical body and then seal your soul." Below, the Raikage looked up in Naruto's direction and saw only densely packed planetary Raiznan. These planetary Raiznan are distributed over a wide area and cannot be avoided in a short period of time. Swish swish. As Naruto descended, the planet Raiznan broke through the clouds and appeared in front of everyone. The entire sky, wherever one could see, was filled with gigantic planetary Raiznan. In the land of rain, Tendo Pain stood on the top of the tower, looking at the strange sight in the northeast. Between this place and the battlefield are the Kingdom of Grass, the Kingdom of Waterfalls, the Kingdom of Iron, and the Kingdom of Sound. However, Pain could still feel the terrifying chakra explosion far away in the sky. Due to the illumination of the planetary Raiznan, the whole world seemed to be much brighter. The people of Rain Village noticed something unusual and walked out of their homes, looking towards the northeast, at a bright, descending white dot. The sun fell down? At the edge of the battlefield, Shamui looked at the bright Raiznan in the sky in a daze. As the battle had just begun, the cloud-hidden army began to withdraw, so they could not see the situation on the battlefield, but could only see the sun setting in the sky. The lollipop in Amoyai's mouth slipped out, and he looked at the natural disaster in the distance in horror. "I told you, the sun will really fall down." 5 minutes later, the planetary Raiznan finally landed on the ground. The aurora appears and all sounds disappear. 500 planetary Raiznan smashed into the ground within 30 seconds. The cow ghost used 8 octopus tentacles to resist, but to no avail. The Ushigami said to Kiribi, "Bye. I hope to see you again." The tailed beasts can be resurrected after death, but humans cannot. Niyogui knew that he was doomed to die, not to mention Kiribi. The Nine Tails was unconscious and was acting entirely on Naruto's orders. It seemed to feel no threat from the planetary Raiznan and continued to attack the Ushioki. As for the Raikage, his eyes were bloodshot, his lightning chakra suddenly accelerated, and his hair stood up. AI's voice was like thunder, but it was buried by the huge noise and no one could hear it. Raikage, the so-called will of thunder, means that no matter what difficulties we face, no matter how powerful the enemy is, we will move forward courageously, even if we die. With his feet exerting force, the Raikage rushed into the sky like a moth to a flame, thunder abuse level. At high altitude, Naruto casually put the 9 tails into the soul-destroying sword. The 9-tailed fox is a good tool beast. Although its strength is not very good, it can be used to scare people. Naruto does not want the 9-tailed fox to die. Under his own technique. Sizzle. The Raikage's full-strength attack actually pierced through the entire planet's Raiznan and headed straight for Naruto. Swish! The power of blessing was activated and Naruto's figure disappeared. As for the Raikage, facing more planetary Raiznan, he waved his arms wildly, taking the word reckless to a certain level. But the continuous attack of the planetary Raiznan will continue for 30 seconds, and it is such a dense attack. How could the Raikage possibly withstand it? The Raikage's body was constantly being torn apart until the dense and intense storm reduced it to a pile of bones. The bones fell from the sky and turned into fine powder before reaching the ground. The entire Raikage had been annihilated by the planetary Reborn. Before the dust had settled, Naruto reappeared on the battlefield. Looking up, he saw the whole world was desolate. Thick dust continued to fall from the sky. Within the range of Kagura's mind, the area within dozens of miles around was the same. This was the scene of doomsday, right? The altitude of the entire land was dropped by more than 10 meters by the planetary Reborn. Due to the sudden drop in altitude, the water in the northern sea rushed towards this direction. If nothing unexpected happens, the area of dozens of miles that was originally a dense forest will become a vast ocean in the future. In fact, Naruto's guess was correct. Because the terrain was circular, the sea water rushed in to form a whirlpool. The whirlpool appeared when the tide rose and stopped when the tide receded. Therefore, a few years later, this place was called the Uzumaki Inland Sea. Of course, this is all later story. Now Naruto has returned to this place and looked from afar at the hidden cloud army that has retreated to the moon country. Then, Naruto placed his hand on Danshao and silently controlled the soul-destroying sword. A red light appeared in Naruto's pupils, which was strange and charming, but also chilling. Many souls appeared under Naruto's sight. These souls are all creatures in the dense forest, and their number is too numerous to count. It can be said that these are all creatures who died because of Naruto. They have great resentment towards Naruto, but that's all. Instinctively sensing that the slash in Naruto's hand was very dangerous, these souls would scatter and flee if Naruto looked at them. Naruto moved slowly, and the souls made way for him one after another. No one dared to approach Naruto's soul rashly. In the distance, a huge soul was very conspicuous, and Naruto's target was also it. Naruto approached and found that the huge soul was rapidly dissipating and had a clear consciousness. It is none other than the eight-tailed cow demon. As the second most powerful among the tailed beasts, Ashiokan has never been defeated like he was today. It's not that the Ryugui has never been defeated, but no one can kill the Ryugui instantly. Ashiki suddenly spoke to Naruto. In the 1,000 years that I have lived, I have witnessed several changes between ninjas and samurai. Every time, it was not the samurai who took the place of the ninja and became the main body of the world's military power. It's the ninja who weakens the status of the samurai and takes control of the world again. During this time, I have witnessed the rise and fall of countless geniuses, and the strength of countless powerful people. You don't have enough combat experience, and you don't have enough ninjutsu, but your chakra far exceeds that of the strongest among them. Naruto looked at Ryugui quietly, not understanding what the other party was trying to say. For a long time, he still didn't get to the point. Naruto couldn't help but ask, so what do you want to express? The Ashiki stared at Naruto seriously, as if he wanted to see through him, but he found that Naruto was full of mysteries. Finally, Ashiki concluded, based on the current conditions in the ninja world, it is impossible to produce chakra like yours. So I conclude that your chakra does not belong to this world. No, you are in this world, so it can only be said that the source of your chakra does not belong to this world. Ashiki's words shocked Naruto deeply. However, although he was extremely shocked, Naruto did not show it at all. Naruto's use of shadow clones and 500 planetary Reborns has consumed most of the chakra in his body. Naruto is now very tired, but from the outside, he still looks calm and as if he can still launch an attack of this level again. Naruto suddenly laughed, and he said to the Ashiki, your judgment is good, but what's the use of it? You are about to die, and your soul will dissipate. I will seal your soul, and no other creature will know about this. The Ashiki was silent. Naruto was right, but Naruto was still a child. He lacked experience and did not notice that the soul in the Ashiki's body had begun to dissipate. Ashiki pretended to think, and after a while, in order to delay time, he said to Naruto again, you are right, but can you tell me, what is your purpose in coming to this world? Naruto thought about this question seriously, and he replied, my purpose in coming to this world is to make sure that in the next few decades, hundreds of years, or even countless years in the future, there will no longer be people like me and Karen. I will work hard for this and I will be determined to do it. Suddenly, the soul-destroying knife shot towards the bull ghost. The cow demon looked at Naruto in astonishment, still thinking about what Naruto said. In order to prevent people like me and Karen from appearing again, and unwavering, Naruto still discovered the Ashiki's trick. It felt that the part of its soul that had not disappeared had begun to be sealed. Therefore, Ryugui suddenly laughed and said, ha ha ha, Uzumaki Naruto, interesting. I'm afraid your influence and reform on the world will be the most important in 1,000 years. It's not because I agree with your thoughts. After all, I haven't understood what you mean, but I recognize your strength. Naruto looked at the Ashiki being sealed and said calmly, I don't need anyone's approval, especially since you are not a human yet. Ding, congratulations to the host for sealing the eight-tailed Ashio, 1/5, and obtaining system points, 40,000. Naruto had expected this when he heard the system's prompt. 1/5 of the eight tails, which means Naruto sealed 1/5 of the eight tails. As for the other 4/5 of the eight tails, they will be born somewhere in the world in the near future. After sealing the 8 tails, Naruto continued to search for the soul of the Raikage among the huge number of souls. As a result, he couldn't find it after searching for half a day. It should take time for it to dissipate naturally, but Naruto did not find AI's soul. Even Naruto didn't find Killer B's soul. Naruto was sure that someone must be behind this, otherwise how could 2 lifeless souls just disappear? Naruto endured the fatigue and searched carefully for a long time, but still found nothing. Naruto couldn't find any clues, so he had to give up. In the distance, the Cloud-Hidden Army had already moved away from the battlefield. Naruto could sense their presence through Kagura's mind's eye, but he did not continue to chase them. Naruto's purpose has been mentioned above. Now that the Hidden Cloud Village has lost its Raikage and Jinchuriki, it should be quiet for a while. Now that everything is over, Naruto just wants to take a rest. But the Land of Waves is too far away from here, and Naruto's chakra is unexpectedly not enough. Then, Naruto spent a minute to condense some chakra and successfully returned to the Land of Waves. After returning to his room, Naruto first observed the surrounding situation. Karen was still working, Ayam was also refining chakra, and there were no powerful guys around. After making sure there was nothing unusual, Naruto fell directly onto the bed and fell into a deep sleep. The war that took place at the border between the Land of Hot Springs and the Land of the Moon spread throughout the ninja world at a faster speed. It was more like a vision in heaven than a war. The aftermath of the magic created a strong storm, and 12 surrounding countries, large and small, were affected. Furthermore, these nations also include the Fire Nation and the Lightning Nation. At that time, Deidara, who was on a mission in Takikuni, was jumping up and down almost crazily. Deidara has already determined that the caster of this technique is a master of the art, and he will definitely become his apprentice in the future. 2 days later, the entire ninja world began to fall into political turmoil. First, a suspected Super Shadow appeared, then a ninja surpassed the Super Shadow, and then there was the battle between Naruto and the Kimagakure troops. These news will undoubtedly make everyone worry about the future of the ninja world. In addition, everyone began to admire Kirigakure Ao's eyesight. That if it weren't for him, Kirigakure would probably be in great danger. Uzumaki Naruto, this name is also well known to the public. In the past, when someone in Konoha or even the Land of Fire mentioned Uzumaki Naruto, the first thing that came to mind was Jinchuriki, monster, etc. But it's different now. When the whole ninja world mentions Uzumaki Naruto's name, they will look at him with awe, and they don't even dare to speak so loudly. It's just because that level of ninjutsu has exceeded everyone's understanding of ninjutsu. Isn't ninjutsu just about using chakra to create some effects? At most, an S-level powerful ninjutsu can affect an area of several miles around. No one has ever seen such a scene, but everyone has heard of it. But suddenly a ninjutsu appeared, which directly smashed the land within a radius of dozens of miles, turning the land into ocean. The affected area reached as many as a dozen countries. This was horrifying no matter how you looked at it. People don't want to believe it, but they have to believe it. It was such a super visual feast, as if a true god had descended into the world. Half of the ninja world could see the dazzling light in the distance. All in all, Naruto's reputation has spread far and wide. From today on, Super Shadow will no longer be the pinnacle of the ninja world, a realm recognized by everyone, and was crowned for the first time by Naruto, true god. That's right, only God can do such a thing, right? The emergence of this news has obviously caused politicians from various countries in the ninja world to start taking sides. A few days later, Naruto finally recovered. He called Karen into the room and listened to the changes in the ninja world in the past few days. Karen was already numb with shock from Naruto's strength. She had been wandering in the ninja world for so many years and had never seen such a powerful ninja. When Karen informed Naruto that Naruto was called a true god, Naruto scoffed, "God, nonsense." Obviously, Naruto was not happy with this title. But this kind of thing is not something Naruto can control. After all, Naruto can't just go out and tell everyone in the world, "I don't like the title of true god, you can just call me Uzumaki Naruto from now on." Thinking about this kind of scene, Naruto felt weird. It was too outrageous. Karen took the sordid information and continued to say to Naruto, "Recently, the Hidden Leaf Village in the Land of Fire held a ceremony to inaugurate the 5th Hokage. The name of the new Hokage is Tsunade Senju. The Hidden Cloud Village in the Land of Lightning has also elected a new Raikage. The new Raikage is called Darui. It is said that the Hidden Sand Village in the Wind Country has terminated its alliance with Konoha on the grounds that Konoha is unstable and has too much darkness. In addition, many small countries have stated that they no longer recognize the title of the Fire Country's Konoha village as the #1 ninja village, and have stated that they will not have any commercial, military, or other exchanges with Konoha. And we received a lot of letters. Naruto was a little surprised after hearing this. "Oh, what letters? Who sent them? Bring them here for me to see." Karen has never opened any of these letters. She had prepared them in advance and can take them out now. There are 5 letters on the table. On the letter, 5 words in different colors were printed: Tang, Wo, He, Feng, and Shui. Generally, only the daimyo or the highest military leader, the Kage, has the right to send such letters. Naruto began to check from left to right. The first letter comes from the Kingdom of Soup. A few days ago, when Naruto was fighting with the Raikage and the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki in the land of Hot Spring, the first people to learn about the news were the local land of Hot Spring and the land of the moon. Opening the envelope, Naruto read it carefully. After 3 minutes, Naruto smiled. The general meaning of the letter is that the Kingdom of Hot Springs is willing to hand over 20% of its fiscal revenue to Naruto every year in exchange for Naruto's protection. And the responsibility of this shelter only allows the Kingdom of Hot Springs to use Naruto's fame to intimidate the surrounding countries. Naruto thought for a moment, asked Karen to bring him a pen, and wrote 2 words on the letter, okay. The second letter comes from the land of whirlpools. The content is that the daimyo of the whirlpool country also wants to rely on Naruto's reputation in exchange for domestic stability. After all, in a country where a strong man like Naruto exists, even if the 5 major nations want to go to war, they have to avoid these countries. Because no matter which ninja village it is, no one dares to offend Naruto rashly. Naruto originally planned to establish a base in the land of whirlpools, so he agreed to the request of the daimyo of the land of whirlpools. The third seal is the River Kingdom. The River Kingdom first made it clear that it had severed any relationship with Konoha and no longer recognized Konoha as the #1 ninja village in the ninja world. Afterwards, the River Kingdom sent some more supplies, and the words between the lines were full of humble pleas for mercy. Naruto looked at it for a long time but couldn't figure out what this river country meant. Then, Naruto showed the letter to Karen, who said in surprise, could it be that the River Nation is afraid that when you retaliate against the Fire Nation, you will also release your anger on it? That's right, the entire ninja world has learned about Naruto's experience in Konoha. It can be said that if Konoha had not committed suicide, there will be no loss of the super strong man like Uzumaki Naruto. At this moment, the Fire Nation will not be deserted by its friends and relatives. Not only have the Wind Nation and the Fire Nation severed their alliance, but even the small countries that had previously flattered the Fire Nation have changed their attitudes. Naruto shook his head slightly that he felt that the people of the river country were quite good at dealing with people. Well, I will accept this supply with reluctance. Karen, when you have time, write a letter to the daimyo of the river country and tell him that I am not a petty person. Karen nodded stupidly, then took the 3 letters from Naruto. These were all to be sent by Karen to 3 countries respectively. Naruto looked at the letter in his hand with a strange expression. Interesting, they actually want to marry their so-called Tsunagakure princess to me. When Karen heard this, she froze in her tracks and said to Naruto, Naruto, don't agree to them. That's their conspiracy. Naruto raised his head and looked at Karen strangely, what's wrong? As he said that, Naruto handed the envelope to Karen. Karen grabbed it and began to read it carefully. She carefully searched for loopholes between the lines, but found nothing. That's right, the Wind Country and the Hidden Sand Village are both big countries, so there is no way they could give Karen a loophole on this issue. The probability that Karen can easily find the loopholes of the Wind Kingdom is about the same as the probability that Naruto suddenly gives up his ideals, which is close to 0. Finally, Karen couldn't find any reason, so she stammered, Naruto, just imagine, they want to marry a woman to you just to get close to you. You and that woman don't even know each other, and your personalities might even clash. Do you want a family like that? Naruto didn't think seriously about what Karen said, but said bluntly, I have no intention of starting a family. Karen was stunned. Then what should I do? Naruto. Karen. Naruto knew that Karen was a flower maniac, not to mention that he had stood up for her in front of Orochimaru, which made him even more of a flower maniac. However, Naruto did not have any such ideas for the time being. In order to cut off Karen's evil thoughts, Naruto drove Karen out of the room. Alone, Naruto continued to open the letters from the land of water. After a few minutes, Naruto folded the letters expressionlessly and began to think. A few days ago, Naruto wrote a letter to the Mizukage, but received no response along the way. After his so-called name spread, the Mizukage wrote back. The content means that the treasure of Uzashino village can be returned, but Naruto must go and get it in person. Naruto thought, that's not right. When you robbed it, you took it from my whirlpool country. Why do you want me to take it back when you return it? This is not because Naruto is afraid that the Hidden Mist village is a dangerous place and he doesn't dare to take the risk to go there. It was because Naruto felt it was too troublesome, and Naruto also felt that this matter should have been delivered by Kirigakure personally. What? You're so active when it comes to grabbing things, but when it comes to returning things, you want me to go there in person? Naruto thought about it for a moment, then took out a pen and paper and began to write. Mizukage, I have received your letter, but I think you should return our things on your own initiative instead of me asking for them back. Return and take back are 2 different concepts. I hope you can understand my painstaking efforts for the safety of the water country, so please don't let me lose my patience, Mizukage. Uzumaki Naruto. Folding the paper, Naruto called out to the door, come in. Crunch. Karen gently pushed the door open and walked in with her head lowered. There was a hint of resentment in her eyes as she looked at Naruto. After all, Naruto teased Karen a few days ago after he destroyed a cult. How come after not seeing each other for a few days, Naruto has completely treated Karen as a tool? Didn't we agree to talk about feelings, so this is a relationship between a boss and a subordinate? Naruto ignored Karen's gaze, handed the paper to Karen, and instructed, send it to the Mizu cage. Karen reached out to take the paper and said weakly, oh. Naruto frowned. Why was Karen so unmotivated? Is it because I haven't motivated her these days? Thinking of this, Naruto said to Karen with concern, Karen, don't work so hard, relax when you have time. Karen's eyes lit up instantly, can I, Naruto? For some reason, when Naruto saw Karen like this, he suddenly felt like he was about to be tricked. As expected, Karen looked at Naruto expectantly, hey Naruto, can you come with me? Naruto had already said it, and it would not be appropriate to reject Karen again. What's more, Karen is very excited now that if her interest is dampened rashly, it might affect her loyalty. Naruto narrowed his eyes and analyzed it for a while, and finally decided, okay, let's do it. Naruto was about to go out and play with Karen, and before leaving, he did some personal things. The first thing was to find a rope for the super storage scroll, wrap it around it twice, and then hang it around the neck as jewelry. Afterwards, Naruto transferred all the supplies in his home that he had put in the storage scrolls into the super storage scroll. Naruto was surprised to find that the super storage scroll had a unique function. That is to ensure that the items will not expire, because the quality loss caused by time can be perceived by Kagura's mind eye, and the quality loss of the materials in the super storage scroll completely disappears. In other words, the super storage scroll can not only be used as a super mobile warehouse, but also as a formation to prevent items from expiring. This can be said to kill two birds with one stone, and this discovery surprised Naruto a little. Nowadays, there are countless supplies piled up in the super storage scroll, not to mention kunai and shurikens. There are also a lot of tough thin wires. In addition, consumables such as detonating tags and food pills are measured in tons. Among them, the most valuable is the Mangekyo Shurinan obtained from Danzo. Shisui's Mangekyo Shurinan can cast Koto Amatsukami and thus change a person's will. Simply put, you can get a super loyal subordinate, etc. Why does this effect look so much like the function of cutting off life and death? As long as the souls are sealed by the soul destroyer, Duanshang can summon them, and they are absolutely loyal. There is just no independent thought. Naruto looked at the excited Karen and wondered whether he should use Koto Amatsukami to control her. But then I thought about it and decided to give up. Karen has been behaving well all along and has never had any intention of betraying Naruto. Whatever task Naruto assigns to Karen, Karen will complete it as quickly as possible, and she is a capable subordinate. Now, Naruto needs to motivate his capable subordinate so that she can work more enthusiastically. Before leaving, Naruto also called Ayam. After hearing this, Naruto sighed that Karen was a very smart guy. She could turn danger into safety no matter how big it was. It can be said that she was very powerful. Without Cardo's control, the Kingdom of Waves has begun to recover some vitality and is no longer as lifeless as before. However, it will take a long time for it to become prosperous. As the sky gradually darkened, the three of them slowly walked from the seaside into the interior of the Land of Waves. Naruto observed the situation along the way and found that the situation in Wave Country had indeed improved a lot. This discovery made Naruto smile slightly. When he killed Cardo, he indirectly saved a country from suffering. If the Wave Country could really maintain long-term stability, wouldn't that be Naruto's ideal? Karen has been chattering all day long, and now she still looks full of energy. One can only say that she is worthy of being the pure Uzumaki bloodline, which is really powerful. As for Ayam, she was much quieter. Most of the time she kept silent and listened to Karen and Naruto silently. Before, Akira's personality was not like this. It seems that she has not completely come out of the shadow of losing her father. Noticing Ayam's state, Naruto had already made a decision in his mind. Naruto decided to take some time to go to Konoha, find out the cause of death of the uncle who beat him, and then kill the person who should be killed. It was already late, and after discussing it, the three of them went into a 3-story hotel together. The people in the hotel noticed Naruto coming in and exclaimed, expressing their respect and love for Naruto. After all, Naruto is the hero who liberated the Land of Waves, and now Naruto's influence in the Land of Waves is no less than Minato's in Konoha. It's just, Naruto was a little annoyed. This group of people was too noisy. Therefore, Naruto said to the boss who was standing respectfully beside him, let's pack it up. The boss immediately realized the reason, and he made a gesture of invitation to Naruto, Mr. Uzumaki, we have a private room here, please move to the private room to eat. It's quieter in the private room. The boss was a shrewd man, and it was normal for him to see Naruto's dissatisfaction. Naruto frowned, private room. When Karen and Ayam saw Naruto's reaction, they were both stunned. Could it be that Naruto didn't know what a private room was? In fact, they guessed right. Since childhood, Naruto grew up in the route and then went to the ninja school. Sometimes, just for a bite to eat, he would stay by the river all night to catch fish. His financial situation was already tight, and he had basically never been to any other store except Ichiraku. Therefore, Naruto didn't know what a private room was. Karen, who was standing behind Naruto, looked at the confused Naruto with trembling pupils. For some reason, Karen suddenly began to feel very pitiful for Naruto. At least, she still knows what a private room is. In order to prevent people like you and me from appearing again, we need to change the world. Karen recalled Naruto's naive words, and combined with Naruto's powerful strength, Karen suddenly felt that Naruto might really succeed. You see, Naruto only showed his strength to the ninja world, and several countries sent letters respectfully, with words full of flattery and fawning. The #1 ninja village, Konoha, lost all its allies in the ninja world overnight. This influence is extremely powerful. Karen's courage suddenly grew because she discovered that Naruto was actually just a child, a powerful child who had the concept of good and evil. Naruto's indifference towards others is just a protection to prevent himself from getting hurt. As if by magic, Karen placed her hand on Naruto's head and said softly, "Don't worry, Naruto, you will know everything in the future." Naruto stiffened, but said nothing. Led by the boss, the three of them went upstairs and entered the private room. After they ordered, the food was served soon. It was obvious that the boss had asked the chef to prepare the food for them in advance. The food here was delicious, at least for Naruto. After all, Naruto had never eaten such delicious food before. The best food he had ever eaten was Ichiraku ramen. As the three of them were eating, they realized something was wrong because a lot of white papers suddenly came through the cracks in the wall. These pieces of paper became more and more numerous, and finally condensed into a human figure. Naruto put down his chopsticks and recognized her at first sight. Isn't this Konan? Konan from the Akatsuki organization possesses a bloodline limit of paper jutsu and is quite powerful. Naruto suddenly reached out and grabbed Karen and Ayam's shoulders, then said to Konan calmly, "What's the matter?" The reason for doing this is that if Konan suddenly attacks and Naruto's blessing power is activated, Karen and Ayam will be safe. Konan noticed Naruto's actions, thought of the information about him, and said, "I have no ill intentions." She knew that Naruto could perform the Flying Thunder God technique, and that he was protecting the people around him. But in Naruto's opinion, the source of danger was her, Konan. This is not good, because Konan is here to invite Naruto. Naruto heard what Konan said, but he did not let his guard down. Now, he no longer trusts anyone easily. Naruto asked Konan directly, "What can I do for you?" Konan found that it was basically impossible for her to lower Naruto's vigilance through words, and she suddenly felt a headache. But the purpose still needs to be said. Konan invited Naruto, "On behalf of the Akatsuki organization, I invite you to join." Naruto didn't even think twice. "I refuse." Konan was not surprised. After all the important members of Akatsuki showed clear resistance when joining the organization, but didn't they still join later? Konan knew that Naruto, as a Jinchuriki, had suffered a lot of persecution, so he might be a little introverted. When Naruto refused, Konan continued, "Our goal as Akatsuki is to make sure that people like you no longer exist in the world." Karen and Icarus didn't say anything. They all looked at Naruto, waiting for him to make a decision. Naruto sneered, "I said no, that's a no, my patience is limited, go away." Zionin looked at Naruto silently, thinking to herself, "A child with a bad attitude. We, Xiao, will work hard to bring world peace." She planned to persuade Naruto as much as possible. After all, this was her mission. Naruto waved his hand impatiently. "Yahiko's Akatsuki is the real Akatsuki, Nagato's Akatsuki is a joke." He has complete memory of the plot and knows about Yahiko's existence. Once upon a time, Akatsuki was committed to bringing peace to the world, and everyone worked together to live a better life. After hearing this, Naruto sighed that Karen was a very smart guy. She could turn danger into safety no matter how big it was. It can be said that she was very powerful. Without Cardo's control, the Kingdom of Waves has begun to recover some vitality and is no longer as lifeless as before. However, it will take a long time for it to become prosperous. As the sky gradually darkened, the three of them slowly walked from the seaside into the interior of the Land of Waves. Naruto observed the situation along the way and found that the situation in Wave Country had indeed improved a lot. This discovery made Naruto smile slightly. When he killed Cardo, he indirectly saved a country from suffering. If the Wave Country could really maintain long-term stability, wouldn't that be Naruto's ideal? Karen has been chattering all day long, and now she still looks full of energy. One can only say that she is worthy of being the pure Uzumaki bloodline, which is really powerful. As for Ayam, she was much quieter. Most of the time she kept silent and listened to Karen and Naruto silently. Before, Akira's personality was not like this. It seems that she has not completely come out of the shadow of losing her father. Noticing Ayam's state, Naruto had already made a decision in his mind. Naruto decided to take some time to go to Konoha, find out the cause of death of the uncle who beat him, and then kill the person who should be killed. It was already late, and after discussing it, the three of them went into a 3-story hotel together. The people in the hotel noticed Naruto coming in and exclaimed, expressing their respect and love for Naruto. After all, Naruto is the hero who liberated the Land of Waves, and now Naruto's influence in the Land of Waves is no less than Minato's in Konoha. It's just, Naruto was a little annoyed. This group of people was too noisy. Therefore, Naruto said to the boss who was standing respectfully beside him, "Let's pack it up." The boss immediately realized the reason, and he made a gesture of invitation to Naruto. "Mr. Uzumaki, we have a private room here, please move to the private room to eat. It's quieter in the private room." The boss was a shrewd man, and it was normal for him to see Naruto's dissatisfaction. Naruto frowned. Private room. When Karen and Ayam saw Naruto's reaction, they were both stunned. Could it be that Naruto didn't know what a private room was? In fact, they guessed right. Since childhood, Naruto grew up in the route and then went to the ninja school. Sometimes, just for a bite to eat, he would stay by the river all night to catch fish. His financial situation was already tight, and he had basically never been to any other store except Ichiraku. Therefore, Naruto didn't know what a private room was. Karen, who was standing behind Naruto, looked at the confused Naruto with trembling pupils. For some reason, Karen suddenly began to feel very pitiful for Naruto. At least, she still knows what a private room is. In order to prevent people like you and me from appearing again, we need to change the world. Karen recalled Naruto's naive words, and combined with Naruto's powerful strength, Karen suddenly felt that Naruto might really succeed. You see, Naruto only showed his strength to the ninja world, and several countries sent letters respectfully, with words full of flattery and fawning. The #1 ninja village, Konoha, lost all its allies in the ninja world overnight. This influence is extremely powerful. Karen's courage suddenly grew because she discovered that Naruto was actually just a child, a powerful child who had the concept of good and evil. Naruto's indifference towards others is just a protection to prevent himself from getting hurt. As if by magic, Karen placed her hand on Naruto's head and said softly, "Don't worry, Naruto, you will know everything in the future." Naruto stiffened, but said nothing. Led by the boss, the three of them went upstairs and entered the private room. After they ordered, the food was served soon. It was obvious that the boss had asked the chef to prepare the food for them in advance. The food here was delicious, at least for Naruto. After all, Naruto had never eaten such delicious food before. The best food he had ever eaten was Ichiraku ramen. As the three of them were eating, they realized something was wrong because a lot of white papers suddenly came through the cracks in the wall. These pieces of paper became more and more numerous, and finally condensed into a human figure. Naruto put down his chopsticks and recognized her at first sight. Isn't this Konan? Konan from the Akatsuki organization possesses a bloodline limit of paper jutsu and is quite powerful. Naruto suddenly reached out and grabbed Karen and Ayam's shoulders, then said to Konan calmly, "What's the matter?" The reason for doing this is that if Konan suddenly attacks and Naruto's blessing power is activated, Karen and Ayam will be safe. Konan noticed Naruto's actions, thought of the information about him, and said, "I have no ill intentions." She knew that Naruto could perform the Flying Thunder God technique, and that he was protecting the people around him. But in Naruto's opinion, the source of danger was her, Konan. This is not good, because Konan is here to invite Naruto. Naruto heard what Konan said, but he did not let his guard down. Now, he no longer trusts anyone easily. Naruto asked Konan directly, "What can I do for you?" Konan found that it was basically impossible for her to lower Naruto's vigilance through words, and she suddenly felt a headache. But the purpose still needs to be said. Konan invited Naruto, "On behalf of the Akatsuki organization, I invite you to join." Naruto didn't even think twice. "I refuse." Konan was not surprised. After all the important members of Akatsuki showed clear resistance when joining the organization, but didn't they still join later? Konan knew that Naruto, as a Jinchuriki, had suffered a lot of persecution, so he might be a little introverted. When Naruto refused, Konan continued, "Our goal as Akatsuki is to make sure that people like you no longer exist in the world." Karen and Icarus didn't say anything. They all looked at Naruto, waiting for him to make a decision. Naruto sneered, "I said no, that's a no, my patience is limited, go away." Zionin looked at Naruto silently, thinking to herself, a child with a bad attitude. "We, Xiao, will work hard to bring world peace." She planned to persuade Naruto as much as possible. After all, this was her mission. Naruto waved his hand impatiently. Yahiko's Akatsuki is the real Akatsuki, Nagato's Akatsuki is a joke. He has complete memory of the plot and knows about Yahiko's existence. Once upon a time, Akatsuki was committed to bringing peace to the world, and everyone worked together to live a better life. Minato let go of Naruto's wrist and listened carefully to his son's story. It turns out that after Minato sealed the 9 tails, everything happened just as Minato had expected. Naruto was considered a genius, living in a 4-generation home, have a group of good friends. The person who raised Naruto was Jiraiya. The third Hokage also showed great concern for Naruto and stopped Danzo from doing evil to Naruto several times. Naruto even saved a little girl with white eyes by chance. She was the eldest daughter of the Hyuga family, named Hyuga Hinata, and now she is Naruto's girlfriend. Naruto successfully graduated from the ninja school and practiced hard every day. He is a true successor to the Will of Fire and works hard to protect his companions. Not long after, Naruto passed the Chunin exam and became a Chunin of Konoha. Naruto goes out to buy things every day, and people basically don't accept money from him, because they all know that it was Naruto who saved them. I don't know how much time passed, but as they were talking, Minato's figure began to fade. Minato rubbed Naruto's little head gently. Naruto, I'm sorry, I can't accompany you. I have no chakra left, so I'm not a very good father, but I'm also very happy to see you so happy. After saying that, Minato's figure turned into points of light and disappeared into the air. Naruto stood there in a daze, staring at the sealed space that had returned to darkness. His mind was blank and he didn't think of anything. As Minato disappeared, a cold wind seemed to start blowing around again, and even Naruto felt extremely cold despite his physique. After it was over, Naruto calmed down his emotions and turned to look at the cage with an expressionless face. The body of the nine-tailed fox was still there, and it hadn't even moved. Crunch! Pushing open the sealed door, the sound seemed extremely creepy in the extremely quiet environment. Naruto walked in, his feet stepping on the accumulated water, and he did not fall in. Because of Naruto's chakra control, he can float on the water easily. Approaching the nine-tails body, Naruto sensed the violent chakra coming from within the nine-tails. Although the amount is not large, it is very difficult to tame. I hope Karen can use them, Naruto said to himself while observing the Kyuubi. Is this the Kyuubi that everyone fears? How weak it is. Now, the nine-tails chakra is useless to Naruto. Instead of trying hard to use the nine-tails power, it is better to improve his own chakra. Suddenly, a breath of air entered Naruto's Kagura's mind, and Naruto's pupils shrank slightly, and he reacted quickly. Then, Naruto saw Uzumaki Kushina running towards him. Naruto was stunned, thinking to himself, it's over, how could I forget about her? Kushina approached rapidly, and Naruto subconsciously wanted to resist, but when he thought that the other party was his mother, he forced himself to suppress the desire to attack. Naruto, watch out! Kushina pounced and hugged Naruto in her arms, then jumped into the sky with both feet, and several golden chains appeared behind her. Click, click! The diamond seal directly wrapped around Nine-Tailed Fox's body and nailed it to the ground. Naruto looked at Kushina with a dull look. The other person's face was pale, and it was unclear whether it was sweat or tears dripping on Naruto's face. After Kushina did all this, she said in a crying voice, "That's great. You're okay." 10 or so seconds passed like this before Kushina noticed that there was no movement behind her. Looking back, Kushina made a confused sound. Why didn't the Kyuubi resist? Kushina retracted the diamond seal and observed the nine tails carefully. Naruto hadn't yet reacted to what had just happened. He just silently lowered his presence, and even dared not breathe too loudly, for fear of disturbing Kushina. After observing for a while, Kushina still couldn't figure out what was wrong with the nine tails. However, there was a vague aura of death around the nine-tailed fox. Could it be that the nine-tailed fox is dead? Kushina thought about this and looked back at Naruto. Suddenly, Kushina put the matter of the nine tails behind her and pinched Naruto's face affectionately. "Oh my little Naruto, you look so much like your father, hee." For some reason, Naruto became excited. He immediately dived into Kushina's arms and said aggrievedly, "Mom, I'm so tired." Kushina smiled and patted Naruto's back gently. "Okay, you are a big boy now, don't cry. Mom knows, because Mom was once a Jinchuriki, and Mom understands Naruto's feelings. But the rest of the road still needs to be walked by yourself. You must be strong, Naruto." Kushina said this with tears in her eyes. Naruto should have a complete family, but judging from his reaction, he probably doesn't have a very good family. Kushina didn't have to think too hard to guess how difficult Naruto's life was. When she thought of this, Kushina felt so heartbroken that she couldn't breathe. Naruto was her son, but the two of them had never really had a good talk. Even, Kushina didn't help Naruto carry his school bag, didn't help Naruto organize his clothes, and didn't cook for Naruto once. Since Kushina had just used up her remaining chakra, Kushina's existence time was much shorter than Minato's. Kushina felt like she was going to disappear, so she said to Naruto, "Naruto, do what you think is right." Afterwards, without a chance to truly say goodbye, Kushina, like Minato, disappeared into the sealed space. Naruto's body suddenly lightened and he fell into the cold water. Naruto knew that the flow of time in the sealed space was different from that in the outside world, so Naruto was not in a hurry to get out. He lay alone in the puddles, staring at the dark sealed space with empty eyes. After an unknown amount of time, Naruto finally couldn't hold on any longer and fell asleep. Before going to sleep, Naruto couldn't help but think of Kushina's last words in his mind. "Do what you think is right." When he opened his eyes again, Naruto saw that Karen was guarding him. "Lying down by myself, huh?" Naruto quickly got up and asked Karen, "Ahem. How long have I slept?" Karen rubbed her slightly numb legs that were resting on Naruto's pillow and said, "Not long." Naruto didn't care, he just felt a little embarrassed. After all, he and Karen have nothing to do with each other, but the other party doesn't care at all, and even looks at him in a daze. Who knows if this guy did anything bad when Naruto was asleep. Naruto didn't waste any more time. He asked Karen to stand up and lifted her shirt to reveal her flat white belly. With one hand on his own abdomen and the other on Karen's abdomen, Naruto began to draw the nine tails chakra out of his body and then into Karen's abdomen. Well, Karen suddenly felt an unbearable burning sensation in her abdomen, but she gritted her teeth and persisted without saying a word. The violent nine-tails chakra wrapped Naruto and Karen, and from the outside it looked like a scarlet ball of light. Minato let go of Naruto's wrist and listened carefully to his son's story. It turns out that after Minato sealed the nine tails, everything happened just as Minato had expected. Naruto was considered a genius, living in a 4-generation home, have a group of good friends. The person who raised Naruto was Jiraiya. The third Hokage also showed great concern for Naruto and stopped Danzo from doing evil to Naruto several times. Naruto even saved a little girl with white eyes by chance. She was the eldest daughter of the Hyuga family, named Hyuga Hinata, and now she is Naruto's girlfriend. Naruto successfully graduated from the ninja school and practiced hard every day. That he is a true successor to the Will of Fire and works hard to protect his companions. Not long after, Naruto passed the Chunin exam and became a Chunin of Konoha. Naruto goes out to buy things every day, and people basically don't accept money from him, because they all know that it was Naruto who saved them. I don't know how much time passed, but as they were talking, Minato's figure began to fade. Minato rubbed Naruto's little head gently. Naruto, I'm sorry, I can't accompany you. I have no chakra left, so I'm not a very good father, but I'm also very happy to see you so happy. After saying that, Minato's figure turned into points of light and disappeared into the air. Naruto stood there in a daze, staring at the sealed space that had returned to darkness. His mind was blank and he didn't think of anything. As Minato disappeared, a cold wind seemed to start blowing around again, and even Naruto felt extremely cold despite his physique. After it was over, Naruto calmed down his emotions and turned to look at the cage with an expressionless face. The body of the nine-tailed fox was still there, and it hadn't even moved. Crunch! Pushing open the sealed door, the sound seemed extremely creepy in the extremely quiet environment. Naruto walked in, his feet stepping on the accumulated water, and he did not fall in. Because of Naruto's chakra control, he can float on the water easily. Approaching the nine-tails body, Naruto sensed the violent chakra coming from within the nine-tails. Although the amount is not large, it is very difficult to tame. I hope Karen can use them, Naruto said to himself while observing the Kyuubi. Is this the Kyuubi that everyone fears? How weak it is. Now, the nine-tails chakra is useless to Naruto. Instead of trying hard to use the nine-tails power, it is better to improve his own chakra. Suddenly, a breath of air entered Naruto's Kagura's mind, and Naruto's pupils shrank slightly, and he reacted quickly. Then, Naruto saw Uzumaki Kushina running towards him. Naruto was stunned, thinking to himself, it's over, how could I forget about her? Kushina approached rapidly, and Naruto subconsciously wanted to resist, but when he thought that the other party was his mother, he forced himself to suppress the desire to attack. Naruto, watch out! Kushina pounced and hugged Naruto in her arms, then jumped into the sky with both feet, and several golden chains appeared behind her. Click, click! The diamond seal directly wrapped around Nine-Tailed Fox's body and nailed it to the ground. Naruto looked at Kushina with a dull look. The other person's face was pale, and it was unclear whether it was sweat or tears dripping on Naruto's face. After Kushina did all this, she said in a crying voice, "That's great. You're okay." 10 or so seconds passed like this before Kushina noticed that there was no movement behind her. Looking back, Kushina made a confused sound. Why didn't the Kyuubi resist? Kushina retracted the diamond seal and observed the nine tails carefully. Naruto hadn't yet reacted to what had just happened. He just silently lowered his presence, and even dared not breathe too loudly, for fear of disturbing Kushina. After observing for a while, Kushina still couldn't figure out what was wrong with the nine tails. However, there was a vague aura of death around the nine-tailed fox. Could it be that the nine-tailed fox is dead? Kushina thought about this and looked back at Naruto. Suddenly, Kushina put the matter of the nine tails behind her and pinched Naruto's face affectionately. "Oh my little Naruto, you look so much like your father, hee." For some reason, Naruto became excited. He immediately dived into Kushina's arms and said aggrievedly, "Mom, I'm so tired." Kushina smiled and patted Naruto's back gently. "Okay, you are a big boy now, don't cry. Mom knows, because Mom was once a Jinchuriki, and Mom understands Naruto's feelings. But the rest of the road still needs to be walked by yourself. You must be strong, Naruto." Kushina said this with tears in her eyes. Naruto should have a complete family, but judging from his reaction, he probably doesn't have a very good family. Kushina didn't have to think too hard to guess how difficult Naruto's life was. When she thought of this, Kushina felt so heartbroken that she couldn't breathe. Naruto was her son, but the two of them had never really had a good talk. Even, Kushina didn't help Naruto carry his school bag, didn't help Naruto organize his clothes, and didn't cook for Naruto once. Since Kushina had just used up her remaining chakra, Kushina's existence time was much shorter than Minato's. Kushina felt like she was going to disappear, so she said to Naruto, "Naruto, do what you think is right." Afterwards, without a chance to truly say goodbye, Kushina, like Minato, disappeared into the sealed space. Naruto's body suddenly lightened and he fell into the cold water. Naruto knew that the flow of time in the sealed space was different from that in the outside world, so Naruto was not in a hurry to get out. He lay alone in the puddles, staring at the dark sealed space with empty eyes. After an unknown amount of time, Naruto finally couldn't hold on any longer and fell asleep. Before going to sleep, Naruto couldn't help but think of Kushina's last words in his mind. Do what you think is right. When he opened his eyes again, Naruto saw that Karen was guarding him. Lying down by myself. Huh? Naruto quickly got up and asked Karen, ahem. How long have I slept? Karen rubbed her slightly numb legs that were resting on Naruto's pillow and said, not long. Naruto didn't care, he just felt a little embarrassed. After all, he and Karen have nothing to do with each other, but the other party doesn't care at all, and even looks at him in a daze. Who knows if this guy did anything bad when Naruto was asleep. Naruto didn't waste any more time. He asked Karen to stand up and lifted her shirt to reveal her flat white belly. With one hand on his own abdomen and the other on Karen's abdomen, Naruto began to draw the nine tails chakra out of his body and then into Karen's abdomen. Although Karen gritted her teeth and endured it, the burning sensation in her abdomen was too much. Sizzle. As white smoke slowly rose from Karen's abdomen, a four-symbol sealing technique with red light appeared. As Naruto's chakra was withdrawn, the technique gradually turned black and then disappeared. Finally, Karen could no longer hold on and staggered back 2 steps, then sat down leaning against the tree trunk. She was breathing heavily, her face was pale, and beads of sweat the size of beans kept dripping down. The discomfort in her abdomen had disappeared, but Karen was still feeling frightened. Naruto observed Karen's condition and nodded with satisfaction. It's not bad. Go and learn the four-symbol seal. It will be very useful to you. Karen trembled and said, yes. Suddenly, Karen sensed that the nine tails chakra was still in Naruto's body, which made her stunned, and Naruto also gave her a familiar and intimate feeling. Naruto knew what Karen was thinking, and explained, I sealed most of the nine tails chakra in your body, and the remaining 1/10,000th is used to sustain my life. That's right, if the Jinchuriki has the tailed beast extracted from him, he will die. Although Naruto has amazing recovery ability, he will not take such a big risk for Karen's strength. Therefore, Naruto kept a portion of the nine tails chakra in his body to ensure that no accidents would occur. Karen didn't ask any questions about this issue. She sat on the ground to rest. The sea breeze blew by, and Karen subconsciously lifted her red hair back. Naruto was standing not far from Karen, still thinking about something. Karen liked this rare quietness very much. If before Naruto, there had been a powerful ninja with the same thoughts as Naruto, then Karen and Naruto would have been able to live in peace and happiness. But that's just a fantasy. What's more, if it weren't for this tortuous life experience, the two would be unlikely to meet, which is something that Karen is quite relieved about. Now that she has become a Jinchuriki, as long as she improves her strength in the future, she will definitely be able to help Naruto. Karen was extremely excited at the thought of fighting alongside Naruto. 10 minutes later, Karen's physique had initially adapted to the nine tails chakra. At the same time, Karen began to feel an itchy sensation in her arms and shoulders. Karen scratched her face uncomfortably, and the fair skin under the collar caught her attention. Pulling her collar down a bit, Karen saw that the teeth marks on her body had disappeared. Karen couldn't help but sigh, is this the recovery power of the nine tails chakra? The scars on her body disappeared, and Karen was suddenly overwhelmed with joy. As a girl, besides the face, the body is of course the most important. If Karen always had these ugly scars on her body, she would be very distressed. While Karen was rejoicing, Naruto's calm voice came, have you adapted? Karen nodded subconsciously. She felt it was very good. The nine tails chakra had no independent consciousness and would not actively destroy her body, it was just waiting for Karen to control it. Moreover, the nine tails chakra can be regenerated, which is really useful. Very good, now you have a very serious problem. Naruto looked at the happy Karen, but he was not fooled by her appearance. He knew that human beings are never satisfied, not to mention human nature. In the past, Karen was not a Jinchuriki, so even if she left Naruto, Naruto would not feel any loss. At most, he would lament that his tool had run away. But it's different now. Karen is already a Jinchuriki. If Karen leaves, it will undoubtedly be a loss for Naruto. Karen raised her head and looked at Naruto blankly. She seemed to guess what Naruto would say next. Sure enough, Naruto said to Karen, I'll give you 3 minutes to try to convince me of your loyalty. Although Naruto had murderous intentions towards Karen and did not reveal a single bit of it, Karen felt that her body, which had been warm just a moment ago, suddenly fell into an icy cave. Behind the brown glasses, 2 red eyes looked at Naruto at a loss. Karen didn't react for a moment to Naruto's question because she had never thought of betraying Naruto. Karen opened her mouth tremblingly and said in panic, Naruto. Naruto, how could I betray you? Naruto's expression didn't change at all, he just said calmly, 2 minutes left. Karen was completely panicked. She tried to defend herself. Naruto, you saved me from Orochimaru, and gave me a safe environment. You will protect me. I will not betray you. Really, I really won't betray you. I never thought of betraying you. Besides, you trusted me with the nine tails chakra. This is your trust in me. I can't. At least I shouldn't betray you. Naruto, last minute. Karen was so scared that she took a step back and pressed herself against the tree trunk, staring at Naruto blankly. At this time, Karen thought of something. She suddenly realized and said, right, I can let you know my weakness, Naruto. And Naruto, you can also cast a curse seal on me. Anyway, as long as you can rest assured, Naruto, I can do whatever you want. I will listen to you as long as you trust me. Naruto lowered his eyes and thought for a moment, that's a good choice, that you don't have much time. As he spoke, Naruto reached for the super storage scroll and pulled out the jar containing the Mangekyo Sharingan. Meanwhile, Naruto explained to Karen, as you requested, I will use Koda Amatsukami to modify your mind, so that I can be completely at peace. I forgot to introduce it. Koda Amatsukami is known as the Uchiha clan's most powerful illusion. It can affect the will of the person being cast without them realizing it. Naruto opened the can, and the Mangekyo Sharingan inside was wrapped in nutrient solution. Combined with the effects of the other gods, it seems like a work of art. Karen completely lost control. She couldn't believe that Naruto still didn't believe in her. Originally, Karen thought that Naruto could at most use the curse seal to control her, but who knew that Naruto would actually change Karen's will? Is that Karen still Karen? Karen seemed to have lost hope and shouted to Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto, your experience has made you unable to trust anyone, but you can trust me. Uzumaki Naruto, you are a beast. Facing the sincerity of others, you are unwilling to give even a little emotion. You are just a machine without emotions. You are not a human at all. Phew. Naruto slowly raised his hand, the sound of flesh and blood separating was heard, and he easily took off his eyes. While putting his eyes into the nutrient solution, he took out the Mangekyo Sharingan. If scolding me makes you feel better, then go ahead and scold me. After installing the Mangekyo Sharingan into his eye sockets, Naruto did not perform any medical ninjutsu. After a while, Naruto took his hand away and slowly opened his eyes. The strange and mysterious Mangekyo Sharingan appeared in Naruto's eye sockets. The Mangekyo Sharingan is as red as blood, but the other eye is as blue as the sea, which looks a bit weird. Karen looked devastated when she saw this scene. She couldn't understand why Naruto refused to believe her. It was obvious that she had never thought of betraying Naruto, and it was obvious that she had always followed Naruto's orders as if they were imperial decrees and did her best to do everything. Tears quickly rose in her eyes, and Karen looked at Naruto aggrievedly, tears falling one by one. However, this scene did not arouse Naruto's sympathy at all. On certain roads, what Naruto needed were reliable subordinates or allies. Naruto needs these subordinates and allies to stand firmly on his side no matter what happens. The anything here refers to everything imaginable and unimaginable, except Naruto himself giving up. Naruto did not doubt Karen's loyalty to him, but he could not be sure that Karen would not betray him no matter what. Wait a moment. Suddenly, Karen screamed at the top of her lungs, staring straight at Naruto. Naruto, tell me, if you cast Koda Amatsukami on me, will I still be myself? Naruto was silent for a moment before he said, no. Because, until recently, Naruto was still under the influence of Koda Amatsukami. At that time, Naruto dreamed of becoming Hokage all day long and endured inhuman torture every day. Naruto was sure that if Naruto were to do it all over again with his own will, he would not believe in the will of fire as much as he did before. Karen took a deep breath and looked at Naruto seriously. Even so, I will not escape. But before that, can you give me some more time? After all, Naruto is also a human being, and his heart is not made of stone. Naruto's intention to use Koda Amatsukami against Karen is simply due to his distrust of human nature. After hearing what Karen said, Naruto was still very happy to give Karen some time. Naruto stopped sensing Koda Amatsukami and nodded. Karen breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Naruto standing in front of her and the sea behind him. She suddenly felt that Naruto was really pitiful. Due to his childhood experiences, Naruto is basically unable to trust anyone. As a result, Naruto will be very lonely in the future. In fact, isn't it the same for Karen? Before meeting Naruto, Karen had never trusted anyone from the bottom of her heart. Even though it was Orochimaru, Karen only treated him as a big tree where she could shelter from the rain. Unfortunately, Karen was with Orochimaru and failed to avoid the rain, and was almost struck by lightning. Suddenly, Karen shrugged and said nonchalantly, well, I'm going to become a different person anyway. There are some things I don't want to never have the chance to say in my lifetime. Naruto, I like you. Do you remember when you saved me from Orochimaru? And you said last time that you would protect me. I really am the most touched I've ever been in my life. I really like you. I don't know why, but I just like you. As Karen was talking, she actually met Naruto's gaze and walked towards him. For a moment, Naruto truly felt Karen's emotions and temporarily did not use Koda Amatsukami. Getting closer and closer to Naruto, Karen saw Naruto's brow slightly frown. It was obvious that Karen was too close, which aroused Naruto's vigilance. But Karen ignored it and looked directly into Naruto's eyes. Karen said, Naruto, I really sympathize with you. You can't even trust others. This must be a very painful thing, right? I will let Naruto rest assured. Naruto, can you let me still like you when you modify my consciousness? I will keep my experience and do things for you. My greatest wish is to keep loving you and stay by your side. Whether I still have a sense of self after this or not, I'm very, very satisfied. Karen knew that her consciousness would be modified soon. Looking at Naruto's face so close to her, she raised her hand tremblingly and slowly reached out to Naruto's face and began to caress it. This was like the action between lovers. Karen had only dared to fantasize about it before, but today she gave it a go. After all, her will would be modified later. Suddenly, Karen smiled, a very satisfied smile. She slowly closed her eyes, and 2 crystal tears slid down her cheeks under the moonlight. Naruto held his breath, feeling the breath so close to him, even Karen's rapid heartbeat, and the satisfied pleasure of the girl under Kagura's eyes. In the end, Karen gently hugged Naruto, suppressing the excitement and agitation in her heart, and their heads slowly moved closer with Karen's deliberate action. 3 minutes later, bang! Naruto loosened the Danzhong in his hand and it fell freely to the ground, and the sound of the soul-destroying and Danzhong colliding with each other was heard. Karen suddenly opened her eyes and said in surprise, "Hey, Naruto, you..." Raising his hand and pursing his lips, Naruto bent down to pick up the broken body on the ground and looked at Karen seriously. "I'm sorry, Karen." Karen was stunned for a moment before she reacted. Her breathing gradually accelerated and she said excitedly, "Naruto, you didn't use Koda Amatsukami on me." Naruto said calmly, "If I use Koda Amatsukami on you, you won't be able to feel it." Karen was shocked again, then she said dejectedly, "We have you, damn it. I haven't even married Naruto yet, but my will has been changed and I can't accept this." Naruto's mouth twitched slightly, and he said helplessly, "If I use Koda Amatsukami, I will definitely turn you into a robot that can only work, and your emotions will be taken back." Karen's brain was running out of steam, so she asked Naruto tentatively, "So have I been cast into Koda Amatsukami? But I don't think so. Is this the power of love? Woohoo, I'm so touched." Opposite Karen, Naruto was silent for a moment, then closed his eyes and opened Kagura's mind. After finding a target in the land of waves, he said to Karen, "There's a complaining guy about 960 meters to the north. Can you notice him?" Karen also opened Kagura's eyes, and when they checked, they saw a middle-aged man sitting in the corner with his head down, because he didn't win the lottery, and his mood was extremely bad. Karen nodded seriously, and she asked Naruto, "Naruto, do you want me to kill him?" Naruto. Without saying a word, Naruto grabbed Karen's waist and, ignoring her screams, jumped towards the target with both legs. Boom! Arriving at the destination, the middle-aged man looked at Naruto and Karen, who suddenly appeared in horror. Naruto aimed the Koda Amatsukami that he had prepared long ago at the middle-aged man and said, "Genjutsu. Koda Amatsukami." 3 seconds passed, and the middle-aged man suddenly laughed out loud, "Ha ha ha, I didn't win the prize again. This is really great, I'm so lucky. I'm going to go back and tell my wife the good news." Naruto crossed his arms and looked at the 9 tails expressionlessly. "Even if you recover your chakra, I will press you to the ground and rub you with one hand. If you don't believe me, you can try it." The 9 tails immediately stopped screaming and sneered at Naruto. "Haha, despicable bug, you lost the Yang 9 tails, and now you want to seal me into your body so that you can become a Jinchuriki again. You are so despicable. Don't think I don't know that you are trying to provoke me." Naruto said calmly, "To put your words another way, even in your prime, you would be sealed by me, proving that you are nothing more than a low-level tailed beast like the Yang 9 tail." When had Kyuubi ever suffered such a great humiliation? It pounced towards Naruto with its fangs and claws bared, screaming, "I am the strongest tailed beast." Naruto shook his head, stretched out his hand and punched the 9 tails away, knocking it to the edge of the sealed space. "Sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have said that you are a low-level tailed beast. I should have said that the strength of all tailed beasts is not very high level." 9-tailed fox. Zhang. The sound of the soul-destroying being pulled out from within the broken life was heard, and the 9-tailed fox in the distance sensitively sensed a threat from the soul. If the soul is sealed, it means that it can never be resurrected. So, the Kyuubi said, "Wait, I can be your helper, and I can also be sealed by you, so that you can become a Jinchuriki." Naruto replied, "I'm sorry, but your power is too weak to impress me." "That's right, compared to becoming a Jinchuriki, the system is more attractive." Naruto thought so and directly controlled the soul destroyer to fly towards the 9 tails. The 9-tailed fox on the other side screamed, "Ah!" Then the consciousness in Kyuubi's eyes disappeared and he became demented. Naruto frowned, and through his crimson pupils he saw the 9-tailed soul disappear, with only a tiny bit left in the body. Living people cannot completely remove their souls from their bodies, which is why Orochimaru's soul is very weak. The soul-destroying sword stopped in front of the 9-tailed fox. The 9-tailed fox walked over to it blankly. It tilted its head and looked at the soul-destroying sword again and again, then raised its hand to touch the soul-destroying sword. Result: woo woo woo. The 9-tailed fox, which was scratched by the soul-destroying sword, whimpered like a wild beast. It quickly moved away from the soul-destroying sword and looked at it with endless fear in its eyes. Naruto observed this scene, was stunned for a moment and said, "Oh my god, what on earth is going on?" The 9 tails in front of Naruto has the IQ of a wild beast, but its chakra is not weak. Okay, let's figure out where this nine-tailed fox came from. First, the Nine Tails was controlled by Obito and ran rampage in Konoha. In order to protect the village, the fourth Hokage used the demonic fusion to split the Nine Tails into two. The Yang attribute Nine Tails was sealed in Naruto's body, and the Yin attribute Nine Tails was sealed in the fourth Hokage's body. After performing the Shiki fusion, Minato was swallowed by the Grim Reaper, and the Yin Nine Tails was also swallowed by the Grim Reaper. When Naruto grew up, he used the soul-destroying sword to seal the soul of the Nine Tails. Later, in order to turn Karen into a Jinchuriki, Naruto extracted chakra from the body of the Nine Tails, and shrank the body of the Nine Tails to the size of a basketball. Then, Yin Juwei, who had died some time ago, happened to be resurrected in the body of Yang Juwei. With the addition of Yin Nine Tails chakra, Yang Nine Tails' body became the size of a large dog, and then the color of its fur also changed to a color between red and gray. After that, the Yin Nine Tails no longer absorbed chakra, so the Nine Tails' body no longer grew. After being threatened by the soul-destroying sword, Yin Juwei was so cowardly that he chose to leave directly. But the soul could not be taken away completely, so a part of it had to be left in the body of the nine-tailed fox. Therefore, the chakra in the body of the nine-tailed fox today, half belongs to the Yin nine-tailed fox, and half belongs to the Yang nine-tailed fox. However, its memory is not as comprehensive as Yin-Yang Nine Tails. That's why the Nine Tails in Naruto's body has become a creature like a newborn baby. Touching his chin, Naruto looked at the Nine Tails. Surprisingly, Naruto found that the nine-tailed fox was quite cute after it became smaller, with one small fang exposed, and its expression had no violence or coldness, only confusion. The little nine-tailed fox looked at Naruto in fear, its eyes full of confusion and panic, as if it were a frightened little beast, lonely and helpless. Naruto put away the soul-destroying sword and said to himself, "Too weak, just a pet, but I don't need a pet." After saying that, Naruto walked out of the sealed gate and sealed it again with the four-symbol seal. If nothing unexpected happens, the little Nine Tails will remain in Naruto's body until he dies. The next day, Naruto opened his eyes as the chirping of birds outside the window entered the house. After what happened yesterday, the relationship between Naruto and Karen has been greatly strengthened. At least, Naruto now trusts Karen, and Karen is still willing to trust Naruto. Downstairs, as if sensing that Naruto had woken up, Karen nodded to the third doctor who had been sitting beside her for a long time, and then went upstairs. Not long after, Karen came down again, followed by Naruto. Karen brought Naruto to the third doctor and introduced him to Naruto. "This is the third doctor, he wants to discuss something with you. Please take your time to talk." After that, Karen left immediately, because her job was not easy either. The original 2-month work was shortened to 1 month by Naruto. If she couldn't handle it, she would have to transfer some equipment and business cards. If the product is ruined, how much delicious food will be lost? At this moment, Naruto was wearing pajamas, with a lazy look in his eyes, and only one hand holding Dansei, looking a bit like a ninja, but still more like a samurai. The third doctor observed Naruto, but he didn't look down on him at all. Because Naruto's reputation is already very famous in the ninja world, and he came here this time to ask for something. The third doctor said to Naruto, "As expected, heroes emerge from youth." Naruto knew it was flattery, so he said impatiently, "If you have to fart, fart now." The third doctor's face froze. His heart was already beating fast. According to rumors, Naruto is kind to others, and he single-handedly overcame 81 difficulties to destroy the daimyo's mansion in Kato of Wave Country, and then brought peace to the people of Wave Country. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be so difficult to deal with. The third doctor stated his purpose. "Excuse me, Lord Uzumaki, would you accept my employment?" Naruto lost interest when he heard this, and turned to leave and said to Karen, "Karen, kick him out." Faced with the third doctor's plea, Naruto remained unmoved. "I, Uzumaki Naruto, am living a very comfortable life now, and Karen has just become a Jinchuriki, and her condition is not very stable yet. There may be some problems in the later stage that need to be solved by Naruto, so why should Naruto get involved in those messy things in the Snow Country?" In fact, if Fukan Nudo was obedient, Naruto would be able to save himself some trouble. You see, after Feng Hua Nu Tao became the monarch of the Snow Kingdom, apart from vigorously developing military force, he actually didn't do anything bad. For the people of the Snow Country, no matter whether you are the king, Fenghua Xiaoxiu or Fenghua Nudao, what does it matter to them? It's not like Fenghua Nudao's becoming the monarch has plunged the Snow Kingdom into dire straits. They are only daydreaming about conquering the ninja world, and they won't deliberately persecute the people. The most they do is collect more taxes. As long as you don't do bad things, it doesn't go against my, Uzumaki Naruto's, thoughts. Therefore, there was no need for Naruto to get involved in this matter. At most, when Fenghua Nudao ambitiously wanted to declare war on the world, his troops were wiped out by a 3-person elite team from one of the 5 major countries. The truth is so cruel that if Fenghua Nudao had really witnessed the power of the 5 major countries, he would not be naive enough to think that he could conquer the world with the so-called chakra armor. Naruto looked at the three doctors coldly. My patience is limited. And who told you that I'm employable? The third doctor's scalp tingled when Naruto looked at him, and he said cautiously, after the matter is accomplished, the daimyo of the Snow Country will be headed by Uzumaki Naruto, and at the same time, I am willing to give you half of the national treasury. Naruto paused and grabbed Karen, who was passing by him. After 3 seconds, Naruto frowned and said to the third doctor, what did you say? The third doctor repeated what he had just said. After the matter is accomplished, the daimyo of the Snow Country will be headed by Uzumaki Naruto, and at the same time, we are willing to give you half of the national treasury. Naruto shook his head. Last sentence. The third doctor's face froze. Because our Snow Country has fallen into the hands of thieves, please rescue us, Lord Uzumaki. Naruto immediately said loudly, okay, what I, Uzumaki Naruto, despise most in my life is people who bully the weak. Let's set off now. Karen and Dr. San. Facing the strange looks of Karen and the third doctor, Naruto coughed and said, by the way, may I ask, how much is the half of the treasury of your Snow Country, the land of waves, by the sea? After friendly deliberation, Naruto finally decided not to miss this opportunity to do good. For the sake of the future of the ninja world, Naruto decided to accompany the three doctors on a trip. Of course, it is also reasonable to get some benefits by the way. After all, Naruto is still in the starting stage, and after selling all of Cardo's things, although he will get huge assets, they will eventually be used up. Before changing the ninja world, it would be more practical to change the land of whirlpools first. What Naruto said about changing the ninja world is not just a slogan, but a real effort. The first small goal is to change the land of whirlpools. As for the land of waves, there are no longer any major disputes, and everyone's lives are getting better day by day. It can be said that the land of waves no longer needs Naruto. Naruto was wearing a black robe and holding a duanshao in his hand, with a soul destroyer inserted inside. Her blonde hair was particularly eye-catching at the port, immediately attracting the attention of people around her. Brother. Naruto suddenly felt something pulling at his clothes and he immediately became annoyed. Who is so bold as to challenge me? Do you want to die? Naruto looked behind him, only to see a little girl who was only as tall as his waist. The other person was dressed in cloth, had an innocent face, and had 2 ponytails. She was holding a yellow wildflower in her little hand. Naruto frowned. Are you calling me? The little girl looked into the distance and saw a middle-aged woman smiling and nodding at her. Then the little girl mustered up the courage to say to Naruto, Master Uzumaki Naruto, thank you for saving the land of waves. This flower is for you. As she spoke, the little girl stood on tiptoe and handed the flowers in her hand to Naruto. Naruto's eyes widened slightly and his right hand subconsciously wanted to catch it. But Naruto still stopped because it was too troublesome. Naruto killed the daimyo and Kato because of the system and his own reasons, and saving the land of waves was just another thing. Faced with the little girl's innocence, Naruto couldn't reach out and take it, because doing so would make him feel uneasy. It seemed that this was not supposed to belong to Naruto. At the same time, if Naruto accepts this time, what will happen next time? There are so many people in the land of waves. If all those whose lives have become better because of Naruto's behavior come to give flowers to Naruto, how long will it take Naruto to receive them? It's still a problem. Seeing Naruto's hesitation, the third doctor, who had been in the officialdom for many years and was very experienced, said to Naruto, whether it was out of your heart or not, it is all your credit, Lord Uzumaki. It's nothing to be loved by the people of Wave Country. Naruto glanced at the three doctors calmly, then said to the little girl, go find your mother. After saying that, Naruto turned and walked towards the passenger ship docked at the shore without taking the flowers from the little girl. The third doctor sighed that he could see that Uzumaki Naruto's personality was a little strange for some reason, which might be related to his childhood experiences. The little girl stood there, looking at Naruto's back, not knowing what to do. The third doctor took the flower and said to the little girl, I am Master Uzumaki's subordinate. If I accept it, it means Master Uzumaki has accepted it. You can go find your mother. The little girl immediately smiled and skipped away. At the same time, the third doctor also began to figure out Naruto's character so that he could avoid any conflicts when interacting with Naruto in the future. What kind of character does a person have who can refuse flowers given by an innocent child? After boarding the passenger ship, Naruto looked into the distance and found that the flow of people in Wave Country had obviously increased. The third doctor saw Naruto's confusion and explained to him, Mr. Uzumaki, this is because you have brought absolute safety to the land of waves. Some thieves don't even dare to approach the land of waves, so everyone is very willing to live and do business in the land of waves. When the third doctor saw that Naruto actually wanted to invite him to join, he subconsciously wanted to refuse. Because he is a minister of the Snow Kingdom, he naturally would not assist another master. But the third doctor began to hesitate again. In order to avoid Fenghua Nudao, he took Fenghua Xiaoxu to hide in the ninja world over the years. Along the way, we witnessed the distortion and depravity of human nature. If the whole world could become like the Kingdom of Waves, it would be a great achievement. But the third doctor considered for a long time and declined Naruto politely. I am old, and my only wish is to help the princess regain the throne. Lord Uzumaki is afraid that I am no longer able to accomplish this great cause. I hope Lord Uzumaki will forgive me. If Lord Uzumaki needs anything in the future, I will help him if I can. Naruto nodded and said nothing more. He found that these politicians spoke differently from normal people, and even if they were rejected, they would not feel angry. It can be said that if Cardo had said the above words to Naruto exactly as they were, perhaps Cardo's soul would still be alive now. The ship docked in the early morning of the next day. The passenger ship departs from the land of waves and will stop in the land of fire. The three doctors took Naruto off the boat, and after another half an hour's journey, they finally arrived at an inn. Some time ago, the three doctors originally wanted to ask Konoha's ninja to help them, but who knew that there were rumors everywhere that Konoha was in chaos and the quality of the ninjas was very low. So the third doctor changed his mind temporarily, took Feng Hana Koyuki away from the crew, and after settling Feng Hana Koyuki on the coastal border of the land of fire, the third doctor went to find Naruto. There was no Fengwa Zyaksu in the hotel room, so she must have gone out. The third doctor said to Naruto apologetically, "I'll come back with the princess right away." Naruto waved his hand, "No need." At the same time, Naruto closed his eyes, and the perception range of Kagura's heart's eyes instantly expanded outward. After a while, Naruto found Fuka Koyuki in a tavern. Suddenly, Naruto remembered something. That is, the third doctor never told Naruto what Fuka Koyuki looked like. So Naruto pretended to ask, and after the third doctor answered, Naruto nodded. Coming to the window, Naruto looked out and the flying thunder god seal gradually took shape. Inside the pub, noisy sounds were heard one after another. He, good alcohol tolerance, good alcohol tolerance. Sister is really the god of wine. Another drink. Yes, another cup, another cup. The boss looked at the drunkards who were in a mess not far away and shook his head slightly. This girl has been here for several days in a row. Today, she was discovered by these bastards and forced to drink. When this girl gets drunk, it's up to them to do whatever they want with her. However, this kind of scene is not uncommon in the pub, and the owner just sighed and expressed regret. Crunch! The door was pushed open, and a 1.6-meter tall man in a black robe walked in from outside, holding a sickle in his hand. The boss said subconsciously, "Welcome. What would you like to drink?" We don't sell alcohol to children here. You should go home." Naruto glanced at the boss, ignored him, and walked towards the crowd. A hint of murderous intent leaked out of his body, and a group of drinkers moved away from Naruto, leaving only the half-drunk Fuka Koyuki. Fengwa Zyaksu's face was flushed. She dazedly saw Naruto coming to her side and immediately smiled. "Little friend, this is not the place for you to come. Go back to your parents. Or do you have any thoughts about me?" A smell of alcohol came from Fengwa Zyaksu, and Naruto frowned subconsciously. He doesn't like the taste. "Come with me, let's go kill Fengwa Nudao today." As Naruto spoke, he looked up at the few drinkers who refused to give up, and a faint murderous intent swept towards them. Suddenly, the drinkers turned pale, broke out in cold sweats on their backs, their drunkenness disappeared, and they left the pub one after another, not daring to stay. Fengwa Zyaksu can drink quite well. She noticed this scene and couldn't help but mock Naruto. "Just you. Can you do it? No matter what it is, can you do it?" Naruto didn't say anything, but prepared to sober up Fengwa Zyaksu. Fengwa Zyaksu is now half drunk and unconscious. Naruto can choose to forgive her this time. Phew. The strong murderous intent gave Fengwa Zyaksu a chill down her spine. In less than 3 seconds, Fengwa Zyaksu became more energetic and looked at Naruto with fear. However, after discovering that Naruto was a child, Fuka Koyuki returned to her lazy state. Feng Hana Zyaksu said to Naruto, "Little friend, did you just mention Feng Hana Nudao? How do you know him? Come with me, let's go kill Fengwa Nudao today." Repeating himself, Naruto looked directly at Fuka Koyuki. Fengwa Zyaksu immediately showed an angry look. "What do you know? That kind of power is simply invincible. You don't know anything at all. It was the third doctor who asked you to come here. Get out, get out." Naruto's face darkened. "Shut up." Fengwa Zyaksu's face froze, and the intense murderous intent made her whole body extremely cold, as if she would be killed by Naruto in the blink of an eye. Naruto calmed down his emotions and said to Fengwa Zyaksu, "I am here to inform you, not to discuss with you. From now on, don't say a word without my permission. I want you to obey. If you dare to disobey my will, and you are dead. Come with me." After saying that, Naruto grabbed Fengwa Zyaksu's shoulders and used Flying Thunder God to return to the inn. The third doctor was still waiting in the hotel. When he saw Fengwa Zyaksu and Naruto appear, he quickly came over to greet them. The third doctor said to Fengwa Zyaksu with great fear, "Princess Zyaksu, are you okay? I've already told you not to drink without a bodyguard." Fengwa Zyaksu became bolder when she saw the third doctor appear. She said directly, "Humph, am I fine?" Naruto frowned and looked at Fengwa Zyaksu with displeasure. What a rude guy. Naruto had a good impression of the third doctor. For the sake of Fuka Koyuki's throne, this man was willing to kneel down to a kid who was less than 12 years old, even at his old age. But Fenghua Xiaoxu was still so ignorant that Naruto's impression of her dropped to the freezing point. Fenghua Xiaoxu also snorted coldly, "Someone come, kill this unreasonable guy." When the third doctor saw this, he quickly stood between the two men and spoke in good terms to both sides. Seeing how difficult it was for the third doctor, Naruto shut up and ignored Fenghua Xiaoxu. However, after hearing the third doctor's evaluation of Naruto, Fenghua Xiaoxu immediately became dissatisfied. "What do you mean I shouldn't provoke him? Besides, since I'm in this state now, I might as well die." "Zheng, please spare my life, sir." The third doctor's face changed drastically, and his legs immediately went weak and he knelt down. The soul-destroying sword frightened Fenghua Xiaoxu so much that she staggered 2 steps and fell to the ground. This murderous intent almost made Fenghua Xiaoxu's blood freeze. It was more painful than killing her. Naruto stood there with a grim expression, not knowing whether to kill or not. "This is the last time." After saying that, Naruto added in his mind, "for the sake of the commission." Looking at Fenghua Xiaoxu with contempt, Naruto said disdainfully, "A monarch like you is worthy of others following you." No matter what Fenghua Xiaoxu thought, Naruto took out a map from his super storage scroll and started to look at it. It took Naruto a long time to find the Snow Country, which was located in the upper left corner of the world and covered an area about 10 times smaller than that of the Fire Country. Today, they are located on the eastern coast of the Fire Nation. The distance to the Snow Country is too far. Even if it is a straight line distance to the west, one has to pass through the Fire Country, the Grass Country, and the Earth Country to get there, and there are countless small countries among them. But there is another option, which is to take a boat eastward across half of the ocean. But taking a boat was out of the question, as Naruto couldn't possibly be delayed for that long. After finding the direction, it was easy to act. Naruto carried the third doctor and Fuka Koyuki in each hand, then activated Flying Thunder God and appeared directly in Konoha. Because, if you want to go to the Snow Country, you must pass through Konoha. After arriving in Konoha, Naruto looked up at the Hokage Rock and the Flying Thunder God seal appeared. The three of them appeared on the Hokage Rock in the blink of an eye, and Naruto jumped again to a height of several dozen meters. In midair, Fenghua Xiaoxu's frightened screams gave Naruto a headache. After all, she was still a spoiled princess and had a long way to go before becoming a qualified king. Turning his gaze toward the interior of the continent, Naruto began to carve the Flying Thunder God seal. At a height of several dozen meters, the view is wide, making it easier for Naruto to perform the Flying Thunder God seal. In this way, every time they used the Flying Thunder God technique, the three of them would be dozens of miles closer to the Snow Country. Half an hour later, Naruto left the Fire Country border from the northwest side of the Fire Country. Pain exists in the Rain Country, and Naruto is not ready to deal with him yet, so he has to attack its neighboring country, the Grass Country. A few minutes later, Naruto, Fuka, Koyuki and the third doctor entered the Land of Earth. Originally, Naruto wanted to continue on his journey and try to reach the Snow Country before noon, then spend 10 minutes to find Feng Hanutao, then spend 5 seconds to get rid of him, and then get the commission in the afternoon and leave directly. As a result, the three doctors and Fenghua Xiaoxu were not in good physical condition. After moving long distances continuously, they were already dizzy. As a last resort, Naruto had to find a slightly larger flat stone, put the two of them on it, and let them rest. Fenghua Xiaoxu squatted on a rock, covering her chest with one hand, looking very uncomfortable. The third doctor was better. Although he was old, he had experienced a lot. Naruto was observing the surrounding terrain. Compared with the forests of the Land of Fire, the Gobi Desert of the Land of Earth looked really barren, but compared with the desert in the Kingdom of Wind, the Gobi Desert seems to be much richer in resources. The third doctor wanted to praise Naruto, but he found that Naruto had closed his eyes and didn't know what he was doing, so he didn't interrupt him. As for Naruto, at this moment, he was using Kagura's Heart's Eye to the maximum. Not far away, at the border between the Land of Watertrap and the Land of Earth, two slightly more powerful chakras were fighting. Moreover, the other party was wearing Akatsuki's clothes. This immediately aroused Naruto's interest, and he decided to go over and take a look. In the future, Akatsuki will definitely be Naruto's enemy. Although he knew most of Akatsuki's information from his memory, Naruto still wanted to confirm it himself to avoid any errors. In the jungle, on a long staircase, Deidara sat on one of the steps and complained, "The leader is really good at ordering people around. I don't even have time to collect information about the idol." "Huh? Right, brother Scorpion?" "Yeah." Not far away, Scorpion was also inspecting his puppet. Without the puppet skin, Scorpion looked like a child. After knowing what Scorpion looked like for the first time, Deidara changed Grandpa Scorpion to Brother Scorpion. At this moment, there were dozens of corpses lying densely around the two of them. Some of these corpses were blown into a bloody mess, while others were poisoned beyond recognition. In short, their deaths were extremely tragic. Scorpion fiddled with one of the puppet's arms and said, "Stop talking nonsense. Also, if your so-called idol is discovered by the leader, it might lead to bad consequences." Deidara asked curiously. Huh, why? Yeah. Scorpion didn't even raise his head, studying the puppet seriously. Uzumaki Naruto is our enemy, he is the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, we will fight him sooner or later. Deidara lay on the steps, looking at the white clouds in the sky, and said helplessly, anyway, I won't do anything to my idol. Huh? Scorpion's voice remained calm, it doesn't matter, we won't be responsible for the nine-tailed fox when the time comes. Deidara suddenly remembered something, straightened up and asked Scorpion, why did Orikimura defect from the organization? Scorpion, I don't know the details, it seems like he was dumped by Itaki. Suddenly, Scorpion stood inside the puppet, combining his body and the puppet in an instant, and then looked around vigilantly. Deidara asked curiously, brother Scorpion, what's wrong with you? Scorpion's eyes darted around, and he said in a hoarse voice, someone's here. Sure enough, on a step not far away, a flying thunder god mark appeared at some point. Swish! Naruto's appearance brought great deterrence to Scorpion, but in Deidara's eyes, it was different from what Sasori saw. Scorpion saw the threat emanating from Naruto, but Deidara. It was as if Naruto was the only one left in the world. Deidara stared at Naruto blankly. In Deidara's eyes, Naruto seemed to be emitting a holy light that attracted him. Scorpion brother, did you see it? It's Uzumaki Naruto, it's Uzumaki Naruto. Yes. Scorpion looked at Deidara's excitement and couldn't help but complain, you are like a person who has lost his mind. Naruto observed Sasori and Deidara, and began to compare the images of the two in his mind and memory. It was found that the error was very small, so small that it could be ignored. After hearing what Deidara said, Naruto said he knew nothing. Naruto, what art? Then, Deidara excitedly described the scene of Naruto's technique a few days ago. Moreover, there was a hint of madness in Deidara's eyes, and he looked at Naruto as if he was looking at God. Naruto nodded silently, yes. Deidara said to Naruto with a look of curiosity, teach me, Uzumaki-senpai, teach me, yes. Having said that, Deidara immediately planned to kneel down and become his disciple. But he was stopped by Scorpion, who said to Deidara, don't forget your identity. However, Deidara has almost lost his mind now. Deidara was overcome with excitement at the thought of the person who created that kind of art standing alive in front of him. Naruto thought for a moment and said to Deidara, first you have to have chakra, and then release the chakra all at once. After saying that, Naruto left without staying for too long. His goal has been achieved, so naturally he will no longer pay any attention to Deidara and Sasori. Although the two are strong, they are not strong enough for Naruto to consider them as rivals. When Deidara got the answer from Naruto, his face was full of astonishment and doubt about life. Scorpion at the side couldn't help but sneer, your art is probably only known to you, but my art is known to many people. When she returned to the third doctor in Fengwa Zyaksu's condition had recovered a little. Then Naruto continued on his way. At noon, when passing by the Uegakur, Naruto discovered that the Uegakur seemed to be in a state of preparation for war. However, Naruto ignored it and brought the three doctors in Fengwa Zyaksu all the way to the snow country. Many years ago, Fengwa Nudao launched a coup and seized the throne. At that time, the little princess had grown up under the care of the three doctors. When Fengwa Zyaksu came back this time, the first thing she did was to have a good rest. Because the journey is so exciting. After all, not everyone can do bungee jumping many times in one day. The snowflakes fell slowly, gradually evoking memories in Fengwa Zyaksu's memory. She looked around in horror, as if she was trapped in that helpless situation again. The third doctor looked at this scene with a distressed look on his face, feeling very uncomfortable. Putting aside Fuka Koyuki's attitude towards him, Naruto discovered that this guy was actually similar to himself and Karen. I should have been living a good life, but who knew that my experience would be forcibly rewritten by someone? The darkness of childhood may require such people to spend their entire lives to illuminate it, and the road of life is so bumpy. Looking at the panicked Fengwa Zyaksu, Naruto said calmly, you won't die. Fengwa Zyaksu did not refute Naruto again because she didn't dare. After witnessing Naruto's terror, Fuka Koyuki gradually began to believe that Fuka Nudao was not invincible. After all, Naruto's way of traveling is so exciting, so his strength must be outrageous. Fengwa Zyaksu looked at Naruto with complicated eyes, really? Naruto frowned, are you questioning me? Fengwa Zyaksu. Without further ado, Naruto continued to ask, where do you think Fenghana Nudao is now? The third doctor originally wanted to explain everything to Naruto first, but seeing Naruto's confident look, he knew that Naruto might have already known about the snow country. The third doctor knew he had no right to ask how Naruto knew that. Naruto took out the map and showed it to Dr. Sanba and Kaze Hanakoyuki, asking them to point out the approximate location. Only in this way can Naruto quickly find Fenghanutao, finish the work early, and go back early. After all, Naruto had other things to do. The third doctor thought for a while, pointed to a location on the map, and said to Naruto, "This is the most likely place." Back then, Feng Huan knew Tao seized the throne in order to obtain the treasure. He is likely to guard the treasure. Naruto hummed and placed his hands on their shoulders again. Fenghua Xiaoxu's face changed, and there was a hint of pleading in her eyes as she looked at Naruto. But Naruto remained unmoved, and this arrogant princess deserved to suffer. Otherwise, even if Naruto helped her regain the throne, she would not be able to lead the Snow Country. Even the people of the Snow Country will have a harder life than when Fenghua Nudao was king. As the saying goes, if the head of a family is a fool, it is only the family that suffers. But if the ruler of a country is a fool, that would be a sin. After a few more minutes, Naruto finally stopped. Fenghua Xiaoxu was shivering from the cold. It was hard to imagine how it would feel if they suddenly wore winter clothes instead of summer clothes. The wind was bitingly cold, but Fenghua Xiaoxu endured it without complaining. The third doctor looked at Naruto. He knew that Naruto would probably have to explain something next. After all, Naruto would not stop for no reason. As expected, Naruto said to the three doctors, "Wait for me here, don't move, I will be back soon." After saying that, Naruto left the flying thunder god seal on the spot. Swish! Naruto's figure disappeared, leaving only a few snowflakes floating in the air. At this moment, Fenghua Xiaoxu was in a very bad mood. She was drinking happily in the bar, but she was awakened by someone and taken back to her hometown. And her hometown is a nightmare for her. It should be here. Naruto looked at the large building in front of him, which had many chakra fluctuations inside. Some of these chakra fluctuations are very strange, like those of a dead person. With Naruto's Kagura's mind's eye, Naruto discovered that these were all chakra armors. Fenghua Nudao is preparing to conquer the world with these chakra armors. In order to make sure that the target was inside the building, Naruto appeared in front of the door with a flying thunder god. The security here was tight, and Naruto was spotted in an instant. They all warned Naruto, "Who are you? This is not the place for you, get out of here." However, Naruto punched out and the gate broke into pieces. Boom! The vibration caused by the powerful force directly alarmed everyone here. Such a big thing happened. Fenghua Nudao received the news almost instantly. As if knowing that Naruto was very powerful, Fenghua Nudao did not dare to be careless and put on chakra armor and rushed out. "Where did this little brat come from? How dare you act wildly here?" Fenghua Nudao saw a small figure blocking the gate and was instantly furious. He rushed over while shouting. Naruto observed Sasori and Deidara, and began to compare the images of the two in his mind and memory. It was found that the error was very small, so small that it could be ignored. After hearing what Deidara said, Naruto said he knew nothing. "Naruto, what art?" Then, Deidara excitedly described the scene of Naruto's technique a few days ago. Moreover, there was a hint of madness in Deidara's eyes, and he looked at Naruto as if he was looking at God. Naruto nodded silently. "Ah, yes." Deidara said to Naruto with a look of curiosity, "Teach me, Uzumaki-senpai, teach me." "Yes." Having said that, Deidara immediately planned to kneel down and become his disciple. But he was stopped by Scorpion, who said to Deidara, "Don't forget your identity." However, Deidara has almost lost his mind now. Deidara was overcome with excitement at the thought of the person who created that kind of art standing alive in front of him. Naruto thought for a moment and said to Deidara, "First you have to have chakra, and then release the chakra all at once." After saying that, Naruto left without staying for too long. His goal has been achieved, so naturally he will no longer pay any attention to Deidara and Sasori. Although the two are strong, they are not strong enough for Naruto to consider them as rivals. When Deidara got the answer from Naruto, his face was full of astonishment and doubt about life. Scorpion at the side couldn't help but sneer, "Your art is probably only known to you, but my art is known to many people." When she returned to the third doctor and Fenghua Xiaoxu's condition had recovered a little. Then Naruto continued on his way. At noon, when passing by the Uegakur, Naruto discovered that the Uegakur seemed to be in a state of preparation for war. However, Naruto ignored it and brought the three doctors and Fenghua Xiaoxu all the way to the Snow Country. Many years ago, Fenghua Nudao launched a coup and seized the throne. At that time, the little princess had grown up under the care of the three doctors. When Fenghua Xiaoxu came back this time, the first thing she did was to have a good rest. Because the journey is so exciting. After all, not everyone can do bungee jumping many times in one day. The snowflakes fell slowly, gradually evoking memories in Fenghua Xiaoxu's memory. She looked around in horror, as if she was trapped in that helpless situation again. The third doctor looked at this scene with a distressed look on his face, feeling very uncomfortable. Putting aside Fuka Koyuki's attitude towards him, Naruto discovered that this guy was actually similar to himself and Karen. "I should have been living a good life, but who knew that my experience would be forcibly rewritten by someone?" The darkness of childhood may require such people to spend their entire lives to illuminate it, and the road of life is so bumpy. Looking at the panicked Fenghua Xiaoxu, Naruto said calmly, "You won't die." Fenghua Xiaoxu did not refute Naruto again because she didn't dare. After witnessing Naruto's terror, Fuka Koyuki gradually began to believe that Fuka Nudao was not invincible. After all, Naruto's way of traveling is so exciting, so his strength must be outrageous. Fenghua Xiaoxu looked at Naruto with complicated eyes. Really? Naruto frowned. Are you questioning me? Fenghua Xiaoxu. Without further ado, Naruto continued to ask, where do you think Fenghana Nudao is now? The third doctor originally wanted to explain everything to Naruto first, but seeing Naruto's confident look, he knew that Naruto might have already known about the snow country. The third doctor knew he had no right to ask how Naruto knew that. Naruto took out the map and showed it to Dr. Sanba and Kaze Hanakoyuki, asking them to point out the approximate location. Only in this way can Naruto quickly find Fenghanutao, finish the work early, and go back early. After all, Naruto had other things to do. The third doctor thought for a while, pointed to a location on the map, and said to Naruto, this is the most likely place. Back then, Fenghua Nutao seized the throne in order to obtain the treasure. He is likely to guard the treasure. Naruto hummed and placed his hands on their shoulders again. Fenghua Xiaoxu's face changed, and there was a hint of pleading in her eyes as she looked at Naruto. But Naruto remained unmoved, and this arrogant princess deserved to suffer. Otherwise, even if Naruto helped her regain the throne, she would not be able to lead the Snow Country. Even the people of the Snow Country will have a harder life than when Fenghua Nudao was king. As the saying goes, if the head of a family is a fool, it is only the family that suffers. But if the ruler of a country is a fool, that would be a sin. After a few more minutes, Naruto finally stopped. Fenghua Xiaoxu was shivering from the cold. It was hard to imagine how it would feel if they suddenly wore winter clothes instead of summer clothes. The wind was bitingly cold, but Fenghua Xiaoxu endured it without complaining. The third doctor looked at Naruto. He knew that Naruto would probably have to explain something next. After all, Naruto would not stop for no reason. As expected, Naruto said to the three doctors, wait for me here, don't move, I will be back soon. After saying that, Naruto left the flying thunder god seal on the spot. Swish! Naruto's figure disappeared, leaving only a few snowflakes floating in the air. At this moment, Fenghua Xiaoxu was in a very bad mood. She was drinking happily in the bar, but she was awakened by someone and taken back to her hometown. And her hometown is a nightmare for her. It should be here. Naruto looked at the large building in front of him, which had many chakra fluctuations inside. Some of these chakra fluctuations are very strange, like those of a dead person. With Naruto's Kagura's mind's eye, Naruto discovered that these were all chakra armors. Fenghua Nudao is preparing to conquer the world with these chakra armors. In order to make sure that the target was inside the building, Naruto appeared in front of the door with a flying thunder god. The security here was tight, and Naruto was spotted in an instant. They all warned Naruto, who are you? This is not the place for you, get out of here. However, Naruto punched out and the gate broke into pieces. Boom! The vibration caused by the powerful force directly alarmed everyone here. Such a big thing happened. Fenghua Nudao received the news almost instantly. As if knowing that Naruto was very powerful, Fenghana Nudao did not dare to be careless and put on chakra armor and rushed out. Where did this little brat come from? How dare you act wildly here? Fenghua Nudao saw a small figure blocking the gate and was instantly furious. He rushed over while shouting. After Naruto left, the third doctor looked towards Konoha with a worried look on his face. There is nothing wrong with Naruto's thoughts and strength, but the third doctor always feels that Naruto's character will one day bring irreparable pain to the entire ninja world. In the Land of Waves, Karen had just become a Jinchuriki and she immediately went back to work. At Naruto's instruction, Karen put down the work in her hands and temporarily studied the Nine Tails chakra. On the way, Karen told Naruto about the morning's progress. The supplies that several countries had promised to send had already arrived, waiting for Naruto to review them personally. The reply from the Mizukage has been received, saying that he will come to the Land of Waves in person at noon 3 days later, and will bring all the treasures he had taken away from the Land of Whirlpools. This response was also within Karen's expectations. Karen knows very well how great an influence Naruto has on the ninja world now that just by living in the Land of Waves and doing nothing, he has made the Land of Waves the safest place in the world. In addition, the people of Wave Country also recommended Naruto to be the daimyo of Wave Country. Hearing Karen say this, Naruto interrupted directly, "You respond for me." Karen nodded but didn't ask any response. She knew Naruto's character. Being the daimyo of Wave Country? Stop joking, Naruto is not limited to the Land of Waves. After understanding everything, Naruto took a rest and went directly to Konoha with Flying Thunder God. At Hokage Rock, Naruto's figure suddenly appeared. Looking down at Konoha, Naruto didn't know why he always felt that Konoha was a little deserted. Opening the Eye of Kagura, Naruto surveyed the entire Konoha. At noon, there were still only a few pedestrians on the street, and there was no crowd as before. The new generation Hokage, Tsunade Senju, was sitting in the office drinking leisurely because she didn't have that much official business to deal with. The doors of several major ninja families were also tightly closed. Naruto's appearance obviously attracted some people's attention. Swish swish swish. Several figures suddenly appeared around Naruto, but he remained unmoved. These people are all from the Umbu. The fifth Hokage should have also received the news and will be here soon. This group of Umbus surrounded Naruto silently without saying a word. In fact, they didn't know what to say. It is true that Konoha owes Naruto, but because of Naruto, Konoha quickly declined within a few days. This speed is simply the fastest in history. Therefore, they all have different opinions on Naruto. Some people think that Naruto simply defected from Konoha and revealed his strength to the ninja. Some people believe that Naruto deliberately led the ninja world to isolate Konoha in order to make Konoha decline. Uzumaki Naruto, how dare you come back? Swish. Tsunade's figure appeared not far away. She stared at Naruto and her tone was not very good. Because of Naruto, people all over the world were reluctant to issue missions to Konoha, and because there were too few missions, Konoha's economy was in crisis. And what made all this possible was just the ninjutsu that Naruto had learned far away in the land of hot springs. What am I afraid of? Do you still want to arrest me? Naruto seemed extremely calm. After obtaining the memories of the original work, Naruto felt that no one in the ninja world could be his opponent, not even the entire Konoha. Naruto believed that he could perform an attack of the same level as Super Shinra Tensei, and even perform it more than once. When the strength of individuals begins to approach the ceiling, the advantage in numbers will turn into a disadvantage. This was very arrogant, but no one dared to question Naruto. A few days ago, the technique left a vast sea area in the ninja world, and the total land area of the Kingdom of Hot Springs was reduced by a few tenths. Tsunade was speechless, but as the Hokage, she could not be at a disadvantage in terms of momentum. So, Tsunade continued to question, what are you doing in Konoha? Naruto didn't hide anything and said directly, I have a very good uncle, his name is Tita. I now suspect that you killed him. Tsunade narrowed her eyes, revealing a dangerous look. Don't frame Konoha, words are not enough. Naruto sighed, that's why I didn't attack you directly, isn't it? What I want is all the recent mission records of Konoha, oh yes. Including the route. Don't tell me you've already cancelled the routes. I don't think you, a Hokage with divided power, can abolish the route. After Naruto finished speaking, without waiting for Tsunade to answer, he continued to threaten, don't try to challenge my bottom line. For the sake of your extraordinary strength, I'll give you some face, but you must not be ungrateful. Should we sacrifice a few people to save Konoha, or sacrifice the entire Konoha so that I can make sure that the person who framed the hand-beating uncle has not escaped? Naruto's meaning was already very clear. If the person who killed Tita cannot be found, then Naruto will adopt the mentality of rather killing the innocent than letting the murderer go, and massacre all the people in Konoha. Then he will be 100% sure that Tita's enemy died at his hands. Tsunade sensed the thick chakra in Naruto's body, the frightening aura. In the end, the fifth Hokage compromised. She relaxed her tone and said to Naruto, come with me. Tsunade is a smart person. She doesn't want to be Hokage, but she can't abandon the village built by Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju. In this case, Tsunade could only agree. Naruto requested, what's the use if you don't agree? Naruto is so strong now, no matter how much he bullies you, you have to endure it. Some time ago, Naruto secretly took away Konoha's sealing scroll. After learning about this, Tsunade and many Konoha high-ranking officials agreed that they should not ask Naruto to return it. Even though the sealing scroll is like a family heirloom to Konoha, compared to one's own life, the family heirloom seems less important. After Tsunade finished speaking, she said to the Umbu around her, you should leave first. Even if Naruto wants to do something, you can't stop him. The Umbu members looked at each other, and finally listened to Tsunade and chose to leave. Seeing this scene, Naruto couldn't help but say, you are so useless as a Hokage. Even the Umbu don't listen to your orders. Tsunade ignored Naruto's complaints, but snorted coldly, turned around and jumped off the Hokage rock. Unlike Harano Sakura's fearful reaction, Ino instead stared at Naruto with shining eyes. There's no way. Naruto's difference from his previous image is too big. And if there was no beard on his face, you could directly refer to Minato's appearance, which shows that Naruto himself is not hopelessly ugly. As a veteran nymphomaniac, and the other party was an old classmate, Ino tried to get close to him on the spot. However, she was stopped by Harano Sakura. No, to be more precise, it was Harano Sakura who reminded Ino. Harano Sakura stretched out her hand and pinched Ino, whispering, Ino, what are you thinking? Naruto is now a traitor. Ino was a ninja as expected. She reacted instantly and was no longer charmed by Naruto. Naruto's gaze did not linger on Ino and Harano Sakura for too long. After retracting his gaze, he pushed the door open and walked in. This is Konoha's Hokage building, and this room is also where Konoha stores the mission letters. Considering the situation in Konoha, the safety factor here is very high. After Naruto went in, Tsunade held her forehead helplessly and looked at Harano Sakura and Ino. Some time ago, Tsunade accepted two people as her disciples. They both have good talents and learn things quickly. Now they have become Tsunade's assistants. Although, Tsunade didn't have anything for them to do. Because there is so little official business, Tsunade herself has very little free time. But this kind of leisure is obviously not a good thing. Tsunade said to Harano Sakura and Ino, Sakura, go inform that old man Mito and ask him to send all the mission letters of the route over here and tell them that it was me who said so. Ino, I have an important task for you. When Harano Sakura heard Tsunade's words, she turned around and left without hesitation. Harano Sakura always feels unsafe around Naruto. Seeing Tsunade so serious, Ino also became serious. Tsunade looked at Ino seriously until Ino finally couldn't stand the pressure and asked. Ino asked in confusion, Lady Tsunade, what's wrong with you? Tsunade sighed and glanced slightly into the room beside her. There, Naruto created a group of shadow clones and was looking through Konoha's recent mission book. Tsunade knew that Naruto must have his own way of investigating, and if she discussed it with him at such a close distance, it might cause Naruto to be disgusted. Therefore, Tsunade took Ino to the Hokage's office and asked Ino, you and Uzumaki Naruto are classmates, right? Ino nodded after hearing this, that's right, but that we didn't have much communication during school. Indeed, Ino hardly ever spoke to Naruto during her time at the ninja school. No.it should be said that I didn't say a word to Naruto at all. Tsunade thought for a moment and then asked, have you ever bullied him? Ino was stunned for a moment and asked in confusion, me, bullying Naruto? Why would I bully Naruto? At that time, there were indeed many people who laughed at Naruto for being a monster. Ino also paid some attention to Naruto, but after she found out that Naruto was not the handsome guy she had imagined, she never paid any attention to him again. In short, from Ino's perspective, she only had 3 things to do during her school days: go to school, look at handsome boys, go home, go to school, look at handsome boys, go home. In this situation, Ino and Naruto had not had any contact with each other for 6 years. It can be said that, although they were classmates, they were also strangers. Tsunade suddenly approached Ino, put her arm around her shoulders, and asked quietly, so what do you think of him? Ino swallowed and asked knowingly, who? Tsunade showed an expression that said you know and begged, tell me, can you say something good to Naruto? Even if you can't get him to return to Konoha, at least reduce his ill will towards Konoha. When Ino heard Tsunade's request, she suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis sweeping over her. Are you kidding? Plead for Konoha in front of Naruto? Not to mention Yamanaka Ino, even Harano Sakura's face is far from enough. Ino heard about Naruto's situation and felt very sympathetic towards his plight. But sympathy aside, Ino would never dare to act wild in front of Naruto. From Ino's personal point of view, she now thinks Tsunade is just daydreaming. Tsunade saw Ino looking at her like she was a fool, and she immediately got angry. Are you still going to make trouble? Ino was frightened by Tsunade and smiled uglier than crying. Tsunade-sensei, I really don't dare. Also, Sakura would be the best person for this kind of thing, right? It is said that Naruto really likes Sakura, but Sakura looked down on him before. No, it's just that Sakura was blind before. If there was a handsome guy hanging around me all day, I would definitely discover his potential and take him home early. At this point, Ino still silently despised Harano Sakura in her heart, but this behavior was definitely afterthought. Tsunade didn't listen to Ino's excuses and said decisively, anyway, try to play the emotional card and see if it works. This is the task I gave you, I'll give you an S rank. Ino's eyes lit up after hearing this. S level? May I ask, among the genin, is there anyone who has completed an A-level mission alone? Not to mention A-level missions, with the authority of a lower-level ninja, he cannot even accept a B-level mission alone. Not to mention S-rank. If Ino can complete an S-rank mission, wouldn't that be a miracle among genin? Wouldn't it also be considered bringing honor to the family? However, Ino still shook her head. She showed a frightened expression and said timidly, I dare not. Naruto is too scary now that he can kill me with just a flick of his finger. However, how could Tsunade let Ino go? Go to the mountain 20 miles away to wipe out the bandits. Fill the old lady's jar with water. Help off while look after the children. As the shadow clones were released, waves of memories flooded into Naruto's mind, but the contents made Naruto's face darker and darker. Aren't these all D-level and C-level mission records? Could it be that Tsunade was lying to him? The most important thing is that these D-level and C-level missions are all issued from the surrounding areas of Konoha or directly from within Konoha. What's even more outrageous is that most of the ninjas who completed these tasks were elite Chonins, special Jonins, or even Jonins. What's going on? A Jonin helping the villagers take care of their children. Naruto looked at the mission book in his hand in confusion and couldn't help but speak. Outside the door, Ino's voice came, this situation is normal. Naruto frowned and looked back at Ino. The other party was standing at the door anxiously, and when Naruto looked over, Ino immediately stood at attention, as if she was a product undergoing quality inspection. Ino explained, there are too few missions recently, so if you can't get any missions, you won't have money to spend. Unlike Harano Sakura's fearful reaction, Ino instead stared at Naruto with shining eyes. There's no way, Naruto's difference from his previous image is too big. And if there was no beard on his face, you could directly refer to Minato's appearance, which shows that Naruto himself is not hopelessly ugly. As a veteran nymphomaniac, and the other party was an old classmate, Ino tried to get close to him on the spot. However, she was stopped by Haruno Sakura. No, to be more precise, it was Haruno Sakura who reminded Ino. Haruno Sakura stretched out her hand and pinched Ino, whispering, "Ino, what are you thinking? Naruto is now a traitor." Ino was a ninja as expected. She reacted instantly and was no longer charmed by Naruto. Naruto's gaze did not linger on Ino and Haruno Sakura for too long. After retracting his gaze, he pushed the door open and walked in. This is Konoha's Hokage building, and this room is also where Konoha stores the mission letters. Considering the situation in Konoha, the safety factor here is very high. After Naruto went in, Tsunade held her forehead helplessly and looked at Haruno Sakura and Ino. Some time ago, Tsunade accepted two people as her disciples. They both have good talents and learn things quickly. Now they have become Tsunade's assistants. Although, Tsunade didn't have anything for them to do. Because there is so little official business, Tsunade herself has very little free time. But this kind of leisure is obviously not a good thing. Tsunade said to Haruno Sakura and Ino, "Sakura, go inform that old man Mito and ask him to send all the mission letters of the route over here and tell them that it was me who said so. Ino, I have an important task for you." When Haruno Sakura heard Tsunade's words, she turned around and left without hesitation. Haruno Sakura always feels unsafe around Naruto. Seeing Tsunade so serious, Ino also became serious. Tsunade looked at Ino seriously until Ino finally couldn't stand the pressure and asked. Ino asked in confusion, "Lady Tsunade, what's wrong with you?" Tsunade sighed and glanced slightly into the room beside her. There, Naruto created a group of shadow clones and was looking through Konoha's recent mission book. Tsunade knew that Naruto must have his own way of investigating, and if she discussed it with him at such a close distance, it might cause Naruto to be disgusted. Therefore, Tsunade took Ino to the Hokage's office and asked, "Ino, you and Uzumaki Naruto are classmates, right?" Ino nodded after hearing this. "That's right, but we didn't have much communication during school." Indeed, Ino hardly ever spoke to Naruto during her time at the ninja school. It should be said that I didn't say a word to Naruto at all. Tsunade thought for a moment and then asked, "Have you ever bullied him?" Ino was stunned for a moment and asked in confusion, "Me, bullying Naruto? Why would I bully Naruto?" At that time, there were indeed many people who laughed at Naruto for being a monster. Ino also paid some attention to Naruto, but after she found out that Naruto was not the handsome guy she had imagined, she never paid any attention to him again. In short, from Ino's perspective, she only had 3 things to do during her school days: go to school, look at handsome boys, go home, go to school, look at handsome boys, go home. In this situation, Ino and Naruto had not had any contact with each other for 6 years. It can be said that, although they were classmates, they were also strangers. Tsunade suddenly approached Ino, put her arm around her shoulders, and asked quietly, "So what do you think of him?" Ino swallowed and asked knowingly, "Who? Who?" Tsunade showed an expression that said, "You know," and begged, "Tell me, can you say something good to Naruto? Even if you can't get him to return to Konoha, at least reduce his ill will towards Konoha." When Ino heard Tsunade's request, she suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis sweeping over her. Are you kidding? Plead for Konoha in front of Naruto? Not to mention Yamanaka Ino, even Haruno Sakura's face is far from enough. Ino heard about Naruto's situation and felt very sympathetic towards his plight. But sympathy aside, Ino would never dare to act wild in front of Naruto. From Ino's personal point of view, she now thinks Tsunade is just daydreaming. Tsunade saw Ino looking at her like she was a fool, and she immediately got angry. "Are you still going to make trouble?" Ino was frightened by Tsunade and smiled uglier than crying. "Tsunade-sensei, I really don't dare. Also, Sakura would be the best person for this kind of thing, right? It is said that Naruto really likes Sakura, but Sakura looked down on him before. No, it's just that Sakura was blind before. If there was a handsome guy hanging around me all day, I would definitely discover his potential and take him home early." At this point, Ino still silently despised Haruno Sakura in her heart, but this behavior was definitely afterthought. Tsunade didn't listen to Ino's excuses and said decisively, "Anyway, try to play the emotional card and see if it works. This is the task I gave you. I'll give you an S rank." Ino's eyes lit up after hearing this. S level? May I ask, among the genin, is there anyone who has completed an A-level mission alone? Not to mention A-level missions, with the authority of a lower-level ninja, he cannot even accept a B-level mission alone. Not to mention S-rank. If Ino can complete an S-rank mission, wouldn't that be a miracle among genin? Wouldn't it also be considered bringing honor to the family? However, Ino still shook her head. She showed a frightened expression and said timidly, "I dare not. Naruto is too scary now that he can kill me with just a flick of his finger." However, how could Tsunade let Ino go? Go to the mountain 20 miles away to wipe out the bandits. Fill the old lady's jar with water. Help off while look after the children. As the shadow clones were released, waves of memories flooded into Naruto's mind, but the contents made Naruto's face darker and darker. Aren't these all D-level and C-level mission records? Could it be that Tsunade was lying to him? The most important thing is that these D-level and C-level missions are all issued from the surrounding areas of Konoha or directly from within Konoha. What's even more outrageous is that most of the ninjas who completed these tasks were elite Chonins, special Jonins, or even Jonins. What's going on? A Jonin helping the villagers take care of their children. Naruto looked at the mission book in his hand in confusion and couldn't help but speak. Outside the door, Ino's voice came, "This situation is normal." Naruto frowned and looked back at Ino. Haruno Sakura lowered her head deeply, her eyes on her nose and her nose on her heart, and she didn't even dare to say a word in the face of Naruto's questioning. I don't know why, but Haruno Sakura is afraid of Naruto. And this fear will continue to deepen as Haruno Sakura continues to recall the rumors about Naruto. It is said that Naruto is a monster who started eating children at the age of 3. Now that he has grown up, he has finally left Konoha. Snort. Naruto snorted coldly, feeling indescribably uncomfortable in his heart. I didn't expect that the goddess I have liked since childhood would avoid me like the plague. Although Naruto no longer has any illusions about Haruno Sakura, he still has some grudges in his heart. If Naruto knew that Haruno Sakura was so afraid of him because she believed the rumors spread by Danzo, he would probably collapse. Others don't understand, but don't you, Haruno Sakura, understand? Before I, Uzumaki Naruto, escaped from Kotoama Tsukami's control, I was a legitimate successor to the Will of Fire. Moreover, now that I am out of the control of the other gods, I haven't turned into a devil who kills people whenever I see one. Tsunade saw that there was a chemical reaction between Naruto and Haruno Sakura as soon as they met, so she quickly said to Naruto, "You should check and see if there is any information you are looking for." Naruto closed his eyes and calmed himself down, ignoring Tsunade and Haruno Sakura. Tsunade gestured to Haruno Sakura, telling her to leave quickly. Haruno Sakura immediately understood and ran away in panic. After Haruno Sakura left, Tsunade looked at Ino and whispered, "Now you know why I didn't look for Sakura." Ino is also very scared now, but her fear comes from Naruto's strength and identity. Ino doesn't believe those weird rumors. Naruto seems easy to get along with, but his style is a bit overbearing. Ino nodded silently. If Tsunade had asked Haruno Sakura to carry out the mission on her behalf, she would probably be dead by now. At the same time, Ino was also marveling at Naruto's strength. They were obviously of the same age, and they were still living as genin, but Naruto was able to break into Konoha alone, sit in the position of Hokage and order the Hokage to do things for him. This huge gap can create distance between people. It's as if your classmate inherited a fortune of hundreds of billions as soon as he graduated, and he is quite capable. And you don't even have the qualifications to work in your classmate group. The gap between the two of you will make you feel that you are very far away from him. But in fact, when you mention it, the other party will look at you with surprise and ask if you are not that so-and-so. Naruto opened the storage scroll that Haruno Sakura brought over, and a pile of documents appeared on the Hokage's desk. Tsunade was so envious when she saw this. The route was not under the jurisdiction of the Hokage, so they could execute any activities without reporting first or even without reporting at all. Therefore, the route's mission letter is relatively mysterious to Tsunade. If Tsunade can get the route's mission letter, she can find many loopholes in the details and then suppress the route. Unfortunately, she, Senju Tsunade, is only a small Hokage now, and cannot control the advisor, especially since her power as Hokage has been divided. So now Tsunade is very greedy for the pile of task books on the table. She didn't expect that something that she, as the Hokage, couldn't get, could be quickly sorted out and presented to her by Naruto, as a rebel ninja. That's right, in such a short time. When Mito Kato heard that Naruto had arrived and wanted to see the task book, he must have been anxiously mobilizing a lot of routes to organize them, and then put them into the storage scroll and sent it over. The room was quiet. Naruto was flipping through the mission books one by one, while Tsunade and Ino were whispering. The warm sunlight splashed on the desk. Tsunade looked at Naruto flipping through the documents as if nothing had happened. She felt very depressed. She is the Hokage. It's okay for her to be bullied by the advisors and elders. But Naruto, a traitor, bullies her. She is almost depressed. Time passed minute by minute, and there was a knock on the door, breaking the silence in the room, and the three people looked there. The door was pushed open and Shiri Hong walked in from outside, followed by 3 students. Judging from his appearance, he must be here to complete a mission. However, the members of the Shiri Hong band have changed. Because Hinata Hyuga has once again become the heir of the Hyuga clan, Hinata can no longer follow the team to complete the mission. Hinata's position was replaced by a root ninja. Korone Yui felt something was wrong before she opened the door, because usually Tsunade would say come in. But now she didn't say anything. As soon as she entered the door, Shiri Hong felt 3 gazes. Uzumaki Naruto sitting on the Hokage's desk, and the Hokage and his apprentice in the corner. What is going on? Zagi Korone was stunned, but luckily she reacted quickly and said immediately, "Sorry to bother you." Naruto appeared in Konoha and in the Hokage's office. This was major news no matter how you looked at it. But since the Hokage didn't say anything, it wasn't her turn to meddle in other people's business. After saying that, Shiri Hong led the 3 students and turned away. Before leaving, he gently closed the door. As Korone Ui left, Naruto silently put down the documents in his hand. A terrifying murderous intent swept out from the Hokage building and filled the entire Konoha almost instantly. Outside the window, the entire sky seemed to darken as Naruto's killing intent surged. The two people closest to Naruto are naturally Tsunade and Ino. Tsunade desperately protects her apprentice. Ino he sat stiffly at the table, face pale. Russell. Naruto sat in the position of Hokage with his chin supported by his hands, his pupils gradually turning blood red. Zhang. The soul-destroying sword was suddenly drawn out and hovered around Naruto. Seeing this, Tsunade frantically yelled at Naruto, "Naruto, stop it." Tsunade couldn't even imagine how chaotic the situation was outside. Now, Tsunade finally believed the rumors about the jutsu and firmly believed that Naruto could perform such an attack. If Naruto gets angry in Konoha, I'm afraid the entire Konoha will become history. At this moment, looking at the entire Konoha from above, dense crowds of ninjas kept appearing, and they had only one destination, and that was the Hokage building. Anyone who pays attention will notice that these ninjas are at least special jonin. All members of the genin and shinin were not allowed to participate in the battle, but escorted the civilians to the refuge. Judging from the mobilization and scale, they must have rehearsed it several times in advance. Swish! As a figure appeared on the rooftops around the Hokage building, a large number of jonin instantly surrounded the Hokage building. Shizun, as the Hokage's apprentice, has entered the Hokage building to check out the situation. Haruno Sakura lowered her head deeply, her eyes on her nose and her nose on her heart, and she didn't even dare to say a word in the face of Naruto's questioning. I don't know why, but Haruno Sakura is afraid of Naruto. And this fear will continue to deepen as Haruno Sakura continues to recall the rumors about Naruto. It is said that Naruto is a monster who started eating children at the age of 3. Now that he has grown up, he has finally left Konoha. Snort! Naruto snorted coldly, feeling indescribably uncomfortable in his heart. I didn't expect that the goddess I have liked since childhood would avoid me like the plague. Although Naruto no longer has any illusions about Haruno Sakura, he still has some grudges in his heart. If Naruto knew that Haruno Sakura was so afraid of him because she believed the rumors spread by Danzo, he would probably collapse. Others don't understand, but don't you, Haruno Sakura, understand? Before I, Uzumaki Naruto, escaped from Kotoama Tsukami's control, I was a legitimate successor to the Will of Fire. Moreover, now that I am out of the control of the other gods, I haven't turned into a devil who kills people whenever I see one. Tsunade saw that there was a chemical reaction between Naruto and Haruno Sakura as soon as they met, so she quickly said to Naruto, "Naruto, you should check and see if there is any information you are looking for." Naruto closed his eyes and calmed himself down, ignoring Tsunade and Haruno Sakura. Tsunade gestured to Haruno Sakura, telling her to leave quickly. Haruno Sakura immediately understood and ran away in panic. After Haruno Sakura left, Tsunade looked at Ino and whispered, "Now you know why I didn't look for Sakura." Ino is also very scared now, but her fear comes from Naruto's strength and identity. Ino doesn't believe those weird rumors. Naruto seems easy to get along with, but his style is a bit overbearing. Ino nodded silently. If Tsunade had asked Haruno Sakura to carry out the mission on her behalf, she would probably be dead by now. At the same time, Ino was also marveling at Naruto's strength. They were obviously of the same age, and they were still living as genin, but Naruto was able to break into Konoha alone, sit in the position of Hokage and order the Hokage to do things for him. This huge gap can create distance between people. It's as if your classmate inherited a fortune of hundreds of billions as soon as he graduated, and he is quite capable. And you don't even have the qualifications to work in your classmate group. The gap between the two of you will make you feel that you are very far away from him. But in fact, when you mention it, the other party will look at you with surprise and ask if you are not that so-and-so. Naruto opened the storage scroll that Haruno Sakura brought over, and a pile of documents appeared on the Hokage's desk. Tsunade was so envious when she saw this. The route was not under the jurisdiction of the Hokage, so they could execute any activities without reporting first or even without reporting at all. Therefore, the route's mission letter is relatively mysterious to Tsunade. If Tsunade can get the route's mission letter, she can find many loopholes in the details and then suppress the route. Unfortunately, she, Senju Tsunade, is only a small Hokage now, and cannot control the advisor, especially since her power as Hokage has been divided. So now Tsunade is very greedy for the pile of task books on the table. She didn't expect that something that she, as the Hokage, couldn't get, could be quickly sorted out and presented to her by Naruto, as a rebel ninja. That's right, in such a short time. When Mito Kato heard that Naruto had arrived and wanted to see the task book, he must have been anxiously mobilizing a lot of routes to organize them, and then put them into the storage scroll and sent it over. The room was quiet. Naruto was flipping through the mission books one by one, while Tsunade and Ino were whispering. The warm sunlight splashed on the desk. Tsunade looked at Naruto flipping through the documents as if nothing had happened. She felt very depressed. She is the Hokage. It's okay for her to be bullied by the advisors and elders. But Naruto, a traitor, bullies her. She is almost depressed. Time passed minute by minute, and there was a knock on the door, breaking the silence in the room, and the three people looked there. The door was pushed open and Shirai Hong walked in from outside, followed by 3 students. Judging from his appearance, he must be here to complete a mission. However, the members of the Shirai Hong band have changed. Because Hinata Hyuga has once again become the heir of the Hyuga clan, Hinata can no longer follow the team to complete the mission. Hinata's position was replaced by a root ninja. Korone Yui felt something was wrong before she opened the door, because usually Tsunade would say come in, but now she didn't say anything. As soon as she entered the door, Shirai Hong felt 3 gazes: Uzumaki Naruto sitting on the Hokage's desk, and the Hokage and his apprentice in the corner. What is going on? Zagi Korone was stunned, but luckily she reacted quickly and said immediately, sorry to bother you. Naruto appeared in Konoha and in the Hokage's office. This was major news no matter how you looked at it, but since the Hokage didn't say anything, it wasn't her turn to meddle in other people's business. After saying that, Shirai Hong led the 3 students and turned away. Before leaving, he gently closed the door. As Korone Yui left, Naruto silently put down the documents in his hand. A terrifying murderous intent swept out from the Hokage building and filled the entire Konoha almost instantly. Outside the window, the entire sky seemed to darken as Naruto's killing intent surged. The 2 people closest to Naruto are naturally Tsunade and Ino. Tsunade desperately protects her apprentice, Ino he sat stiffly at the table, face pale. Russell. Naruto sat in the position of Hokage with his chin supported by his hands, his pupils gradually turning blood red. Zhang. The soul-destroying sword was suddenly drawn out and hovered around Naruto. Seeing this, Tsunade frantically yelled at Naruto, Naruto, stop it. Tsunade couldn't even imagine how chaotic the situation was outside. Now, Tsunade finally believed the rumors about the jutsu and firmly believed that Naruto could perform such an attack. If Naruto gets angry in Konoha, I'm afraid the entire Konoha will become history. At this moment, looking at the entire Konoha from above, dense crowds of ninjas kept appearing, and they had only one destination, and that was the Hokage building. Anyone who pays attention will notice that these ninjas are at least special jonin. All members of the genin and shinin were not allowed to participate in the battle, but escorted the civilians to the refuge. Judging from the mobilization and scale, they must have rehearsed it several times in advance. Swish, more and more Konoha ninjas gathered, at least hundreds of senior ninjas tied together, enough to make any force in the world tremble. However, Naruto remained extremely calm when facing a large number of jonin. A lean camel is bigger than a horse. Even if they have fallen to a village like Konoha, they can still quickly gather so many senior ninjas. Naruto ignored the people around him and opened Kagura's mind eye to cover the entire Konoha. 1, 2, 3, 22. After determining that there were a total of 22 entrances and exits to the root base, Naruto formed seals with both hands. Bang bang bang. 22 shadow clones appeared and stood around Naruto. Naruto said, go ahead, kill them all. Finally, as Naruto finished his words, a ninja couldn't stand the tremendous pressure and chose to take the initiative to attack Naruto. However, the opponent was still dozens of steps away from Naruto, and the soul-destroying sword suddenly pierced through his chest. Plop. Naruto didn't even look at it before a system prompt came into his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for sealing Konoha's special jonin and obtaining system points, 2000. No one should make a move. Tsunade stepped forward to stabilize the situation while carefully observing Naruto's expression. Naruto's shadow clones scattered and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Someone noticed this and asked in confusion, isn't this an attack on us? Naruto did not attack the people around him, and their emotions gradually calmed down. But just looking at Naruto's appearance, they felt frightened. A person of this level of strength can probably be compared with the god of ninja, Hashirama Senju. No, you shouldn't say this. Among people of this level of strength, perhaps only Hashirama Senju can be compared with him. Naruto glanced at the Konoha ninjas around him and felt a surge of anger in his heart for no reason. But Tsunade's action of protecting Ino touched Naruto's heart. Perhaps Tsunade is really the successor of the Will of Fire. And Irika-sensei is among them. However, Irika's expression was not so good and he was very reluctant. It was obvious that he was forced to stand there so that Naruto would be cautious when attacking. Naruto sneered, tisk tisk, you really deserve to die, you bunch of scum. The cold voice fell into everyone's ears, and everyone took a step back, and the circle surrounding Naruto expanded in an instant. No one wants to be the first to face Naruto. Knowing that they will die, few people can do what the Raikage and Tsunade did. When Tsunade heard what Naruto said, she immediately looked at him pleadingly. Of course, Konoha has become like this. But it is still Konoha, and it is still the life's work of Hashirama Senju. Naruto. Please. In front of so many people, Tsunade, the Hokage, actually begged Naruto so humbly. The scene was shocking, yet it seemed natural. Naruto didn't say anything, but just turned his gaze to the Hokage rock, and a flying thunder god jutsu appeared above the statue of the fourth Hokage. In Konoha below, the streets were empty and looked dead. Konoha. Naruto recalled, as if he had returned to the age when he was used as an experimental target. the young Naruto was forcibly tied to the experimental table and subjected to various inhuman tortures. Konoha cannot satisfy me until the roots are cleaned up. No, Konoha itself cannot satisfy me. For Tsunade and Irika's sake, I will give Tsunade a chance. If the kind of village described by Hashirama Senju was really born under Tsunade, Naruto would no longer target Konoha. These days, Naruto did not cause any trouble for Konoha, but Konoha also lost a lot because of Naruto. A lot. The alliance treaties of various countries were torn up, reputations dropped to the freezing point, no one was willing to issue missions, ninjas could not accept missions, merchants were unwilling to come, the pressure from the daimyo of the Land of Fire, development began to stagnate, and the economy began to face a crisis. The cause of this series of events was all due to a ninjutsu performed by Naruto from far away. It can be said that even if Naruto did not actively attack Konoha, Konoha would still die slowly. After as long as Naruto, the true god, is alive, Konoha will never be able to find an ally in the world. The consequences of having no allies can be imagined. Therefore, Konoha's own survival issue has become a very serious matter. But Tsunade was helpless. She couldn't beg others to come to Konoha to issue missions, nor could she influence the development of Konoha with her little power. That's why Tsunade is so free. On the Hokage Rock, no one dared to disturb Naruto. Everyone knew that Naruto had appeared and was on the Hokage Rock, but no one dared to come and check. Suddenly, a powerful explosion was heard in the quiet Konoha. Looking from above, Naruto saw a blue chakra ball slowly rising up, destroying all the buildings within the area. As the first sound came, 21 sounds followed. A total of 22 giant Raiznan exploded in Konoha, destroying more than 50% of the buildings. 1/3 of the people who didn't have time to hide in the shelter also died. This devastating blow made Tsunade feel extremely distressed. The current Konoha can't stand this. It's a hassle. However, facing Naruto, they were unable to fight back. It's not that I don't dare, but I know I really can't win. Some time ago, Ching of the Hidden Mist Village led thousands of Hidden Mist villagers, but was scared away by a single word from Naruto and became a laughingstock of the whole world. But then, the Raikage died under Naruto's technique. This technique is beyond the understanding of everyone in the world, so Naruto is called the true god. Although Naruto doesn't like this title. If that kind of technique appeared in Konoha, the entire Konoha would turn into a basin. This is why everyone is afraid. Boom! While Naruto was thinking about his own problem, bursts of explosions were heard in Konoha below. Naruto's shadow clone has 1% of the chakra of the original body, but it is enough to crush everyone. The explosion sound of the technique continued to echo in Konoha. 10 minutes later, Naruto received the memory fed back to his main body by the shadow clone. There are more than 1,000 root members in total, ranging in strength from Chunin to Quasi-Kage. There are actually Quasi-Shadow level warriors in the root. This is really unexpected. On the Hokage Rock, Naruto's tone was indifferent, as if he didn't care about the thousands of lives. In just less than half an hour, so many people died and so many families were torn apart. A family that loses its breadwinner will surely live a miserable life. When I think of the 2,000 white-haired old people, the thousands of family members who were left alone in their empty homes, and even the thousands of children who are only a few years old, I feel really sad. Naruto felt very uneasy when he thought about this kind of thing, but the roots must be removed. Sacrifice a small number of people for the happiness of more people. Whether this approach is right or wrong is not something Naruto should consider. What's more, if they hadn't joined the root, they wouldn't have been killed by Naruto. All we can say is that everything has cause and effect. All Naruto can do is to pursue the light in his heart in this dark world. That light was blurry and even its existence was unknown. Even Naruto couldn't describe the feeling. But Naruto knew that if that light illuminated the entire world, the world would become what it is today, the land of waves. Everyone lives and works in peace and contentment, leaving home early and returning late, without disputes or suffering. Of course, Naruto had his own selfish motives when he came to Konoha specifically to wipe out the root. He is not a saint, he is just a human being who instinctively pursues light. Uncle Ichiraku, I have avenged you. He formed seals with both hands again, and a shadow clone appeared beside Naruto. Naruto spoke to the shadow clone, you know what to do, right? The shadow clone impatiently pulled out the soul-destroying sword from behind Naruto. What a hassle, you're too lazy to go yourself. After saying that, the shadow clone disappeared holding the soul-destroying sword. Naruto showed an interesting expression. The shadow clone also has its own emotions, and this emotion is my emotion. The shadow clone technique is really interesting. After a while, Naruto began to hear reminders in his mind. With so many root ninjas killed, of course they had to take all the spoils. Naruto didn't touch the supplies, which was considered a gift to Tsunade. The root has a lot of supplies, and Tsunade can do a lot with it. For example, rebuilding Konoha. Suddenly, Naruto remembered that his system points could have improved the Senju bloodline a long time ago, but he had never lacked chakra, so he had never paid attention to it. System, increase my 1000 hands bloodline to 100%. Dinghost consumed 57,000 system points, and developed the 1000 hands bloodline, 57% successfully. Following the system's prompt, Naruto felt that the chakra in his body had increased by nearly 1/8, etc. What does it feel like? Naruto's pupils shrank slightly and he felt very bad. The chakra components in his body are composed of Ashura chakra, Uzumaki bloodline, and 1000 hands bloodline. Among them, Ashura chakra is just a kind of chakra with large quantity and high strength for Naruto. The Uzumaki bloodline is the bloodline that Naruto already possesses. The 1000 hands bloodline was exchanged by Naruto within the system. There are some subtle differences between these three types of chakras. Now, the chakra of the Uzumaki bloodline and the chakra of the 1000 hands bloodline have begun to merge on their own. Naruto felt very painful during this process, and it might even involve spiritual problems. Fortunately, Naruto's ability to endure pain had been trained to the maximum level at a very young age. A thin bead of sweat appeared on his forehead as Naruto sensed the new chakra. The fusion of Uzumaki chakra and 1000 hand chakra transformed into a new chakra that is very similar to Ashura. 10 minutes later, the pain finally disappeared. The chakras were completely integrated, the Uzumaki chakra and the 1000 hands chakra disappeared, and only the chakra that was very close to the Ashura chakra remained in Naruto's body. Suddenly, Naruto's body began to undergo drastic changes. At this moment, Naruto suddenly remembered something crucial. It is said that the Uzumaki clan and the Senju clan are distant relatives, both of whom are from the same Ashura lineage. Ashura inherited the sage body of the six-path sage, but later no one else inherited the sage body. Now, the Uzumaki bloodline and the Sensei bloodline have merged. This chakra from Naruto's body is very similar to the chakra that Ashura inherited from the six-path sage. To put it more simply, Naruto is now about to become the third person to possess a true sage body after the six-path sage and Ashura. Dramatic changes are taking place inside the body, and the appearance is also affected. The first thing to be affected was the beard on Naruto's face, which fell off automatically and never grew root again. Naruto's originally wheat-colored skin turned slightly pale, and an inexplicable yet extremely sacred aura suddenly appeared. After the transformation was over, Naruto stood up and moved around, and he could hear crackling sounds from all parts of his body. If someone saw Naruto now, they would find that he was almost identical to the statue under his feet, except that his skin was slightly paler, but he did not have the sickly look of Orochimaru. Suddenly, a figure appeared next to Naruto. It's his shadow clone. As soon as the shadow clone appeared, he was shocked. Original, how come you become like this just because I went out for a while? You know what? He's much more handsome now. Without the beard, he finally looks like a human being. Naruto gave the shadow clone a look and it instantly understood and stopped being naughty and took the initiative to dismantle the shadow clone. The soul-destroying sword in the shadow clone's hand also returned to Duansheng. As memories came one after another, Naruto knew that there were thousands more souls in the soul-destroying sword than just now. With the current sealing power of the soul-destroying sword, Naruto even feels that it has surpassed the Totsuka sword. If the soul of Hashirama Senju appears in front of Naruto again, Naruto will definitely not be polite. System, open my properties panel. The explosion sound of the technique continued to echo in Konoha. 10 minutes later, Naruto received the memory fed back to his main body by the shadow clone. There are more than 1,000 root members in total, ranging in strength from Chunin to Quasi Cage. There are actually Quasi Shadow level warriors in the root. This is really unexpected. On the Hokage Rock, Naruto's tone was indifferent, as if he didn't care about the thousands of lives. In just less than half an hour, so many people died and so many families were torn apart. A family that loses its breadwinner will surely live a miserable life. When I think of the 2,000 white-haired old people, the thousands of family members who were left alone in their empty homes, and even the thousands of children who are only a few years old, I feel really sad. Naruto felt very uneasy when he thought about this kind of thing. But the roots must be removed. Sacrifice a small number of people for the happiness of more people. Whether this approach is right or wrong is not something Naruto should consider. What's more, if they hadn't joined the root, they wouldn't have been killed by Naruto. All we can say is that everything has cause and effect. All Naruto can do is to pursue the light in his heart in this dark world. That light was blurry and even its existence was unknown. Even Naruto couldn't describe the feeling. But Naruto knew that if that light illuminated the entire world, the world would become what it is today, the land of waves. Everyone lives and works in peace and contentment, leaving home early and returning late, without disputes or suffering. Of course, Naruto had his own selfish motives when he came to Konoha specifically to wipe out the root. He is not a saint, he is just a human being who instinctively pursues light. Uncle Ichiraku, I have avenged you. He formed seals with both hands again, and a shadow clone appeared beside Naruto. Naruto spoke to the shadow clone, you know what to do, right? The shadow clone impatiently pulled out the soul-destroying sword from behind Naruto. What a hassle, you're too lazy to go yourself. After saying that, the shadow clone disappeared holding the soul-destroying sword. Naruto showed an interesting expression. The shadow clone also has its own emotions, and this emotion is my emotion. The shadow clone technique is really interesting. After a while, Naruto began to hear reminders in his mind. With so many root ninjas killed, of course they had to take all the spoils. Naruto didn't touch the supplies, which was considered a gift to Tsunade. The root has a lot of supplies, and Tsunade can do a lot with it. For example, rebuilding Konoha. Suddenly, Naruto remembered that his system points could have improved the Senju bloodline a long time ago, but he had never lacked chakra, so he had never paid attention to it. System, increase my 1000 hands bloodline to 100%. Dinghost consumed 57,000 system points, and developed the 1000 hands bloodline, 57% successfully. Following the system's prompt, Naruto felt that the chakra in his body had increased by nearly 1/8, etc. What does it feel like? Naruto's pupils shrank slightly and he felt very bad. The chakra components in his body are composed of Ashura chakra, Uzumaki bloodline, and 1000 hands bloodline. Among them, Ashura chakra is just a kind of chakra with large quantity and high strength for Naruto. The Uzumaki bloodline is the bloodline that Naruto already possesses. The 1000 hands bloodline was exchanged by Naruto within the system. There are some subtle differences between these three types of chakras. Now, the chakra of the Uzumaki bloodline and the chakra of the 1000 hands bloodline have begun to merge on their own. Naruto felt very painful during this process, and it might even involve spiritual problems. Fortunately, Naruto's ability to endure pain had been trained to the maximum level at a very young age. A thin bead of sweat appeared on his forehead as Naruto sensed the new chakra. The fusion of Uzumaki chakra and 1000 hand chakra transformed into a new chakra that is very similar to Ashura. 10 minutes later, the pain finally disappeared. The chakras were completely integrated, the Uzumaki chakra and the 1000 hands chakra disappeared, and only the chakra that was very close to the Ashura chakra remained in Naruto's body. Suddenly, Naruto's body began to undergo drastic changes. At this moment, Naruto suddenly remembered something crucial. It is said that the Uzumaki clan and the Senju clan are distant relatives, both of whom are from the same Ashura lineage. Ashura inherited the sage body of the six-path sage, but later no one else inherited the sage body. Now, the Uzumaki bloodline and the Sensei bloodline have merged. This chakra from Naruto's body is very similar to the chakra that Ashura inherited from the six-path sage. To put it more simply, Naruto is now about to become the third person to possess a true sage body after the six-path sage and Ashura. Dramatic changes are taking place inside the body, and the appearance is also affected. The first thing to be affected was the beard on Naruto's face, which fell off automatically and never grew root again. Naruto's originally wheat-colored skin turned slightly pale, and an inexplicable yet extremely sacred aura suddenly appeared. After the transformation was over, Naruto stood up and moved around, and he could hear crackling sounds from all parts of his body. If someone saw Naruto now, they would find that he was almost identical to the statue under his feet, except that his skin was slightly paler, but he did not have the sickly look of Orochimaru. Suddenly, a figure appeared next to Naruto. It's his shadow clone. As soon as the shadow clone appeared, he was shocked. Original, how come you become like this just because I went out for a while? You know what? He's much more handsome now. Without the beard, he finally looks like a human being. Naruto gave the shadow clone a look and it instantly understood and stopped being naughty and took the initiative to dismantle the shadow clone. The soul-destroying sword in the shadow clone's hand also returned to Duansheng. As memories came one after another, Naruto knew that there were thousands more souls in the soul-destroying sword than just now. With the current sealing power of the soul-destroying sword, Naruto even feels that it has surpassed the Totsuka sword. If the soul of Hashirama Senju appears in front of Naruto again, Naruto will definitely not be polite. System, open my properties panel. But Naruto still has a question. System, can I not buy it and learn it myself? Ding. Okay, but the host needs to find the seal method by himself. If the host uses this time to gain system points, the benefits may be higher. Naruto figured it out, so they're trying to find ways to make me spend all my system points? Ding. This system is fair and impartial. The host is also improving his own strength, so it is not a loss. Naruto sneered, thought for a moment and began to make seals with his hands. Fire style, great fireball technique. Boom! A huge fireball with a diameter of 10 meters flew towards the sky. Naruto stood proudly on the Hokage rock, as if he was competing with the system. If people knew that Uzumaki Naruto, who is called the true god, could actually have this kind of childishness, they would probably not be able to accept Naruto's previous cold image. Ding. Reminder, congratulations to the host for learning the ninjutsu fire style, great fireball technique on his own. Naruto glanced at the planning system and noticed that the contents had changed. To be honest, Naruto is not a genius, but his powerful chakra control makes him a genius. Naruto, who has the memories of the Naruto world, can easily recall the hand seal sequence of the Great Fireball. That's why he was able to perform the Great Fireball, instead of Naruto inventing a ninjutsu on the spot. Inventing ninjutsu on the spot is something only Tobirama Senju would do. Next. Earth flow wall? Likewise, Naruto began to recall. In the end, Naruto learned 5 ninjutsu for each of the 6 new chakra attributes. The fire style's Great Fireball, the earth style's Earth Flow Wall, the water style's Water Dragon Bomb, the lightning style's Lightning Bomb, and the yang attribute chakra corresponding to the Palm Immortal technique. Among them, Naruto did not spend any system points, which can be said to be extremely stingy. I guess the system is complaining about Naruto in its heart, but Naruto himself is not aware of it. In this way, Naruto practiced ninjutsu on the Hokage Rock. As a rebel ninja, Naruto appeared in Konoha openly and asked the Hokage to do things for him. After that, he killed all the members of the Root. Now, Naruto even stopped at the Hokage Rock to learn ninjutsu. Below, the Konoha ninjas looked at Naruto, who had learned so many ninjutsu in just a few hours. This talent subverted their cognition. Because when they learned ninjutsu, they went through a lot of hardships, not as easy as Naruto. In the hospital, Sasuke was wrapped in medical bandages and sitting in a wheelchair, being pushed to the balcony by Kakashi. Looking at Naruto learning ninjutsu frantically in the distance, Sasuke felt very uncomfortable. With every passing second, Naruto became a little stronger than him. Before he knew it, Sasuke had clenched his fists, and then he grimaced in pain, because his wound burst open due to excessive force. Kakashi, who became the one-armed hero, said to Sasuke earnestly, "You need to calm down." After learning every ninjutsu with chakra attributes, Naruto looked at the planning system again. Suggest buying the combat experience of Senju Tobirama? It's ridiculous that combat experience can be purchased. Naruto's astonishment was obvious. He didn't expect that the system mall would sell such mysterious things. And it's so expensive. System, don't you think it's a bit too much to sell something that you can't see or touch for 500,000 system points? You know, how many system points is a root leader worth? Ding, the price of this system is normal. Okay then. Give me one. Ding, the host consumed 500,000 system points and successfully activated combat experience Senju Tobirama. Waves of memories related to the battle entered Naruto's mind. These experiences were summarized by the second generation Hokage throughout his life. After half an hour, Naruto suddenly showed a smile. This Senju Tobirama is also very interesting. Tobirama Senju, the second generation Hokage of Konoha, is very powerful and has a huge amount of chakra. But the battle between Tobirama Senju and Hashirama Senju was exactly the opposite. Hashirama Senju uses chakra to crush his enemies, while Tobirama Senju takes all the details into consideration. Among Senju Tobirama's combat experiences, there are 2 conspiracies and tricks that he particularly likes to use. First, when encountering an unknown enemy, he likes to let the weaker ones test the enemy first, and then he summarizes the enemy's weaknesses in the rear before joining the battle. Isn't this treating your companions as cannon fodder? Second, during the battle, Senju Tobirama is very cunning. He will deliberately reveal his flaws and then deliberately let you hit him. In fact, Senju Tobirama will be secretly guarding against your attack. When you think he is about to kill Senju Tobirama, you will let your guard down, and Senju Tobirama will suddenly jump up and give you a fatal blow. In general, I will use whatever fighting method is beneficial to me. Moreover, there is no discipline in the process of fighting. If you can use the majority to bully the minority, you will not fight alone. If you can use tricks, you will not fight head-on. If you can kill, you will definitely not show mercy. The second Hokage School of Fire was very strong and correct, but his fighting style was as cunning and vicious as it could be. In fact, this is a very normal thing. After all, the profession of ninja itself is born for the purpose of mission, and it has become an iron rule to use any means to complete the mission. Of course, the ninjas' battles are as shady as possible, and they will never let you down if they can. There will be a head-on confrontation. In addition to their own strength and ninjutsu, everyone is competing to see who has more combat experience. And this combat experience can also be seen as who is more sinister, who is more shameless. Therefore, all ninjas in the world are old perverts, and Senju Tobirama is the best among them, and can be called the king of old perverts. However, based on the fighting skills of the old villain, Tobirama Senju will also take various details into consideration. The surrounding environment will not be wasted if it can be utilized, and the emotional card can be played directly to the enemy's face. Anyway, if you are the enemy of Senju Tobirama and are fighting against Senju Tobirama, then Senju Tobirama will use any moves that can make it easier for him to kill you. Of course, if you are really weak, Tobirama Senju will choose the Senju Hashirama style of fighting, chakra crushing. The man who signed a contract with the sea was also obtained by Tobirama Senju because he used the fighting style of Hashirama Senju. Just as Naruto was feeling the combat experience of Tobirama Senju, a small figure finally arrived. She was sweating profusely as she ran all the way from the Hyuga base to Naruto, and had to avoid many people chasing her along the way. Now that the distance was close to Naruto, no one dared to chase Hinata anymore. In front of him was the girl with white eyes flying towards him. Should I hide? Naruto looked at Hinata with such doubts in his mind. In this world, Hinata's feelings for him can be said to be pure and without any impurities. Hiding? Don't hide? If people find out that Hinata has a relationship with him, it might be bad for Hinata. Hinata is the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, and she will definitely not abandon her clan and leave with me. So. Hide? No, I won't hide anymore. Hinata appeared here and was seen by everyone. Even if Naruto avoided it, Hinata couldn't avoid hearing some gossip. In this case, let's give some people a heads up in advance. Finally, Hinata approached Naruto. Her face was red and she was extremely excited. She wanted to hug Naruto, but she couldn't muster the courage. Hinata's thoughts were in a mess. She was an introvert. But after Naruto defected, Hinata forced herself to do many things that she had never dared to think about before. Finally, Hinata's growth is also very obvious. At least, she could stand in front of Naruto without thinking about some messy things that would make her almost faint from shyness. That, Hinata said shyly, I'm sorry. Hinata bowed very formally and apologized to Naruto. Naruto was very confused that he had some memories and knew that Hinata liked him. Moreover, Naruto also knew that all this started on that winter day. But why did she apologize? Naruto asked, apologize? Hinata was a little nervous, and she couldn't help but put her hands on the corners of her clothes and started rubbing them. This was the only time in all these days that Hinata performed the same action again. I shouldn't have let you go back to Konoha, and I shouldn't have chased after you. Hinata was very serious when she spoke, and it can be seen that she takes Naruto very seriously. I shouldn't have let Naruto return to Konoha without knowing the truth. The me now. I no longer want Naruto to return to Konoha. When Hinata learned about what Naruto had been through, she felt as if her heart was broken. Naruto's attitude towards Hinata was pretty good. He nodded, I understand, you can go back. Hinata stood there in a daze, and said stupidly, I. Naruto frowned and said, you can't fail to see the situation clearly. Hinata's face darkened. Naruto was right. She is a member of the Hyuga clan. Not only that, she is also the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan leader. It can be said that it is almost impossible for her to get married. But Hinata did not intend to give up. At the same time, she knew that if she did not express her feelings to Naruto, she would not know when they would meet again. Hinata said to Naruto with a firm look in her eyes, Naruto-kun, I. Damn it, why are these words so hard to say? Hinata was extremely nervous. She kept asking herself, could she get away from everything and find Naruto? She knew she couldn't. But she must be able to. Since it is not possible now, Hinata must be able to do it in the future. Otherwise, the relationship between Hinata and Naruto will become strangers. How could Hinata allow that to happen? Seeing Hinata so nervous, Naruto spoke first, I know what you are thinking, but you should give up as soon as possible. This won't do any harm to the Hyuga clan. Naruto and Konoha are already mortal enemies. All the people in Konoha related to Naruto have been implicated. Even Iruka had some influence. The two were silent for a while. Hinata looked around and then looked at Naruto, who was bathing in the sunlight. Suddenly, Hinata smiled. Naruto, if we were in that kind of relationship, wouldn't it be nice if we were just here for shopping? All I can imagine is happiness. Don't worry, I will become the head of the Hyuga clan, and then abolish the elders, so that I can find you openly. This sentence sounded extremely domineering, but Hinata said it in such a soft voice that Naruto felt that Hinata was bragging. Hinata was afraid that Naruto would not believe her, so she continued, I only need 3 years, Naruto. Are you willing to wait for me? Faced with Hinata's eager eyes, Naruto felt relieved and wanted to agree. But in the end, Naruto changed his mind. Hinata, Konoha is still safer. Naruto said to Hinata, I have someone I like. Hinata's breathing stagnated after hearing this, and she asked urgently, is it me? It's I. Halfway through her speech, Hinata lowered her head, as if she had discovered something. Naruto is very smart. Naruto might have discovered that how he interacts with Naruto will be affected. Hinata is also very willing to believe what Naruto says, so who does Naruto like? Hinata didn't think too much about this question. She already knew that Naruto was afraid that she would be affected, so he didn't want to contact her. Therefore, Hinata whispered, I know what to do. Hinata took a step forward and threw herself into Naruto's arms in public in front of so many Konoha ninjas. Hinata buried her head in Naruto's chest, but she did not feel as nervous as she had imagined. Instead, she felt very relieved. It was as if she belonged here. Naruto was somewhat helpless, raised his hand and gently hugged Hinata, who lives in a sweet and soft place, said, why bother? Hinata said firmly, I do, and I won't regret it. Naruto. Hinata looked up and made eye contact with Naruto, only to find that a feeling of shyness and nervousness was quickly coming over her. Hinata broke free from Naruto's embrace and said, I will come to find you, wait for me, Naruto. Naruto-kun. After saying that, Hinata jumped directly downwards. Naruto felt nervous for no reason, and then he remembered that Hinata was also a ninja, and had become very outstanding during this period. Naruto. Looking at the small figure below, Naruto always felt that she would do something he could not understand. The purpose of coming to Konoha has been half accomplished, and Naruto has no intention of giving up halfway. Just informed Tsunade about Hinata's matter when you leave. If Tsunade really let something happen, Naruto would deal with it in his own way. Now, the root has been uprooted by Naruto. If Tsunade controls it properly, there will be no possibility for the root to be reorganized. As long as Minato is not dead, Yinjuwei will not die. So how did Yinjuwei resurrect? Therefore, the resurrection of Yinjuwei is equivalent to the dissipation of Minato's soul some time ago. Naruto could roughly guess the time it would dissipate. So, what happened before it dissipated? Generally speaking, souls will enter the Pure Land and will not dissipate so easily. At that time, Naruto was in Konoha, but after Naruto went to find Iruka, he went to Ichiraku Ramen, so Naruto didn't know how Minato's soul dissipated. Therefore, Naruto has some things that need to be investigated carefully. Because Naruto has heard more than once that it is reasonable for the fourth Hokage to not belong to Konoha. But Naruto didn't pay attention to it at that time. Now that he thought about it, Naruto felt that something was wrong. Looking down, Tsunade was being protected by a group of people. Naruto's figure suddenly disappeared and appeared next to Tsunade. All the Konoha ninjas around gathered around immediately. But they didn't take action because Naruto had no ill intentions at the moment. Naruto glanced at the large number of Konoha ninjas and said, "It's useless. When facing an enemy that is far stronger than yourself, no matter how many people you have, it will be useless and will only cause more trouble." Tsunade also knew this truth. Seeing that Naruto had no killing intent and was in a stable mood, she waved her hand and said, "Go away. If Naruto really wants to do something, you can't stop him." The Konoha ninjas around are at least at the special Jonin level, and with such a large number, they are a force that cannot be ignored in any ninja village. But in the face of true power, it seems useless. After the Konoha ninjas dispersed, Naruto turned his gaze towards Tsunade. At this moment, Ino and Shizune were standing on both sides of Tsunade respectively, while Haruno Sakura had disappeared somewhere unknown. Just now, after Tsunade asked Haruno Sakura to leave, she disappeared and has not been seen until now. Naruto didn't care and asked Tsunade directly, "I heard many people say that the fourth Hokage is not from Konoha. What does this mean? Did something happen that I don't know about?" After these words were spoken, Tsunade and Shizune looked at each other and saw a hint of sadness in each other's eyes. The fourth Hokage has a very high status in the hearts of the Konoha ninjas. He was a hero born in the war, and there are countless Konoha ninjas who were saved by the fourth Hokage. How could his status not be high? Ino stood silently by, watching Naruto ask about his father. When asked, Naruto showed no emotion, as if it had nothing to do with him. But Ino suddenly felt that Naruto was very pitiful. He was wrongly accused of being a monster and a fox demon since he was a child, was subjected to experiments, and was isolated. He had never seen his parents and had no friends. If Ino were to go through all of this, I'm afraid any one of them would make her collapse. Naruto frowned and said coldly, "I don't have much time." Tsunade sighed and looked at Naruto with complicated eyes. "Your father has been declared a traitor to Konoha when he was resurrected by the impure world reincarnation last time." God knows what Tsunade was feeling when she said this. She is the Hokage of Konoha, and Konoha is also the hard work of her grandfather. She had a special feeling for Konoha and the Hokage, and now Tsunade was forced to recall Minato's tragic events. To be fair, Tsunade knew that Konoha owed the fourth Hokage's family a lot. But Konoha also received the consequences and punishment it deserved. Tsunade wanted Konoha to become better and better, and her attitude towards Naruto was very ambiguous. Tsunade didn't know how to deal with Naruto's affairs. Should she list Naruto as a traitor or something else? She felt that as the Hokage, she was not in a position to make the decision on this matter. After hearing Tsunade's words, Naruto said nothing and just stood in front of Tsunade with an expressionless face. An invisible pressure made the three of them feel that something was wrong. As expected, Naruto said coldly, "Then why does Konoha still have a statue of the fourth Hokage?" Seeing that the situation was not good, Tsunade explained, "Naruto, Konoha will not cover up the achievements of the fourth Hokage. Minato's status as Hokage is his honor, and his identity as a hero is unshakable in Konoha." Naruto was furious when he heard Tsunade's explanation. "So why did you treat me like this?" Tsunade was speechless, but she had to force herself to say, "That was all Danzo's idea. The teacher didn't know about it beforehand." Naruto said calmly, "Forget it. Since it has already happened, any explanation seems pale and powerless. Now that the root is gone, I don't want Konoha to become like Sarutobi Hiruzen in your hands. Do you understand?" Tsunade always has an illusion when facing Naruto. That is, Naruto is not a child, but a powerful adult with perfect thoughts. Naruto knows what is good and what is bad, so he is also trying his best to pursue the so-called good, but Naruto's way is a little immature. After saying that, Naruto turned around and looked at the fourth Hokage rock high up. "Hyuga Hinata is mine, you know what I mean, right?" Tsunade quickly said, "Don't worry, no one in Konoha will target her." Naruto nodded, and his figure disappeared in a blur. Tsunade looked at Hyuga Hinata coming over and shook her head with a wry smile. This is troublesome. Hinata ran up to Tsunade and asked, was Naruto here just now? Tsunade did not answer Hinata's words, but directly said, do you want to be my disciple, Hinata? Hinata said in surprise, me, can I? On the other side, Ino stared blankly at Hinata and Tsunade, feeling envious for some reason. Although Hinata and Naruto are from different places, they always have each other in their hearts. Ino could see that Naruto and Hinata liked each other. The most important thing is, Naruto is so handsome. With just these few words, Tsunade, the Hokage, accepted Hinata as her disciple and was ordered to do her utmost to protect Hinata. When will Ino meet someone like this? He is really handsome, strong, and protective, just perfect. Hinata is so enviable. It didn't take long from the time Naruto arrived in Konoha to the time he left Konoha. All the ninja families in Konoha remained on hold. Whether they were hawks or doves, whether they were from the Hokage faction or others, no one took any action. After the explosion just now, the Nara clan's residence fell into silence. In the summer, under a big tree with lush branches and leaves in the courtyard, Nara Shikamaru and Nara Shikaka sat cross-legged on a mat. There was a chessboard between the two of them. The game is over and Shikamaru has won. But, Shikamaru was confused. Looking at the horse on the chessboard that had not moved from beginning to end, Shikamaru fell into deep thought. What a hassle. Dad, you don't have anything to say to me, do you? Beneath the lazy gaze, there is a very rational and shrewd look. Shikaku had heard what Shikamaru said, but Shikaka did not directly answer Shikamaru's question. After all, they are from the Hokage faction. Shikaku was tidying up the chessboard again, and said to Shikamaru, if we meet on the battlefield, the elder will always give way to the younger. Shikamaru had a serious expression on his face as he slowly looked towards the statue of the fourth Hokage in the distance. Finally, Shikamaru spoke up, Dad, you're not beginning to doubt the will of fire, are you? Smart people tend to think too much and overthink too much. Luja shook his head, no, I don't doubt it, because this is the belief that our ancestors have upheld for generations. But I don't want my family to influence you, Shikamaru. Shikamaru frowned at Shikaku's expressionless face and said, what should I do? Shikaku arranged all the chess pieces, leaving only the horse on the board that had never moved. Standing up, Shikaku turned his back and a heavy voice reached Shikamaru's ears, Shikamaru, do what you think is right. Suddenly, Luju's tone relaxed, he stretched out his hand to scratch his head and looked towards the east. By the way, I remember that there seemed to be a few guards in the east tonight. Is this really okay? Now is the peak period for incidents. With that, Shikaku went back inside, leaving Shikamaru alone. The next day, in the Hokage's office. Bang! The door was pushed open with force and Ino rushed in quickly from outside. Tsunade frowned and said to Ino, didn't you tell me not to make such a fuss? Ino gasped and said, oh no, Shikamaru. Shikamaru has defected. Tsunade's face changed after hearing this. What? Nara Shikamaru, originally an ordinary genin, was not qualified to be remembered by the Hokage. But some family ninjas are different, and Nara Shikamaru is even more different. The Nara clan, which serves as Konoha's think tank, has its clan leader appointed by Konoha as the leader of the Jonin squad all year round. What is a Jonin squad leader? The leader of a Jonin squad doesn't need to be very strong. What he needs is to be able to consider the overall situation and have a very high IQ. He should be someone who can give orders on behalf of the Hokage at critical moments. Even at certain critical moments, even the Hokage needs to listen to the opinions of the leader of the Jonin squad. It can be said that the leader of the Jonin squad during peacetime is a position on par with the major ministers, except for the positions of Hokage and advisor. During the war, the importance of the leader of the Jonin squad was second only to that of the Shadow. During the war, orders were issued from the Hokage's office. They seemed to be the Hokage's orders, but in fact most of them were the plans of the leader of the Jonin squad. The Hokage is very powerful and he stays in the rear to stabilize the morale of the troops. But it is obviously unlikely that you want the Hokage and a professional who specializes in command skills to deploy troops on the battlefield. Therefore, there is no need to elaborate on the importance of the leader of the Jonin squad. And Nara Shikamaru is the only descendant of the patriarch of the Nara clan. It is almost certain that Nara Shikamaru will be the next generation leader of the Jonin squad in the future. The worst thing is, he defected. It took Tsunade a long time to recover. She said in fear, Nara Shikaku, what on earth is he going to do? As the Hokage, Tsunade is no fool. Shikamaru is a very smart person, he would not defect from Konoha without saying a word. This must have been instructed by Nara Shikaku. Hokage-sama, what should we do? Ino couldn't help but ask, Shikamaru defected. If Shikamaru defected, would their generation of Ino Shikajo be gone? Tsunade sat on the chair and thought about it, which made Ino anxious. Finally, Tsunade said weakly, forget it, Shikaku must have his own plans. Ino was shocked and asked incredulously, then Lady Tsunade, are you just going to watch Shikamaru defect? Tsunade suddenly thought of something and said excitedly, sure enough, Shikaku is still Shikaku, this brat is really sinister. Ino was surprised, what? Tsunade asked Ino, Shikaku is a legitimate successor to the Will of Fire. He will definitely not harm Konoha. You said, Shikaku let Shikamaru defect, what will Shikamaru do next? Ino thought about it for a moment, and suddenly recalled that the relationship between Shikamaru and Naruto didn't seem so awkward. Ino spoke up, Shikamaru will go find Naruto. Tsunade smiled after hearing this, in this case, Naruto will have one of our people on his side, right? Go, list Shikamaru as a traitor. There's no need to let the whole world know, but at least let Naruto know. Ino was stunned for a moment. She didn't know why she felt that this operation was a bit insidious. Naruto is already very pitiful. Does Konoha want to take advantage of the friendship between Naruto and Shikamaru to hurt Naruto? When Tsunade saw Ino like this, she knew what she was thinking. Ino, certain things must exist. Ino looked thoughtful. She lowered her head, but now, she did not agree with Tsunade's words. After Naruto left Konoha, he felt upset. Unexpectedly, Minato, the fourth Hokage, announced his defection from Konoha, and it was because of Naruto. This made Naruto feel very uncomfortable, because his father, Minato Namikaze, was clearly going to have the title of a hero. However, after Minato was resurrected by the Impure World reincarnation and heard about his own story, he directly announced his defection. As a result, Minato's reputation was ruined. Naruto attributed the cause of this incident to himself, and thought that he was the one who harmed Minato, but he had no place to vent his anger. So, Naruto did not go back directly to the Land of Waves, but came to a quiet lake in the Land of Fire, and stayed there for more than 10 hours. That night, Naruto witnessed the sunset and sunrise, and thought about many things. Minato has defected from Konoha, but judging from Konoha's attitude towards Minato, they still treat him as a hero. Thinking of this, Naruto felt better. Although Naruto hadn't slept all night, he didn't feel sleepy. On the sea surface of Wave Country, this was the first time a battle of this magnitude had occurred since Naruto had lived in Wave Country. Faced with Kisame, a guy who can absorb chakra, Karen gradually can't hold on. Originally, Samehada avoided the Nine Tails chakra like the plague, but now the Nine Tails chakra has lost its subjective consciousness and is only controlled by Karen. Not only is its power reduced by half, but its deterrent effect on Samehada is also greatly weakened. After being repelled again, the Nine Tails chakra coat on Karen's body gradually disappeared and was absorbed by Samehada again. Several crows gathered together and the upper half of Itaka's body appeared. In Itaka's eyes, a pair of 3 Magatama Sharingan were spinning faster and faster. With the idea of a quick victory, Itake cast an illusion on Karen without hesitation. However, at the last moment of the illusion, Naruto's figure appeared, blocking Itaka's view. With one hand around Karen who was retreating, and with the other hand tightly grasping Dansei, Naruto's pair of scarlet pupils met Itaka's Sharingan. Itake expressionlessly shifted the target of the illusion from Karen to Naruto. However, before the illusion hit, Naruto's figure disappeared and the sea gradually returned to calm. Flying Thunder God technique, really difficult. Itaka stopped and a few more crows flew by, his whole body forming. Kisame used a flash technique to appear next to Itake. His face looked very terrifying, with a strange black scar extending from the top of his head downwards. The soul in this part was cut by the soul-destroying sword. Kisame suffers inhuman pain every day, and every meal is accompanied by incomparable torture. Therefore, Kisame's pupils turned scarlet and his spirit was on the verge of collapse. If it weren't for Kisame's amazing perseverance, he would probably have committed suicide. Fortunately, the soul-destroying sword did not cut off a piece of Kisame's soul, and Kisame's injuries seemed to be able to heal slowly. What now? Kisame's voice was extremely hoarse, and his tone was gradually becoming closer to Orochimaru's. Itake raised his hands to cover his eyes, his vision blurring. Itake said, we can only talk about it next time. Naruto is back. We don't have a chance. Lately, Itake hasn't been in very good shape. Because both the third Hokage and Danzo Shimura died, this caused Itake a lot of trouble. Only the third Hokage and Danzo Shimura knew that he had infiltrated Akatsuki. Furthermore, in order to ensure that the information was not leaked, Itake knew that the Hokage's office had no record of his mission. So, he has now transformed from a fake traitor to a real traitor. Even if Itake returned to Konoha and confessed everything to the current Hokage Tsunade, who would dare to believe it? So, Itake lost his connection with Konoha from then on. No one knew that he was a fake traitor but actually an undercover agent. He.is now a real member of Akatsuki. In their own home, Karen and Naruto opened Kagura's mind eyes at the same time, and they both saw Kisame and Itake leaving. Karen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, that was a close call. While possessing the Nine Tails chakra, it also brings some troubles to Karen, such as being hunted by the Akatsuki organization. But Karen didn't expect the danger to come so quickly. She just became a Jinchuriki today, and the next day, Akatsuki came to her door. It was ridiculously tight. Naruto, who was standing by, relaxed after confirming that Ayam was not in danger. Seeing Karen's miserable appearance, Naruto said to her, "Go and clean yourself up." After the battle, Karen looked disheveled and her clothes had several holes in them. There were bloody wounds on his body. A piece of flesh on Karen's abdomen inexplicably disappeared. This was the wound left after being attacked by Samehada. Karen nodded despite the pain and walked out of the room step by step. 3 seconds later, Karen came back and looked at Naruto awkwardly. This is my room. Naruto. Coming to Karen's side, Naruto looked at the wound on Karen's abdomen and asked, "Does it hurt?" Karen looked at Naruto in surprise, thinking she was hallucinating. Naruto repeated, "I ask you, does it hurt?" The sudden concern made Karen feel that her hard work paid off. She worked hard for Naruto and liked him so much. Did she finally get a response from Naruto? Oh my god, this is so good. Karen stared at Naruto blankly, gradually becoming intoxicated by his handsome appearance. She spoke softly, "It hurts a little." Naruto didn't care about Karen's condition, but stretched out his hand, recalling the chakra circulation mode of the palm senjutsu in his mind. A bright green light came from Naruto's palm, and a huge amount of chakra was transformed into medical ninjutsu to heal Karen's wounds. Karen was not surprised at when Naruto learned the palm magic technique. Instead, she silently watched Naruto treating her, with a hint of intoxication in her eyes. Not long after, Naruto withdrew his hand, opened the door and walked out. Karen looked at her wound. The flesh there had grown back and her tender skin looked even better than before. The palm immortal technique actually has this kind of medical effect, Karen said doubtfully and turned to walk towards the bathroom. After Karen finished packing and changed her clothes, she went to find Naruto first. She was about to thank Naruto for healing her wounds when Naruto took the lead and said, "Your strength needs to be improved. Go and practice. Don't worry about things here for now. Explain." After that, Naruto stood up and walked in front of Karen, put his hand on Karen's shoulder, and the two of them disappeared. Naruto and Karen appeared on the beach. This is where Naruto practiced last time. Karen began to practice controlling the Nine Tails chakra alone, while Naruto stared at the sea in a daze not far away. Naruto had expected this to happen when transferring the Nine Tails chakra to Karen, but he didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Now that Akatsuki knows that Karen is the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, they will attack Karen when Naruto is not with her. However, improving strength cannot be accomplished overnight. Of course, Naruto is an exception as he has the system. Without a system, Karen's strength improvement would be very slow, and practice is something she must persist in every day. In a short period of time, Karen is unable to improve her strength to the point where she can face the pursuit of the Akatsuki organization. Naruto felt upset for no reason. Although Karen's injuries were not serious, they made Naruto a little alert. Naruto doesn't have a very good impression of Akatsuki because this group of people has touched Naruto's bottom line. After a day of training, he came to Naruto panting, took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. "That's all for today. From now on, I will ask you to open Kagura's mind eye from time to time, and notify me directly if there is anything abnormal. Don't think about confronting Akatsuki members if you encounter them. Notify me immediately." Karen felt the rare care from the two words, "notify me," and she said happily, After sending Karen home, Naruto packed up his things and brought Danshin and a flying thunder god to the land of fire. This place is close to the rain country. If Naruto wants, he can reach the rain country within 10 minutes and find the rain village within 15 minutes. But before that, Naruto still had things to do. The next action is to fight against the entire Akatsuki organization. Naruto was confident in his own strength, but to be on the safe side, he decided to improve his strength a little more. Naruto is very clear that he has weaknesses. Although the illusion cannot lock him, there is no guarantee that the Uchiha clan will give Naruto some surprises. Therefore, in order to fight against illusions, Naruto decided to familiarize himself with the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit. System: purchase Uchiha bloodline. Ding, the host consumed 100,000 system points and successfully purchased Uchiha bloodline. Naruto closed his eyes and recalled the shortcut to awakening the Sharingan from memory. Severe emotional fluctuations or pain can awaken the Sharingan. Of course, now that Naruto has the Uchiha bloodline, he can also consume 10,000 system points to let the system help him activate the Uchiha bloodline, but Naruto still wants to try it himself. In his mind, Naruto recalled his experiences. The endless pain and torture seemed to have happened yesterday. There was a slight stinging pain in Naruto's eyes. When he opened his eyes again, scarlet gradually occupied his pupils, and a megatama condensed in each of his eyes. Ding, congratulations to the host for awakening the Sharingan on his own. The host can now consume 5,000 system points to upgrade the Sharingan's level. Is this the Sharingan? It's quite easy to awaken it. Naruto muttered to himself, the megatama in his eyes spinning faster and faster. A moment later, as the Sharingan in Naruto's eye sockets turned into double megatama, the system prompt sounded again. Ding, congratulations to the host for upgrading the Sharingan's rank on his own. The host can now consume 25,000 system points to upgrade the Sharingan's rank. Feeling the wonderful power of the Sharingan, Naruto said, if it improves further, will it be the peak of the ordinary Uchiha clan? So weak. Although he said this, no matter how Naruto recalled his experiences and pain, without the blessing of emotional fluctuations, the double Megatama Sharingan could no longer evolve into 3 Megatama. Is that all I have? Naruto frowned. Could it be that his potential could only advance to the double Megatama level? Although, this was an advancement that Naruto completed in less than half an hour, he was still not satisfied. Shadow Clone Technique. Naruto created a shadow clone and looked over. A pair of strange Sharingan rotated in the eye sockets of the shadow clone, looking extremely weird. Let's get started. The shadow clone nodded and slowly closed his eyes. The shadow clone recalled the scene where Kakashi performed the Naraku viewing technique in his mind. After a minute, the shadow clone suddenly opened his eyes. Naraku-ken no Jutsu. This is an illusion that allows people to see the scene they least want to see. Naruto believes that this will be very helpful for the evolution of the Sharingan. So I wanted to let the shadow clone perform the Naraku sighting technique on myself, but even though Naruto was not prepared, the illusion still had no effect on him. Moreover, the power of blessing was not activated. The illusion chakra did indeed enter Naruto's body, but it had no effect. The shadow clone spread his hands helplessly. Original body, is it possible that you can't cast an illusion on yourself? Naruto was silent for a moment, then said to the shadow clone, what do you think? The shadow clone didn't say anything, but directly dismantled it, and a memory was transmitted into Naruto's mind. This memory includes some about the Naraku vision technique and some about speculations about shadow clones. I can't cast illusions on myself, or do illusions have no effect on me? Naruto couldn't figure it out, and didn't think about it anymore. Since I can't evolve myself, I have to rely on the system. System, evolve the Sharingan. Ding, the host consumes 25,000 system points to evolve the double Jade Sharingan into the triple Jade Sharingan. Ding, reminder, evolving into the Mangekyo Sharingan requires 250,000 system points. Host, do you want to continue evolving? No, wait a minute. Naruto closed his eyes and began to think. The evolution of Kaleidoscope is often accompanied by two special functions. In the past, the owners of the Mangekyo Sharingan had no intention of making their abilities and evolution process public. Therefore, there are almost no books in the world that record information related to kaleidoscopes. However, Naruto was different. He has the memory of the development of the entire plot, and he can definitely find some patterns from these memories, because the functions of a kaleidoscope can be strong or weak. As time passed, Naruto also collected enough kaleidoscope intelligence. Naruto took out a scroll, paper and pen, put them on the ground and recorded all the Mangekyo that appeared in each person: Shisui, Fugaku, Madara, Itaki, Suzuki, Obito. As the sky gradually darkened, in the darkness, a pair of 3 Megatama Sharingan stared at the scroll with writings and drawings in front of them. If anyone saw the contents of this scroll, they would definitely be shocked. The evolution and abilities of the Mangekyo are actually described in detail here, even the emotions of the Uchiha clan members when they evolved the Mangekyo. Mood? Naruto's eyes lit up, as if he had discovered something extraordinary. The Sharingan is always closely related to emotions. Evolution requires emotional fluctuations, and the strength of the pupil also requires emotions. And what is the connection between the kaleidoscope's ability and emotions? Suddenly, Naruto opened his eyes slightly, because he seemed to have discovered an incredible secret. Judgment. Recall when Shisui evolved the Mangekyo, he was caught between his family and the village. He was unable to change the thoughts of either side and could only struggle and look for light in his powerlessness. Therefore, Shisui's Mangekyo ability is Koda Amatsukami, who can modify other people's will, and Koda Amatsukami, who can turn other people's spirit into ashes, light. When Uchiha Itachi was evolving his Mangekyo, he was in the same situation as Shisui, but Itachi had just lost Shisui, who was like an older brother to him. The anger in his heart turned into a desire to destroy. The tasks that even Shisui could not complete also made Itachi feel suffocated, and he couldn't help but want to escape from reality. Therefore, Itachi's abilities are the extremely destructive Amaterasu and the Tsukuyomi that can avoid reality. When Uchiha Obito advanced to the Mangekyo, he was only one step away from saving Rin, and he was very sensitive to distance. In addition, on the surface it was Kakashi who killed Rin, so Obito was unwilling to believe the truth of this matter and selectively wanted to escape. Therefore, Obito's ability is to be able to teleport over long distances and have the Kamui space to escape reality. As for Uchiha Suzuki, at that time, he was filled with endless anger and desire to destroy, but he couldn't kill the people he wanted to kill, and this desire to destroy was further enhanced. Therefore, Suzuki's Mangekyo ability is the extremely destructive Amaterasu, and Kagetsuka no Mikato that can further increase the destructive power. From the above examples, we can basically draw the following conclusions. When advancing the Mangekyo, the ninja's thoughts can affect the Mangekyo's abilities. So, if this speculation is true, what ability does Naruto want? Putting aside the fact that he is about to go to the Akatsuki organization, what Naruto wants most now is of course the ability to distinguish between good and evil. The good and evil of human beings are also given by humans. Naruto is just a 12-year-old boy with very little experience, and he already has a preliminary understanding of distinguishing between good and evil. It is bad to cause pain to others. It is good to be able to live in harmony with others. With this thought in mind, Naruto decided to try whether what he was thinking was correct. System, advanced to Mangekyo Sharingan. As he spoke, Naruto kept trying to distinguish between good and bad. Ding, the host consumes 250,000 system points to evolve the 3 Megatama Sharingan into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Ding, reminder, evolving into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan requires 500,000 system points. Host, do you want to continue evolving? Naruto felt a sharp pain in his eye sockets and sweat began to appear on his forehead. Accompanied by an indescribable feeling, it was as if something was forcibly stuffed into Naruto's mind. This is the memory of Kaleidoscope. With the system, Naruto easily upgraded his Sharingan to Mangekyo in a short period of time. In the dark night of the jungle, on a tree branch, Naruto slowly closed his eyes and rested, while also recalling the ability of his Mangekyo. In fact, Naruto's guess about the Sharingan was correct, but not entirely correct. Although the thoughts at the time of awakening have some influence on the ability of the Sharingan. However, the ability of the Sharingan is still determined by the experience of the ninja himself. So, taking Naruto's example, what will be the ability of the Sharingan? Since childhood, Naruto has lived in deception almost all the time. That it was not until the necessary moment that Naruto knew who his parents were and that he was not really a monster. So, in order to prevent anyone from deceiving Naruto again, the ability of the left eye was born. The ability of the left eye is called life memory, which can easily spy on the memory of the person being cast. This kind of ninjutsu also exists in the ninja world, but it requires very harsh conditions to perform, and the person being performed the ninjutsu may become a fool after performing it. However, the life memory technique is different. It allows Naruto to see other people's memories at any time and accurately. This ability has no offensive power and is an auxiliary ability, but it is very effective. Because once Naruto has the enemy's memory, he can easily spy on the opponent's weaknesses and then easily break them. Yumingi also agreed with that sentence. Under this eye, everything about you is safe. In addition, Naruto is very confused about what is good and evil. In Naruto's opinion, bringing pain to others is bad, and being able to coexist peacefully with others is good. However, Naruto's experience has given him a strong desire to destroy, and he wants to use force to kill all the bad and evil. Therefore, the ability of the right eye also appeared in Naruto. Life judgment: the more evil the victim is, the stricter the punishment will be. On the contrary, if the victim is a good person, the effect will be reduced. Naruto searched through his memories and finally discovered the power of the life judgment. This ability is extremely weird. It has the ability to distinguish between good and evil, and will make the person being cast receive the punishment he deserves, but if the other person is a good person, it will have almost no power. Therefore, the difference between the upper and lower limits of the power of Yumingjan is very large, which can be described as a world of difference. And that set of judgments on good and evil also made Naruto shudder. Those who deceive others will be deprived of their ability to speak by the imperial judgment. Those who committed robbery or rape would be sentenced to have their tools taken away or be killed directly if the circumstances were serious. As for those who have killed others, they will of course be killed directly by the imperial order. And this way of death is not something Naruto can control. Whether the opponent is burned to death by flames, drowned, or dies in some strange way is all random. And if the other party is a good man who has never done anything wrong in his life, so the imperial judgment will have no effect on him. Naruto did not stop. Although he had not slept for about 2 days, he was still energetic and not sleepy at all. It can be said that Naruto can sleep whenever he wants and rarely suffers from insomnia, but even when he doesn't want to sleep, it's hard for him to feel sleepy. 10 minutes later, Naruto stepped into the territory of the Rain Country. At this moment, Naruto has already turned off the Mangekyo Sharingan, because he found that the Mangekyo Sharingan really consumes a lot of chakra. With Naruto's chakra, he could actually sense the loss of chakra, although the loss rate was not even as fast as the recovery rate. As the first drop of rain fell on Naruto, he knew he was exposed. Naruto knew that he would be exposed if he got caught in the rain, but he still chose to enter the Rain Country openly. After all, Naruto's purpose in coming to the Rain Country was to find trouble. I'm here to pick a fight with you. Am I afraid of being discovered by you? Now, Naruto hoped that more than half of the Akatsuki members would be on standby in the base. When Shisui evolved the Mangekyo, he was caught between his family and the village. He was unable to change the thoughts of either side and could only struggle and look for light in his powerlessness. Therefore, Shisui's Mangekyo ability is Koda Amatsukami, who can modify other people's will, and Koda Amatsukami, who can turn other people's spirit into ashes, light. When Uchiha Itachi was evolving his Mangekyo, he was in the same situation as Shisui, but Itachi had just lost Shisui, who was like an older brother to him. The anger in his heart turned into a desire to destroy. The tasks that even Shisui could not complete also made Itachi feel suffocated, and he couldn't help but want to escape from reality. Therefore, Itachi's abilities are the extremely destructive Amaterasu and the Tsukuyomi that can avoid reality. When Uchiha Obito advanced to the Mangekyo, he was only one step away from saving Rin, and he was very sensitive to distance. In addition, on the surface it was Kakashi who killed Rin, so Obito was unwilling to believe the truth of this matter and selectively wanted to escape. Therefore, Obito's ability is to be able to teleport over long distances and have the Kamui space to escape reality. As for Uchiha Sasuke, at that time, he was filled with endless anger and desire to destroy, but he couldn't kill the people he wanted to kill, and this desire to destroy was further enhanced. Therefore, Sasuke's Mangekyo ability is the extremely destructive Amaterasu, and Kagetsuka no Mikato that can further increase the destructive power. From the above examples, we can basically draw the following conclusions. When advancing the Mangekyo, the ninja's thoughts can affect the Mangekyo's abilities. So, if this speculation is true, what ability does Naruto want? Putting aside the fact that he is about to go to the Akatsuki organization, what Naruto wants most now is of course the ability to distinguish between good and evil. The good and evil of human beings are also given by humans. Naruto is just a 12-year-old boy with very little experience, and he already has a preliminary understanding of distinguishing between good and evil. It is bad to cause pain to others. It is good to be able to live in harmony with others. With this thought in mind, Naruto decided to try whether what he was thinking was correct. System, advanced to Mangekyo Sharingan. As he spoke, Naruto kept trying to distinguish between good and bad. Ding, the host consumes 250,000 system points to evolve the 3 Megatama Sharingan into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Ding, reminder, evolving into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan requires 500,000 system points. Host, do you want to continue evolving? Naruto felt a sharp pain in his eye sockets and sweat began to appear on his forehead. Accompanied by an indescribable feeling, it was as if something was forcibly stuffed into Naruto's mind. This is the memory of Kaleidoscope. With the system, Naruto easily upgraded his Sharingan to Mangekyo in a short period of time. In the dark night of the jungle, on a tree branch, Naruto slowly closed his eyes and rested, while also recalling the ability of his Mangekyo. In fact, Naruto's guess about the Sharingan was correct, but not entirely correct. Although the thoughts at the time of awakening have some influence on the ability of the Sharingan. However, the ability of the Sharingan is still determined by the experience of the ninja himself. So, taking Naruto's example, what will be the ability of the Sharingan? Since childhood, Naruto has lived in deception almost all the time. That it was not until the necessary moment that Naruto knew who his parents were and that he was not really a monster. So, in order to prevent anyone from deceiving Naruto again, the ability of the left eye was born. The ability of the left eye is called life memory, which can easily spy on the memory of the person being cast. This kind of ninjutsu also exists in the ninja world, but it requires very harsh conditions to perform, and the person being performed the ninjutsu may become a fool after performing it. However, the life memory technique is different. It allows Naruto to see other people's memories at any time and accurately. This ability has no offensive power and is an auxiliary ability, but it is very effective. Because once Naruto has the enemy's memory, he can easily spy on the opponent's weaknesses and then easily break them. Yumingi also agreed with that sentence. Under this eye, everything about you is safe. In addition, Naruto is very confused about what is good and evil. In Naruto's opinion, bringing pain to others is bad, and being able to coexist peacefully with others is good. However, Naruto's experience has given him a strong desire to destroy, and he wants to use force to kill all the bad and evil. Therefore, the ability of the right eye also appeared in Naruto. Life judgment: the more evil the victim is, the stricter the punishment will be. On the contrary, if the victim is a good person, the effect will be reduced. Naruto searched through his memories and finally discovered the power of the life judgment. This ability is extremely weird. It has the ability to distinguish between good and evil, and will make the person being cast receive the punishment he deserves, but if the other person is a good person, it will have almost no power. Therefore, the difference between the upper and lower limits of the power of Yumingjan is very large, which can be described as a world of difference. And that set of judgments on good and evil also made Naruto shudder. Those who deceive others will be deprived of their ability to speak by the imperial judgment. Those who committed robbery or rape would be sentenced to have their tools taken away or be killed directly if the circumstances were serious. As for those who have killed others, they will of course be killed directly by the imperial order. And this way of death is not something Naruto can control. Whether the opponent is burned to death by flames, drowned, or dies in some strange way is all random. And if the other party is a good man who has never done anything wrong in his life, so the imperial judgment will have no effect on him. Naruto did not stop. Although he had not slept for about 2 days, he was still energetic and not sleepy at all. It can be said that Naruto can sleep whenever he wants and rarely suffers from insomnia, but even when he doesn't want to sleep, it's hard for him to feel sleepy. 10 minutes later, Naruto stepped into the territory of the Rain Country. At this moment, Naruto has already turned off the Mangekyo Sharingan, because he found that the Mangekyo Sharingan really consumes a lot of chakra. With Naruto's chakra, he could actually sense the loss of chakra, although the loss rate was not even as fast as the recovery rate. As the first drop of rain fell on Naruto, he knew he was exposed. Naruto knew that he would be exposed if he got caught in the rain, but he still chose to enter the rain country openly. After all, Naruto's purpose in coming to the rain country was to find trouble. I'm here to pick a fight with you, am I afraid of being discovered by you? Now, Naruto hoped that more than half of the Akatsuki members would be on standby in the base. In this way, Naruto can defeat the Akatsuki organization once and for all and eliminate the threat forever. But deep down in his heart, Obito knew that Rin committed suicide, and Kakashi did not kill Rin on his own initiative. But Obito was unwilling to believe it, that he was avoiding the truth of the matter and he was afraid of this real world. As long as someone reminds Obito, then, Rin committed suicide. When Naruto looked at Afei, all members of Akatsuki were also paying attention to Afei. This guy Afei is quite mysterious, even Pain doesn't know his true strength. Under the mask, Obito's face instantly distorted, and the three Magatama Sharingan in the only exposed pupil spun wildly. A cold breath emanated directly from Obito's body. From the looks of it, Obito was unaffected. But everyone can see that Obito's mood has been affected. In the analyzed battle, Obito might not be able to exert his due fighting power. Because, anger and losing reason are indeed one of the ways for a Jinchuriki to improve his combat effectiveness. But for a normal ninja, losing one's mind during a battle is tantamount to suicide. Obito's body trembled slightly, and after a long while, as if he was enduring something, his hoarse voice came out, "You have succeeded in irritating me, Uzumaki Naruto." From a high place, Naruto looked down at the angry Obito and said in a cold voice, "The pain you brought to me is not weak at all, Uchiha Obito." Imperial Order Judgment. The right eye of the Mangekyo Sharingan turned slightly, and from Naruto's perspective, Obito's judgment had already been made. Poor Obito, he did so many unscrupulous things in order to revive his beloved Rin. Obito even turned against his benefactor and indirectly killed Uzumaki Kushina and Namikaze Minato. Therefore, Obito's punishment is death. Snap! As the God Order was launched, the space around Obito suddenly shattered. This is a relatively transparent black crack under Obito's feet. The concrete was inexplicably divided into several irregular shapes by a strange force. The black cracks divided the space into unrelated areas, and then moved slowly over short distances. Strange attacks appeared around Obito, and everyone was stunned. A terrifying sense of crisis emanated from the cracks, and even Nagato, who controlled the way of heaven, felt a chill in his heart. Obito stood there without moving, and after the space was completely restored, he was still safe and sound. This attack can be said to have utilized the power of space-time ninjutsu. This type of attack does not take your own defense into consideration, it is like directly teleporting half of your palm upwards a few centimeters. But this has no effect on Obito. Of course Naruto knew Obito's abilities. Now that Obito only had one Mangekyo Sharingan, Naruto could destroy Obito's real body by attacking him continuously for 5 minutes. The attack just now lasted for 6 seconds. Naruto calculated his own chakra and felt that this amount of chakra had no effect on him, so he launched the life judgment once again. Black flames inexplicably appeared around Obito again. These flames overlapped with Obito's body, as if they were inside Obito's body. Obito, on the other hand, stared at Naruto with his bloodshot eyes, and was also looking for an opportunity to fight back. He didn't think of using illusions. Using illusions in front of the Mangekyo Sharingan would have a very close to zero effect. Swish swish. Several white paper spears flew towards Naruto, and the sound of breaking through the air reached Naruto's ears. Naruto glanced at Konan in the distance and engraved the Flying Thunder God seal on the ground under her feet. The attack came as expected, and Naruto disappeared. Pa! Naruto appeared behind Konan and grabbed Konan's neck. Then Naruto's chakra surged, and his super strength skills were activated, pressing her to the ground. If this attack really hits, Zionin will die on the spot. However, Konan, who had come into contact with Naruto, had been on guard against Naruto's attacks from the very beginning. Konan's body suddenly turned into thousands of white papers floating in the air. The touch on Naruto's hand disappeared and he stopped his attack. The white paper condensed again, and Zionin's figure appeared in the air. Behind it, there is a pair of white wings. Before Naruto had time to think about anything else, he felt a sense of crisis coming from behind him. At the same time, Deidara's anxious voice also sounded, "Hey, Brother Scorpion, didn't we agree not to attack Naruto-senpai?" Naruto turned around and punched forward, the huge force causing a strong sonic boom. The poisonous flying needles could not get close to Naruto at all under this attack. From then on, the situation got out of control. The Akatsuki members around him attacked Naruto one after another, but Naruto faced them calmly with the power of blessing, and was even able to pay attention to Obito's location. Because Naruto has to use the life judgment technique on Obito for 5 consecutive minutes, On the field, Naruto's flying thunder god seals were increasing. Tiandeo saw that all the attacks of so many people had failed, so he directly gave the order, attack all the locations of the flying thunder god's mark at the same time. This approach is exactly the same as Danzo's choice. This is indeed a solution, but who is Naruto? His chakra is incredible. Not to mention humans, even Naruto has never seen a creature with more chakra than himself. Therefore, in Naruto's hands, the Flying Thunder God technique can be used anytime and anywhere, without any need to. I am worried that I can't afford to consume this little chakra. Naruto's figure appeared in the original position. He took out a Flying Thunder God kunai and threw it into the sky. A circle of white mist spread out from above Naruto's head, showing how much effort Naruto was exerting. Facing the attack of a huge rhinoceros, Naruto didn't care at all. Instead, he leisurely formed seals with his hands. Konashi's Shadow Clone Jutsu. Swish swish swish. The entire sky was instantly lit up by bright chakra, and as the first kunai fell, a kunai rain began to fall. Naruto's figure kept flickering under the attack of Akatsuki, which was the power of blessing taking effect. In order to expand the range of Flying Thunder God kunai rain, Naruto once again cast a pupil technique on Obito. That he formed seals with both hands, raised his head to the sky and opened his mouth, wind style, big breakthrough. The range of violent gale becomes wider and wider as the altitude increases. The kunai in the sky were also blown farther away. Now, Naruto was no longer afraid of all the Flying Thunder God kunai in the Rainland being attacked at the same time. At the same time, the soul-destroying sword is not idle either and is now chasing Deidara. But Deidara had a mount and was quite fast, so the soul-destroying sword couldn't catch up with him for a while. Deidara ran while shouting, Naruto-senpai, I'm a friendly army, yes, don't kill me, I'm a friendly army, yes. Facing Naruto's malice, Obito's only exposed eye socket was filled with bloodshot. Killing the master and his wife did not prevent Lin's death. The grief of losing Rin, the guilt of killing his mentor, the fear and rage towards the real world, all these mixed emotions tortured Obito's spirit. Obito was originally a kind child, but the things that happened turned him into an extreme madman. Obito attributed the deaths of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki to himself, and later caused great suffering to the descendants of his mentor. Now, 12 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Uzumaki Naruto, the son of his mentor, came to him with endless hatred. Obito had to endure the strong sense of guilt while also enduring the longing for Rin. He didn't want to take action, but he couldn't die. He wanted to see Lin, and for this he would do anything regardless of the consequences. Snap! Chains hung from Obito's cuffs. His face was extremely ferocious under the mask, and the wrinkled skin on half of his body made him look more like a sick man. The dirt was cracked on the corners of his eyes when he chewed his teeth, but it was also very sad and penetrated his liver and spleen. Finally, the effect of Naruto's strange eye technique disappeared, and Obito disappeared instantly while Naruto did not use the eye technique on him again. His sanity was on the verge of collapse, and his figure appeared in front of Naruto with a strange wave. Naruto ignored the other attacks and condensed a raised nan in his hand. The two figures gradually approached each other, but there was no collision. Instead, they overlapped strangely. The chains behind Obito confined Naruto within a certain range. Naruto's expression was calm and he was not panicked at all. First of all, with the power of blessing, Obito couldn't possibly attack Naruto. Secondly, Naruto actually sensed the presence of a Flying Thunder God seal behind Obito. That is not Naruto's Flying Thunder God seal, but with Naruto's current strength, he can complete the engraving of the Flying Thunder God seal in an instant. Obito sensed that the overlap of his body had disappeared, and he instantly materialized and pulled the chain hard. The battle between ninjas is not just about the huge ninjutsu confrontation, the game between physical skills is more important. Naruto was still young, and Obito believed that Naruto did not have enough combat experience to match him, but Obito miscalculated. Today's Naruto has completely inherited the combat experience from that old bastard Tobirama Senju. During the brief confrontation, Naruto's Mangekyo Sharingan used his dynamic vision to the fullest extent. From Naruto's perspective, everything around him looked like a slide. Naruto looked slightly to the side and thought, do you think you have won? You should have let your guard down. This is a technique that Senju Tobirama often uses. The moment the enemy thinks he is about to win, his vigilance will be lowered to a certain extent. This is actually true. At this moment, Obito's heart is filled with indescribable guilt. When he thought that he was about to kill his teacher's son and all traces of his teacher's existence in this world would disappear, Obito's heart trembled uncontrollably. It was too early for him to feel guilty. Naruto's robe had touched the chain, but the next second Naruto's figure disappeared and moved a short distance above Obito. From the beginning, the raised nan in Naruto's hand has been expanding rapidly, and now it is almost the size of a house. Naruto threw the raised nan hard at Obito's back. The moment the raised nan left his hand, he immediately launched Flying Thunder God and left the spot. Because he was facing many members of Akatsuki, not just Obito alone. Boom! The ground within a radius of dozens of meters was instantly shattered into pieces, although due to time constraints, the power of the raised nan could not satisfy Naruto. But if he uses his physical body to resist the Rasengan, isn't it clear that he will die? The ashes cleared, but Obito was no longer visible. Without giving Naruto too much time to think, Tiendeo had already arrived beside Naruto. All things are attracted by the sky. An inexplicable suction force controlled Naruto's body and flew towards the sky. Naruto showed a look of astonishment in midair. Why is the power of blessing no longer effective? After this happened, Naruto could no longer concentrate on controlling the soul-destroying sword, and Deidara finally felt a little relieved. Naruto's body gradually approached Tendo Pain, the two looked into each other's eyes, and the smell of gunpowder instantly filled the air. Tiendeo's eyes were as cold as a dead person's, and Naruto's Mangekyo Sharingan was spinning madly. Imperial Order Judgment. Then, Naruto was confused. This Mangekyo Sharingan is so useless that it's actually completely useless. That's right, Yuming Judgment is useless against the way of heaven. Naruto once again used the life recall on Tendu, only to find that the memories he got were those of Yahiko. That's right. This body belongs to Yahiko, so Naruto cannot get Tendu's memories. And then Yahiko's body was already dead, and the highest penalty for the god sentence was death. Putting aside the fact that Yahiko is a good man, is it necessary to execute a corpse? This is outrageous no matter how you look at it. The distance was getting closer and closer. Naruto knew that the opponent was about to attack, but his Mangekyo Sharingan had no real effect. So, the first thing that came to Naruto's mind was to use the Flying Thunder God technique to escape. But Naruto didn't do that. What was the reason why Tiendeo could attack Naruto? Naruto didn't know this. Could it be that the attacks launched by the corpse are not judged as attacks by the power of blessing? In other words, the power of blessing it is determined that the corpse cannot attack, so the attack of Tiendeo cannot be detected? This is a question, and Naruto can't think too much about it for the time being. It's coming. Tiendeo's cold eyes remained unchanged. He opened his mouth and said, Shinra Tensei. White solid chakra instantly appeared on Naruto's body surface. Before the attack arrived, several white chakra bones protected Naruto. Naruto's body suddenly retreated rapidly, and cracks appeared on his white bones. Naruto frowned. He was not satisfied with the power of the Sharingan. Maybe it's because of insufficient chakra? Naruto was in mid-air when he sensed a rhino charging towards him from behind. Increasing the output of chakra, Naruto muttered, Susanoo. In an instant, white chakra bones instantly wrapped around Naruto's entire body. Moreover, the volume of bones continued to increase, and meridians in flesh and blood were also rapidly filling up. Soon, a white chakra giant several dozen meters tall appeared in the center of the battlefield. Naruto stood inside Susanoo with his arms folded across his chest, and he knew that his Susanoo had been pushed to its limit. The power of the caster's Susanoo comes from the caster's chakra, and the stage at which it can be exerted comes from the power of the pupil. Naruto has enough chakra, but not enough pupil power. The greater the stimulation and emotional fluctuations, the stronger the pupil technique will be. Naruto's emotions don't fluctuate much, and his means of advancement mainly come from the system, so the power is not that outrageous. Sizzle! A white chakra samurai sword appeared in Susanoo's hand. Facing the rhinoceros summoning beast that attacked again, Naruto raised his hand and slashed it with a sword. The huge blade light instantly penetrated the entire body of the rhinoceros, clearing out the rain village within a 10-mile radius in the blink of an eye. Architecture, life, disappeared in the aftermath. On the other side, the soul-destroying sword, which had given up on chasing Deidara, also returned to Naruto. However, Naruto did not waste the soul-destroying sword's power. He turned around and directly attacked Scorpion with the soul-destroying sword. Scorpion's mount cannot fly and is slow, making it a player that can be bullied. Facing the attack of the soul-destroying sword, Scorpion calmly formed seals with his hands. As the chakra flowed, half of Scorpion's arms slowly turned gray. Hand of the corpse demon. Ding! Holding the hilt of the soul-destroying sword with both hands, Scorpion looked at Naruto expressionlessly. Do you think of me as a breakthrough point? What a stupid choice. Naruto, who was in Susanoo, also noticed the situation of the soul-destroying sword. Naruto's expression became increasingly gloomy, and he felt more and more frustrated as the battle went on. Why does he know that jutsu? After asking this question, Naruto used the ability of his left eye on Scorpion. Imperial Destiny, Memory. After a while, Naruto sighed and said, this ninjutsu spreads too fast. After Tobirama Senja developed the demon hand, his first teaching session was in front of so many people. Although most of them cannot be used, this does not prevent the seal and theory of the Shikigamai's hand from becoming common knowledge. Imperial Order Judgment. Using his Mangekyo ability on Scorpion once again, Naruto watched Scorpion's reaction. As a guy who has killed countless people, it is a foregone conclusion that Scorpion will be sentenced to death. Well, Scorpion's expression suddenly became dull, and his puppet body began to disappear rapidly, turning into tiny specks of powder floating in the air. At the critical moment, a scroll was opened by Scorpion. 100 machines. Swish swish swish. Dense chakra lines emerged from Scorpion's heart, and a huge number of puppets appeared. After the puppets appeared, one of them turned directly into powder, and the corresponding Scorpion's body changes stopped. Moreover, Scorpion used local materials to find useful parts among so many puppets and restored his puppet body in a short time. Naruto, who was inside Susanoo, just glanced at Scorpion's operation and no longer paid attention to it. Several figures wearing Akatsuki robes quickly approached Naruto. The 6 paths of pain attacked Naruto at the same time. Since the power of blessing could not avoid the attack of the corpse, Naruto did not try to be brave, but moved Susanoo to another place. The huge body of Susanoo became a sitting target. Konan continued to harass and attack, but was unable to break Naruto's defense. Let's end it. Naruto finally discovered Nagato's location through Kagura's mind. Susanoo raised its huge arm and slashed at Nagato. Seeing this, Konan's face changed drastically. 5 of the 6 paths of pain stopped their movements, leaving only the hungry ghost path, which continued to use the body flash technique to approach the sword light. The ground was cut open by the vertical blade light, and at the last moment, the hungry ghost realm appeared next to the blade light. He opened his hands and tried his best to absorb the chakra in the blade. In the ground beneath the tower, Nagato watched everything that was happening in front of him with bloodshot eyes. He didn't expect Naruto to be so powerful. The combined strength of the 6 paths of pain must have reached the super shadow level. Even the legendary 3 ninjas are not as good as the Chouying. And now, Naruto is actually facing Pain's 6 paths at the same time, plus Konan, Sasori, and Obito. In this situation, no matter whether it was Naruto's Mangekyo technique or his own secret skills, they were all restrained. It can be said that up to this stage of the battle, Naruto has not killed any member of the Akatsuki organization except for making Obito disappear. But even in this situation, Naruto was able to accurately find Nagato's location and almost attacked him. Swish swish swish. Naruto did not stop, but swung 3 more times without mercy. Just a ray of sword light was enough to make the hungry ghost realm difficult to defend. Now there are 3 swords. How should Nagato respond? There is no one at the scene who has the ability to save Nagato. At this critical moment, Obito walked out from a dark corner unharmed. One of the 2 Sharinans beneath his mask was permanently closed. From this we can see that Obito has just used the Uchiha clan's forbidden technique, Izanami. Facing the powerful attack of Susanoo, Obito came to Nagato without changing his expression. Now Nagato has a black chakra catheter inserted in his back, so it can be said that any genin can kill Nagato. Although Pain's 6 paths are strong, Nagato's the main body is too weak. Now, Nagato is still useful to Obito, so Obito did not sit idly by. Pulling Nagato into the Kamui space, Obito looked at the oncoming powerful attack without fear. Boom boom boom. The Rain Village was cut in half by 3 consecutive sword strikes, leaving a bottomless crack. From then on, the Rain Village could be called Rain Village East and Rain Village West. Facing Obito, who suddenly appeared and saved him from Naruto, Nagato had no gratitude at all. Instead, he looked at Obito coldly and asked, "Who are you?" Due to line of sight, Nagato could not see Obito's front. Therefore, Obito took off his mask without hesitation, and then took out a bottle of nutrient solution from somewhere. There is also a 3 Magatama Sharingan stored in the nutrient solution. Few in the distance, Naruto sensed the results of his attack and knew that he would not be able to pose a threat to Nagato and Obito in the short term. With Obito's Kamui, even though only one of the Sharingan belonged to Obito himself, it was almost impossible to attack Obito within 5 minutes. The white, godlike Susanoo stands on the battlefield, giving people a very shocking visual experience. Of course, the most important thing is fear. In the short time since the battle broke out, the Rain Village had already lost a lot of lives. However, all this does not arouse Naruto's sympathy. Once upon a time, even though I knew that I was controlled by another god, even though I had experienced such a dark childhood, Naruto was willing to show a little mercy to his enemy, Haku Mizunatsuki, but in the end he was almost riddled with holes by Haku Mizunatsuki Senbon. Not to mention, the Akatsuki organization really pissed off Naruto. They actually dared to attack people around Naruto. If Naruto doesn't make Akatsuki pay the price, how can he survive in the ninja world? In that case, then, Naruto's eyes were locked on Konan in midair, and at the same time, he ignored Scorpion's attacks with the defense of Susanoo. It is a recognized fact that scorpions are very strong, but Scorpion did not have any technique powerful enough to shake Susanoo, so facing Naruto's Susanoo, Scorpion was helpless for a while. Damn it, how dare you ignore me? Scorpion looked at Naruto with gritted teeth, but could do nothing. Although his attacks were frequent, they were all launched by puppets. Therefore, due to the limitation of the puppet's power limit, he was unable to break Susanoo's defense. As for Deidara, he had been watching from a distance since the beginning. No, he's not watching, he's cheering. Deidara danced excitedly on top of the puppet pigeon, constantly shouting, "Naruto-senpai, be careful of that dog, Naruto-senpai, Scorpion brother is easier to kill than Konan, As long as you kill all the puppets, then kill Brother Scorpion's heart, that will be enough. Even though he was a puppet, Scorpion's expression was extremely ugly at this moment. Scorpion looked at Deidara with extreme suspicion, his lifeless eyes filled with great doubts. Scorpion just looked at Deidara without saying a word. Aren't we teammates? What is going on? A temporary rebellion? Sasori remembered that he had just reminded Deidara that if it weren't for him, Deidara would not have survived to reach Naruto and would have been killed by pain. Is this what it means to repay kindness with enmity? And there is one more thing that Scorpio cares about. This damn bomb kid, when did he know him so well? Could it be that Deidara has been collecting information about Scorpion in order to prevent encountering him on the battlefield in the future? That's not right. Shouldn't Deidara's lifelong enemy be Uchiha Itachi? How did it become Sasori? Facing Scorpion's eyes, Deidara showed a crazy smile. Yeah. Brother Scorpion, do you think I'm right? Good guy, calling me brother all the time and mentioning my weakness every time. Although Naruto knew these weaknesses, he still couldn't help but look at Deidara. What the hell is this guy? Is there something wrong with your brain? As if noticing Naruto looking at him, Deidara instantly became excited. He waved his hands wildly while shaking all over. Naruto-senpai is looking at me. Ha 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 ha. Scorpion. As for the current Deidara, Sasori said he was speechless. Having been partners with Deidara for such a long time, although there have been constant minor frictions, nothing serious has happened. Apart from the fights over issues concerning art, there has been no other conflicts. At the same time, Sasori also had a preliminary understanding of Deidara's character. Deidara is a proud guy, and he must also suffer from some kind of brain disease that affects part of Deidara's IQ. After all, instead of being the successor to the Tsuchikage and marrying a beautiful wife, he went out to play with clay. Isn't this crazy? On top of Susanoo, Naruto sighed slightly. Naruto had already used the power of remembrance on Deidara, so he knew all of Deidara's memories. Naruto now has no good feelings towards Deidara. He had a childhood sweetheart that Naruto could not envy, but he ended up causing trouble everywhere and even got himself forced to join a pyramid scheme. It was the Akatsuki organization. It is because of the existence of such people that the ninja world cannot live in peace. According to Naruto's idea, if you like clay and explosions, just go somewhere where no one is and have fun. Moreover, Naruto couldn't understand Deidara's thoughts. I don't like the better black soil, but I prefer clay. It's really. No longer paying attention to Deidara, Naruto continued to focus his attention on Konan. However, while Naruto was paying attention to the madman Deidara, the communication between Obito and Nagato had already ended. One of them is the leader of Akatsuki, and the other is a lunatic who is crazy about love. This is nothing in itself, but the fighting power of the two is surprisingly high. The result of the two people's negotiation is very obvious. First, Uzumaki Nagato, cannot possibly believe that a rookie like you is Uchiha Madara. Second, Uzumaki Nagato needed the power of Uchiha Madara to fight against Naruto, so he reached a temporary cooperation with Obito, and the two decided to deal with Naruto first. Third, Uchiha Obito thinks Nagato is just an old, weak, and disabled person. If it's of no use, I would have killed it and replaced it with another spare tire. Fourth, Uchiha Obito also did not believe that Nagato believed that he was Uchiha Madara. In other words, Obito knew that Nagato did not believe that he was Uchiha Madara, but Nagato chose to believe it in order to fight against Naruto. So, the two people who didn't trust each other stood together and decided to deal with Naruto together. At this moment, Naruto was looking through Konan's memories unscrupulously. From wandering, to meeting Yahiko, Nagato, Jiraiya, and then the establishment of the Akatsuki organization. What happened afterwards was roughly the same as what Naruto remembered, but Konan's memory was more accurate. Xiaonan frowned, facing Naruto's fiery gaze. She always felt like she was being seen through. It was like taking off all her clothes in front of others, which made Xiaonan feel uncomfortable all over. Obito used Kamui to teleport Nagato directly to Naruto's feet. Then chakra surged inside Nagato's skinny body, and a small black ball was thrown into the air by Nagato. Located under the huge body of Susanoo, Nagato raised his head slightly. His light red hair and skinny body made him look like he would die at any time. Nagato spoke to Naruto and said, "Uzumaki Naruto, the ideals of our Akatsuki organization should also be your ideals. I have investigated and found that your ideal is also world peace. Why not try a more stable approach? Look at this world, it's full of war, suffering and death. People cannot understand each other. Only pain can bring peace to the world. As long as you agree to join the Akatsuki organization, I can consider letting you go this time." The Naruto in front of him is the guy that Nagato likes more. If Naruto is willing to join the Akatsuki organization and work together for peace, Nagato is very willing to let Naruto go. Looking at this huge amount of chakra and Susanoo, it is even more terrifying than the tailed beasts with nuclear weapons on the battlefield. If Naruto attacks the Rain Village with all his strength, I'm afraid no one can prevent the destruction of the Rain Village. Naruto looked down at Nagato and Obito. Although he saw Nagato using Chibuka Tensei, Naruto was not panicked at all. Naruto spoke in a cold voice, I have trusted many people, but that doesn't mean I am still willing to trust strangers. Compared to your theory, I believe in Yahiko's idea more. After finishing his words, Naruto whispered, although Yahiko's idea is also very naive and stupid. Nagato, who had not expected Naruto to join, showed no disappointment at all, but said without any emotion, then, go and die. Chibuka Tensei is a sealing technique that can stimulate terrifying suction force with a black sphere as the center. Of course Naruto knew how powerful it was, but he did not dodge. Instead, he watched the Chibuka Tensei getting closer and closer to him. Naruto wants to do an experiment about the power of blessing. Naruto also needs to study the reason why the power of blessing cannot avoid the attack of Pain's 6 paths. The attacks of corpses cannot be avoided, but why can Naruto avoid the attacks of puppets? This doesn't make sense, which is why Naruto needs to risk his life to do experiments. However, the danger is very low, because even if Naruto cannot trigger the power of blessing, he can use the Flying Thunder God technique to escape. Naruto did not deny the power of the Chibuka Tensei, but its speed was too slow. When the black ball and Naruto reached the same altitude, Naruto suddenly felt a terrifying suction coming from inside the black ball. The ground around them instantly shattered into pieces of rock, and Scorpion and Konan, who were not far away, were also taken away by 2 pains respectively. Deidara, who was far away, was staring in amazement at the technique Nagato was performing. Deidara was very excited. Facing the danger, he had no intention of avoiding it. Instead, he clapped his hands and cheered, this way, we can create a more powerful explosion, yeah. Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect the leader to be a master too, But.it doesn't seem to be as good as Naruto-senpai's work, ha. Ever since he witnessed Naruto's surgery that day, Deidara has become more and more disgusted with his own explosions. Compared to Naruto's artwork, Deidara's explosion was just like a messy pattern drawn on the ground by a toddler with a branch. Deidara raised his hand and looked at the mouth on it with disgust. If Deidara wanted to perform ninjutsu of the same level as Naruto's, not to mention whether the amount of chakra allowed it, he would need a lot of clay. Moreover, how long will it take to chew all this clay? On the other side, Naruto still did not make any move, but at this time, the soul-destroying sword finally returned. The moment the fatal suction touched Naruto, Naruto's figure and Susanoo disappeared and appeared in the distant Rain Village. From Naruto's perspective, countless substances were sucked towards the black ball. These things were tightly attached to the black ball and were compressed very small. Combined with the impact of objects behind it, the power of the earth-shattering star can be imagined. Suddenly, Naruto's eyes lit up. Compression? Suction and compression? Can I use this to change my ninjutsu ability? The Rasengan is powerful, but it is difficult to condense, and its large size makes it difficult to control. He did what he said. Relying on the protection of Susanoo and the dodging power of blessing, Naruto began to study ninjutsu openly. First, he raised his hand and condensed a Rasengan. Naruto tried hard to compress the Rasengan until it was so small that it could not be seen. Soon, Naruto discovered that the color of the Rasengan seemed to have become darker. Continue. After being compressed, the Rasengan looks like it is blue and yellow. When the Rasengan was finally formed, a yellow Rasengan the size of a basketball appeared above Naruto's palm. Keep compressing. Naruto did not stop, but continued to compress the purple Rasengan. Finally, after going through blue, yellow, and red in turn, the color of the Rasengan finally settled on black as Naruto compressed it to its limit. The operating state of Naruto's chakra also changed from rotation to extreme compression. Rather than saying that the technique that appeared on Naruto's palm was a Rasengan, it would be more accurate to say that it was a black chakra ball compressed to the extreme. In addition, 7 or 8 white light circles of varying sizes appeared around the chakra ball and were constantly rotating. This isn't a Rasengan anymore? Naruto looked at the jutsu in his hand and said, well, it's definitely not. This chakra ball is actually a chakra ball that has been compressed to an extreme level. The difference between it and the Rasengan is that the Rasengan rotates, while this one squeezes inward desperately. From now on, I'll call you Spiral Wheel you. Continuing to add his own chakra, Naruto gradually felt that his limit had been reached. The size of the Rasengan grew slightly larger, only half the size of a fist. This size was even smaller than an ordinary Rasengan. However, Naruto could sense a terrifying power from within it. This is a powerful ninjutsu with a destructive power that exceeds that of Super Shinra Tensei. No, even if we only consider the damage within a certain range, it may be even more terrifying than Super Shinra Tensei. In the sky, Naruto did not stay here for too long. The destructive power of the large spiral wheel will be extremely outrageous, and the attack will last for more than 5 minutes. Therefore, Naruto is not worried about not being able to attack Obito and Nagato. In an instant, Naruto's figure disappeared. Below, Obito and Nagato had embarrassed expressions on their faces. both staring at the slowly falling giant spiral wheel with ferocious looks on their faces. The battle had just begun for a short time, but the Rain Village had already been affected badly by this level of battle. In the distance, the earth-shattering star did not end. Nearby, the explosion of the large spiral wheel is imminent. If it is not stopped, I am afraid that Rain Village will no longer exist. After these two spells, perhaps only humans in shelters several hundred meters underground can survive. When they come out, they will face a doomsday-like scene. Obito's face was gloomy. He knew that he was affected by Naruto's tactics. Whenever Naruto mentions Rin, Obito's emotions get out of control. This caused Obito to be unable to make the most correct judgment, which led to things coming to this point. Now, is it just a matter of losing one more Sharingan? But what about Nagato? Obito glanced at Nagato and found that this guy was stunned by Naruto's technique. With his skinny body and sickly skin, Nagato now really looks like a sick ghost. Uzumaki Nagato, nothing special. Looks like I need to find my next target. After planning for so many years, it was interrupted by Naruto. Obito hated Naruto so much. It seems that we need to find the next successor to the Rinnegan. What a pity. Uzumaki Nagato, your Rinnegan is not yours, so it is so difficult for you to use it. Now, let's return the Rinnegan to the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Obito narrowed his eyes, and suddenly raised his hand like lightning and dug into Nagato's eyes. Finally, a ray of light emanated from the location of the large spiral wheel. The circular black chakra expanded rapidly and violently, destroying and killing all living things within the range. Suddenly, the center of the large spiral wheel began to collapse, and eventually disappeared completely. Then, even more terrifying shock waves and explosions exploded beside Obito and Nagato. The catastrophic shock wave extended outward as the light ball continued to expand, and all matter encountered on the way was shattered into tiny particles in less than a second. At the edge of the battlefield, two pains had already brought Scorpion and Konan to a safe place. Looking at the horrific explosion in the distance, Zionen's eyes gradually became dull. The bright light shone on Zionen's face, and tears flowed down her cheeks involuntarily. Nagato. After losing Yahiko, Konan's only relative is Nagato. Now, there is a high probability that Nagato will not survive. Konan knew that Nagato's real strength was not very strong, and he needed her protection many times. Faced with such a powerful attack, it is 100% certain that Nagato is dead. Zionen staggered a few steps, leaned his back against a tree trunk, and instantly collapsed powerlessly. At this moment, the other two pains were motionless, and it was obvious that Nagato was not controlling them. Scorpion glanced at the distraught Zionen and said, "My art is still powerless against certain enemies. I want to concentrate on studying puppets." After saying that, Scorpion turned around and walked away step by step. After this battle, he had a new understanding of his own strength. Not as good as the best but better than the worst. Compared with the weak, Scorpio is indeed strong. But compared to the real strong ones, Scorpion is just an ant that can be ignored. He wanted to find more reliable materials and use them to make puppets, thereby increasing the upper limit of the puppet's combat power. In the safe woods, only Konan and two motionless corpses of pains were left. A few strands of hair fell in front of Zionen's eyes, and there was no fluctuation in Zionen's eyes, as if he was a dead person. Swish! Naruto's figure appeared next to the flying thunder god seal. He had already withdrawn from Susanoo, and his slightly pale skin looked a little dark in this scene. Naruto, who had already withdrawn from the Mangekyo Sharingan, discovered Konan through Kagura's mind's eye. Originally, Naruto wanted to kill Konan, but when he saw Konan not resisting at all, Naruto felt quite bored. An enemy who doesn't resist is really weak. Taking a look at Konan, who had once invited him, Naruto found that Konan's expression at this moment was almost the same as Mizunatsuki Haku's last time. If Naruto doesn't kill Konan, Konan will attack Naruto when she comes to her senses. But Naruto has seen Konan's memories, and he knows that Konan is a kind girl. From the beginning, she firmly believed in Yahiko's ideals, and then served under Uzumaki Nagato, which shows that Konan values her companions very much. However, Zionen's companions are not normal people. Yahiko was a dreamer who actually believed that Hanzo would coexist peacefully with the growing Akatsuki organization, so he died. Afterwards, Nagato also turned into a madman. Naruto glanced in the direction Scorpion left and had no intention of sending it to Scorpion. Looking down at Konan's helpless and confused face, Naruto said, "I'll deal with you later." After saying that, Naruto jumped high, and his sharp eyes instantly locked onto a small black dot in the distance. That was Scorpion. The flying thunder god seal appeared next to Scorpion, and Naruto's figure suddenly disappeared. Below, Zionen remained motionless. Because Konan has lost the ability to think, she doesn't even know that Naruto is going to kill her next. However, even if he knew, Zionen would not run away. Because she had lost Yahiko and Nagato, and all the light in her life had disappeared. Death or life is no longer important to Zionen. In fact, death is the only relief for Zionen. Phew. A strong gust of wind blew to this place, many branches were broken, and dense stones were flying in the air. This was far away, the aftermath of the great spiral wheel arrived. But because the distance was too far, the aftermath of the big spiral wheel no longer had the power to kill Xionin. After a while, Deidara's movements calmed down, and his expression changed from his usual madness. Instead, he looked at the catastrophic explosion in front of him with a pious face. Naruto-senpai, you are God. The center of the big spiral wheel explosion, after the explosion completely disappeared. An unharmed figure stood in the darkness. Obito looked up at the bright moon in the sky, but he didn't see a single life. Obito lowered his head and looked into his hands again, and there was nothing there. At the last moment, Obito still didn't have time to obtain the Rinnegan from Nagato's eye socket. Now, what should I do? How can the plan be carried out without the Rinnegan? Capturing the tailed beasts is easy, as long as we collect confirmed information. But how to resurrect Uchiha Madara? Just when Obito was in trouble, Black Zetsu appeared. Half of Black Zetsu's body mysteriously appeared on the ground, and it spoke to Obito. Nagato is not dead. Obito breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this, as long as Nagato was not dead. No, to be precise, it doesn't matter whether Nagato lives or dies, as long as the Rinnegan in Nagato's eye sockets is fine. However, there is one more thing that Obito is curious about. Obito asked Black Zetsu, do you know how he escaped? Black Zetsu thought for a moment and said carefully, this is troublesome. Nagato has transferred all of Pain's abilities to his original body. Then, he survived through the unknown secret techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Obito. Nagato's combat power is not terrible as he has divided his strength into 6 parts. If Nagato can fully adapt to the Rinnegan, then Nagato will become a stumbling block for Obito. Furthermore, the Samsara Eye would be very difficult to retrieve. Obito said nothing, his mood was terrible. It was because of Naruto's few words that Obito made the wrong choice, which then led to a series of accidents. Obito clenched his fists and his body trembled slightly. Black Zetsu felt very disdainful of Obito's reaction. Throughout history, Black Zetsu has seen many strong men who have faced the same dilemma as Obito. In the face of great difficulties, they are not one mind and soul. But the first reaction of these strong men was surprisingly consistent, that is, to eliminate their emotions, analyze the matter rationally from the root, then find out their own mistakes, and then consider how to remedy and stop the loss in time. A ninja who can achieve this level, no matter how powerful he is at least not mediocre. In the dark night, Nagato's body was dragged by several pieces of white paper and flew rapidly into the distance. Nagato's eyes were closed, his body was skinny, and his hair was even half white. In the darkness of the night, the vast area below was completely empty. The former rain village has now disappeared. The Akatsuki organization seemed to have disintegrated. In Nagato's mind, he still couldn't understand what Naruto said. If you don't touch my people, how can I attack you? The meaning of this sentence is very clear. That is, Akatsuki intended to capture a new Nine-Tails Jinchuriki key, which angered Uzumaki Naruto. Nagato would never have expected Naruto to use this as an excuse. Nagato firmly believed that for the sake of world peace, if Konan was the Jinchuriki, Nagato would choose to take action against Konan. At the same time, Nagato also believed that Konan would understand what he did. And what about Naruto? He said that he was doing it for peace, but in reality, for his own personal grudges, he disregarded the safety of the entire Rain Country and the lives of so many people in the Rain Village. As if sensing Nagato's thoughts, the white paper in front gradually condensed, and Konan's face was slightly revealed. Nagato, the organization can be rebuilt if it's gone. As long as you're okay, we still have hope. High in the sky, Nagato heard Konan's comfort and opened his mouth but did not speak. Nagato is now like an old man in his twilight years. What he needs to do now is to take good care of his body. Only then will Nagato be able to continue to contact members of the Akatsuki organization through the ring. In fact, Nagato has always felt guilty towards Konan. Yahiko took the initiative to bump into Nagato's weapon, so Konan was released by Salamander Hanzo. Nagato often wondered, if Yahiko were still alive, through his efforts, would people have been able to trust, understand, and tolerate each other a long time ago? It was he who came up with the bad idea to bring pain to the world, which caused the world that should have been peaceful to have no peace because of Nagato. Konan knew that Nagato needed to rest, so she didn't say much. She carefully wrapped a circle of white paper around Nagato's body to prevent the strong wind from blowing him into a cold. Boom! Click, click, click. Naruto used his super strength skills and smashed the scorpion hammer into pieces with one punch. These materials were collected by Scorpio with great difficulty and are extremely strong. Therefore, even when facing Naruto's attack, it was not completely damaged. But Scorpion's body is obviously no longer usable. Scorpion looked at Naruto coldly, controlled the chakra lines on his heart, decomposed the last puppet and repaired his body. Naruto had a very confusing question to ask Scorpion, so he didn't kill him directly. Scorpion repaired his body and then gathered the rare materials scattered around. After finishing this task, Scorpion turned and looked at Naruto. If you want to kill me, do it quickly. Death is a relief for me. Scorpion knew that if Naruto attacked again, he would surely die, but he did not show any fear. Dealing with corpses for a long time has made Scorpion indifferent to life and death. He even did something like destroying an entire country, and Scorpion's heart has long been numb. What is the meaning of the dead and the living? In this world, true eternity is the main theme, and short-lived things are just insignificant. All living things are ants, only eternity has meaning. Is Naruto strong? Yes, very strong, and ridiculously strong, but Scorpion is not afraid of Naruto. In history, nothing is permanent. Human lifespan is too short. So what if Naruto can live for hundreds of years? In the end, Naruto will still die, so Naruto is still not truly eternal. In Scorpio's mind, all thoughts are related to eternity. It's the same even now. Naruto's eyes have turned into Mangekyo Sharingan, and he has just used life remembrance on Scorpion. Scorpion didn't know why Naruto would ask such a stupid question, but said calmly, "Why?" At this moment, Naruto's brows suddenly frowned because he found that Konan actually left with the seriously injured Nagato. Obito was nowhere to be found, and apart from some scattered traces of the Rain Village, there was no trace of why Naruto came here. The distance is not far. If Naruto goes to chase now, he can still catch up. Facing Scorpion, Naruto no longer had any curiosity, and the Mangekyo Sharingan in his eye sockets kept turning. Imperial Order Judgment. Naruto no longer paid attention to Scorpion after he used his Mangekyo power on Scorpion, who had no power to fight back. Time does not allow it now. After dealing with Nagato and Konan, Naruto will return here to seal Scorpion's soul. Naruto raised his head and saw Konan and Nagato slowly leaving the horizon through the night sky. Want to leave? The Flying Thunder God seal appeared mysteriously on the white paper that Konan had transformed into, and Naruto's figure suddenly appeared. Nagato looked at Naruto quietly and said calmly, "I lost. If you want to kill me, kill me." Perhaps Yahiko is right. But I have a request. Can you let Zionin go? Konan conjured up her own face and looked at Nagato and Naruto in panic. No. Naruto sighed slightly. Don't worry, you have touched my bottom line. I will not let you go no matter what. The Mangekyo Sharingan spun faster and faster, and Nagato slowly closed his eyes, feeling an endless sense of powerlessness in his heart. Just like when he faced Hanzo back then, Nagato now had no choice. However, Nagato felt that he was guilty towards Yahiko and Konan, but otherwise that he had no regrets. At this critical moment, Naruto stopped performing the technique. His figure also disappeared, and Konan only saw Naruto's anxious look at the last second. In the cold wind, Nagato and Konan were silent for a while, not understanding why Naruto left. At the moment, the most important thing for them is how to deal with the Flying Thunder God seal. After dealing with the Flying Thunder God seal, they can prevent Naruto from appearing and attacking them at any time. In the Land of Waves, two ninjas wearing Akatsuki robes attacked again. Their target of attack was none other than Uzumaki Karen. The moment she saw Itaki and Kisame, Karen directly notified Naruto through the Flying Thunder God Kunao. When Itaka saw this scene, he spoke directly, "Let's make a quick decision." Uzumaki Naruto is being held back by the leader. Kisame grinned grimly, and his terrifying face looked extremely creepy. Bang! Kisame stomped the ground hard and rushed towards Karen at an extremely fast speed. Samehada was lifted high by Kisame. Kisame's strength was already ridiculously great, and he could also absorb chakra. If this attack hit Karen, it would definitely cause her a lot of trouble. It may even lead to direct death. However, a cold voice suddenly came. "I'm so tired of living." Zhang. A black figure appeared between Kisame and Karen. It was Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto took the soul-destroying sword in his hand and chopped it down directly from Kisame's head. Kisame's body trembled, and then his eyes widened and he fell to the ground, without any sign of life. Ding! Congratulations to the host for sealing Hashigaki Kisame and obtaining system points, 23,500. Hearing the system's notification tone, Naruto noticed that Samehada was desperately trying to escape. Last time, Naruto taught Kisame a lesson, and Samehada ran away alone. Unexpectedly, Kisame found Samehada again. "You have a share, too." Naruto raised his hand, and a huge amount of chakra condensed. At the same time, the Flying Thunder God mark appeared on Samehada's body. Because this is the Land of Waves, Naruto cares about this place quite a bit, so he did not use large-scale ninjutsu. Appearing next to Samehada, Naruto smashed into it hard. Boom! Snap! Samehada was hit with such terrifying force that blood spurted out continuously from the base of its hard barbs. Naruto's fist was also covered in blood from Samehada's counterattack, but Naruto's recovery speed was very fast and he was back to normal in the blink of an eye. Samehada struggled in pain, but it used its backward speed to land directly in the sea in the distance. Naruto didn't chase after her either. After all, attacking Karen was not Samehada's own will, and Naruto would not fight to the death with a weapon. Now, all Naruto needs to do is to guard against Uchiha Itaka's attack on Karen. Where's Uchiha Itake? Naruto looked around in surprise and found that there was no one else on the beach except Karen, and there is no Uchiha Itachi in Kagura's mind. As expected of Uchiha Itachi, he is really good at escaping. Naruto praised Itachi and appeared next to Karen in the blink of an eye. Karen was very excited when she saw Naruto. It was unknown how many times Naruto had saved Karen. Karen hugged Naruto excitedly, half of her face pressed against Naruto's chest and kept rubbing it, and said with a crazy look on Naruto is the most handsome as expected. After spending so much time together, Karen already has a general idea of Naruto's temper. When it comes to his own people, Naruto is very caring and has an extremely good temper. As long as she doesn't touch Naruto's reverse scale, Karen knows that occasionally being naughty won't even reduce Naruto's favorability towards her, but will. However, Naruto doesn't have time for Karen now. The man raised his hand and slapped Karen on the buttocks, saying, "Give Kisame's body to the gold exchange office." Pa! A crisp sound was heard, and Karen's body trembled instantly. Then she rubbed the slightly numb part up and down with her hands, looking at Naruto with a pout. Karen wanted to be naughty at first, but when she saw Naruto's serious look, Karen said obediently, "Okay." This matter passed just like that, but Karen always felt that something was wrong. Why did she feel a tingling sensation where Naruto had hit her? It was obviously not painful, so why did she feel uncomfortable? No, it can't be said that she felt uncomfortable, but there was a strange feeling that even Karen herself couldn't describe. While Karen was dealing with Kisame's body, Naruto was sensing the flying thunder god seal far away in the rain village. Densely packed flying thunder god seals appeared in Naruto's mind, but none of them were moving. In other words, Nagato and Konan have already removed the mark that Naruto left on Konan, and Obito also discovered the flying thunder god mark on his back. The ninja is dead and that's it, but the key is that there are no telling how many civilians there are in the rain village. These people basically have no grudge against Naruto, but they lost their lives because of Naruto's actions. As a result, Naruto did not kill Nagato, and Nagato will definitely make a comeback somewhere in the ninja world as pain. Naruto felt a little depressed, but there was nothing he could do about it. Naruto hated strong people who didn't care about other people's feelings, but now he has become such a person. The development of this world is really strange. Shadow clone technique. Bang! After a burst of white smoke, Naruto's shadow clone appeared. Naruto pulled out the soul-destroying sword from his body and handed it over. "Do you know what to do?" The shadow clone looked at Naruto impatiently. "You really know how to order people around. Why don't you go yourself?" Shadow clone, to put it simply, is the Naruto of the past. Naruto's past mood will also affect the mood of the shadow clone. Therefore, the mental states of the shadow clones are also different. This shadow clone looks rather irritable. Naruto said nothing, he just released his shadow clone and called out another one. The attitude of this shadow clone was much better. He just took the soul-destroying sword with an expressionless face, and his figure disappeared. Not long after, Naruto heard a prompt from the system. Seal Scorpion and seal the ninjas of Rain Village. Rain Village is a small ninja village, but it is a ninja village after all, and sealing all the ninjas in the village is a big project. The shadow clone could not finish its work in a short time, so Naruto turned off the system prompt sound and looked at Karen. Now it's over, Kisame is dead, Sasori is dead. The 6 paths of pain were also destroyed by Naruto, Nagato was seriously injured, and Obito disappeared after using his Inaga several times. At this moment, Naruto just wanted to rest. After the battle, although Naruto's body did not feel weak, his spirit was a little tired. At this moment, Karen had sealed Kisame's body with a storage scroll. Seeing Naruto looking at her, Karen looked up and smiled at Naruto. It can be said that the luckiest thing that happened to Karen during her days wandering in the ninja world was meeting Naruto. Naruto came to Karen, and Karen gently held Naruto's hand in tacit understanding. In a flash, Naruto and Karen returned home. The first thing Karen did was to hand the storage scroll to an employee and ask him to go and get the gold to dispose of Kisame's body. Kisame's bounty is undoubtedly a drop in the ocean for Naruto and Karen now. But this is not the soul-destroying sword that seals the soul. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. After giving orders to her men, Karen saw Naruto going upstairs. It was already late at night, and Karen seemed to have thought of something and followed excitedly. Naruto. Can you continue what you just said? When Karen thought about Naruto actually doing that to her, her blood surged and she was so excited that she couldn't control herself. From this it seems that at least Naruto has completely accepted Karen from the bottom of his heart. Karen believes that it won't take long for her to completely conquer Naruto. However, bang! Karen was about to sneak into Naruto's room, but was locked outside. Naruto's voice came from inside, "Go do your own thing." Karen stamped her feet in anger, but this kind of thing cannot be forced. That if it could be forced, Karen would have done it long ago. Moreover, Karen felt that she had been reluctant enough, because there were several times when Karen almost couldn't help but force herself. Especially that time when Karen pushed Naruto into a corner. Unfortunately, Naruto got angry afterwards. Otherwise, Karen would have thought about what would happen next and felt very excited. After a while, the sound of a bath was heard in Naruto's room. In order to prevent herself from thinking too much at night, Karen touched her nose helplessly, and with great effort she resisted the urge to peek, and turned away. Karen found that Naruto became more handsome. First of all, without the beard on his face, Naruto's original appearance is completely exposed, and his skin becomes whiter and tenderer. Karen can only use two words to describe this, that is, slurp. The next day, it was still Naruto's room. It was time for Naruto to listen to the news again. It seemed to have become a habit. Whenever Naruto has free time, Karen will tell him about some major events that happened during this period. The room is brightly lit by the sunlight, and the surroundings are extremely quiet. The chirping of birds outside the window makes everything seem like a peaceful and tranquil time. Unfortunately, both Karen and Naruto knew that the current ninja world might not be peaceful. Karen took the intelligence sheet she had sorted out and said to Naruto, "The Mizukage has already set out from the land of water and is on an urgent journey. He is expected to arrive at the port of the land of waves tomorrow afternoon. The seal of a demon in the land of demons that claims to be able to destroy the world has begun to loosen. It will be completely loosened in a few years. The demon seems to be called something like Wu Yang. Also, after the River Nation severed its relationship with the Fire Nation, it became apparent that various problems were arising domestically, so the River Nation formed an alliance with the Wind Nation. Moreover, most importantly, Nara Shikamaru, the next generation Jonin squad leader of Konoha village in the land of fire, defected." Naruto sat on the bed, listening leisurely to Karen's report to him. Now, Karen has become Naruto's eye in the ninja world, helping Naruto collect various information. When Naruto heard the news of Shikamaru's defection, the first thing he felt was excitement and joy. Shikamaru defected. Seeing that Naruto was somewhat happy, Karen nodded and said with certainty, "Yes, it is said that a Chunin named Mizuki was also killed." Naruto was a little surprised. Oh, Mizuki. According to Naruto's memory, in another ninja world or parallel ninja world, Naruto was not a member of the Root, but the last one in Irika's team. Later, Naruto failed the graduation exam. Then Mizuki approached Naruto and used a trick to try to steal the sealing scroll. In the end, Mizuki was severely punished by Naruto and then thrown into the Konoha prison. However, in Naruto's world, as a member of the Root, there is no such thing as failing the graduation exam. After all, if a Nine-Tails Jinchuriki cannot pass the exam of the ninja school, Danzo would probably even want to extract the Nine-Tails. After all, if he can't even pass the exam, he's too useless. The ninja is dead and that's it, but the key is that there are no telling how many civilians there are in the Rain Village. These people basically have no grudge against Naruto, but they lost their lives because of Naruto's actions. As a result, Naruto did not kill Nagato, and Nagato will definitely make a comeback somewhere in the ninja world as pain. Naruto felt a little depressed, but there was nothing he could do about it. Naruto hated strong people who didn't care about other people's feelings, but now he has become such a person. The development of this world is really strange. Shadow clone technique. Bang! After a burst of white smoke, Naruto's shadow clone appeared. Naruto pulled out the soul-destroying sword from his body and handed it over. "Do you know what to do?" The shadow clone looked at Naruto impatiently. "You really know how to order people around. Why don't you go yourself?" Shadow clone, to put it simply, is the Naruto of the past. Naruto's past mood will also affect the mood of the shadow clone. Therefore, the mental states of the shadow clones are also different. This shadow clone looks rather irritable. Naruto said nothing, he just released his shadow clone and called out another one. The attitude of this shadow clone was much better. He just took the soul-destroying sword with an expressionless face, and his figure disappeared. Not long after, Naruto heard a prompt from the system. "Seal Scorpion and seal the ninjas of Rain Village." Rain Village is a small ninja village, but it is a ninja village after all, and sealing all the ninjas in the village is a big project. The shadow clone could not finish its work in a short time, so Naruto turned off the system prompt sound and looked at Karen. Now it's over, Kisame is dead, Sasori is dead. The 6 paths of pain were also destroyed by Naruto, Nagato was seriously injured, and Obito disappeared after using his Inaga several times. At this moment, Naruto just wanted to rest. After the battle, although Naruto's body did not feel weak, his spirit was a little tired. At this moment, Karen had sealed Kisame's body with a storage scroll. Seeing Naruto looking at her, Karen looked up and smiled at Naruto. It can be said that the luckiest thing that happened to Karen during her days wandering in the ninja world was meeting Naruto. Naruto came to Karen, and Karen gently held Naruto's hand in tacit understanding. In a flash, Naruto and Karen returned home. The first thing Karen did was to hand the storage scroll to an employee and ask him to go and get the gold to dispose of Kisame's body. Kisame's bounty is undoubtedly a drop in the ocean for Naruto and Karen now. But this is not the soul-destroying sword that seals the soul. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. After giving orders to her men, Karen saw Naruto going upstairs. It was already late at night, and Karen seemed to have thought of something and followed excitedly. Naruto. Can you continue what you just said? When Karen thought about Naruto actually doing that to her, her blood surged and she was so excited that she couldn't control herself. From this it seems that at least Naruto has completely accepted Karen from the bottom of his heart. Karen believes that it won't take long for her to completely conquer Naruto. However, bang! Karen was about to sneak into Naruto's room, but was locked outside. Naruto's voice came from inside, "Go do your own thing." Karen stamped her feet in anger, but this kind of thing cannot be forced, that if it could be forced, Karen would have done it long ago. Moreover, Karen felt that she had been reluctant enough, because there were several times when Karen almost couldn't help but force herself. Especially that time when Karen pushed Naruto into a corner. Unfortunately, Naruto got angry afterwards. Otherwise, Karen would have thought about what would happen next and felt very excited. After a while, the sound of a bath was heard in Naruto's room. In order to prevent herself from thinking too much at night, Karen touched her nose helplessly, and with great effort she resisted the urge to peek, and turned away. Karen found that Naruto became more handsome. First of all, without the beard on his face, Naruto's original appearance is completely exposed, and his skin becomes whiter and tenderer. Karen can only use two words to describe this, that is, slurp. The next day, it was still Naruto's room. It was time for Naruto to listen to the news again. It seemed to have become a habit. Whenever Naruto has free time, Karen will tell him about some major events that happened during this period. The room is brightly lit by the sunlight, and the surroundings are extremely quiet. The chirping of birds outside the window makes everything seem like a peaceful and tranquil time. Unfortunately, both Karen and Naruto knew that the current ninja world might not be peaceful. Karen took the intelligence sheet she had sorted out and said to Naruto, "The Mizukage has already set out from the land of water and is on an urgent journey. He is expected to arrive at the port of the land of waves tomorrow afternoon. The seal of a demon in the land of demons that claims to be able to destroy the world has begun to loosen. It will be completely loosened in a few years. The demon seems to be called something like Wu Yang. Also, after the River Nation severed its relationship with the Fire Nation, it became apparent that various problems were arising domestically, so the River Nation formed an alliance with the Wind Nation. Moreover, most importantly, Nara Shikamaru, the next generation Jonin squad leader of Konoha village in the land of fire, defected." Naruto sat on the bed, listening leisurely to Karen's report to him. Now, Karen has become Naruto's eye in the ninja world, helping Naruto collect various information. When Naruto heard the news of Shikamaru's defection, the first thing he felt was excitement and joy. Shikamaru defected. Seeing that Naruto was somewhat happy, Karen nodded and said with certainty, "Yes, it is said that a Chunin named Mizuki was also killed." Naruto was a little surprised. "Oh, Mizuki." According to Naruto's memory, in another ninja world or parallel ninja world, Naruto was not a member of the Root, but the last one in Irika's team. Later, Naruto failed the graduation exam. Then Mizuki approached Naruto and used a trick to try to steal the sealing scroll. In the end, Mizuki was severely punished by Naruto and then thrown into the Konoha prison. However, in Naruto's world, as a member of the Root, there is no such thing as failing the graduation exam. But if Shikamaru refuses, I'm afraid the status of the Nara clan in Konoha will decline. After all, the clan leader's son has gone to serve as Naruto's think tank, so how will others view the Nara clan? The atmosphere was extremely depressing, and Shikamaru had a somewhat painful expression when facing his former partner. No matter how smart he is, Shikamaru is still just a teenager. He is a human being first, and a ninja first. Shikamaru has his own emotions, and he is not one of those machines of the Root. Both sides were very nervous. Shikamaru's choice at this moment may even affect the survival of Konoha. If Shikamaru can continuously report Naruto's news to Konoha, then Konoha will be able to smoothly avoid Naruto's pain points and reverse scales in the future. Even, find Naruto's weakness. But if Shikamaru doesn't agree, it means that Konoha has not dared to deal with the issue of Naruto's defection. Even Konoha would be cautious in all its actions in the world, for fear of arousing Naruto's dissatisfaction and then bringing about a catastrophic disaster. When facing a super strong person, even the former number 1 ninja village, Konoha of the Land of Fire, behaves like this. By the way, the current number 1 ninja village has changed from Konoha to Uegakure village. In today's world, 3 out of the 5 major countries' military forces have been affected. Let's not talk about Konoha in the Land of Fire. It's in a terrible state. If it gets any worse, the daimyo of the Land of Fire could consider demolishing it and rebuilding it. The hidden sand village in the Land of Wind was also affected by Orochimaru's plan and lost a lot of combat power, even the Kaze Cage. The hidden cloud village in the Land of Lightning is a little worse off than the Land of Wind. After all, both the A and B combination were killed by Naruto. The only ones with remaining combat power are the hidden mist village and the hidden Iwa village. Originally, everyone recognized that Konoha was first, Kumagakure was second, Uegakure was third, Kirigakure was fourth, and Sangakure was. And now, Konoha has given up the throne of number 1, and the hidden cloud village can no longer sit firmly on it, so the hidden Uegakure village has taken advantage of it. However, although Konoha lost the first place, it's still ranked third. After all, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse. No matter how you look at it, Konoha's strength cannot be lower than that of the hidden mist village and the hidden sand village. In the forest, Shikamaru confronted his former companion. Koji said with a serious expression, Shikamaru. Shikamaru, with sweat on his forehead and a look of extreme pain, finally opened his eyes. The doubt in his eyes had disappeared. Shikamaru took a deep breath and slowly said, I'm sorry. These two words immediately caused the other three to adopt a fighting stance against Shikamaru. Asuma spoke up, Shikamaru, you should know the consequences of doing this. Besides, you know that your strength cannot defeat the three of us, no matter what tactics you use. Shikamaru stared at Asuma seriously. Teacher Asuma, thank you for your guidance these days, but I always believe that there is a way out of any situation. If I don't think of it now, it means I'm not good enough. Asuma frowned. Shikamaru, in the face of absolute strength, strategies have limited effect. Shikamaru was troubled and fell into deep thought again. At this moment, the flying thunder god seal mysteriously appeared beside Shikamaru. When Asuma discovered this situation, he was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Really? A teacher is still a teacher. What he says makes sense. I agree with your theory, Asuma. Swish! Naruto's figure appeared next to Shikamaru, and all four of them were startled. Asuma yelled directly to Ino and Koji, go! As he spoke, Asuma himself quickly retreated. Asuma didn't dare to stop until the distance was several dozen meters. Naruto was too strong, and if he tried to attack them, they would not survive. These days, Naruto's strength is recognized by the entire ninja world. Even because of Naruto's background, Konoha has fallen into this situation without Naruto saying anything. It can be seen how terrifying the influence of a super strong person is. If Naruto was intentionally targeting Konoha, then Konoha's days would definitely be over. However, Naruto did not specifically target Konoha. After Naruto appeared, he calmly watched Asuma's reaction, and a murderous thought arose in his heart. But then he thought about it and decided to let them go. After Naruto appeared, these people must have known that Naruto had heard what was just said. Therefore, Naruto did not kill these people. If these people go back, doesn't it prove that Shikamaru has won Naruto's trust? Naruto thought of this, and in front of Asuma Ino Koji, he said to Shikamaru, I've been waiting for you for a long time. As soon as these words came out, Asuma's eyes widened instantly and he asked incredulously, what, you have already discussed this? Naruto said nonchalantly, what's the big deal? Defection is no small matter, right? Also, since we were classmates, I won't kill you too. As for Asuma, this long sound instantly made Ino and Koji alert. They reunited with Asuma, looking like they were determined to die together and die together. Naruto spread his hands helplessly. In this case, you can all go away before I regret it. Asuma. At this point, Asuma had no choice but to leave. Naruto's appearance immediately declared Asuma's mission over. Because, with Naruto's presence, Asuma would never be able to complete his mission. Service. After the three of them left, Shikamaru spoke to Naruto, is it necessary? With Shikamaru's intelligence, he must have seen through Naruto's intention. Naruto let Asuma, Ino, and Koji go so that they could go back and report that Shikamaru had completely defected or had gained Naruto's trust. In this case, whether Shikamaru is actually included on the list of traitorous ninjas depends on Tsunade's opinion, right? In other words, Shikamaru is now both a true defector and a false defector. In Naruto's eyes, Shikamaru can be an undercover agent or a traitor ninja. To Naruto, Shikamaru can be a think tank or a time bomb. Shikamaru knew that Naruto didn't completely believe in himself. To this, Shikamaru agreed, but you did the right thing. If the identities were reversed, I would be even more suspicious of you, Shikamaru said and saw Naruto smile. Naruto said, Shikamaru, you are so smart, I just happen to have something here that I need you to solve. At this moment, Shikamaru has returned to his usual state, looking listless, with half-open dead fish eyes, and said helplessly, I don't have enough experience yet, you should be mentally prepared in advance. What Shikamaru meant was, I might mess things up. After all, Naruto's affairs, that can't be a trivial matter, and Shikamaru has never experienced this, everything needs Shikamaru to explore on his own. But if Shikamaru refuses, I'm afraid the status of the Nara clan in Konoha will decline. After all, the clan leader's son has gone to serve as Naruto's think tank, so how will others view the Nara clan? The atmosphere was extremely depressing, and Shikamaru had a somewhat painful expression when facing his former partner. No matter how smart he is, Shikamaru is still just a teenager. He is a human being first, and a ninja first. Shikamaru has his own emotions, and he is not one of those machines of the root. Both sides were very nervous. Shikamaru's choice at this moment may even affect the survival of Konoha. If Shikamaru can continuously report Naruto's news to Konoha, then Konoha will be able to smoothly avoid Naruto's pain points and reverse scales in the future. Even, find Naruto's weakness. But if Shikamaru doesn't agree, it means that Konoha has not dared to deal with the issue of Naruto's defection. Even Konoha would be cautious in all its actions in the world, for fear of arousing Naruto's dissatisfaction and then bringing about a catastrophic disaster. When facing a super strong person, even the former #1 ninja village, Konoha of the Land of Fire, behaves like this. By the way, the current number 1 ninja village has changed from Konoha to Uegakure village. In today's world, 3 out of the 5 major countries' military forces have been affected. Let's not talk about Konoha in the Land of Fire. It's in a terrible state. If it gets any worse, the daimyo of the Land of Fire could consider demolishing it and rebuilding it. The hidden sand village in the Land of Wind was also affected by Orochimaru's plan and lost a lot of combat power, even the Kaze Cage. The hidden cloud village in the Land of Lightning is a little worse off than the Land of Wind. After all, both the A and B combination were killed by Naruto. The only ones with remaining combat power are the hidden mist village and the hidden Iwa village. Originally, everyone recognized that Konoha was first, Kumagakure was second, Uegakure was third, Kirigakure was fourth, and Sangakure was. And now, Konoha has given up the throne of number 1, and the hidden cloud village can no longer sit firmly on it, so the hidden Uegakure village has taken advantage of it. However, although Konoha lost the first place, it's still ranked third. After all, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse. No matter how you look at it, Konoha's strength cannot be lower than that of the hidden mist village and the hidden sand village. In the forest, Shikamaru confronted his former companion. Koji said with a serious expression, Shikamaru. Shikamaru, with sweat on his forehead and a look of extreme pain, finally opened his eyes. The doubt in his eyes had disappeared. Shikamaru took a deep breath and slowly said, "I'm sorry." These 2 words immediately caused the other 3 to adopt a fighting stance against Shikamaru. Asuma spoke up, "Shikamaru, you should know the consequences of doing this. Besides, you know that your strength cannot defeat the 3 of us, no matter what tactics you use." Shikamaru stared at Asuma seriously. "Teacher Asuma, thank you for your guidance these days, but I always believe that there is a way out of any situation. If I don't think of it now, it means I'm not good enough." Asuma frowned. "Shikamaru, in the face of absolute strength, strategies have limited effect." Shikamaru was troubled and fell into deep thought again. At this moment, the flying thunder god seal mysteriously appeared beside Shikamaru. When Asuma discovered this situation, he was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. "Really? A teacher is still a teacher. What he says makes sense. I agree with your theory, Asuma." Swish! Naruto's figure appeared next to Shikamaru, and all 4 of them were startled. Asuma yelled directly to Ino and Koji, "Go!" As he spoke, Asuma himself quickly retreated. Asuma didn't dare to stop until the distance was several dozen meters. Naruto was too strong, and if he tried to attack them, they would not survive. These days, Naruto's strength is recognized by the entire ninja world. Even because of Naruto's background, Konoha has fallen into this situation without Naruto saying anything. It can be seen how terrifying the influence of a super strong person is. If Naruto was intentionally targeting Konoha, then Konoha's days would definitely be over. However, Naruto did not specifically target Konoha. After Naruto appeared, he calmly watched Asuma's reaction, and a murderous thought arose in his heart. But then he thought about it and decided to let them go. After Naruto appeared, these people must have known that Naruto had heard what was just said. Therefore, Naruto did not kill these people. If these people go back, doesn't it prove that Shikamaru has won Naruto's trust? Naruto thought of this, and in front of Asuma Ino Koji, he said to Shikamaru, "I've been waiting for you for a long time." As soon as these words came out, Asuma's eyes widened instantly and he asked incredulously, "What, you have already discussed this?" Naruto said nonchalantly, "What's the big deal? Defection is no small matter, right? Also, since we were classmates, I won't kill you too. As for Asuma." This long sound instantly made Ino and Koji alert. They reunited with Asuma, looking like they were determined to die together and die together. Naruto spread his hands helplessly. "In this case, you can all go away before I regret it. Asuma." At this point, Asuma had no choice but to leave. Naruto's appearance immediately declared Asuma's mission over. Because, with Naruto's presence, Asuma would never be able to complete his mission. Service. After the 3 of them left, Shikamaru spoke to Naruto, "Is it necessary?" With Shikamaru's intelligence, he must have seen through Naruto's intention. Naruto let Asuma, Ino, and Koji go so that they could go back and report that Shikamaru had completely defected or had gained Naruto's trust. In this case, whether Shikamaru is actually included on the list of traitorous ninjas depends on Tsunade's opinion, right? In other words, Shikamaru is now both a true defector and a false defector. In Naruto's eyes, Shikamaru can be an undercover agent or a traitor ninja. To Naruto, Shikamaru can be a think tank or a time bomb. Shikamaru knew that Naruto didn't completely believe in himself. To this, Shikamaru agreed, "But you did the right thing. If the identities were reversed, I would be even more suspicious of you," Shikamaru said and saw Naruto smile. Naruto said, "Shikamaru, you are so smart, I just happen to have something here that I need you to solve." Naruto was welcoming and happy about Shikamaru's arrival, regardless of whether he was here as an undercover agent or not. Not to mention that Shikamaru is not an undercover agent. Even if he is, so what? In the face of absolute strength, any tricks and strategies seem pale and powerless. Now, one of his few childhood friends came to see Naruto, so of course Naruto would be happy. With Naruto's support, this distance was no distance at all for the two of them. Soon, Shikamaru and Naruto appeared in their home. Is this the place? I didn't expect it to be so lively. Naruto's room was very simple, without too many facilities. The bustling crowd outside the window made Shikamaru think for a moment that he had returned to Konoha. Because, usually, this kind of scene can only be seen in Konoha. Naruto nodded. With me living here, not only this area, but even the entire wave country will be much more stable. What do you think? If we turn the whole world into a country like this, wouldn't it be a very meaningful thing? Shikamaru observed the crowd below and found that these people were either businessmen or people from other places who came here to make a living. There was quite a lot of people coming and going, and very few people looked sad, they all looked busy. Suddenly, Shikamaru narrowed his eyes and made some judgments in his mind. Naruto, who was standing by, also noticed Shikamaru's abnormality, so he asked, "What's wrong?" Shikamaru said with some concern, "There are many spies from other forces around here." That's right, Shikamaru noticed that many people were very abnormal. It is very unreasonable that the street vendors look indifferent even when there are customers coming. There were also people sitting motionless by the windows of other buildings, and diners in the restaurant who ordered a table of dishes but ate very slowly without chatting. Of course, Shikamaru cannot judge that others are spies based on these things. The most important thing is that they are all ninjas. The difference between ninjas and ordinary people is very obvious, but ninjas can deliberately disguise themselves as ordinary people. Maybe others can't see anything, but Shikamaru can tell that they are ninjas from some details. It is obvious what these ninjas are doing here. Information about Naruto could fetch a considerable amount of value in the ninja world. As one of the two super shadows in the ninja world, people pay a lot of attention to Naruto. Even many daimyos have already spotted the opportunity and want to establish a relationship with Naruto through means such as marriage and alliance. In addition, on the other side of the world, news of the disappearance of Rain Village was spreading wildly. Because the battle between Naruto and Akatsuki affected innocent people greatly, almost no one witnessed the original battle. The Rain Village disappeared, leaving behind only traces of a terrifying ninjutsu and a very rich and powerful wind attribute chakra. If this matter spreads throughout the world, then the super shadow of Rain Village will probably be regarded as fallen. By then, Naruto will be the only super shadow in the world. Then, the information and news about Naruto is naturally very valuable. When Naruto heard Shikamaru say that, he asked, "Can they pose a threat to me? Should we kill them?" Shikamaru was shocked by Naruto's words, and spoke after a while, "It doesn't matter. In some situations, they are dangerous. In some situations, they are also helpful." Naruto didn't understand what Shikamaru meant. Now Naruto could only guess other people's intentions. As for some more complicated things, he still couldn't understand them as thoroughly as Shikamaru. At noon, the four of them sat together to eat. Naruto, Karen, Ayam, Shikamaru. Naruto introduced Shikamaru, "This is Ayam, you should know her." Shikamaru nodded. He knew that Naruto often went to Ichiraku Ramen and had dragged him there several times. And this woman was someone who worked at Ichiraku Ramen. But how did she get here? Shikamaru was a little confused, but didn't ask any further questions. Naruto continued, "The red-haired one is Karen. She can be completely trusted now." Complete trust. Shikamaru was a little surprised when he heard this. He could see that Karen was also a ninja. There aren't many ninjas that Naruto specifically states are completely trustworthy. Moreover, looking at the way this guy looked at Naruto, Shikamaru believed that if Naruto was willing, maybe they would have offspring in the next year. Shikamaru said to the two, "My name is Nara Shikamaru." Karen looked at Shikamaru with a smile and thought, "It's a good thing he's a boy." Karen can see that Naruto's basic trust in Shikamaru is very high. If Shikamaru was a girl, Karen might feel a sense of crisis. Now that she sees that Shikamaru is a man, Karen feels relieved. While eating, Shikamaru asked, "Didn't you say you had something for me to solve?" After dinner, Naruto helped clean up the dishes, then took Karen and Shikamaru downstairs. This building was previously Cardo's territory. Now, Naruto uses it as his temporary residence. Employees, also employees of Cardo, Naruto did not waste these talents. Naruto said to Karen, "Tell me, what's the problem that's hard to solve?" Karen looked at Shikamaru curiously. With his lazy eyes and lifeless look, he didn't look like a smart person at all. However, since Naruto said so, Karen had no objection. The reason why it took Karen so long to process Kato's property was because of the raw materials of the goods. Materials are piling up and some equipment cannot be sold. These raw materials and equipment are only used in the black-related industries. In addition, they are expensive, and not many people in the world are willing to take the risk to buy them, so the liquidity is not very high. After telling Shikamaru about the problem she was facing, Karen wanted to see what fresh ideas this guy, whom Naruto had high hopes for, would come up with. When Shikamaru heard Karen's estimate of Cardo's assets, he couldn't help but widen his eyes and said in amazement, "So your development speed is too terrifying." In Shikamaru's impression, Naruto is not a smart person. Well, in fact, in Shikamaru's eyes, most people don't seem to be very smart. Therefore, Shikamaru's estimation of Naruto's current state is that he has just reached the minimum standard of escaping poverty and has enough food and clothing. You know, this place is different from Konoha. Konoha would still help Naruto with some money, but here everything depends on Naruto. Moreover, people outside are very shrewd and use all kinds of strange tricks to make money. It can be said that there is a lot of knowledge involved. Therefore, even though Shikamaru had overestimated Naruto, Naruto still surprised Shikamaru. In the afternoon, Shikamaru had arranged everything and was just waiting for the fish to take the bait. As the saying goes, there is no free lunch in the world. Shikamaru's so-called free thing will naturally not be easily obtained by others. Of course, when I say it's free, and I'm not lying at all. After the news was spread by his subordinates, it would take several days for everyone to know about it. Therefore, Shikamaru plans to perfect the plan in the next few days to avoid losses, which would make it difficult to explain to Naruto. The next afternoon, Naruto and Karen were training, but they received a message from Shikamaru saying that the Mizukage had arrived. Naruto first asked the person who delivered the message to go back, then looked at Karen not far away. A large amount of Nine Tails chakra emerged around Karen, and a scarlet chakra coat wrapped Karen's body. Since these chakras are not controlled by the Nine Tails itself, but by Karen, the Nine Tails chakra has almost no effect on Karen. If it were the previous Naruto, with so much Nine Tails chakra leaking out, it would definitely burn the skin directly. Taking back the Nine Tails chakra, Karen raised her left hand and a ball of violent Nine Tails chakra appeared. Karen discovered that as long as the Nine Tails chakra was condensed together, it could be gathered into solid chakra. Once the solid chakra exploded, it would cause extremely powerful power. Naruto came to Karen and found that she was already sweating profusely and looked a little tired. "Let's stop here for today. The Mizukage is here." Karen casually threw the chakra ball condensed by the Nine Tails chakra onto the distant sea. Immediately, the area of more than 10 meters in radius centered on the technique exploded, and the terrifying power caused quite a big wave. Feeling the gust of wind brought about by the aftermath, Naruto praised Karen. "Not bad, you are more talented than me." Back when Naruto was still a Jinchuriki, let alone using the Nine Tails chakra, he even had to use up his own chakra to suppress the Nine Tails chakra, otherwise the Nine Tails would cause trouble. Naruto's praise was very useful to Karen. She giggled, lowered her head slightly, and then secretly observed Naruto, her eyes full of cherishment and love. If it weren't for Naruto, let alone the Nine Tails chakra, Karen would probably have been taken away by Orochimaru for experiments. You know, being experimented on is a very scary thing. Naruto's amazing perseverance and pain tolerance were all developed because he was experimented on when he was a child. In the living room, Mai Terumi was sitting on a chair while Shikamaru was entertaining her. When will Uzumaki Naruto come back? In fact, Mai Terumi had been waiting for half an hour, and this half an hour was exactly the time Shikamaru sent someone to inform Naruto about the time it would take on the journey. Shikamaru had to check Mai again and said, "It should be soon. They are training not far away." "Oh?" There was a look of curiosity in Mai Terumi's beautiful eyes, and she almost couldn't help but ask more questions about this question. As a result, Shikamaru spoke first. "Mizukage-sama, please be careful with your words. In the ninja world, casually exploring other people's training methods is very likely to attract hatred." The corners of Mai Terumi's mouth curled up slightly. As a shadow, she could naturally see Shikamaru's abilities. Having someone like Shikamaru by Naruto's side is really a big help to Naruto. It's just his way of handling things is a little immature. Behind Mai Terumi, there were two ninjas standing. One is Kojuro, who carries the double swords Tai on his back. He has had a timid expression since he entered the door, and it has not changed until now. The other one is Ching, who escaped from Naruto last time. Ching looked serious and did not dare to be careless at all, because he knew how terrifying Naruto was. This fear of Naruto will probably accompany Ching throughout his life. A few minutes later, Naruto came down from upstairs with Karen. As soon as he entered the door, Naruto and Mai Terumi looked into each other's eyes. Both of them were observing each other and judging each other's strength. In Naruto's eyes, Terumi Mai was wearing a blue Mizukage robe that covered her curvy figure. Her emerald green eyes were also looking at Naruto, and her long, cross-curled brown hair fell to her calves. More importantly, Naruto actually sensed an aura similar to that of Danzo Shinura from Mai Terumi. This is not groundless. It took some means for Mai Terumi to seize the position of Mizukage. She was able to reform the hidden mist village from its closed-off state to its current state. The darkness that Mai Terumi understood and even personally handled was no less than that of Danzo. While Naruto was observing Mai Terumi was also observing Naruto. He is about 1.6 meters tall, and his face looks very similar to Minato Namikaze, but his skin is a little whiter than Minato's. This was different from what Terumi had imagined. She had seen Naruto's portrait, and Naruto had 6 whiskers on his cheeks, but the Naruto in front of her didn't have that. And looking at Naruto's calm expression and his calm eyes, he doesn't look like a guy with mental problems at all. That's right, with her own unique intelligence system, Mei Terumi knew that Naruto's style of doing things was definitely hawkish, but now it seems easier to get along with? More importantly, this is a little Shota. Mei Terumi observed Naruto, the tip of her tongue slightly exposed, and licked her lips lightly. The movement was very light, but it was still caught by Karen, who was standing next to her. For some reason, Karen always felt that the Mizukage Mei Terumi was thinking something bad. Ao, who was behind Mei Terumi, found that his old problem with Ying had recurred, so the voice reminded, "Lord Mizukage, please wake up." After Ching's reminder, Terumi Mei also reacted. Naruto on the opposite side frowned slightly, that he always felt that Mei Terumi's gaze just now was a little hot, and he didn't know if it was his illusion. Never mind. The Mangekyo Sharingan appeared in Naruto's eye sockets, and in less than a second, Kojuro and Ao stood in front of Mei Terumi. "Just to make sure you guys are really here to return the things," Naruto spoke calmly as he used his Mangekyo powers to look through Mei Terumi's memories. The same feeling as Konan appeared in Mei Terumi. She moved her hips uncomfortably in the chair. What was this feeling of having all her secrets discovered? Mangekyo Sharingan? Could it be that Naruto is from the Uchiha clan? After a while, Naruto closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, they had turned back to their original azure blue color. Although she was a little puzzled inside, Mei Terumi couldn't show it on the surface. Mei Terumi asked Naruto, "Did you see anything?" Naruto used the power of the Mangekyo to check Mei Terumi's memory, but Naruto didn't look at it for long. After all, that was Mei Terumi's personal privacy. But Naruto could see clearly Mei Terumi's recent memories. Of course, Mei Terumi's visit this time is not just to return the treasures of the Uzumaki clan. If it's just about returning the treasure, just send a random ninja. Why would the Mizukage have to do it himself? Mei Terumi's second goal is to establish a good relationship with Naruto, and it would be best if they could form an alliance. By then, the status of the 5 major countries of the Hidden Mist Village will be more stable, and there is even a chance of rising in the rankings. This matter does not cause any harm to Naruto. Therefore, Naruto did not bother about it, but went straight to the point and said, "Take out the storage scroll." Kojuro, Ao, and Mei Terumi looked at Naruto in astonishment. How did Naruto know that they would return a storage scroll? Could it be that the kaleidoscope's power is so powerful that it can see the future? The three of them became fearful, and Ching took out the storage scroll at the signal of Mei Terumi. Handing the scroll to Naruto personally, Ching suppressed his inner nervousness and said, "This was something that belonged to the Uzumaki clan. Now that we have returned the money in full, please." Before Ching finished speaking, Naruto ordered them to leave. "Well, I got it, you can leave now." Handing the scroll to Karen, Naruto made way so the three could leave. Karen held the storage scroll and made a face at the Mizukage, intending to make this old lady of the Ajima style angry. She, Uzumaki Karen, has no good feelings towards Mei Terumi. Although it was not Mei Terumi who destroyed the Uzumaki clan, it was still the fault of the Hidden Mist Village. Moreover, Mei Terumi just dared to have thoughts about Karen's Naruto, which is a deep hatred for Karen, the kind of hatred that is absolutely unforgivable. You know, any woman who dares to have any thoughts about Naruto. No, any creature who dares to have such thoughts about Naruto will be hated by Karen. This situation confused everyone. What is going on? Aren't there some procedures to go through next? Why did it end so suddenly? So fast, they didn't even react. After a brief moment of shock, Ao, as the person involved in the guy chosen by Mei Terumi to complete the task, naturally would not let Naruto order him to leave so easily. However, just when Ching was about to explain everything, Mei Terumi spoke. "Back off, Ching." Ching didn't hesitate and went straight back behind Mei Terumi. The reason why Mei Terumi stopped Ao was because she saw some danger. As the cage of the Hidden Mist Village, it is natural for him to prevent the Hidden Mist Village from falling into danger. Mei Terumi discovered that Naruto trusted Karen, otherwise he would not have given the scroll directly to Karen, nor would he have allowed Karen to make faces at him. Both Karen and Naruto have the last name Uzumaki, and the Uzumaki clan was destroyed because of the Hidden Mist Village. Therefore, there are some minor conflicts between the two sides. The fact that Karen made faces at Mei shows that Karen's view and attitude towards the Hidden Mist Village is not so friendly. Therefore, Mei Terumi could not judge whether Naruto also had some hostility towards the Hidden Mist Village. If Naruto also hates the Hidden Mist Village, then if Aoki approaches Naruto and tries to get close to him at this time, it will only lower the status of the Hidden Mist Village in Naruto's heart. Therefore, Mei Terumi gave up her original plan just because of Karen's action. Mei Terumi stood up and approached Naruto. Karen instantly became alert, but she had not forgotten what Mei Terumi had just thought of Naruto. Now Karen said that if Mei Terumi dares to make any move, then she, Uzumaki Karen, will definitely take action. However, Mei Terumi stopped not far from Naruto. Looking seriously at the boy who was much shorter than her, Mei Terumi praised him. "It is true that heroes emerge from youth. If you are interested, you can come to visit the Hidden Mist Village. We'll take our leave now." After saying that, Mei Terumi called Kojuro and Ao and left the room. The matter was over and Karen breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Mei Terumi didn't do that. In front of Mei Terumi, Karen couldn't help but feel a little inferior. Whether in terms of figure or other aspects, she doesn't think she is qualified to compete with Mei Terumi. Therefore, Karen is also worried that Mei Terumi will treat Naruto as her prey, and then Karen's advantage will be gone. Shikamaru also silently followed Mei Terumi away. After all, she was the Mizukage and was a distinguished guest wherever she went, so naturally he had to see her off. However, Naruto didn't have that move, so Shikamaru had to do it instead. After Shikamaru left, only Naruto and Karen were left in the room. At Naruto's request, Karen opened the storage scroll and began to check it. Looking at the items that appeared above the scroll, Karen said, "Well, first of all, the Uzumaki secret scroll. As expected, it was taken away by the Hidden Mist Village. The second thing was a small wooden box. The wooden box is made of relatively precious wood and is carved with patterns on the outside, making it look very delicate." After getting Naruto's consent, Karen opened the wooden box and found a book lying quietly inside. Son, this is. For large characters were printed on the cover of the book Uzumaki Family Tree. Karen was stunned for a while before she spoke. This Kirigakure is really a devil. They even didn't let go of the family tree? Naruto. Just now, Naruto knew that there was this thing in the storage scroll, so he didn't care. Karen put the family tree away again. The thick paper proved the former glory of the Uzumaki clan, but now the members of the Uzumaki clan are scattered all over the world, and their numbers are pitifully small. The rest is a box. After opening the box, Karen discovered that it was filled with silver, of the largest denomination. Karen made a rough estimate. Based on the weight and volume of the box, there were about 5 billion silver coins here. And then nothing. Karen frowned and said, "Naruto, is the Hidden Mist Village dishonest? They didn't even send the sealing stone back." This is very possible, because although the Uzumaki clan was powerful at the time, there were only a few people in the clan. Naruto was not interested in this, but could not resist Karen's desperate request and insisted on finding something in the family tree. Karen first put all the things into the storage scroll, then took the storage scroll and the family tree and pulled Naruto upstairs excitedly. Karen opened the first page of the family tree and read it carefully. More than 700 years ago, there lived a group of red-haired humans on an island somewhere in the world. They live in isolation and are self-sufficient. Since their ancestors found this island from the outside world, the humans here are not without concepts of good and evil. At that time, there was a special profession called Asterisker, which represented the world's military force at that time. It is worth noting that the word in front of the profession of Asterisk was erased, and Karen did not know what their names were. But Karen guessed that it might be a ninja. After all, it was clearly recorded here that the ninja could use chakra to do things that seemed impossible. The red-haired clan at that time did not name themselves the Uzumaki clan. The names of each member of the clan and their relationships were recorded, but there were only names and no surnames. Karen continued to flip through the pages, and the next page talked about how many people there were in the Uzumaki clan more than 700 years ago, who they were, and what their relationships were. It wasn't until Karen turned to the back that another paragraph appeared. More than 500 years ago, due to a very tragic battle somewhere in the world, almost all the top masters fell, causing the inheritance to be interrupted. At this time, the world's military force was replaced by a profession called samurai. After that change more than 500 years ago, until the time of Uchiha Madara, everything was called the Warring States period. During this journey, a traveler from the Red Hair clan came back from outside more than 400 years ago. His powerful strength and the sealing techniques he collected were recognized by the tribe members, so this traveler became the tribe leader. Afterwards, the traveler officially named the Uzumaki clan, and added 2 words in front of everyone's name, Uzumaki. From then on, the Uzumaki clan truly emerged. Relying on their powerful chakra and years of research on sealing techniques, the Uzumaki clan made their first voice in the world more than 300 years ago. Later, the Uzumaki clan found a stone with super strong sealing power. From then on, every member of the Uzumaki clan would convert their own chakra into sealing power through some secret technique and send it into the stone before death. And this stone is none other than the sealing stone, and is listed as one of the clan's most precious treasures along with the whirlpool scroll that records the sealing technique. Then, after many years, 2 powerful races stood up completely, namely the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan. It is worth mentioning that although so many years have passed, there has not been any explosive increase in the number of Uzumaki clan members. They usually practice intra-clan marriage to continue their bloodline. Then came the establishment of Konoha and Ozushinobi village, the advent of the ninja age, and the end of the Warring States period. It was not until the Uzumaki clan and the Senju clan formed an alliance that the Uzumaki clan began to marry people outside the clan in response to Senju Hashirama's policy. Later, due to various reasons, the number of members of the Senju clan decreased rapidly. There are also some people in the Uzumaki clan's Uzumaki village who have intermarried with outsiders. The most obvious thing is that their hair color is not as red as that of the real clan members. Among them, Karen did not find the names of her parents. It is said that when the Senju clan was nearly wiped out, the Uzumaki clan became alert and subsequently issued an order not to allow clan members with pure blood to marry outside the clan. Karen suddenly asked Naruto, "Naruto, what is your mother's name?" Naruto was a little confused about Karen's behavior. He didn't understand why Karen was so obsessed with the family tree. However, Karen is Naruto's subordinate, and she might even be Naruto's wife in the future, so Naruto did not disturb Karen's interest. Uzumaki Kushina. Karen continued to flip through the pages, and soon she finally found the name of Naruto's mother. Naruto's mother is a member of the Uzumaki clan with pure blood. Later, something happened to the Uzumaki clan, so Kushina Uzumaki was sent to Konoha for protection. Of course, it could also be that Konoha just needs a Jinchuriki. Karen's purpose was not this. She looked through the family tree and finally found the names of her parents. Very good, he is also a pure member of the Uzumaki clan, so as long as Karen looks up, she will always find some connection. On the first page, Karen's parents have nothing to do with Kushina. Continue. On page 2, Karen's grandfather has no relationship with Kushina's parents. Page 3. Karen's great-grandfather has nothing to do with Kushina's grandfather. Page 4. The great-grandfather and the great-great-grandfather have no relationship. Page 5. Tianzu, Jozu. Page 6. Liezu. Karen is becoming more and more disheartened. She originally wanted to have some kind of relationship with Naruto, but this is the result? But Karen refused to believe it and continued searching. However, until Karen turned to the second page, which was the time when the Uzumaki clan first had a family tree. Finally, Naruto's ancestors and Karen's ancestors were good friends more than 700 years ago. There is no record above that. Over the past 700 years, the family tree has changed from a piece of stone to a bundle of bamboo, and then Totoday's paper has undergone so many changes. At the very beginning of the family tree, the ancestors of Naruto and Karen were good friends. As for the rest, it has nothing to do with it. This is extremely outrageous, because many generations have passed in these 700 years, and Karen's parents and Naruto's mother are both of pure Uzumaki bloodline. If there is no relationship between them for so many generations, then there is a theory that the ancestors of both sides broke up because of something, so they ordered that their descendants could not become in-laws. This, Karen found it hard to accept, but she had to accept it because the family tree would not lie. After all, Karen couldn't think of any race that would make fun of its own family tree. Naruto stood aside and did not look at the family tree because he was not very interested in such things. Karen closed her eyes and slowly closed the family tree. Her body trembled slightly and she looked very excited. Finally, Karen's emotions had brewed. Karen said ecstatically, "Naruto, do you know, more than 700 years ago, our great-great-great-great-grandfather and great-great-great-great-grandmother were good friends, so you should call me sister, hoo-hoo." The tip of Karen's nose trembled slightly, and she tried desperately to squeeze a tear out of her eyes, but unfortunately she failed. However, things have come to this point, the arrow is on the string and has to be shot, and Karen will definitely not let go of this opportunity. Taking advantage of the relationship between the ancestors of both sides more than 700 years ago, Karen approached Naruto with misty eyes and opened her arms to give Naruto a hug. Naruto remained silent throughout the whole process. He knew what Karen was thinking, and Naruto trusted Karen very much. But Naruto really doesn't have that kind of mind at the moment, and he must abide by his mother's wishes. After all, he is not even 18 years old. I see. Naruto took a step back, his eyes clear and his tone calm. "Karen, I already know what you're thinking. I'll give you a clear answer. I won't consider this kind of thing until certain things are accomplished and I'm an adult. Do you understand me?" Karen stopped and listened to Naruto's words carefully. Anyone could sense Karen's obvious gesture of goodwill. Naruto's meaning was very clear. Before he reached his ideal and adulthood, Naruto would not consider such things. In other words, Karen needs to wait at least 6 years, and at most an unknown number of years, to get a positive response from Naruto. Putting aside that distant ideal, even just 6 years is not easy. And how many 6 years can a girl have to waste? Karen lowered her head and said sadly, "Oh, I know, I will wait for you." Naruto couldn't help but confirm, "You should think about it carefully." Karen took 2 steps and gently hugged Naruto, then said helplessly, "Sigh, 6 years is 6 years, after all you are Naruto. But, I can understand not wanting to think about this kind of thing before achieving your ideal, but Naruto, why do you have to wait until you reach adulthood? You know, in the ninja world where the average life expectancy is extremely low, children mature very early. Even children of a few years old will have an extra object if their parents are not careful enough to keep an eye on them. Then, at the age of 12, they will officially graduate from the ninja school, and then follow and instruct the jonin to perform low-level missions for a few years. If nothing goes wrong, both sets of parents will become grandparents or grandfathers when they are around 16 years old. Therefore, Karen was very curious why Naruto was so obsessed with the issue of adulthood. Although Naruto's body is not yet an adult, he is still capable of certain things. If Naruto is willing, he can form a complete family with Karen in the second year. Just think about how wonderful that day would be. Naruto shook his head. No means no, because my mother told me that before I come of age. It was very rare, and Naruto found it difficult to speak. But after all, it was Kushina's words, so Naruto would still obey them. Karen took a deep breath and said, could it be that my biggest enemy is my mother? Naruto. Karen reacted and explained, no, that's not what I meant. I mean, there are still many things that can be done before that, and it won't go against our mother's wishes. Naruto asked confusedly, Karen nodded, yes, it's us. Because I am yours. Naruto. Naruto. Hearing Karen say this, Naruto couldn't help scratching his head. What are you talking about? It was obvious that Naruto was about to give in, and Karen was instantly overjoyed. As a serious nympho, Karen stretched out her hands and counted. Look, we can sleep together, eat together, take a bath together, hold hands together, and kiss together. Wait, none of this goes against Kushina's mother's last wishes. Karen said a lot, and she became more and more excited. Even Karen's gaze towards Naruto gradually became hotter. Naruto didn't know much about this kind of thing, so he asked hesitantly, really? Karen nodded, of course it's true. Look, if what you said is true, mother's request is not reasonable. Because other people get married at the age of 16 and even have children, but you have to wait until you are 18 to start looking for your other half. Aren't the rest just leftovers? Mother's correct meaning is that Naruto, don't do anything excessive before you turn 18. As for other things, you can do whatever you want. For example, have a sweet love affair with me. In order to achieve her goal, Karen's eloquence level soared instantly, and various reasons and explanations came out of her mouth naturally. The key is that it sounds like it actually makes some sense. Naruto observed Karen carefully. She called Kushina mother all the time without any ambiguity and had no idea what shame was. Naruto always felt that Karen was deceiving him, because Karen had been running around in the ninja world since she was a child and had experienced more things than Naruto, so she must be familiar with some routines. Honestly, it would probably be easy for Karen to trick a reasonable 12-year-old Naruto, unless Naruto has the ability to view other people's memories. The technique. Of course Naruto has it. Yu Ming-yi. At some point, Naruto's eyes had turned into a kaleidoscope. A strange feeling made Karen feel uncomfortable, yet also excited. What was this feeling of being seen through? After a while, Naruto's mouth twitched slightly, because what Karen said was actually the truth. What should Naruto do? Coming back to his senses, Naruto found that Karen was looking at him shyly and whispered, Naruto, did you use some technique to observe me just now? Don't worry, I've never been in a relationship before. I've never even held hands with any other man except you, Naruto. Naruto couldn't help but sighed. I'm not looking at your body, I'm observing your memory. Why do you talk so logically? Naruto didn't want to discuss this issue with Karen for too long. Karen's strength is a fatal flaw. She has only obtained the Nine Tails chakra for a short time, and she still cannot defeat a cage-level warrior. If a novice can't even beat a cage-level opponent, then isn't that a waste? Karen said in surprise, so this means, Naruto, you agree? Naruto, Karen then said, well, Naruto, if you don't say anything, it proves that you agree. I'm going to practice now, right now. Yeah. Naruto. Hurry. Run. The madman is coming to kill us. Wow. My house. I built it with great difficulty. In the end, he destroyed it with a bomb. Let's go, life is at stake. We can rebuild our house if it's destroyed. In a small village in the land of fire, explosions were heard and flames shot into the sky. The scene was horrific and the villagers fled in panic. In recent days, there have been rumors that a madman who can make soil explode has come all the way here from the rain country. Judging from the enemy's route, it seems to be the wave country without a doubt. Before this incident, the news of the disappearance of Rain Village also spread throughout the world. Nowadays, everyone is actively preparing for war and being wary of this mysterious force. After everyone's research and investigation, all the evidence points to Uzumaki Naruto. Not long ago, a ninja who was suspected to be a super shadow appeared in the Rain Village. Not long after he remembered his fault, he was wiped out by Naruto? However, Naruto did not take the initiative to admit that he did it. Therefore, no one dared to make any guesses about Naruto. After all, Naruto's temper was there, and no one wanted to offend him. Naruto-senpai, where are you? Deidara's eyes were bloodshot and his body was in tatters. Since Naruto's battle ended that day, Deidara simply treated his injuries and came all the way here. For the sake of the art in his heart, he decided to become Naruto's disciple. Deidara believes that Naruto ignored him because he was testing him. Naruto was testing Deidara's talent and ability, or he was trying to see if Deidara had patience. At least that's what Deidara thought. Therefore, Deidara moved all the way to the land of waves. Along the way, Deidara invented many new gadgets with the inspiration he got from Naruto. For example, if clay is concentrated to the extreme, the explosion effect will be increased many times. For example, a rotating explosion would create shock waves several times larger. Deidara hadn't eaten or drunk for who knows how long, and he looked like a madman. But deep in Deidara's heart, there was still a voice telling Deidara, "This is a test from Senior Naruto. As long as you pass the test, you will be appreciated by Senior Naruto. If you gain the appreciation of Naruto-senpai, you can learn the extraordinary art of explosion. The kind of art that can make people lose their minds is Deidara's lifelong pursuit. For this, he is willing to give up everything he has and create the glory of explosion." Suddenly, Deidara was blocked by something again. Deidara pointed at the house in front of him angrily and said, "Great, you dare to stop me from seeing Naruto-senpai. Look at me blowing you away." Not far away, a young villager watched this scene in agony. A madman who can explode points at his house and says that his house is blocking the madman's way, and then the madman wants to blow up his house. Watch me, yeah. Deidara reached into the ninja tool bag, touched it twice, but suddenly froze. "Damn it, I'm out of explosive clay. Ugh, you win this time, yeah, let's fight again next time, yeah." After saying that, Deidara took a few steps to avoid the house. Swish swish swish. Several figures appeared around Deidara, which immediately made Deidara alert. "Who are you? How dare you surround me? Look, I will blow you away." Onoki, flying in the air, looked at Deidara with complicated eyes. The disciple he once was proud of had turned into a madman who only knew how to explode. This time, it was Onoki who got the news and rushed over from the Uega core village. Also accompanying them are red soil and black soil. Deidara reached into the bag of ninja tools again and fumbled around, then froze again. He said angrily, "Damn it, you showed up when I didn't detonate the clay. Ugh, it's really very despicable." Onoki, Kuratsuki, and Akage didn't say anything, but just watched Deidara go crazy. I don't know what Deidara went through to become like this. Deidara is a ninja and even once inherited the will of the rock. Onoki was in a very complicated mood and ordered, "It's time to end this farce, take him back." Kuratsuki and Akatsuki didn't hesitate and both rushed towards Deidara. At this moment, Deidara had not slept or eaten for a long time, and his mental state remained in a frenzy. Even if someone attacked him, Deidara would not respond at all. On the other hand, early the next morning after Shikamaru released the news, someone found the company. An old man with a sour face rushed in from outside, followed by 3 burly men in suits. "I heard that Yuri going to give me Cardo's stuff for free." Shikamaru had already prepared a response plan, so employees immediately came over. The employee said to the old man, "My name is Toyota Jingzyu, may I ask who you are?" Toyota Eide lowered his head and rubbed his hands, with a shifty look in his eyes, and it was obvious that he was not a good person. This is the appearance talent that Shikamaru specially selected from among the employees, and it can play a certain role at certain times. Sure enough, when the old man saw Toyota Eide, he subconsciously thought that the other party was a profiteer, just like himself. However, for Cardo's tempting goods and equipment, the old man still said, "I am the famous Sano, and I am here to take over Cardo's things." Sano is also a well-known big shot in the underworld. Before, Toyota Eide's legs would have trembled when he saw Sano, and he would have been so timid that he didn't even dare to say a word. But it's different now. Behind Toyota Eide, there is Lord Nara backing him up, and the biggest boss is Uzumaki Naruto, who has the world's strongest combat power. Therefore, even when facing Sano now, Toyota Eide was not nervous at all. According to Shikamaru's instructions, Toyota Eide said to him, "Our boss said that we need to wait 2 days before we can send these things for free." Sano wanted to get angry immediately, but seemed to think of something terrible and forced himself to hold it back. But the temptation was too great and Sano didn't want to give up this opportunity. As a last resort, Sano had to do as Toyota Eide said and wait here for 2 days. Toyota Eide found it a little funny to look at the other person's back as he left, as well as the expression of wanting to get angry but not daring to do so. There is no such thing as a free lunch in the world. Lord Nara's plan is really brilliant. Now the plan has just begun, and what Toyota Ishii has to do is his own job. On the other side, Karen and Naruto are also practicing hard. In the afternoon, 2 more businessmen came to the company, but without exception, they were all sent away by Toyota Eide. The next day, over a dozen businessmen came during such a long period of time. These businessmen are all well-known bigwigs in the industry. Now, in order to get what belongs to Cardo, a total of 13 business leaders gathered in the company. Just when everyone was complaining more and more and was about to curse, Shikamaru finally showed up. In the hall, Shikamaru raised his hand and said, "Everyone, be quiet. I said I would give it away for free, and I will give it away for free. I will never break my promise." This sentence directly caused dissatisfaction among some people. They were all people who arrived earlier, and now they have waited for so long. Do they still have to share the benefits with others? Sano's face was gloomy, but he didn't say anything. He still knows the principle that the first bird to stick its head out gets shot. As a businessman, Sano adheres to the idea of letting others take risks and intends to let others speak. However, the others are not stupid either. Any merchant who dares to take Kato's goods must be a shrewd man. How could they not see Shikamaru's conspiracy? How could they not know the principle that the first bird to stick its head out gets shot? Therefore, the scene was very quiet, and everyone was waiting for Shikamaru to speak. Shikamaru cleared his throat and spoke. It seems to me that if we divide Cardo's things equally among everyone will get a little too little. Also, some equipment is not so easy to value. Therefore, I have decided to give all these things to one of you on the spur of the moment. Sano said, then don't waste time. I'm here the earliest, so you should give it to me. Shikamaru glanced at Sano, then smiled apologetically. Sorry, others have come all the way here, it doesn't look good to be so arbitrary. Now, everyone except Sano started to agree with Shikamaru, saying that what Shikamaru said was correct. Since their interests are concerned, what they say is very reasonable and there is nothing wrong with their reasoning. Sano's face turned pale, but he did not leave. Instead, he chose to stay. He wanted to see what Shikamaru's conspiracy was. Since he said he would give something to Cardo, Shikamaru must give it. Because if Shikamaru breaks his promise, the entire Cardo company, including Naruto and Karen, will be blacklisted by everyone. If they are blacklisted by so many merchants, few people will dare to sell things to them. There is no way Shikamaru is unaware of the consequences, so Sano wouldn't be too worried that Shikamaru wouldn't send him off. After a while, Shikamaru saw that the hall had quieted down, and continued, the rules are very simple. Tomorrow morning, you will draw lots to obtain Cardo's property. This method is fairer. Draw lots. Many people immediately became dissatisfied, and some of the more powerful businessmen frowned and looked very unhappy. The odds of winning by lottery were too slim and they were not satisfied. But this is Shikamaru's home ground, and they know that Shikamaru is protected by a powerful ninja. Because they didn't intend to act wildly. Since things had been said this way, everyone had to keep their opinions to themselves. But suddenly someone said, can't we start smoking now? By tomorrow, there will be more people coming here, and the chance will be even smaller. This is a fat man. Like the people around him, he is dressed in gold and silver and looks extremely luxurious. But in Shikamaru's opinion, this is just a nouveau riche, vulgar to the extreme. After all, I really don't know how to describe this kind of aesthetic. As soon as these words were spoken, they were immediately recognized by everyone. Everyone finished drawing lots early, and then the lucky ones got their things and could leave directly. Shikamaru said with a headache, no, because there are too many goods, it will take some time to transport them back from outside. So we'll have to wait until tomorrow morning. What Shikamaru said actually does not conflict with drawing lots. However, Shikamaru didn't wait for anyone to say anything, and said directly, this is what Uzumaki Naruto meant. Sano and a group of businessmen. In one sentence, everyone was shut up. In today's world, who doesn't know the name of Naruto? Even among the three ninjas, none is more famous than Naruto. These people from the business community all value their lives very much, so they are more concerned about the affairs of the ninja world. Since everyone has no objection, let's just say this first. Remember to arrive early tomorrow. More than a dozen businessmen went back just like that. After the merchants left, Shikamaru called Toyota Eide and asked, have you checked all the information I asked you to check? Toyota Eide said with a sly smile, I have checked, Lord Nara, don't worry. There are 36 people in total, including those who have come, those who have not come, and those who are on their way. 34 of them have been traced to their final destinations. Shikamaru nodded, well, let's proceed as planned. Toyota Eide laughed even more happily. He was very excited at the thought that he would be part of the group that played with the business tycoons. In the afternoon, many more people arrived. All of these people were informed of the time and place of the draw, and then sent away by Toyota Eide. Toyota Eide was almost numbed. The arrival of one big boss after another helped Toyota Eide to keep a normal mind. No matter how awesome your status is, Toyota Eide believes he can handle it easily. At this time, Naruto and Karen returned from outside. After a day of training, Karen shamelessly pulled Naruto's hand and forced him not to use Flying Thunder God, but instead returned home at a walking pace. Karen secretly looked at Naruto, who had a calm expression, and her hands couldn't help but clench a little tighter. Sano's face was full of anger. This was the state he had been in since returning from Shikamaru. They say it's free but don't give it to you directly. Isn't that just cheating? Why do we need to draw lots? It was obviously Sano who arrived first. If he had things like Cardo, he would be able to completely establish a foundation on the other side of the world and completely control a country. But all this depends on luck? Several bodyguards and men also stood in the corner without saying a word. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Sano looked over there suddenly, and a look of, as expected, flashed in his eyes. How can it be delivered for free? Why do we have to wait until tomorrow to draw lots? Everything will depend on tonight. Sano could tell at a glance that the guy named Nara Shikamaru was not a good person. Now, the truth is revealed, right? Sano sneered. He wanted to see what tricks Shikamaru would come up with. He is a well-known Sano businessman. He has always been known to cheat others. When will it be someone else's turn to cheat him? Sano signaled to his men, who immediately opened the door. The person standing outside was indeed Toyota Eide. Sano spoke first. Haha, just tell me what you want to say. He. Toyota Eyed rubbed his hands and walked in with a fawning look on his face that he looked extremely wretched. Lord Sano, you know that, right? Tomorrow we will draw lots. Sano has been slightly erect recently, and the real show is about to begin. Yes, it was that Nara Shikamaru who asked you to come, right? Toyota Eyed immediately looked embarrassed and scratched his head awkwardly. Lord Sano, you guessed wrong. It was not Lord Nara who asked me to come here. I came here on my own. I came here for money, of course. Hearing that someone dared to take his money, Sano suppressed his anger and said, well, I want to see how you take this money today. After saying that, two burly bodyguards appeared behind Toyota Eyed. Toyota Eyed immediately showed a look of horror, and he quickly said to Sano-sama, spare my life, I am only after money. You know, the order of the draw tomorrow, the venue, and even the things for the draw are all arranged by us. Nara-sama and the two Uzumaki-samas will not ask about this. Sano waved his hand, and the bodyguards behind Toyota Eyed stepped away. Toyota Eyed breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the fish is about to take the bait. Toyota Eyed stared greedily at the box in the corner of the room, his drooling almost dripping. Sano said impatiently, just say what you want to say. Immediately, Toyota Eyed nodded and said, Lord Sano, you know that I have parents and children to take care of. I work for Lord Nara, so I don't get much salary. So, with this opportunity, I want to make a lot of money, and then I can retire. Let's just make it clear. Since we arranged the order and items for the draw, as long as Lord Sano shows me some affection, I can let Lord Sano draw the first lot, and I can also tamper with the lot box. Then, Lord Sano, you can get Cardo's things naturally. And you, Lord Sano, only need to spend a small price to reward me, and I can get so many things. This sounded very tempting, and Sano couldn't help licking his lips, but as a businessman he still found some loopholes. Sano sneered at Toyota Eyed, if you can say that to me, you can also say that to others, right? Besides, how do I know if you have that much power? Toyota Ishihide was exposed, but he didn't panic. Sano-sama, I am a close confidant of Nara-sama that he has entrusted this matter to me, so you don't have to worry about wasting money. I only need some money to satisfy you, and I can let you, Lord Sano, get what's in Kato. When this is over, we will both go our separate ways and no one will interfere with the other. As for the deal between us, only God, the earth, you and I know it. Sano was very clear that the Toyota Eyed in front of him was very greedy, because he could analyze from Toyota Eyed's expression that this person was obsessed with money, just like him. However, Sano still didn't fall for it. Sano continued, oh, is it really as smooth as you said? Toyota Eyed's face froze, then he grinned, of course. Whether things go smoothly or not depends on your intentions, Lord Sano. Is there anyone else's intention that satisfies me? Sano's face was furious, aren't you holding an auction without telling Lord Nara? Toyota Eyed was immediately horrified, no, Lord Sano, please don't say that. Before you, I have found 3 people, and they have given me more than 2 billion, I just want to get more money. What have I done wrong? Sano gasped instantly, you are so greedy, you dare to take more than 2 billion. If that guy Nara Shikamaru finds out, you will definitely be dead. Toyota Eyed whispered, that depends on my luck. Sama Sano, I can trust you. That's why I came to find you. If you really want to fight to the bitter end, you can tell Lord Nara about this. By then, even if I die, you won't be able to get anything from Cardo. Sano felt disgusted after being threatened. He knew very well that people like Toyota Eyed were a bottomless pit. That if he gave money to Sano, Sano might turn around and look for other people to see if they could give more. And I was the one who was taken advantage of. If you don't get the prize when the draw comes, you'll have to swallow your anger. After all, who in the world today dares to act wildly in front of the true God? Sano's face turned green and red. Out of desire for Kato's goods, Sano said, I'll give you 3 billion, but I have a condition. Toyota Eyed's face lit up, Master Sano, you say it. Sano warned Toyota Eyed, my money is not so easy to take. You took my money, so you can't go find someone else. Sano looked at Toyota Eyed with a painful look on his face, this was a full 3 billion. In order to save his money, Sano suggested, I will only give you half of the money, and I will give you the remaining half after the matter is completed. In addition, you must have my people follow you to prevent you from doing anything shady. These words are all good for Sano. Now, Toyota Eyed is not happy with this. Toyota Eyed immediately said, the price is 3.5 billion, if you don't give it to me, go find someone else. You decide for yourself. Sano's face was furious, what? Do you know who I am? As one of the world's top black businessmen, Sano obviously has his own temper. The bodyguards immediately surrounded Toyota Eyed, trying to put pressure on Toyota Eyed. However, Toyota Eyed was bold enough to shout at them, what are you going to do? You have to think carefully. This is the land of waves. The true God will never allow you to do anything reckless. If you dare to act wildly here, you should consider your own lives. Sano broke out in a cold sweat after being yelled at by Toyota Eyed. The name of Uzumaki Naruto has spread. With the disappearance of Rain Village some time ago, all the blame is directed at Uzumaki Naruto. That's an entire ninja village. It's not easy to deal with them whether by force or other means. Not to mention, it is said that the Rain Village also has a super cage level strongman, but Uzumaki Naruto was able to destroy him alone. It can be seen that Naruto is not only extremely powerful, but also cruel and ruthless. He kills so many people without hesitation. This is not a god, this is a shura. Sano waved his men away and said with pain, well, let's just say 3 billion, I want to see how you do it when the time comes. Toyota Eide snorted coldly, 3 billion, now it's 4 billion, if you don't give it to me, I'll find someone else. Sano felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten a fly, and with a grim face he ordered his men to get the money. Toyota Eide couldn't help feeling a little elated when he saw Sano, who was extremely frustrated and wanted to kill him but didn't dare to do it. This is the peak of his life. That night, 36 merchants were visited by Shikamaru's men at the same time. After learning about the situation, 5 of them left in anger, and the remaining 31 businessmen were all deceived. The lowest amount of silver paid was 1.4 billion and the highest was 6 billion. According to statistics, each of the 31 people contributed more or less, and a total of 62.1 billion taels were contributed. The next morning, as several cargo ships arrived at the Land of Waves, the drawing of lots officially began. However, before everyone could gather, the cargo ship was destroyed by a series of explosions. Cargo ships with a total value of tens of billions of taels, as well as Black World goods and equipment, all sank into the sea. The 31 businessmen stared at the flames rising into the sky in the distance with dull eyes, and they suddenly went crazy. Spent money, but the goods were bombed? Billions of dollars worth of goods and equipment, just gone like that? Among them, a guy who spent 6 billion taels was the craziest. He even ordered his men to beat up and destroy everyone in the company. However, the soul-destroying sword suddenly appeared and easily sealed the dishonest person. Naruto listened to the system prompts coming from his mind and couldn't help but sigh. It's really just a drop in the ocean. This group of people are all samurai, and they are extremely weak compared to Naruto. After Naruto showed up, everyone quieted down. Facing the gazes of hundreds of people, Naruto said calmly, since the goods are gone, you can all leave. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of all the black marketeers changed drastically. They all think that they spend the most money, so they are bound to get the goods. Therefore, their emotions are directly ignited. Even facing life and death, they are not afraid. Naruto's face turned cold, and a trace of murderous intent leaked out of his body. Suddenly, everyone turned around and left, wishing their parents had given them a few more legs. Shikamaru showed up after everyone left. Asking a storage scroll containing more than 60 billion ryo to be handed to Naruto, Shikamaru said, don't feel pity or compassion. These guys are damned, and it will be a good thing for the world if those things are destroyed. Shikamaru had already arranged for people to place many detonating tags on the cargo ship loaded with goods, in order to prevent this group of people from getting Cardo's things. Shikamaru has already inspected these goods. They are all refined, addictive poisons or devices, so there is no pity in destroying them. After hearing what Shikamaru said, Naruto said, well done. Behind the two men, dozens of employees looked at them with admiration. This operation of treating all the top bosses as leeks and reaping them all at once can truly be regarded as a legendary event. Naruto gave the scroll to Shikamaru again, and then instructed, everyone who has contributed should be rewarded. After saying that, Naruto sensed another beach and saw Karen, who was practicing hard, disappearing with a flying thunder god. But Naruto's words made everyone look at Shikamaru with anger. In those plans, they are all greedy for money. But isn't it true for them? If they were not greedy for money, how could they have become Cardo's minions and helped Cardo to cause trouble everywhere? Now, with Naruto's restraint, they have reformed and become new people. Shikamaru looked at the group of people with a headache and said in annoyance, hey, how much should each person be given? Now that the matter is over, Naruto's next move is to go to the Land of Whirlpools. The Land of Waves is too small, it's just a place for Naruto to stay. The Land of Whirlpools is Naruto's real battlefield, no matter in any aspect. If you want to change the world, it is not enough to just have powerful military force. What is needed is still a clear plan. Naruto had also considered these. Naruto must first go to the Land of Whirlpools to establish an organization with absolute dominance, so that it will be convenient for their next move. Of course, for things like this, the sooner the better. Karen sensed Naruto's arrival and immediately stopped studying a certain ninjutsu and ran to Naruto's side. While Naruto was still thinking about something, Karen pounced on him and hugged him, pressing her whole body against him. Naruto, you're finally here. I was practicing hard just now, you should. As she said that, Karen moved her lips directly towards Naruto's. Naruto sighed and grabbed Karen's clothes with one hand, pulling them off of him. It's over now. We are going to the Land of Whirlpools. Seeing Naruto's action, Karen didn't force it anymore. Things like this have to be done slowly. If you cause Naruto's disgust, it would be more trouble than gain. Now Naruto has almost become accustomed to Karen's harassment and is almost immune to it. Let's pack up later and go to the land of whirlpools today, Naruto said and took Karen back home. At this time, Shikamaru had already distributed the rewards, and there was a cheer downstairs. Now that Cardo's things have been dealt with and converted into cash, the next step is to march into the land of whirlpools. However, Naruto does not intend to continue employing these former subordinates of Cardo. Naruto asked Karen to call Shikamaru and Ayam upstairs, and they gathered together for a meeting. At the beginning, Naruto expressed his thoughts, pack your things later, and we will go directly to the land of whirlpools. Karen, let's disperse those people downstairs. Karen nodded, okay. At this time, Shikamaru spoke up, I have a question. Naruto knew that Shikamaru was thinking a lot and might have seen something that he couldn't, so he asked, what's the problem? Shikamaru organized his words and said, do you have any arrangements or plans for going to Whirlpool Country? Naruto frowned, what arrangements? Shikamaru, where do we live? What is our purpose? Where do we start? Does the daimyo of Whirlpool Country have any ideas? Naruto. Sigh. Seeing Naruto's confused face, Shikamaru knew that Naruto didn't think that much. Shikamaru opened his dead eyes and said, give me 2 days, and I can handle it for you. Naruto thought about it and felt that he had enough time, and having a plan was always better than having no plan at all. After thinking for a while, Naruto said to Shikamaru, our first goal is to establish an organization that has absolute dominance in the Whirlpool Country. The next plan has not yet been determined. Shikamaru was silent for a moment, then said, are you going to replace the daimyo? Naruto shook his head, I have no interest in being a daimyo. Shikamaru sighed, this is even more troublesome. But I get it. I remember you can fly Thunder God, can you send me to the land of whirlpools? In the daimyo's mansion in Whirlpool Country, the flying Thunder God mark suddenly appeared on the wall. 2 figures appeared silently, they were Naruto and Shikamaru. Naruto took out a kunao, engraved a flying Thunder God seal on it, and handed it to Shikamaru, if there is any danger, use this to notify me. As long as you input chakra into it, I can sense it. Shikamaru took the kunao and put it into his ninja bag and put it away, I understand. Naruto's figure disappeared again, and Shikamaru couldn't help but sigh, it's good to have strength. Such a long journey can be reached in the blink of an eye. Is there anything more convenient than this? It was summer now and the sun was scorching. Shikamaru had changed into a blue shirt purchased from the land of waves. The only thing on his body was the ninja tool bag around his waist that he brought from Konoha. Shikamaru moved lazily around the wall of the daimyo's mansion. It didn't look like he was looking for the daimyo, but rather like he was taking a walk. Finally, they reached the main entrance and Shikamaru looked up. The wall here is more than 5 meters high, and you can see tall buildings in the distance. There are guards guarding the gate. Compared with these magnificent buildings, the Hokage building is simply a tiny thing. This also indirectly shows that the daimyo prefecture of Whirlpool Country still has some strength. Shikamaru just stood outside the door and quickly attracted the attention of the guards. Who are you? What are you doing here? Shikamaru, I'm here to find the daimyo. When Naruto came back, he noticed some noise coming from downstairs. When I went downstairs, I found that a group of employees were reluctant to leave their jobs. This is understandable. In the current land of waves, is there any job that is safer, has a higher salary, better treatment, and more prestigious than being Naruto's minion? None. Seeing Naruto coming down, all the employees surrounded him. Lord Uzumaki, please don't expel us. We are willing to swear allegiance to you until death. That's right, I would too. These people were talking at once, but Naruto remained unmoved after hearing what they said. Not long ago, there was a group of guys in Konoha who wanted to swear allegiance to Naruto until death, but unfortunately none of them came for some lame reason. The so-called Pledge of Allegiance until death is a joke. These people only say this to support their families. But for Naruto, there is no work for them right now. Most of Cardo's stuff had been turned into cash, so what else did Naruto want them to do? What's more, to put it nicely, these people are hardworking, but to put it bluntly, they are just fence-sitters who changed their minds according to the wind. When Cardo was their boss, they did a lot of bad things. Now, after they worked for Naruto, Naruto also gave them rewards, so they owed each other nothing. But if Naruto was asked to continue employing these people, he would not agree. He is not Cardo, and Naruto does not sell illegal items, run a brothel or a casino. What does Naruto want them to do? Naruto's face turned cold. I'll give you 10 seconds. If you don't leave, you will stay forever. As soon as these words were spoken, a chilling atmosphere swept over everyone. Seeing Naruto was angry, everyone rushed to leave without any hesitation in order to save their lives. There were dozens of employees, but in less than 10 seconds, only one was left. And this person is none other than Toyota Iide. Toyota well show point. He bowed his head and looked at Naruto, and said, Master Uzumaki, I am alone and have nowhere to go if I leave here. I still want to help you, Master Uzumaki. Regarding the departure of others, Toyota Iide said they were all idiots. Because of Naruto's matter, they have offended a big shot who is not on the same level as them. If they want to continue living, they must hide their identities or wait for death. Although the silver that Shikamaru gave them would probably last them a lifetime if they didn't squander it, but there is still a risk of being found, and then won't you still lose your life? Therefore, at this point, the only correct choice is to follow Lord Uzumaki Naruto closely. Naruto frowned, somewhat dissatisfied. Naruto is so patient because these people work for him. Seeing that Naruto was a little unhappy, Toyota Eide hurriedly said, Master Uzumaki, you must trust me, I know a lot of things, keep me, I will definitely be useful to you. Naruto asked calmly, really? Now Naruto has almost become accustomed to Karen's harassment and is almost immune to it. Let's pack up later and go to the land of whirlpools today, Naruto said and took Karen back home. At this time, Shikamaru had already distributed the rewards, and there was a cheer downstairs. Now that Cardo's things have been dealt with and converted into cash, the next step is to march into the land of whirlpools. However, Naruto does not intend to continue employing these former subordinates of Cardo. Naruto asked Karen to call Shikamaru and Ayam upstairs, and they gathered together for a meeting. At the beginning, Naruto expressed his thoughts, pack your things later, and we will go directly to the land of whirlpools. Karen, let's disperse those people downstairs. Karen nodded, okay. At this time, Shikamaru spoke up, I have a question. Naruto knew that Shikamaru was thinking a lot and might have seen something that he couldn't, so he asked, what's the problem? Shikamaru organized his words and said, do you have any arrangements or plans for going to Whirlpool Country? Naruto frowned, what arrangements? Shikamaru, where do we live, what is our purpose, where do we start, does the daimyo of Whirlpool Country have any ideas? Naruto. Sigh. Seeing Naruto's confused face, Shikamaru knew that Naruto didn't think that much. Shikamaru opened his dead eyes and said, give me 2 days, and I can handle it for you. Naruto thought about it and felt that he had enough time, and having a plan was always better than having no plan at all. After thinking for a while, Naruto said to Shikamaru, our first goal is to establish an organization that has absolute dominance in the Whirlpool Country. The next plan has not yet been determined. Shikamaru was silent for a moment, then said, are you going to replace the daimyo? Naruto shook his head, I have no interest in being a daimyo. Shikamaru sighed, this is even more troublesome. But I get it. I remember you can fly, Thunder God, can you send me to the land of whirlpools? In the daimyo's mansion in Whirlpool Country, the flying Thunder God mark suddenly appeared on the wall. 2 figures appeared silently, they were Naruto and Shikamaru. Naruto took out a kunao, engraved a flying Thunder God seal on it, and handed it to Shikamaru, if there is any danger, use this to notify me. As long as you input chakra into it, I can sense it. Shikamaru took the kunao and put it into his ninja bag and put it away, I understand. Naruto's figure disappeared again, and Shikamaru couldn't help but sigh, it's good to have strength. Such a long journey can be reached in the blink of an eye. Is there anything more convenient than this? It was summer now and the sun was scorching. Shikamaru had changed into a blue shirt purchased from the land of waves. The only thing on his body was the ninja tool bag around his waist that he brought from Konoha. Shikamaru moved lazily around the wall of the daimyo's mansion. It didn't look like he was looking for the daimyo, but rather like he was taking a walk. Finally, they reached the main entrance and Shikamaru looked up. The wall here is more than 5 meters high, and you can see tall buildings in the distance. There are guards guarding the gate. Compared with these magnificent buildings, the Hokage building is simply a tiny thing. This also indirectly shows that the daimyo prefecture of Whirlpool Country still has some strength. Shikamaru just stood outside the door and quickly attracted the attention of the guards. Who are you? What are you doing here? Shikamaru, I'm here to find the daimyo. When Naruto came back, he noticed some noise coming from downstairs. When I went downstairs, I found that a group of employees were reluctant to leave their jobs. This is understandable. In the current land of waves, is there any job that is safer, has a higher salary, better treatment, and more prestigious than being Naruto's minion? None. Seeing Naruto coming down, all the employees surrounded him. Lord Uzumaki, please don't expel us. We are willing to swear allegiance to you until death. That's right, I would too. These people were talking at once, but Naruto remained unmoved after hearing what they said. Not long ago, there was a group of guys in Konoha who wanted to swear allegiance to Naruto until death, but unfortunately none of them came for some lame reason. The so-called Pledge of Allegiance until death is a joke. These people only say this to support their families. But for Naruto, there is no work for them right now. Most of Cardo's stuff had been turned into cash, so what else did Naruto want them to do? What's more, to put it nicely, these people are hardworking, but to put it bluntly, they are just fence-sitters who changed their minds according to the wind. When Cardo was their boss, they did a lot of bad things. Now, after they worked for Naruto, Naruto also gave them rewards, so they owed each other nothing. But if Naruto was asked to continue employing these people, he would not agree. He is not Cardo, and Naruto does not sell illegal items, run a brothel or a casino. What does Naruto want them to do? Naruto's face turned cold. I'll give you 10 seconds. If you don't leave, you will stay forever. As soon as these words were spoken, a chilling atmosphere swept over everyone. Seeing Naruto was angry, everyone rushed to leave without any hesitation in order to save their lives. There were dozens of employees, but in less than 10 seconds, only one was left. And this person is none other than Toyota Iide. Toyota well show point he bowed his head and looked at Naruto, and said, Master Uzumaki, I am alone and have nowhere to go if I leave here. I still want to help you, Master Uzumaki. Regarding the departure of others, Toyota Iide said they were all idiots. Because of Naruto's matter, they have offended a big shot who is not on the same level as them. If they want to continue living, they must hide their identities or wait for death. Although the silver that Shikamaru gave them would probably last them a lifetime if they didn't squander it, but there is still a risk of being found, and then won't you still lose your life? Therefore, at this point, the only correct choice is to follow Lord Uzumaki Naruto closely. Naruto frowned, somewhat dissatisfied. Naruto is so patient because these people work for him. Seeing that Naruto was a little unhappy, Toyota Iide hurriedly said, Master Uzumaki, you must trust me, I know a lot of things, keep me, I will definitely be useful to you. Naruto asked calmly, really? At this time, Karen suddenly whispered to Naruto, this guy has always been very smart. Okay, then you clean up here and I'll think about it when we get back. After hearing this, Karen fell silent. She originally thought that Daimyo Prefecture would be a shelter, but she didn't expect that Daimyo Prefecture would be a den of dragons and tigers. What will you do if I leave? When thinking about ER and Meida's situation, Karen always felt a little pity for them. If something like this happens, it would be really desperate. He made his face darken visibly, and he said, if I were alone, I would definitely leave. Karen. Inside the inn, Naruto observed what Karen was doing and suddenly said, it's over, she's bringing that guy back. Originally, Ayam was observing the street out of boredom. When she heard Naruto say this, she asked, what's going on? Naruto briefly explained to her, just now, Karen and I discovered that someone was trying to molest a woman, and Karen just went out to help. Now, Karen might have to bring her back. Ayam stared at Naruto's face and observed him. She found that Naruto seemed to dislike what Karen did. In the past, Naruto would definitely help if he encountered such a situation. But now, Ayam didn't say much. She had heard about Naruto's experience when he was in Konoha. These truths were enough to change a good man. Fortunately, Naruto has not degenerated into a bloodthirsty demon. In fact, Icarus agrees with what Karen did. The two of them didn't say anything else. Ayam was lost in thought while Naruto was observing the surroundings. The land of whirlpools is obviously much more complicated than the land of waves. Just on the surface, Naruto has discovered quite a few forces. The reason why they are called a force is because Naruto discovered the existence of chakra in the bodies of this group of people. Moreover, they did not look like passing travelers or merchants, but rather like people who had lived here for a long time. Naruto even found a place to entrust tasks, where people can hire ninjas. The capital of the Whirlpool country, where there is no ninja village, has achieved its current deformed existence. Some wandering ninjas gathered together and opened a trading place similar to a gold exchange in the center of the Whirlpool country. However, most of the missions of the gold exchange are bounties such as assassinations. This trading place is for the people of the Whirlpool country, and the difficulty of the tasks they issue ranges from D level to A level. Some wandering ninjas would come here to take on missions in order to survive. If you have time, go and have a look, Naruto said, still watching that direction. Ninjas do things for money, and there are many people who come to post tasks. It can be said that this place is simply a combination of the ninja village and the capital. The only difference is that the ninjas in the ninja village have no ties with each other. After a while, a girl named Karen came in from the window, carrying a woman on her back. After Karen came in, she was about to introduce Urhi and Maida to Naruto, but Naruto beat her to the punch and said, let's go out for a walk. Naruto then said to Ayam, Sister Ayam, you should stay here for now. If there is any danger, please notify me. These days, Icarus also refined some chakra. Like most people, Icarus's talent is not very good, but he can still refine and control chakra. If Ayam were to seriously enter the ninja industry, it would probably be a bit difficult for her. After all, others have been refining chakra since they were a few years old, but Icarus has only just started refining it now. Naruto asked Karen to leave ER and Maida behind and left with Karen. Only Airway, Maida, and Ayam were left in the house. Ayam said to Urhi and Maida with good intentions, Sister, come and sit down. Everyone is fine, don't be nervous. Urhi Maida had just experienced that kind of thing and was still in shock. After hearing what Ayam said, she felt a lot more relieved. Especially, when Urhi Wushin saw a kunao hanging around Ayam's waist, Urhi Wushin felt very safe. Ayam also looked like a ninja. Naruto did not use the Flying Thunder God technique, after all, the distance was not far. After walking through several streets with Karen, Naruto and Karen arrived in front of a building. This building looks out of place with the surrounding buildings. The others are all red, but it is white. Also, there was a sign hanging next to it that read Ninja for Hire, accept missions. Karen was surprised. There is a similar place in other places. Naruto brought Karen in and saw a huge wooden board on the left with a lot of mission books posted on it. On the right, there are several rows of tables and chairs, where ninjas are resting in groups of 3 or 4. Directly in front, there is a counter. Seeing someone coming in and looking around, the boss at the counter said, "Excuse me, are you looking for a ninja to do something, or to accept a mission?" Naruto came to the counter and asked the boss, "This is my first time here, can you introduce me?" The boss's eyes lit up. "So, you are ninjas too?" In fact, as soon as Naruto walked in, the boss noticed that the two of them were extraordinary. After all, not everyone can pretend to be a ninja. Naruto nodded, "Right." The boss became suspicious when he saw that Naruto and Karen were both very young but not wearing any forehead protectors. Generally speaking, for such a young child to become a ninja, only a country with a ninja village has such strong resources for training. Such people usually they are all trader ninjas from the ninja village. The difference between them and wandering ninjas is that they have to deal with pursuit troops. In short, a wandering ninja is a ninja who has learned a few ninjutsu from somewhere but does not belong to any ninja village. The trader ninja is trained by the ninja village and is very dangerous. However, now is the time when they are short of people. The boss said with a smile, "Don't underestimate this place. There are more clients here than in Konoha." Even Naruto, who had never experienced anything, knew that this was just bragging. "Naruto, Konoha?" The boss nodded, "Yes, I heard that Konoha has offended the real god, and now few people are willing to post tasks there. Let me tell you, we can make money in the Whirlpool country because the residents of the Fire country come here to take care of the business." Naruto, after hearing this, Karen fell silent. She originally thought that Daimyo Prefecture would be a shelter, but she didn't expect that Daimyo Prefecture would be a den of dragons and tigers. "What will you do if I leave?" When thinking about and Maida's situation, Karen always felt a little pity for them. If something like this happens, it would be really desperate. Made his face darken visibly, and he said, "If I were alone, I would definitely leave." Karen. Inside the inn, Naruto observed what Karen was doing and suddenly said, "It's over, she's bringing that guy back." Originally, Ayam was observing the street out of boredom. When she heard Naruto say this, she asked, "What's going on?" Naruto briefly explained to her, "Just now, Karen and I discovered that someone was trying to molest a woman, and Karen just went out to help. Now, Karen might have to bring her back." Ayam stared at Naruto's face and observed him. She found that Naruto seemed to dislike what Karen did. In the past, Naruto would definitely help if he encountered such a situation. But now, Ayam didn't say much. She had heard about Naruto's experience when he was in Konoha. These truths were enough to change a good man. Fortunately, Naruto has not degenerated into a bloodthirsty demon. In fact, Icarus agrees with what Karen did. The two of them didn't say anything else. Ayam was lost in thought while Naruto was observing the surroundings. The land of whirlpools is obviously much more complicated than the land of waves. Just on the surface, Naruto has discovered quite a few forces. The reason why they are called a force is because Naruto discovered the existence of chakra in the bodies of this group of people. Moreover, they did not look like passing travelers or merchants, but rather like people who had lived here for a long time. Naruto even found a place to entrust tasks, where people can hire ninjas. The capital of the Whirlpool country, where there is no ninja village, has achieved its current deformed existence. Some wandering ninjas gathered together and opened a trading place similar to a gold exchange in the center of the Whirlpool country. However, most of the missions of the gold exchange are bounties such as assassinations. This trading place is for the people of the Whirlpool country, and the difficulty of the tasks they issue ranges from D level to A level. Some wandering ninjas would come here to take on missions in order to survive. If you have time, go and have a look, Naruto said, still watching that direction. Ninjas do things for money, and there are many people who come to post tasks. It can be said that this place is simply a combination of the ninja village and the capital. The only difference is that the ninjas in the ninja village have no ties with each other. After a while, a girl named Karen came in from the window, carrying a woman on her back. After Karen came in, she was about to introduce and Maida to Naruto, but Naruto beat her to the punch and said, "Let's go out for a walk." Naruto then said to Ayam, "Sister Ayam, you should stay here for now. If there is any danger, please notify me." These days, Icarus also refined some chakra. Like most people, Icarus's talent is not very good, but he can still refine and control chakra. If Ayam were to seriously enter the ninja industry, it would probably be a bit difficult for her. After all, others have been refining chakra since they were a few years old, but Icarus has only just started refining it now. Naruto asked Karen to leave and Maida behind and left with Karen. Only Airway, Maida, and Ayam were left in the house. Ayam said to and Maida with good intentions, "Sister, come and sit down. Everyone is fine, don't be nervous." Maida had just experienced that kind of thing and was still in shock. After hearing what Ayam said, she felt a lot more relieved. Especially, when Wushin saw a kunao hanging around Ayam's waist, Wushin felt very safe. Ayam also looked like a ninja. Naruto did not use the Flying Thunder God technique. After all, the distance was not far. After walking through several streets with Karen, Naruto and Karen arrived in front of a building. This building looks out of place with the surrounding buildings. The others are all red, but it is white. Also, there was a sign hanging next to it that read Ninja for Hire, accept missions. Karen was surprised. There is a similar place in other places. Naruto brought Karen in and saw a huge wooden board on the left with a lot of mission books posted on it. On the right, there are several rows of tables and chairs, where ninjas are resting in groups of 3 or 4. Directly in front, there is a counter. Seeing someone coming in and looking around, the boss at the counter said, "Excuse me, are you looking for a ninja to do something, or to accept a mission?" Naruto came to the counter and asked the boss, "This is my first time here, can you introduce me?" The boss's eyes lit up. "So, you are ninjas too?" In fact, as soon as Naruto walked in, the boss noticed that the two of them were extraordinary. After all, not everyone can pretend to be a ninja. Naruto nodded, "Right." The boss became suspicious when he saw that Naruto and Karen were both very young but not wearing any forehead protectors. Generally speaking, for such a young child to become a ninja, only a country with a ninja village has such strong resources for training. Such people usually they are all trader ninjas from the ninja village. The difference between them and wandering ninjas is that they have to deal with pursuit troops. In short, a wandering ninja is a ninja who has learned a few ninjutsu from somewhere but does not belong to any ninja village. The trader ninja is trained by the ninja village and is very dangerous. However, now is the time when they are short of people. The boss said with a smile, "Don't underestimate this place. There are more clients here than in Konoha." Even Naruto, who had never experienced anything, knew that this was just bragging. "Naruto, Konoha?" The boss nodded, "Yes, I heard that Konoha has offended the real god, and now few people are willing to post tasks there. Let me tell you, we can make money in the Whirlpool country because the residents of the Fire country come here to take care of the business." Naruto. Although the boss said so, Naruto still didn't believe it. Naruto did not intervene as he watched the drama unfolding before him. The situation in Whirlpool country doesn't seem as good as it seems. Naruto understood the cause and process of the incident and had a bit of sympathy for the victim. As for Shanken Yamaguchi's actions, Naruto said that he could not understand it. "You are already powerful, why don't you marry someone formally? If one woman can't satisfy you, then you can marry several. Why bother harassing others outside? Moreover, it seems that Shanken Yamaguchi's father is not a good person either. How can you expect the upper beam to be straight when the lower beam is so crooked? Moreover, since such ministers can stay safely at the center of power, it seems that the daimyo of Whirlpool country is not as upright as it seems." Shanken Yamaguchi was still using the other party's family to provoke the other party, and he was so arrogant that even Naruto's fists were slightly clenched. Maeda looked around fearfully at everyone around him, the silent Naruto, the increasingly ugly Karen, the extremely serious Miyamoto Ryasui. Everything made her very scared. She didn't know what she had done wrong, she just felt weak and extremely aggrieved. Fate is really an unpredictable thing. Maeda went out in the morning to buy medicine for her sick brother, but she met Shanken Yamaguchi on the way. The other party intended to force her to have sex with him. Fortunately, Karen appeared in time. Then, Shanken Yamaguchi brought a group of people to ask her to testify and ask her to wrongly accuse Karen. What to do? If it were her, she would definitely tell the truth without hesitation, but she has a critically ill brother at home. Under this torment, Maeda almost collapsed. At this time, Karen spoke up. She said to Maeda, "Tell me the truth of the matter, and I will help you make the decision." These words were like a life-saving straw to a drowning person. Maeda had no choice but to trust Karen. Next, Niwa Maeda accuses Naomura Yamaguchi of his bad behavior. After hearing this, Miyamoto Ryasui frowned, looking troubled, and ordered his men, catch Master Shanken, send him to the jail to await his punishment. As soon as these words came out, Shanken Yamaguchi's legs went weak. He collapsed on the chair and warned Miyamoto Ryasui, "How dare you? I am Shanken Yamaguchi, and my father is an important official of the daimyo of Whirlpool country. How dare you, a mere captain, arrest me? Besides, this bitch is just talking nonsense, why do you believe her words?" Threatened by Shanken Yamaguchi, Miyamoto Ryasui's men stopped their actions and looked at Miyamoto Ryasui. Miyamoto Ryasui thought so too. He only relied on other people's one-sided words in this matter, so he could not convict Naomura Yamaguchi at all. "That's right. How are you going to prove that what you said is true?" Miyamoto Ryasui turned around and started asking questions to Maeda, who were sitting on the ground. Things just keep going on, and some people are getting impatient. Naruto spoke up, "I saw it with my own eyes, and everything she said was true." Miyamoto Ryasui glanced at Naruto and didn't care. Instead, he defended Shanken Yamaguchi, "If it's just verbal evidence, it doesn't count. It still can't be convicted." Naruto. Ding. Phew. When an unusual sound was heard, everyone looked at Naruto, only to find that he was putting away a kunai with an expressionless face. However, Shanken Yamaguchi, who had been so arrogant just now, stopped where he was with his eyes wide open. After a few seconds, Shanken Pass was directly split into two, and the scene was extremely bloody. In that case, let me convict him for you. In an instant, the room became chaotic. What? Master Shankao. Is he dead? How could this happen? I can't explain this. Miyamoto Ryasui had cold sweat on his forehead and waved his hand to signal his men not to talk nonsense. In the room, accompanied by panicked screams, many onlookers chose to leave immediately. It takes courage to watch the fun. When have they ever seen such a scene? The blood and powerful force made these helpless residents extremely terrified. Karen pulled ER and Maida up from the ground, and then said, "Who else is in your family? Take them over here now." After saying that, Karen took the pale-faced ER and Maida away. Naruto did not stop her. He believed that with the level of the ninjas here, they were not able to defeat Karen in her current state. Naruto created a shadow clone and escorted Ayam upstairs. Like everyone else, Icarus had never seen such a bloody scene, so he was not in a very good condition. Just imagine, if a living person was suddenly split in half in front of you, how many people would remain indifferent? When Ayam went upstairs, Naruto thought the matter was over, but who knew that Miyamoto Ryasui actually ordered his men to surround Naruto? Miyamoto Ryasui looked at the corpse on the ground with dismay, and then said angrily, "Who are you? Things haven't really been confirmed yet. How can you just kill Master Shanken? You'd better come back with me and wait until the truth comes out." Naruto was getting a little impatient. Miyamoto Ryasui looked like a good person, but in fact he was just a guy who bowed to the powerful. Before, Naruto was planning to let him go because he seemed to be able to make some sense, but who knew that this guy would be so ungrateful and actually want to arrest Naruto? I said, let me make it clear, first, my words are not evidence, but statements of fact. Second, you want to arrest me, in that case. Then go to hell. Puff puff puff. The soul-destroying sword was extremely fast and pierced through the chests of several guards in the blink of an eye. In a short period of time, Miyamoto Ryasui was unable to react at all. By the time he realized something was wrong, it was too late, because his chest had been pierced by the soul-destroying sword. There were no wounds, but the person died strangely. In less than 10 seconds, the room was littered with corpses. Of course, Naruto did not start indiscriminate killing. After all, killing would not bring him pleasure. Naruto turned his gaze towards the innkeeper hiding under the counter and said, "Clean it up. Any damage here will be charged to my account." After saying that, Naruto flew away with Flying Thunder God, leaving the shop owner alone, staring blankly at the corpses all over the floor. What kind of person is this? It doesn't matter whether the truth can be made public or not. What matters is that some people must be punished. Do you want to see that fat pig continue to get away with it and bully the weak? Ayam was awakened by Naruto's words. Maybe Naruto was right. On the other side, the negotiations between Shikamaru and the daimyo were finally coming to an end. In the reception room of the daimyo's mansion, an old man in luxurious clothes sighed and said, "It is really shameful that Lord Nara has such ability at such an age. I am nearly 70 years old, but I still cannot fulfill my dream of establishing a ninja village in the Whirlpool country." Establishing a ninja village is a groundbreaking event for a country. It is no exaggeration to say that a country with a ninja village will have more say in the world. Among them, the 5 major ninja villages among the 5 major countries have the right to initiate talks. The higher the international influence, the more stable the country will be internally. However, the land of whirlpools has all the conditions in place, both in terms of funding and the number of ninjas. If the 6 major guilds of the country were to merge together, they could form a small ninja village. Unfortunately, some people don't want them to merge. Such a whirlpool country is a hotbed for their development. If the whirlpool country has a ninja village, the development of some people will slow down. Therefore, the daimyo of the land of whirlpools has always wanted to build a ninja village, but has always been unable to do so due to various unexpected events. Today, Shikamaru found the daimyo and explained his purpose, and the daimyo was very enthusiastic. Moreover, the daimyo also specially designated an area next to the daimyo palace for Naruto's development, which was a great respect. It was also Shikamaru's first time talking to someone of daimyo level, so he was a little nervous. However, when thinking of Naruto's strength and deterrence, Shikamaru became calm and even drew a round of praise from the daimyo. Finally, after things were settled, Shikamaru stood up and said goodbye. "Then let's settle it this way. I'll go back and inform Naruto first." Daimyo hurriedly stood up to see him off, and the two chatted and laughed all the way, and the scene seemed extremely harmonious. After sending Shikamaru away, the daimyo returned to his palace with a worried look on his face, his steps pacing anxiously. The ministers below had just been called into the daimyo's mansion. Now seeing the daimyo's appearance, none of them dared to speak. They already knew about Shikamaru's arrival. Naruto's arrival may be good for the land of whirlpools, but for the daimyo prefecture. It's hard to say. "My lords, you are all usually very active. How come no one is offering advice at this point?" Finally, the daimyo sat down on the chair and looked at the dozen ministers standing. Below, a dozen ministers in robes were whispering to each other, but no one spoke. "I know that Uzumaki Naruto is coming, and it will be difficult for us, the daimyo prefecture. Now, let's think about what attitude we should take towards Uzumaki Naruto. As soon as Shikamaru came out of the daimyo's mansion, he used the Flying Thunder God technique to inform Naruto. Now, Shikamaru didn't know that Naruto was also in the land of whirlpools. When Naruto took Shikamaru to the inn, Karen just came back. And Maida had disappeared from Karen's side, and she came back alone. Facing Naruto's curious gaze, Karen explained, I gave her some money and asked her to go to the land of fire. She said she didn't want to implicate us, so. Naruto nodded, that's good. If she stays, it will indeed cause trouble for us. Next, Shikamaru began to report on his work. There is an open space next to the daimyo mansion, which was originally used to host some large-scale events, but now it has become Naruto's place. Shikamaru said, then went downstairs and got himself a room. After dinner in the evening, Naruto asked Ayame to stay in the house alone, and he went out with Karen. But don't get me wrong, Naruto wanted to investigate Shikamaru's achievements. The area covered by the daimyo prefecture is neither big nor small, and the area allocated by the daimyo for Naruto is an open space of nearly 100 meters in length and width. This area is already quite large. In the dark night, Naruto and Karen appeared, the temperature dropped, and the wind became chilly. There are a few lonely big trees here, and the ground is full of weeds, which looks extremely desolate. After looking at it, Karen began to calculate, Naruto, if we want to build a house on this land, I'm afraid it will take several construction teams and it will take a lot of time. Karen didn't continue talking, the truth was already obvious. If they want to establish an organization here to influence the whirlpool country, they must start with the most basic infrastructure. This kind of thing is extremely time-consuming. It was a bit cold, and Karen couldn't help but squeeze closer to Naruto. If Naruto wasn't thinking about something, Karen would even want to snuggle into Naruto's arms. It was a dark and windy night, a perfect time to do something weird. Naruto was thinking about something, but suddenly he felt a fragrance and his left arm was hugged by Karen. Suddenly, Naruto's eyes lit up. Build a house, I've thought of a very suitable person. Karen asked curiously, Naruto, who is that? The distance between the two was already very close, and Karen's heartbeat began to accelerate, but Naruto didn't care about it. Naruto takes Karen with him. Flying Thunder God returned to the inn and said to Karen, you stay here first, I'm going to Konoha. According to his memory, Naruto discovered a master at building houses. With the presence of Flying Thunder God, Naruto appeared at Hokage Rock soon. The Flying Thunder God mark here has not yet been cleared or transferred by Tsunade. Below was Konoha at night. Compared to the last time I came to Konoha, Konoha has now recovered some of its vitality. After all, everyone still has to live their lives, and Konoha can receive many mission commissions from within the country and the village. Since Naruto has not taken any retaliatory actions against Konoha for a long time, the heat in Konoha has begun to rise again. All I can say is that it is worthy of being the top ninja village in the past. Even after experiencing such a thing, it can still survive. If this happened in the Hidden Sand Village, perhaps the daimyo of the Wind Country would have already demolished the Hidden Sand Village and rebuilt it. A Flying Thunder God seal mysteriously appeared in the Hokage's office, and Naruto arrived the next second. Before they knew it, even the three of them looked like this when they saw Naruto? Tsunade hurriedly waved away the umbu and made faces to hint something to them. Naruto was speechless. Can you please not do any tricks in front of me, it's very conspicuous. After the umbu left, Tsunade stood up from her seat and said to Naruto, on behalf of Konoha, I welcome your return. Don't speak so passionately. I will not return to Konoha. Naruto said calmly, and directly stated his purpose. I came here to find an umbu who can use wood release. You should know who it is, right? Wood release is a well-known powerful bloodline limit, and the existing wood release will definitely attract the attention of the Hokage. Tsunade obviously didn't expect that Naruto came to find a ninja who knew wood release, instead of looking for his girlfriend Hinata Hyuga. Tsunade asked curiously, Yamato? Naruto said casually, it doesn't matter if it's Yamato or Komato, as long as they know wood release, it'll be fine. Tsunade showed an expression of, as expected, then you are talking about Yamato, because Yamato does not know wood release. Naruto didn't expect that there really was a person named Zayahi just because he said it casually. Tsunade continued chatting with Naruto, and soon there was a sound of footsteps outside. The door was pushed open, and a group of people came in. This group of people included several umbu, Tsunade's 4 disciples, and Heite Kakashi. It can be said that basically half of the guys who have a good relationship with Naruto are here. It's Naruto. In the crowd, Hinata was delighted when she saw Naruto, but then she couldn't help lowering her head and reaching out to pinch the corner of his clothes. A while ago, Hinata also figured out why Tsunade accepted her as a disciple. It was not arranged by Hayashi, but because of Naruto. So, from this point of view, it is enough to prove that Naruto still has Hinata in his heart. Before, Hinata acted so boldly because she was pushed to a certain extent. At that time, Hinata knew that if she didn't express her feelings to Naruto, she might never have another chance in the future. That's why Hinata was able to accomplish that feat. Now, although Hinata's personality has changed and she is not as introverted as before, she still can't help getting nervous when facing Naruto. She was afraid that Naruto would notice her, but she also hoped that Naruto could see her. I was afraid that I would have some verbal communication with Naruto, but I was very eager to talk to him. This contradictory mentality led to Hinata's current reaction. Beside Hinata, Ino stared at Hinata with wide eyes, as if she had seen a ghost. Since Hinata's failed defection, her personality has changed drastically. In general, Hinata gives people the feeling that she has changed from a dove to a hawk. She wants to do everything to the best of her ability. Even in the battle practice between her and her sister Hanabi, she shows no mercy, which makes Hanabi more and more afraid of Hinata. These people were all people Naruto knew. But there are some things Naruto must explain to Tsunade. The emotional card has no effect on me, just call Yamato, I will pay for the mission. Naruto still doesn't have any good feelings towards Konoha. Although everyone in Konoha from top to bottom no longer rejects Naruto, they still don't look at him strangely. But Naruto knew that the relationship between him and Konoha would never be repaired. After all, Minato, as Naruto's father, had pointed out a clear path for Naruto. Even the fourth Hokage has announced his defection. What else does Naruto have to worry about? Tsunade ordered the Umbu, go get Yamato. The scene fell into silence again. Kakashi looked at Naruto helplessly. His eyes were very complicated, the kind that made people think too much. Finally, Kakashi couldn't help it anymore. Kakashi said to Naruto, Naruto, you are outside. Naruto suddenly raised his hand and interrupted Kakashi coldly. Kakashi, you are really a saint. Facing the enemy who cut off one of your arms, you can still remain calm? Go back, there's nothing for you to do here. One of Kakashi's sleeves hung empty on one side, and he looked extremely haggard. Although he was not very old, he had a lifeless air. At this point, what is the connection between Naruto and Team 7? No, if you have to say it, it's that Naruto once liked Haruno Sakura. But now, Naruto has found a girl who is more suitable for him. Moreover, she is completely trustworthy to Naruto. Haruno Sakura felt uncomfortable when she heard Ino whispering in her ear about Naruto's appearance. After Naruto left, Haruno Sakura became a little more mature when faced with Sasuke and Kakashi's serious illness. Thinking back to how Naruto had pursued her before, but she had ignored him and didn't even give him a clear response. Now, Ino's assessment of Naruto's appearance sounded a bit childish to Haruno Sakura. Perhaps, only by experiencing some things can people become mature and see more clearly the ways of the world. In fact, Haruno Sakura is very envious of Ino now. It is such a happy thing to be able to stay in the state of being a fangirl for so long. Tsunade saw that Naruto had no reaction to the arrival of Kakashi and the others, and his words seemed to reveal displeasure, so she let Kakashi and the others leave directly. The main force is evacuating, but Hinata still has no movement. She didn't pay attention to what was happening around her, she was only thinking about Naruto. Ahem. Seeing Hinata acting like a little girl, Tsunade couldn't help but remind her. Hinata looked up in confusion and saw Tsunade winking at her. It turned out that everyone had left without her noticing. For some reason, Hinata felt a sense of loss. She only dared to observe Naruto with her peripheral vision, but she had to keep up with the pace of the main force. Just as Hinata was about to leave, Naruto spoke up, Hinata, let's talk? From an angle that Naruto couldn't see, Hinata's face suddenly turned from cloudy to sunny, and in an instant seemed to be full of vitality. After talking for a while, Naruto found that Hinata's personality was almost the same as he remembered. The last time I saw Hinata, she was very proactive. Naruto almost thought that, apart from himself, Hinata was also very different from the other ninja world. Hinata sat uneasily in the chair, being asked all kinds of questions by Naruto. When she looked at Naruto, her face turned red, and then she silently shifted her gaze elsewhere. After a while, she couldn't help but secretly observe Naruto. This made Naruto feel very interesting, and he did not expect that the accident in childhood would leave such a deep impression in Hinata's heart. By this calculation, he and Hinata can be considered childhood sweethearts. Right? Boom boom boom. There was a knock on the door and Naruto said, come in. At the same time, Naruto put his hands on the Hokage's desk, as if to say, I am the Hokage and the Hokage is me. This look gave Tsunade, who was standing by, a headache. After all, he is a guy with unpredictable strength. If it were someone else, he would have been beaten to the point of not recognizing his mother by Tsunade's punch. Snap! The door was pushed open, and several Umbu came in from outside, including Yamato. After a few people came in, they saw Naruto sitting in the position of Hokage, with Hinata sitting next to him with her head lowered. As for the serious Hokage, he and his disciple Shizune were hiding in the corner trembling. Yamato looked at Tsunade in confusion, Hokage-sama? Tsunade's mouth twitched, and she thought to herself that Yamato really didn't know how to judge the situation. Isn't it obvious that she wants to listen to Naruto? Naruto saw Yamato appear and went straight to the point. I heard that you can use wood release to build a house? Yamato, Tsunade. Everyone looked at Naruto in horror, his words still echoing in their minds. Wood release is a legend in the ninja world. But Naruto asked Yamato if his wood release could be used to build a house? This is simply. Although it is true that you can build a house, you can't just ask someone to use wood release to build a house for you, right? Facing everyone's horrified gazes, Naruto asked curiously, what's wrong? can you build a house? Yamato's forehead was covered with sweat, and Naruto's question puzzled him, but he still answered truthfully, well, that I did study it. Naruto said directly, very good, I have a project here that needs you to complete that you just need to build a house for me in an area according to the blueprint. He. The space seemed to be quiet, with only the pet in Jingian's arms making sounds. Shizun said dumbly, Tsunade-sama, did I hear you right? Naruto, did he really ask Yamato to build a house? Tsunade was also speechless. She originally thought that Naruto came to Konoha for some big thing, and even Tsunade was ready to sacrifice herself. But Tsunade was told that Naruto came to Konoha to recruit workers? Seeing that everyone was quiet, Naruto made a promise to show that he was not doing it for free. Don't worry, I will calculate the reward for the mission according to a level. I won't give you a penny less. If you have any requests, you can also ask for them. If they are not excessive, I can consider them. Yamato said weakly, then should I go or not? As he spoke, Yamato turned his gaze towards Tsunade. Even though Naruto is now the Hokage and still possesses absolute strength, Tsunade is still the Hokage. When it comes to deciding on some things, as a ninja of Konoha, Yamato will still follow Tsunade's arrangements. Tsunade nodded to Yamato, who immediately agreed to Naruto's request. Okay then, I'll go get ready and leave tomorrow. It's already late at night, so we have to set off tomorrow. Naruto appeared directly behind Yamato, put a hand on his shoulder, turned around and said to Hinata, I'll find you when I have time. After saying that, Naruto directly activated Flying Thunder God and left in style. Tsunade turned her gaze towards Hinata, who quickly stood up from her seat and said to Tsunade, excuse me, Hokage-sama. As soon as Naruto left, Hinata returned to her previous state, giving people a cold feeling. Even though the person was right in front of her, it seemed as if he was very far away from Hinata. Tsunade sighed, came to her seat and sat down, then said to Hinata, does Hayashi know about you and Naruto now? Hinata didn't even think about it and replied directly, there's no need for him to know about this kind of thing. Last time, Hinata planned to defect because of Naruto. And in the note Hinata left for Hanabi, there was no mention of Naruto. Moreover, some time ago, the Hokage accepted Hinata as his disciple, which was very sudden and there was no warm-up. Therefore, until now, Hayashi is still unaware that there is some connection between Naruto and Hinata. Seeing Hinata was so cold, Tsunade couldn't help but say, mention this to Hayashi when you have time. It's very important. Hinata hummed and looked out the window, obviously absent-minded, still thinking about Naruto. Tsunade is also very troubled by Hinata. She obviously has nothing to teach Hinata, but she accepted Hinata as her disciple, and now she has to teach Hinata some skills. Moreover, Hinata handled the matter between her and Naruto in a strange way. She didn't want Hayashi to know, but she also didn't let Tsunade mention it to Hayashi in person. Maybe it's because Hinata the tribe has never had the habit of marrying off its daughters, right? If Hayashi knew about Hinata and Naruto, there might be two reactions. The first is that he strongly agrees with Hinata and Naruto, and will urge Hinata and Naruto to establish a relationship as soon as possible. But the possibility of this is very low, because the Hyuga clan is the ninja clan of Konoha after all. The second possibility is that in order to ensure that the bloodline does not flow out, Hayashi will directly let Hinata marry someone of the same age in the clan. That's why Hinata didn't want Hayashi to know about this. Hey, you all should go back first, Tsunade said, then picked up the bottle of wine on the table and took a sip. After everyone left, Tsunade felt sleepy again. I hope Rizu won't do anything to make everyone unhappy. The next day, Naruto always felt that there was resentment in Karen's eyes when she looked at him. And this feeling appears every time I see Karen. Could it be that Karen is complaining about Naruto leaving last night? It is actually very simple to gain a foothold in the Whirlpool country. As long as Naruto comes here, if Naruto doesn't want to leave, no one can drive him away. Early in the morning, Naruto gathered everyone together to discuss what the vacant land should be built like. Among Naruto, Karen, Ayame, Shikamaru, and Yamato, only Naruto doesn't have much knowledge. Therefore, the planning of the open space went smoothly, especially Shikamaru's advice, which was very useful. In fact, as the next leader of Konoha's Jonin squad, Shikamaru followed his father Nara Shikaku to learn some necessary knowledge at an early age. Therefore, Shikamaru's major is somewhat suitable. When everyone was halfway through, Naruto suddenly remembered something very important. That means the Wave Country and their people have not taken over yet. He had agreed to pick her up yesterday, but Naruto forgot about it because he was so busy. Fortunately, Naruto has the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, so he can go there anytime he wants. Sensing the Flying Thunder God mark of the Wave Country, Naruto arrived directly with the Flying Thunder God technique. The building was empty, the floor and tables were swept very clean, and some of the original Cardo Company's documents and records were burned. But there was no one in sight. Naruto opened Kagura's mind eye and sensed a bit, but still did not find Toyota Iide. Nowadays, Naruto possesses the body of a sage. In other words, the coverage range of Naruto's Kagura Heart's Eye is more than enough to cover the entire land of waves. The entire island was under Naruto's sight. Under such circumstances, Naruto still couldn't find Toyota Eide. Obviously, there are only two situations. The first was that Toyota Eide gave up hope and chose to leave overnight. The second is that Toyota Eide has been killed. After all, he offended a businessman he could not afford to offend. Naruto didn't think much about it, it would be the same with or without Toyota issue. Moreover, Naruto discovered a very interesting phenomenon. That is, the flow of people in Wave Country seems to have decreased a lot. So, Naruto returned to the land of whirlpools. As soon as he appeared, Naruto saw Karen holding a blueprint in front of him. She looked at Naruto with some resentment, and did not hide it at all, obviously wanting Naruto to see that she was unhappy. Naruto doesn't know how to comfort girls, especially in this situation, and he has no experience at all. Therefore, Naruto had to say directly, which one? Karen, don't be angry. You know I've accepted you, so it's just a matter of time. Karen silently spread the blueprint in front of Naruto, then whispered, I know Naruto's difficulties, I'm not angry. But, Naruto, if we just sleep together and don't do anything else, it really doesn't count as going against mother's wishes. Naruto was somewhat helpless. Is that so? To be honest, at Naruto's age, he also began to feel curious about the opposite sex. You know, when he was in school, Naruto saw many pairs of mandarin ducks. At that time, Naruto was also very envious of them for having someone to accompany them. So, Naruto found a girl he liked the most and started pursuing her, that is, Harano Sakura. But he never succeeded. Karen was secretly delighted. She didn't expect Naruto to be so easy to deceive. No, it cannot be said that she lied to Naruto. It can only be said that there were some loopholes in the words left by the mother, so Karen just found these loopholes. How could it be considered as lying to Naruto? Uzumaki Karen really likes Naruto and is willing to follow his wishes, so it's not too much to induce Naruto to sleep with her step by step, right? Karen was lost in thought while Naruto was observing the blueprint. The blueprint is planned according to a square site of 100 meters x 100 meters, with walls on all sides, a large building in the center, and horizontal and vertical walls dividing the main site into 9 parts. To put it simply, the site is divided into 9 grids by a wall. Each grid is interconnected. There is a large building in the central grid, and there are also high platforms for surveying in the 4 corners. The rest of the place is either densely packed or has some medium-sized buildings. Overall, if all the contents on this blueprint are fully built, then Naruto's organization will have a base in the future. From accommodation to ceremonies to certain strategic purposes, all can be achieved. All of these need to be accomplished by Yamato. Shikamaru had no objection to this. After all, these were just initial drawings, and it was not really determined what some of the buildings were used for. In addition, if some barriers need to be configured or tunnels need to be dug after completion, Yamato won't have to worry about that. So, even if Yamato knew all the structures here, it wouldn't be a big problem. After Naruto reviewed it, he nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. Who drew this blueprint? Karen was trying to comfort herself in her decision, but when asked by Naruto, she just said, guess. Naruto thought about it and realized that no one else at the scene could do such a thing except Shikamaru. Surprise drawings. Naruto, is it Shikamaru? Karen, you already know this, but why are you asking? Naruto, Karen, why do I feel like your attitude towards me has changed a little? Karen, no, I want to marry you. Naruto. This has never changed. Naruto, let's get to work. Naruto handed the blueprint to Yamato and patted him on the shoulder. Do a good job. I'll give you a raise when this is over. Yamato stared at the blueprint in amazement. The densely packed buildings and requirements on it made Yamato tremble with fear. He, a master of wood release, was hired as a construction worker? Although Yamato had no intention of looking down on construction workers, he always felt that something was wrong, but for the moment he couldn't remember what it was. A few years ago, Hashirama Senju's wood release was famous in the ninja world. He was invincible in the world with his wood release and even earned the title of God of Ninja. Although Yamato can use wood release, he is still not famous until now.